Star Odyssey Chapter 953 to Chapter 1001. In the distance, Xiaobai had locked onto Lan Si. Xiaobai recognized Lan Si, and the two of them fought while the others avoided them. Xiaobai had a special status, and even imprinters did not want to get in his way. However, he was still a realm lower than the 10 arbiters, and he was quickly injured by Lan Si. Still, no one paid any attention to him. The Eyeless clan's experts respected Xiaobai, but they also seemed to not care about his life or death. Lan Si could not understand, and his attacks became even fiercer. Behind them, more than 10,000 warships lined up in a row fired a volley of attacks. The beams covered half of the battlefield and shot towards the rear of the 6th mainland, where the experts from the two great families were gathered. There were not many cultivators from the two families who had come to attack. The ones at the front were space-exploring powerhouses, while the ones at the rear were in strange flying objects that resembled spaceships. They did not attack, as they did not have the strength to fight against space-exploring powerhouses. Although these people had not reached the space-exploring realm, that did not mean that they were cannon fodder. Many of them had extraordinary innate gifts, and they were the future hope of the two families. Thus, when the countless beams of light pressed down on them, two enlighters with power levels over 400,000 stepped forward and easily tore apart the beams, protecting those people. These people were not afraid, and they stayed on the flying objects as they excitedly looked at the outerverse sky. This place would soon be theirs. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for the outerverse to win. 2 cosmic imprinters had joined forces with 3 other imprinters and more than 10 enlighters, which was not something that the outerverse could resist. The 6th mainland's cultivators were much stronger than the outerverse, and with their imprints, bloodlines, and martial seals, they could easily crush the outerverse powerhouses of the same level. However, this was only in theory. With Luyin in the outerverse, there were many possibilities, such as super flash. Tear bombs were not very effective against powerhouses, but they were surprisingly effective on the battlefield. Bright lights would occasionally erupt in outer space, and a single super flash would be used. Tear bombs could sometimes change the tide of a battle. Half a month ago, Luyin had used his die to upgrade Elder Wu's 4 vials of poison, and when he had given them to Elder Big Drum, he had also upgraded many super flash. The tear bombs also contained countless pills, and the reason given to outsiders was that they had discovered a powerful sect hidden in a parallel space and had obtained countless natural treasures and pills. This reason barely made sense. Not only did it explain the origin of these pills, but it also explained the origin of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures that had been sold at the Continental Auction House. Throughout the astral battlefield, outerverse cultivators who couldn't defeat their opponents were constantly popping pills. Even though the outerverse cultivators could not defeat the 6th mainland's powerhouses at the same level, they could still continuously consume pills. These pills had all been raised by Luyin to a level that was close to that of an enlighter, and the effects were so good that it made people's hair stand on end. The difference in power level between the two sides had been forcibly evened out, and this caused the 6th mainland's cultivators to cough up blood. These were just ordinary pills that Luyin had upgraded to the level of an enlighter. Each pill consumed more than 10,000 star essence, and the money he had earned from selling the poison and the remaining 3 million star essence he had on him had almost been used up for this final battle. Increased the number of pills by 400 and more than 200 super flash pills. The tear bombs were a display of his attitude towards this final battle. At that time, Elder Big Drum had been moved when he had received the items that Luyin had provided. He had stated that if there was no war, not only would these items be returned, but the Hall of Honor would also reward him with 1 million star essence. If there was a war and they survived, the Hall of Honor would not only reward him with a large number of star essence, but they would also reward him with a large number of battle contributions. Luyin had not only expressed his determination to defend the outerverse to the death, but he had also made Elder Big Drum realize that war would truly come. Thus, he had not hesitated to distribute the pills and super flash pills. The tear bombs and poisons were distributed, which was the most important reason why the outerverse had been so prepared for this battle. It could be said that without Luyin's attitude, the outerverse would not have been so prepared. Although there were only 400 pills, there were less than 100 outerverse experts who were qualified to distribute them. These people were all hunters at the very least, so a few pills were enough for each of them. For example, Aiden had carried a giant thunder shield and forcefully withstood an Enlighter's attacks. He had been beaten to the point where he spat out blood, but he had quickly recovered and continued to endure. This made the Sixth Mainland's powerhouses sullen. Another example was Kai Jianqiang, who was attacking without regard for his own life. His opponent was also an Enlighter. Even further away was Gong Ling, who was directly facing an Enlighter with a power level of 300,000. Night Queen Qiuyu swallowed a pill and then charged towards the Sixth Mainland. Top Mist hid himself and secretly assassinated the Sixth Mainland's powerhouses. The Enlighters from Ironblood Weave had all been pulled over. This was the most well-prepared the entire Outerverse had ever been. The Sixth Mainland's crushing defeat that they had expected did not happen at all, and they had been beaten senseless. Actually, their preparations had been quite adequate, as they had already known that the Bloodburn Realm's invasion of the Outerverse had failed. They had thought that the cosmic imprinters would be able to destroy the majority of the Outerverse's forces, but who would have thought that Mystery would be the one to ruin their plans? 2 cosmic imprinters had only managed to kill 1 Mystery, and that Mystery was even from the Tong family. Although the Outerverse had managed to hold on for the time being, the battle between the imprinters had fallen into a crisis. After all, Wan Qianqing was only a battle fort, and he was not a true emissary. His attacks could be easily dodged, and even with Moonlight Mavis, he could not stop a single imprinter. Elder he only had a power level of 510,000, and he was considered the weakest emissary. He could not stop the Tong family's sly granny at all. Only Astral Nine's Dean was able to stop an imprinter from the Eyeless clan, but it was impossible for him to win in a short amount of time. After another imprinter from the Eyeless clan repelled Moonlight Mavis, the balance of the battle tilted in the Sixth Mainland's favor. Even if the rest of the Outerverse joined forces, they could not stop a single imprinter. This was not the suppression of the Innerverse astronomical phenomenon, but rather a true imprinter. His might was unparalleled, and as he attacked, Wan Qianqing began to crack. The unlucky Hu Phineas and Elder Nuwa's disciple, Og, were instantly killed without any chance of escaping. After the imprinter attacked a second time, Astral Nine's mentor coughed up blood, and his body collapsed as he died. Soon after, the imprinter attacked a third time. Moonlight Mavis's face went pale, and she swallowed a pill. However, the pill's power was only close to that of an Enlighter, so it was not of much help to her. Within Wan Qianqing, Qiong Shanhai's body trembled. Beside him, Qiong Shier's face went pale as she watched the imprinter attack. An arrow tore through the void and shot towards the imprinter. The imprinter was shocked, and he pointed out with a finger. The arrow froze in the void, but a trace of blood appeared on his fingertip. He had been injured. In the distance, Gong Ling panted heavily with a look of despair on his face. He had shot out an inheritance arrow, but he was just an Enlighter. Even if he had shot out an inheritance arrow, its power would not have been enough to injure the imprinter. The Eyeless tribe's imprinter reached out to grab the arrow, but it suddenly disappeared. The Eyeless tribe's imprinter abruptly turned to look in a certain direction. There, Luyin was holding on to an arrow and withstanding a palm strike from the Enlighter he was fighting. The imprinter smiled. A mere cruiser actually has a secret technique. Little brat, come with me. He then took a step forward, and even the heavens could not withstand his strength. He instantly appeared in front of Luyin. Lu Yin's eyes turned sinister as he looked behind the imprinter. Elder he was in a sorry state as he coughed up blood and fell to the ground. Granny Sly smiled cruelly, and when she saw Luyin, she rushed over as well. Little brat, so you're here. Although Luyin had disguised himself in the Innerverse, it was not difficult for a powerhouse like Granny Sly to recognize him. Luyin tossed the arrow at her. Old witch, this is for you. The eyeless imprinter frowned and raised his hand to catch the arrow. Behind him, Granny Sly's gaze turned cold, and she was about to speak when Luyin suddenly smiled. Goodbye. He then took out a walnut and aimed it at Granny Sly and the imprinter before firing it. This walnut power vessel had been created by Master Yuan, and it contained an attack with a power level of 700,000. As long as it was fired straight ahead, it would not affect the user. After the border war, Master Yuan had given it to Luyin as compensation for the blood-colored bell that he had damaged. Even for someone like him, it was not easy to create such a power vessel. At this moment, the power vessel exploded. Although the power level of 700,000 was not as powerful as the explosion of pyrolite ore, it had been created by Master Yuan, and the power it contained was not something that could be compared to. The universe was split in two, or at least the starry sky that was visible to the naked eye. Nothing was left in front of the walnut xenogeneic treasure. All that was left was a spatial crack in the void. The two imprinters had also disappeared, and their rune lines had completely vanished. Their power levels did not exceed 600,000 at most, so it would be a miracle for them to survive Master Yuan's attack with a power level of 700,000. With Master Yuan's strength, it was unlikely that the two imprinters would survive a direct attack with a power level of 500,000. This was the strength of a cosmic imprinter, let alone one with a power level of 700,000. The battlefield fell silent as everyone stared at Luin in shock. He had killed two imprinters with a single attack. Countless people's hearts sank, not just the Sixth Mainland's cultivators, but also those from the Outerverse. They only had one thought: Luin had evolved. When Luin had been a Lemmeter, he had relied on external items to kill Enlighters, earning him the title of Enlighter Killer. Now that he had evolved, he could rely on external items to kill imprinters with the strength of a cruiser. He was becoming more and more abnormal. No one could understand Lu Yin's heartache. That was a power vessel that Master Yuan had given to him as compensation for the blood-colored bell, and it contained a power level of 700,000. With this power vessel, he could go anywhere he wanted, and he could easily take it out to intimidate black-masked assassins with foresight. Now, it was gone. He couldn't help but look behind him. The Hall of Honor had to record this achievement, and if possible, he wanted to obtain another one. The arrow had disappeared. It might have disappeared along with the spatial crack, or it might have been turned to dust by the 700,000 power level attack. The Hall of Taimo had inherited 3 arrows. One had been taken by Yanqing during the border war, and its whereabouts were unknown. Now, only one was left, and it was in Lu Yin's possession. In the distance, Gong Ling sighed. He knew that he would not be able to retrieve the arrow the moment he had shot it out, but he still had to do what he had to do. No one had expected Lu Yin to kill 2 imprinters and change the situation of the battle. Not only was Astral Nine's Dean not at a disadvantage against the other imprinter of the Eyeless tribe, but he was actually slightly stronger. This battle could be won. Baidu search Xing 81 Chinese Network O. No advertisement. With Lu Yin's attack, countless people in the Outerverse were excited. Even the Central Weave's allied army and the Western Weave's experts, who viewed Lu Yin as an enemy, were indescribably excited as they fought against the Sixth Mainland's cultivators. The confidence of the Sixth Mainland's cultivators had crumbled after that attack. Xiao Bai looked at Lu Yin. This person was just a cruiser, but he had such an external item. His identity was definitely not simple. At this moment, the most sullen and fortunate person was the Eyeless clan's Enlighter with a power level of 300,000, who had been tangling with Lu Yin all this time. He was very glad that he hadn't forced Lu Yin to a certain extent, or else he would have been finished by that attack. At this point, he didn't want to fight Lu Yin anymore. Who knew what other external items this guy still had? Lu Yin turned to look at the Enlighter with a meaningful gaze. The Eyeless clan expert was terrified, and he turned to leave. "Seventh bro, you're scaring him." The monkey laughed. Lu Yin exhaled and looked up into space. The most important battlefield was not here, but rather the battle between Master Yuan and the 2 cosmic imprinters. If they lost, then neither of them would be able to survive. Lu Yin hoped that the item that he had given Master Yuan would be of use. Otherwise, he touched his cosmic ring, he would have to ask Mr. Mu for help. Mr. Mu was definitely stronger than the 2 cosmic imprinters. Dizu had personally experienced Mr. Mu's strength before. When Mr. Mu had moved the border, Dizu hadn't even had time to react. It was impossible for the Tong family's ancestor and the Eyeless clan's ancestor to not know about it. Even so, they still dared to attack the Outerverse. Did they have the confidence to contend against Mr. Mu? Lu Yin's expression turned ugly, and he hoped that he was overthinking things. On the other side, Wendy Yushan was in danger. Dozens of Outerverse cultivators, including her, had been attacked by Elder Yuan of the Tong family. In the end, she was the only one who had survived using the Yu secret art. Everyone else had died, including the two hunters. Elder Yuan looked at Wendy Yushan in astonishment, as this secret technique seemed familiar to him. "Little girl, what secret technique is that?" Wendy Yushan hurriedly ate a pill and stared at Elder Yuan warily. Elder Yuan laughed. "All your resistance is useless in front of me." He then reached out to grab Wendy Yushan. It was just a basic attack, but with a power level of 400,000, it was like heaven to Wendy Yushan. Her Yu secret art wasn't able to divert this attack. It was as if the surrounding space had been frozen, and she couldn't move at all. At this moment, a blue spear pierced through the void and pierced toward Elder Yuan. Elder Yuan flicked his finger and shifted the direction of the spear. He looked to the other side and saw a young man who resembled the Sea King standing in the starry sky, staring at him. This person was the Sea King's eldest son, Hai Feng, an enlighter with a power level of 300,000. Hai Dashao walked out from behind Hai Feng and came to Wendy Yushan's side. He asked in concern, "Are you all right?" Wendy Yushan frowned and looked past Hai Dashao to look at Hai Feng. "He's my big brother, and he's very strong. Even if he faces that old fellow, he won't lose." Hai Dashao had blind confidence in Hai Feng. Wendy Yushan coldly said, "Let's go." She did not want to distract Hai Feng. Elder Yuan snorted coldly. "Trying to run?" His figure dissipated as he tore through the void and appeared in front of Wendy Yushan. At that moment, Hai Feng disappeared as well. When he reappeared, he was already at Elder Yuan's side, his spear descending. Elder Yuan was furious. "You're courting death." He grabbed the spear, and his star energy transformed into a ring that wrapped around Hai Feng's body. At the same time, he reached out to grab Wendy Yushan. He also had a ring. Hai Dashao's weapon was also a spear, and he had subconsciously tried to block the attack as he was facing an enlighter. Hai Dashao could already foresee his tragic end, but in the next moment, the spear pierced through Elder Yuan's palm and continued down his arm into his shoulder. Blood dripped down the tip of the spear. Hai Feng's pupils shrank, but then he became ecstatic. Father wasn't dead. Hai Dashao had also realized that the weapon in his hand was the Sea King's trident, which contained the Sea King's power. Now that the astral river had been torn apart, he had received the Sea King's power and injured Elder Yuan. Father wasn't dead. Elder Yuan's right arm had been pierced through by the Sea King's trident, but he endured the pain and used all of his strength to snatch the Sea King's trident away from Hai Dashao. His star energy transformed into a ring of wind blades that shot towards Hai Dashao. Wendy Yushan subconsciously used the Yu secret art, but she was unable to redirect the attack. The Sea King's shield appeared around Hai Dasha's body and blocked the ring's attack. However, the Sea King's power that had been left behind in the shield was too weak, and the shield shattered under the attack. However, this split second gave Hai Feng enough time to break free from the ring and thrust his spear at Elder Yuan. Elder Yuan put away the Sea King's trident and released his star energy, which transformed into a giant ring that bound Hai Feng from below. Hai Feng had the strength to face Elder Yuan head-on, so he wouldn't be defeated so easily. However, Elder Yuan was using star energy that surpassed his power level by 100,000 to forcefully bind him, and Hai Feng could do nothing about it. "Brat, you're courting death." Elder Yuan's right arm dripped with blood as he raised his left hand and shot the ring at Hai Dashao once more. Hai Dashao's expression changed, as he had nothing left to block the attack. Fortunately, Elder Tong appeared at that moment and blocked Elder Yuan. Wendy Yushan turned around to look for Luin. At that moment, the space above everyone's heads cracked open, and a figure fell out in a sorry state. The trajectory of his fall tore through the void, as if even the heavens could not withstand his weight. Everyone stared blankly at the figure, and they saw that it was the Tong family's ancestor. Luin was excited, he had succeeded. However, a moment later, another person fell out of the void. It was Elder Yuan. Elder Yuan's face was pale, and he was panting heavily. The blood at the corner of his mouth was exceptionally glaring. The battle at the pinnacle had already been decided. Luin stared at Elder Yuan's right hand, where the item that he had given to Elder Yuan was Progenitor Wushang's hide. Back then, Luin had relied on Progenitor Wushang's hide to kill an enlighter with his spear. Progenitor Wushang's hide was not only useful to enlighters, but also to anyone who had not reached the progenitor realm. This was because it was progenitor Wushang's hide, and progenitor Wushang was a progenitor. Since Luyin knew that the sixth mainland would send out 2 cosmic imprinters, how could he believe that Elder Yuan alone could stop them? He naturally had to think of other methods, and progenitor Wushang's hide was one such method. Aside from that, Luyin could not think of anything else that he had that could affect a cosmic imprinters. Elder Yuan's clothes were stained with blood, but it was unclear whether it was his own, the Tong family's ancestor, or Elder Ilis' blood. The heavens were torn open again, and Elder Ilis walked out. The sixth mainland's people had thought that since he had forced Elder Yuan to retreat, he would definitely win. However, Elder Ilis' appearance caused their hearts to sink, as he had also been injured. At this moment, the Tong family's ancestor finally managed to stabilize himself. He stood in outer space and stared at progenitor Wushang's hide. "Where did you get so many progenitor items?" Luyin was astonished. It was only then that he noticed Elder Ilis' hand. There was a broken gray bone, and in Elder Yuan's other hand there was an irregularly shaped stone. Could they both be progenitor items? The irregularly shaped stone in Elder Yuan's hand suddenly cracked and then turned to dust. Similarly, the gray bone in Elder Ilis' hand also cracked and finally dissipated. The situation was similar to the previous battle at the border. In a clash of power vessels, the first things that could not withstand the attacks were the power vessels. However, from the looks of it, both sides might have used progenitor items this time. No matter how one looked at it, Lu Yin's progenitor Wushang's hide was the most powerful. Even my sixth mainland does not have many progenitor items, and they are all kept in the Daosor sect. However, the fifth mainland should have more because this place is the graveyard of the 5 mainlands, and far too many progenitors have been born here. Aside from progenitor Chen, who history does not dare to record, and the symbol progenitor, who is unwilling to acknowledge, there is also progenitor Hui, who created technology, progenitor Wushang, who created the astral beast origin, and even the more ancient progenitor Su, the netherworld progenitor, and so on. "If I'm not wrong, the item in your hand should be progenitor Wushang's hide," Elder Ilis said in a low voice, revealing an ancient secret that many had never heard of before. Countless people were confused, as they could not understand what he was saying. Only a few understood. Generally speaking, those who had not reached the space-exploring realm had not even heard of the progenitor realm, and they were not even aware of the existence of progenitors. Luyin was astonished. Progenitor Hui, progenitor Su, and the netherworld progenitor were all names that he had never heard of before. Could the technocracy be progenitor Hui's inheritance? Then the astral beast domain was progenitor Wushang's inheritance. Progenitor Su family? The 7 quartz. Could it be that the Su family was progenitor Su's inheritance? That was right, as secret techniques could only be created by progenitors. The Su family had the Su secret technique, so it was normal for them to be a family with a progenitor's inheritance. If the 7 quartz also had secret techniques, then didn't that mean that they were also a family with a progenitor's inheritance? Could the netherworld progenitor be the Yu family? Luyin had a deep impression of the Yu family's secret techniques. Master Yuan gripped progenitor Wushang's hide tightly. "With me here today, you will not be able to enter the outerverse." Ancestor Wumu did not respond. The Tong family's patriarch stepped forward and said in a cold voice, "Even if you have progenitor Wushang's item, you still won't be able to stop the 2 of us." Master Yuan stared at the Tong family's patriarch. "But I can definitely drag one of you down with me." "Which one of you wants to die with me?" The Tong family's patriarch raised an eyebrow, and there was a look of apprehension in his eyes. Progenitor Wushang's hide was too difficult to deal with, and the Tong family's patriarch could lose consciousness at any time. Although it would only be a momentary lapse of consciousness, in a battle between powerhouses of their level, that momentary lapse of consciousness could be fatal. Ancestor Wumu did not have eyes, but he was still restricted by progenitor Wushang's hide. Master Yuan was not Luyin, and he could only rely on others to stun his opponents. He naturally had ways to use progenitor Wushang's hide in his hands. This was troublesome. The Tong family's patriarch and ancestor Wumu were both apprehensive, and Master Yuan was even more so. Progenitor Wushang's hide alone was not enough to deal with the 2 of them, and it would depend on luck to drag one of them down with him. Luyin suddenly thought of something and sent a message to Master Yuan. Master Yuan was delighted. It's useful. Leave it to me. Luin took out the small arrow that Peach had given him and activated the Yu's secret art with a wave of his hand. The arrow suddenly appeared in Master Yuan's left hand, which had originally been holding an irregular stone. Now, he was holding an arrow. My apologies, but I've decided to keep the two of you here because I suddenly obtained a progenitor's item, Master Yuan said slowly, his tone becoming sinister and pleased. Calm. Wonderful bookhouse. On the other side, the Tong family's ancestor and ancestor Ilis were speechless. How could a progenitor's item be so easily obtained? Where had it come from? The Temple of Tama's inherited arrow had come from the 6th mainland's arrow progenitor. Although it wasn't a complete progenitor's item, it had still been used by the arrow progenitor. If Ancestor Arrow Mountain had not used it, and Master Yuan had not been willing to reveal his strength against a world imprinter, that arrow would not have been so weak. Back then, in order to hide his strength, Master Yuan could only watch as the arrow was snatched away by the 6th mainland. Now, another arrow had fallen into his hands, and he could use it again. Luin felt that it was a pity. If he had thought of this earlier, he would have definitely given Gong Ling's arrow to Master Yuan. That way, Gong Ling would not have wasted it. They could not display the power of a progenitor's item. Gong Ling, an enlighter with a power level of over 200,000, had been able to injure an imprinter with an arrow. In Master Yuan's hands, the arrow would only display greater power. In the blink of an eye, the 3 cosmic imprinters disappeared. Kill, someone shouted, startling quite a few people. After that, the battle continued. Countless beams of light from the warships streaked across space and shot towards the edge of the Astral River. Explorers, cruisers, hunters, and enlighters were all fighting. People were dying at every moment. Luin targeted an enlighter and killed him with a flying owl arrow. Aegis Child Assassin had almost killed an enlighter from the 6th mainland, but he had been ambushed by another enlighter and died with his heart crushed. Moore was dead, and Luin had seen him beheaded by a youth from the 6th mainland. As a West San Dios counselor and ranked 12th on the top 100 rankings, Moore had also died tragically against a young genius from the Ilis clan. Stop. Stop. A mournful cry rang out. In the distance, Granny Chan had been killed by an expert from the Tong family. An expert was dying every minute. Lu Yin's domain was constantly released, and when he saw Granny Chan's death, it was like a candle being extinguished. Their grudges had been cancelled out. On the battlefield, many people had not come willingly, but had been forcibly conscripted. For example, it was impossible for the assassins from Aegis to sacrifice their lives for the Outerverse, and Granny Chan was even more so. They had looked down on the Outerverse, so how could they sacrifice their lives for it? But regardless of whether they were willing or not, their names would be engraved on the battlefield for the Outerverse. In the distance, the wooden statues trapped an expert from the Ilis race. However, not long after, the wooden statues all collapsed. Munishang could only watch as the expert from the Ilis race descended. Coincidentally, at this moment, a ferocious overlaying stack swept past and sent the expert from the Ilis race flying. It was Lan Si. He had saved Munishang once again. Munishang's eyes were watering. No matter how desperate the battle was, the final outcome would still be decided by the 3 cosmic imprinter. With a bang, one of Lu Yin's external objects completely shattered. He had upgraded it while he was upgrading everlasting poison. After all, it was a power vessel, and it had a limit to what it could withstand. Now, it had completely shattered. Lu Yin sighed. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a sky full of rune lines charge towards the rear. It was an enlighter from the Ilis clan with a power level of over 400,000. Instead of dealing with the Outerverse enlighters, he had decided to destroy the battleships behind them. Besides the warship, there were also many cultivators who had yet to become explorers, such as Wei Rong and the others, who were all aboard the warship. The Outerverse had fewer enlighters than the 6th mainland to begin with, but when faced with such a powerhouse's attack, none of the enlighters were able to step out and defend themselves. Lu Yin grew anxious and chased after the attacker. Behind them, the warships were lined up in a row and laid out in space. When the Ilis race expert approached, all of the ship's systems malfunctioned. The eyeless ancestor behind the eyeless race expert waved his hand, and his star energy transformed into a giant slash that swept out. This attack was enough to destroy all of the warships, including the transport ships behind them. Even outer space could not withstand such an attack. Protecting the warships were Yi Crafty, Top Mist, and Lu Qiuyu. Against the giant slash, Yi Crafty and Top Mist were helpless. They were just enlighters whose power levels had just surpassed 200,000, and they were also adept at sneak attacks. Only Lu Qiuyu stepped forward with a solemn expression. As the previous head of the Sword Sex Lu family, he had voluntarily stepped down with a power level of 290,000. He could be considered the weakest of the previous heads of the Lu family, but he had never wanted to become the head of the family. He would rather oversee Iron Blood Weave's Seasons Fort and guard the borders for the humans. Faced with a slash with a power level of 300,000, Lu Qiuyu took a deep breath and slowly raised his sword before slashing out. He had not inherited the 13 swords, but this slash was not any weaker than the first 3 swords. He was just like Lu Xiaoyun. Even if he could not inherit the 13 swords, he still wanted to create a sword intent that could rival the 13 swords. This slash was the result of countless years of tempering in Iron Blood Weave, and it had reached great success. This slash seemed to carry the will of iron and blood, and it was completely different from the other sword intents of the sword sect. This was a sword intent that had been tempered on the battlefield. This slash had severed the eyeless race expert's attack. The eyeless race expert was shocked, as he could sense that this person was not as strong as he was. However, that slash had been enough to shock him. In the distance, Lu Ying breathed a sigh of relief. He had almost been too late, but at the same time, he was shocked by Lu Qiuyu's slash. The might of that slash had completely surpassed the rune lines with a power level of 300,000. It felt like the 13 swords, but it was different from the mysterious and ethereal sword intent of the 13 swords. This slash was even more murderous. However, no matter how much shock Lu Qiuyu's slash caused, the eyeless race expert's next attack descended. This attack was not something that Lu Qiuyu could block, as the expert's vision was very accurate. Lu Qiuyu's slash had allowed the eyeless race expert to clearly see the limits of what Lu Qiuyu could endure. This attack had completely surpassed that limit. Lu Qiuyu gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. Regardless of whether or not he could block this attack, he would meet it head-on, even if he had to die. He had long since anticipated this day. After all, how many people could survive while guarding the borders? He slowly raised his sword and slashed down. Sword chi soared into the heavens as it clashed with the eyeless race expert's attack. The enormous slash crushed the sword chi and shattered the heavens as it headed towards Lu Qiuyu and the many battleships. Within the spacecraft, everyone despaired. At that moment, Lu Ying charged out and raised both hands. His 8-lined battle force imprint pushed out, and his 100 stacks exploded. He was not wearing the new universal armor, but rather the broken universal armor from before. Although it was broken, it could still withstand an attack with a power level of over 400,000. However, the price to pay was that the opponent's attack could easily enter his body through the cracks. There was a cracking sound as the cracks on the universal armor widened. Within the cracks, the reflection bead that had absorbed the attack also cracked open. The slash entered the universal armor through the cracks and sliced open Lu Yin's abdomen. Blood dripped down the armor and dyed his waist red. Lu Qiuyu's eyes went wide, and he charged out and slashed out once more to block the attack. At the same time, Karma and Top Mist also charged out. They attacked from afar and counteracted the power of the slash. Countless people watched as Lu Ying risked his life to block the attack, and they were all moved. Everyone in the Outerverse knew that Lu Ying had the ambition to unify the Outerverse. His methods were ruthless, and he did things swiftly and decisively, causing countless people to tremble in fear. The reason why so many people in the Central and Western Weaves viewed him as an enemy was mostly because of his ambition. Coupled with the fact that the various great powers were deliberately trying to smear his name, his reputation in the Central and Western Weaves was very bad. But at this moment, Lu Ying was risking his life to protect them, which changed everyone's impression of Lu Ying. Even if it was a battle to the death, not everyone would be able to fight as recklessly as Lu Ying. Lu Ying did not think too much about it. All he thought about was that he could do it. He wanted to protect those people, and many of them were from the Great Eastern Alliance and the Great Yu Empire. Among them, there were people that he valued, people who worshipped him, and even his subordinates. Since he had brought them out, he wanted to bring them back. Besides, this attack was not enough to kill him. Luin was certain that this attack would not be able to kill him because the universal armor had blocked most of the attack. However, the attack that had entered through the crack still left him in a miserable state, and nearly half of his waist had been sliced open. He swallowed the pill in his mouth and exerted his strength once more. Beside him, Lu Chuyu slashed out again, and behind them, the two enlighters, Yi Gui and Top Mist, worked together. Finally, the attack was blocked, and if it had been just a little bit later, the shockwaves would have reached the battleships. There was a crack, and the universal armor completely split apart, revealing Luin within as well as the shattered rebound bead at his waist. These external items had all been subjected to a power that exceeded their limits. Not too far away, the eyeless race expert was shocked once more, as they had actually blocked the attack once more. These natives had blocked his attack twice in a row, which caused his face to darken. Block it twice. Let's see if I can block it. Third time. He then raised his hand again and viciously slashed down. This was the third attack, and it was an enormous attack that tore through the heavens. It was even more powerful and fierce than the previous two attacks. Everyone in the battleship was in despair. Who could block this attack? Even Luin, who had continuously created miracles, would definitely not be able to block it. Luin was helpless, and just as he was about to fuse with the pearl necklace that Master Yuan had given him to increase his power level by 300,000, a beam of light shot out from the distance and enveloped the eyeless race expert along with the attack. The eyeless race expert hurriedly dodged. His reaction was fast, but he was still a bit too slow. Half of his body was shattered by the beam of light, and his attack was also destroyed. Wan Qianxing attacked. Luin destroyed two imprinters in a single attack, freeing up Wan Qianxing and Elder He. Half of the eyeless race expert's body was gone, and he staggered as he tried to escape. Luin hurriedly rushed out and put on his new universal armor. He had lost too many things in this battle, and he urgently needed to make up for them. There was a fat sheep right in front of him. He urgently needed the cosmic ring of an enlighter with a power level of over 400,000. Luin chased after the eyeless race expert very quickly. Although the eyeless race expert had lost half of his body, he was still an enlighter with a power level of over 400,000. Normal enlighters would not dare to chase after him, and only Luin dared to. Lu Yin's gaze was fierce, but this injury was not enough to take his life. This was the eyeless race's advantage, and he hated this person to the core. If not for this person, the second attack would have succeeded, and the eyeless race expert would not have been distracted and suffered such a heavy injury. You're courting death. The eyeless race expert raised a hand and pointed out with a power level of over 200,000. He did not believe that this brat had so many external items that could block an enlighter's attack. After all, he was just a cruiser. No one knew exactly how many external items Luin had. The eyeless expert's finger had struck Luin, but it had not been able to break through his universal armor. Although this armor was not as strong as the previous one, which could withstand attacks with a power level of 400,000, it could still withstand attacks with a power level of 300,000. The eyeless expert's attack had failed, and Luin grinned. My turn. He then pressed a palm against the eyeless expert's abdomen. His palm was dyed red from the eyeless expert's blood. 100 stacks, 100-fold shockwave palm. There was a thump, and the eyeless expert spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. Luin was about to chase after him when the eyeless expert's body suddenly spun at high speed. Following that, white threads wrapped around his body. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he watched the eyeless expert's rune lines continuously rise. The blast from Wanqing City had caused his rune lines to fall to the same level as Karma and Top Mist, but at this moment, they were rapidly rising. What was going on? The 6th Mainland's Black Blood realm was the Eyeless clan. The entire clan was of the Eyeless bloodline, and this bloodline had a special characteristic: they could break out of their cocoons and be reborn. Those with extremely high innate gifts could break out of their cocoons and increase their cultivation. When they were on the brink of death, they could also break out of their cocoons and recover their power level. This was the Eyeless clan, the only cosmic imprinter clan in the Black Blood realm. Luin watched as the Eyeless expert's rune lines rose without limit. Behind him, a beam of sword chi swept past and slashed at the Eyeless expert, slicing apart the threads. It was Lu Qiuyu. He had also noticed that something was wrong. Countless beams of sword chi streaked across the void and slashed down. Although the Eyeless clan's recovery was miraculous and they could break out of their cocoons and be reborn, they were not invincible. Lu Qiuyu's sword chi slashed down without regard for his own life, and after more than 1,000 slashes, the Eyeless expert's momentum was finally stopped. When the threads completely fell off, half of the Eyeless expert's body had recovered, but his power level had only recovered to around 300,000. The Eyeless expert glared at Lu Qiuyu viciously before turning to leave. Right now, he only wanted to return to the rear and recover from his injuries. He had no intention of fighting with these people, and with his recovered power, these people would not dare to stop him. However, he had forgotten about Luin. Although Luin had been shocked by the Eyeless tribe's bloodline, he had not given up. With a power level of 300,000, he was willing to give it a try. As he thought about it, he took out the 5 chains and tapped out with his dream finger. One of the chains melted, and his dream finger's power level increased by 300,000. This finger caused the void to freeze and the starry sky to tremble. At the same time, Master Yuan was also blocking Ancestor Wu Mu's attack while shooting the arrow. Logically speaking, this arrow was within the expectations of the Tong clan's ancestor. Even though it could injure him, it wasn't enough to heavily injure him. Master Yuan thought so as well, but he had no choice and could only do so much. Now, it was up to progenitor Wushang's hide to see if it would work. But at that moment, Lu Yin's finger raised his power level by 300,000, triggering the pair of clear eyes. The owner of the eyes was dissatisfied, and the door in the depths of the Starfall Sea opened a little. Boundless power rushed into the Starfall Sea through the endless void, the Innerverse, and the Astral River to arrive here. The Tong family ancestor, progenitor Wushang, and even Master Yuan froze. It was as if the sky had collapsed, and the unimaginable power made them not dare to move. A boundless force descended, forming a jade-like finger that pointed towards Luin. Luin looked up, and his pupils rapidly shrank. This was the first time that he had seen that jade-like finger other than in his dreams. Boundless rage instantly spread through him, and he shouted, "How dare you!" The jade-like finger suddenly pressed down, as if it wanted to crush him into a puddle of blood. At that moment, the jade stone that Mr. Mu had given him suddenly flew out and blocked the finger. The jade stone cracked open, and the jade-like finger dissipated. Everything seemed like an illusion. The door in the depths of the Starfall Sea was tightly shut, and the pair of clear eyes were also shut. Only the Tong family ancestor held his neck as fresh blood flowed out. Just a moment ago, the jade-like finger's boundless power had descended, and none of them had been able to move. However, that arrow had been shot by Master Yuan, and it had pierced through the Tong family ancestor's neck. The arrow progenitor's power had destroyed more than half of the Tong family ancestor's life force. The Tong family ancestor was still unable to move, but at this moment, he had suffered an unimaginable injury. The stronger one was, the more they could sense that mighty power. Only the 3 cosmic imprinters on the battlefield had been able to sense that power. Even the Enlighter from the Eyeless race, who had been right next to them, had not been able to sense it. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, Luin would not have been able to sense that mighty power. That power had wanted to obliterate him. Lu Yin's entire body trembled, not because he was afraid, but because he was suppressing his anger. He did not know why he was so angry, but it was as if he could not control himself. Who had that jade-like finger belonged to? And why had it suddenly appeared? If not for Mr. Mu's jade stone, would Luin have died just now? At that moment, thunder rumbled in outer space, and the eyeless ancestor appeared. He grabbed the Tong family ancestor and charged towards the Astral River. Retreat. This single word represented the outcome of this battle. The 6th mainland had been defeated. On the battlefield, everyone was still in a daze when Master Yuan appeared and chased after the Astral River with progenitor Wushang's hide in one hand. In his other hand was an arrow, and the arrowhead was dyed red with blood. Luin looked up. had Master Yuan won? Chase. Destroy everyone from the sixth mainland. Master Yuan barked. Countless people in the Outerverse grew excited. Kill, kill, kill. The experts from the sixth mainland's Tong family and the Eyeless clan felt a chill run down their spines. Even their two ancestors had been defeated. Who could resist the Outerverse's cosmic imprinter? They did not dare to stay behind, and they all fled towards the other side of the Astral River. The warship launched an attack, and a beam of light that filled the void descended, indiscriminately attacking the sixth mainland's cultivators as it blasted towards the Astral River. In front of Luin, the Eyeless clan expert who had lost half of his body was completely dead. Lu Yin's dream finger, which had increased his power level by 300,000, had killed him. His body then floated into outer space and drifted into the distance. Luin let out a long breath, but he did not have time to think. He grabbed the Eyeless clan expert's cosmic ring and used his blood to open it. He then poured the contents into his own cosmic ring with practiced movements. He then followed Master Yuan and charged towards the other side of the Astral River. Lu Qiuyu and the rest attacked at the same time. Lan Si, Wendy Yushan, the black-masked assassin, and the others all charged towards the Astral River. They had thought that this battle would not bode well for them, but they had still won. Master Yuan's strength made them fearless of the sixth mainland. They felt that as long as Master Yuan was here, even if two more top powerhouses from the sixth mainland appeared, they would not be afraid. Even Master Yuan himself was confused. Where had the boundless power that he had felt after shooting that arrow had come from? He could only think of the top powerhouse who had moved the borders of the endless weaves. Perhaps that person was the only one who could do such a thing. That person was the strongest powerhouse in the Outerverse, and he might even have reached the level of a half-progenitor. In the blink of an eye, Master Yuan passed by the sixth mainland's cultivators and disappeared from everyone's sight. He had chased after the Eyeless clan's ancestor. At this point, Astral Nine's headmaster and the Eyeless clan's final imprinter had finished their battle. Astral Nine's headmaster had won, and although the Eyeless clan's imprinter had been defeated, he had not suffered any serious injuries. He had blocked the sixth mainland's cultivators from the Outerverse pursuit. Myriad City shot out another beam of light, passing through the crowd and shooting towards the sixth mainland's cultivators. The Eyeless clan's imprinter hurriedly tried to block the attack, but he was forced back by Astral Nine's headmaster and Elder He's simultaneous attacks. The beam of light blasted through the torn Astral River without any resistance, wiping out countless cultivators from the sixth mainland. Ever since Luin had destroyed two of the sixth mainland's imprinters, the sixth mainland's imprinter had only been able to rely on the Tong family's ancestor and the Eyeless clan's imprinter. No matter how many enlighters there were, they could not change the outcome of the battle. However, they had still been defeated, and Master Yuan's victory had been due to a bit of luck. In the end, the two sixth mainland's invading clans were hunted down like stray dogs. Beneath Myriad City, Xianxia's face was pale. Every time Myriad City fired a cannon, it consumed a huge amount of resources. Even with all of Myriad City's reserves, they still could not bear the burden of this battle, and their reserves were almost depleted. Xianxia decided not to fire any more shots, as he could not afford to cripple Myriad City in one battle. In any case, the sixth mainland's invaders had already been defeated. There was no need for Myriad City to act again. Astral Nine's headmaster and elder were more than enough to bury the sixth mainland's cultivators. Following closely behind the two envoys were Yumu, Yuehua Mavis, and the other enlighters, as well as Lan Si, Lu Yin, and the other experts. A huge hole had been torn in the Astral River, and as the sixth mainland retreated, the Eyeless clan's imprinter dragged out all sorts of strange creatures from the Astral River to obstruct them. Although these creatures were large, most of them only had the strength of a cruiser. At most, they could obstruct the sixth mainland's line of sight, but they could only do so for a single second. The Eyeless clan's imprinter dragged out another Astral River creature. Lu Ying used the secret art to throw out a super flash. He did not know if this tear bomb would work, but he was just testing it out. In the end, it was still useless. This weapon might be useful against enlighters, as it could temporarily blind them, but it was completely useless against imprinters, especially those from the Eyeless clan. Many people looked at Lu Ying strangely. He was from the Eyeless clan, which meant that he did not have any eyes at all. Why was he using a super flash? A tear bomb? Wasn't that just stupid? Luin felt awkward, as he was already used to throwing these things. Soon, the Sixth Mainland's cultivators had escaped to a place close to the Innerverse. The Eyeless clan's imprinter was desperately defending the rear of the group, and he forcefully withstood the attacks of Astral Nine's headmaster and Elder He. He had managed to hold on, but the Enlighters behind him who had joined forces to block the envoy's attacks had not been able to hold on. They had all died, including Tong family's Elder Yuan and some of the Eyeless clan's experts. If both sides continued to fight, then the Sixth Mainland's two great families would definitely not be able to compare to the Outerverse, and they would not even have as many Enlighters. When they saw that the Sixth Mainland had suffered heavy losses, the Outerverse cultivators became even more agitated, and their battle cries shook the sky. Luin felt the same way. This was the first time that they had held such an advantage against the Sixth Mainland. If they did not destroy these two great families, then they would be letting down Master Yuan's arrow. Suddenly, Luin stopped and looked down in shock. The Astral River was vast and connected the heavens to the earth. It split the universe in two, and no one knew how deep it went. At that moment, Luin saw indescribably terrifying rune lines flash past the bottom of the Astral River. Those rune lines caused his entire body to turn cold, and his scalp went numb. Although he couldn't see them clearly, he was certain that those rune lines were no less shocking than the Tong family's patriarch or Eyeless. In other words, a monster comparable to a cosmic imprinter had swum past the bottom of the Astral River. No one knew how the Astral River had been formed. It had split the universe apart, or rather, it had split the Fifth Mainland to form the Innerverse and Outerverse. The Astral River's tributaries had divided the Innerverse into countless flow zones that were all connected. Every year, countless people explored the Astral River, and every year, countless people died there. The simplest example was fishing on an Astral River vessel. Only a cruiser had the qualifications to do so, and that was just the qualifications. Even fishing was so dangerous, which showed just how terrifying the Astral River was. No one knew what exactly existed within the Astral River, and perhaps only progenitors could see it clearly. At that moment, Luin saw the Astral River's terrifying side. Fortunately, that creature with a power level of 1,000,000 didn't stop, and it immediately disappeared. Perhaps in its eyes, these people were just small fries in the water, and it didn't even bother to look at them. It continued to chase after the Sixth Mainland's cultivators. The Sixth Mainland's cultivators were about to return to the Innerverse. The distance separating the Innerverse and Outerverse from the Astral River wasn't very far. Elsewhere in the Innerverse, at the border of the Astral River, it should have been very peaceful, but at this moment, spacecraft after spacecraft approached from afar and gradually lined up at the border of the Astral River. Even further away, there was a boundless continent that quickly floated over. It was filled with all sorts of resources, minerals, star essence, strange creatures, and all sorts of weapons. There were even buildings and people. These were the resources that the Sixth Mainland had plundered from the Innerverse. Every once in a while, the Sixth Mainland would transport a batch of resources back to the Innerverse and divide them among the three filaments. These resources were enormous, and they were all-encompassing. Minerals, star essence, and so on were the most common of them all. These buildings were the repositories of many of the Innerverse powers, and they contained secret information about battle techniques that those powers had collected over countless years. There were also countless Innerverse cultivators who had been imprisoned and sent to the Sixth Mainland. These people were all valuable to the Sixth Mainland. Some had innate gifts, some were powerful, and could be used as sparring partners. Some had strange appearances, and there were even some beautiful women who could be used as servants. The Sixth Mainland had gone to great lengths to attack the Innerverse because the Sea King had restored the Fifth Mainland sky, which had led to the possibility of a progenitor being born in the Fifth Mainland. The Sixth Mainland had to destroy this possibility, so they had to destroy the Fifth Mainland's cultivation civilization and plunder it. Wars are all about benefits, and only benefits can drive wars. These were the benefits that the Sixth Mainland could see for themselves. This mainland's resources were only a drop in the ocean, but even that was an exaggeration. The war in the Innerverse had lasted for more than 5 years, and the Sixth Mainland had transported resources many times. However, they had always been sabotaged by the Innerverse powerhouses, so they rarely returned to the Sixth Mainland peacefully. This time, the War Marshal Realm's weaponsmithing family was responsible for escorting the resources. Compared to the Tong family and the Eyeless family, this family was different because they possessed a celestial imprint. They were the strongest family in the War Marshal Realm, and there was no other family. There was only one weaponsmithing family in the entire War Marshal Realm, and everyone in the War Marshal Realm viewed weaponsmithing as an honor. For this reason, the War Marshal Realm even had a division of power that differed from the other realms, the weaponsmiths. The celestial imprinters of the War Marshal Realm were known as weaponsmiths, and the Realmlings were known as weaponsmiths. Apart from them, all the other cultivators who had been recognized by the weaponsmithing family were known as world imprinters. They were divided into levels from level 1 to 9, with level 1 being the lowest and level 9 being the highest. This time, the strongest person escorting the resources back to the Sixth Mainland was a level 9 weaponsmithing family, and below him were level 7, level 4, and so on. The weaponsmithing Realmlings were also present. Although the entire continent was not very wide, it was very long, and it followed the Astral River towards the Sixth Mainland's Mara River. There were not many powerhouses guarding the side of the continent that was close to the Astral River. The reason why they had chosen to travel closer to the Astral River was because they wanted to borrow the Astral River's obstruction to free up more powerhouses to guard the other side. On the other side of the continent, countless hammers floated in the air, which represented the weaponsmithing family. With a level 9 weaponsmithing escorting the resources, as well as many experts from the weaponsmithing family, this trip should have been absolutely safe, especially since the other side was facing the Astral River. However, the Tong family and the Eyeless family had torn apart the Astral River and waged war against the Outerverse. In the end, they had been defeated and had fled to the Innerverse. Not only had they appeared, but Astral Nine's headmaster and elders had also appeared at the same time. When the two sides had chased each other out of the Astral River and started fighting in the Innerverse, the distant transport team had also appeared. Louis looked to the east and blinked when he saw the continent. What was going on? Those from the Tong family were excited, and they hurriedly called for reinforcements from the transport team. On the transport team, the War Marshal Realm's Realmling stared into the distance. It's the Tong family and the Eyeless family. Has the Astral River been torn apart? The Innerverse had been suppressed by the astronomical phenomena, so the Tong family and the Eyeless family were no longer worried. They did not have as many experts as the Outerverse, but everyone had suppressed their power levels, so they could hold on. Even Ancestor Eyeless and Master Yuan had suppressed their power levels the moment they entered the Innerverse. At this moment, it was a competition of numbers. The scales tilted once again, and this time, it was pressing down on the Sixth Mainland. This was especially so when a group of experts from a weaponsmithing family leapt out from the transport team. Elder He looked at Astral Nine's headmaster helplessly. Let's retreat. They're a weaponsmithing family, and they're even stronger than the Tong family and the Eyeless family. As long as we guard the other side of the Astral River, Master Yuan can restore it. Astral Nine's headmaster was unwilling, but he had no choice. Retreat. When the Sixth Mainland's cultivators saw that the Outerverse cultivators wanted to retreat, how could they possibly agree? They all chased after the Outerverse cultivators in an attempt to stop them. The Eyeless imprinter even risked serious injuries to block the Astral River, as he could not allow the Outerverse cultivators to escape. As long as they could eliminate this group, then even if the Outerverse powerhouse who could rival the Cosmic Imprinter won, he would still have no subordinates to use, and the Outerverse resources could still be plundered. In the distance, a group of experts from a weaponsmithing family rushed out from the transport team. The orders they had received had not been to actually fight the Outerverse cultivators, but rather to scare them away. They could not afford to lose the resources they were transporting, as this was related to how the three filaments would divide the benefits when they attacked the Innerverse. Even the weaponsmithing families did not want any accidents to happen at this juncture. They only wanted to transport the resources back to the Sixth Mainland before returning to figure out the situation. However, the Realmling Tollwielder wanted to capture one person, and that person was Wendy Yushan. When he had first seen Wendy Yushan in the ruins of the Daosor sect, he had been attracted to her. He had never expected that she would be someone from the Fifth Mainland, which was even better since he could capture her and bring her back. In the void, Ancestor Eyeless appeared, still holding on to the Tong family's ancestor. At this moment, the Tong family's ancestor's injuries had recovered slightly, but he would not be able to fight for a while. What had injured him had been the arrow progenitor's item, and it had not been an ordinary method. On the other side, Master Yuan appeared with a solemn expression. In the inner verse, the astronomical phenomenon had been suppressed, and no matter how strong he was, he would not be able to display his full strength. His advantage had been completely wiped out, and the enemy had actually sent a group of experts to reinforce him. He did not know that the weaponsmithing families were just trying to scare them away, and he wanted to retreat. On the other side, Ancestor Eyeless could tell what Master Yuan was thinking. He tossed the Tong family's ancestor onto the transport team and then joined his hands together. A formless halo gradually expanded, and in an instant, it enveloped all of the participants at the Astral River's border. Ancestor Eyeless had not used his innate gift all this time, but it was not the right time. Now, it was time. Master Yuan's expression changed, and he immediately attacked Ancestor Eyeless. However, it was still too late. As the halo moved, everyone was transferred to the transport team. And they were now far away from the Astral River's border. Ancestor Eyeless' innate gift allowed him to instantly transfer everyone and everything within the halo to a place that he could see. Actually, it was not very useful for someone of his level of strength, as a single step would allow him to traverse the universe. The range of his vision was too narrow, but at this moment, his innate gift was extremely useful. If the people from the Outerverse wanted to escape, they would have to rush out of the transport team. However, there were cultivators from the Sixth Mainland guarding the resources here, as well as experts from the weaponsmithing families, as well as powerhouses from the Tong family and the Eyeless clan. This was an almost impossible task, and they would all be transported to the Sixth Mainland along with this batch of resources, where they would become prisoners. The land was very small compared to the Astral River, but it could transport the resources snatched from the inner verse, so it was still quite large. At the very least, when Luin opened his eyes, he saw a boundless expanse of minerals, as well as a very wretched person who was hiding in a mine not too far away. That person had not expected Luin to suddenly appear, and he turned around to look at Luin. At that moment, Luin felt a sense of absurdity. Wasn't that Ling Ke? Ling Ke blinked, as if he could not believe his eyes. He rubbed his eyes hard and focused his gaze. He gulped and raised a hand to greet Luin. "How are you?" Luin subconsciously nodded. "I'm all right." "Oh," Ling Ke responded, but he did not say anything else. The atmosphere was a little silent. A second later, the two of them charged towards each other and stared at each other. "Did you betray the Innerverse?" they asked at the same time. "Nonsense, of course not," they both said at the same time. "Don't copy me," they both said at the same time. They then stood a few meters away from each other and stared at each other. Lu Yan's fingers twitched. This guy was actually in the Sixth Mainland's camp. If this was not a betrayal of the Innerverse, then what was it? Luin did not believe that Ling Ke could hide from the weaponsmithing families with his strength. On the other side, Ling Ke was thinking the same thing. He also did not believe that Luin could hide from the weaponsmithing families. At that moment, the sounds of battle rang out in the distance. The two of them looked over at the same time and saw the Outerverse cultivators fighting against the Sixth Mainland's transport team. Luin immediately attacked Ling Ke, and Ling Ke did the same. His K's mighty slash had already been prepared, and he was about to launch a sneak attack. However, it had been 5 years since they had last met, and he clearly did not realize the difference between him and Luin. The K's mighty slash was easily deflected by Luin, and Ling Ke's entire body was under Lu Yin's control. "Speak. Why are you here?" Ling Ke roared, "I was just about to ask you that." At that moment, the figures of Master Yuan and Ancestor Eyeless appeared in the sky. Ling Ke stared blankly. No matter how slow he was, he could sense that something was amiss. It was as if a group of people had suddenly appeared and started fighting. He suddenly thought of something and looked at Luin. "Weren't you in the Outerverse?" Luin held on to Ling Ke tightly. "The Astral River was torn apart, and we fought our way in." "Are you guys crazy? A mere Outerverse dares to invade the Innerverse?" Ling Ke cried out. At that moment, a giant hammer smashed into the distance from the sky. Sword Chi soared into the sky and slashed towards the hammer. Ling Ke's expression changed. Alderan has been discovered. The plan has been brought forward. We're going to rob the transport team. Luin released Ling Ke and looked into the distance. That sword Chi did not belong to anyone from the Outerverse. Even though its power level had been suppressed to below 200,000, Luin was certain that the attacker was extremely powerful. That sword Chi made Lu Yin's heart palpitate, and it even surpassed Lu Qiuyu's. Someone else had been hiding here for a long time, just like Ling Quebec Rob? Who else besides you? Luin asked. Ling Ke raised his head. Many people. These resources belong to the Innerverse, so it's impossible for the Sixth Mainland to take them away. At that moment, there were battles everywhere on the transport team. Although Ancestor Isla's innate gift had brought the Outerverse cultivators to the mainland, they had been separated. The Outerverse cultivators, the Tong family, and the Islas clan had all been separated. Separating the Outerverse cultivators was not a good thing, as there were too many cultivators from the Sixth Mainland. This was especially true for the transport team. The number of experts present was no less than the number of experts from the Tong family and the Islas clan that had attacked the Outerverse. If nothing unexpected happened, the Outerverse cultivators would either die or be captured. However, things were different if Ling Ke and the others, who had been lying in ambush on the mainland, were added to the mix. Since they had dared to rob the transport convoy, then they naturally had a certain level of confidence. Furthermore, Patriarch Isla's innate gift was able to separate the Outerverse cultivators. Some of the Outerverse cultivators had appeared in very unlucky places. For example, one person had appeared right in front of a 9th-level blacksmith from a smithing family and had been smashed into a puddle of blood. However, there were also some who had appeared in the area where the Innerverse cultivators were imprisoned. The most heavily guarded area on the entire transport continent was the area where the Innerverse cultivators were being held. There were a total of 3 4th-stage weapon forgers standing guard, and each of them was comparable to an enlighter with a power level of 400,000. There was also a 7th-stage weapon forger whose power level exceeded 720,000. Even if Master Yuan wanted to break through these people's blockade, it would still take some time. However, someone had been lucky enough to appear behind the blockade and successfully release the Innerverse cultivators who had been imprisoned. A chaotic battle unfolded on the transport continent. The Outerverse cultivators, Ling Ke, and the others who had been hiding in preparation for the robbery, as well as the Innerverse cultivators who had been released, numbered about the same as the Sixth Mainland. There were simply too many Innerverse cultivators who had been released. Ever since the Sixth Mainland had invaded the Innerverse, this was the most unlucky shipment they'd ever had. The entire transport continent was thrown into chaos. The person who had organized Ling Ke and the others to rob the transport continent was none other than Star Sibyl. She was not the Star Sibyl from the Astral Combat Academy, but rather the Star Sibyl who had appeared at the Sea King's dome and had conversed with Luin. Even with Star Sibyl's calm and insightful personality, she was still at a loss at this moment. She did not understand what was going on, but since they had been exposed, they could only fight. The most depressed person was the 9th-stage weapon forger from the smithing family. Originally, this had been a good shipment, and at most, a few rats had managed to sneak in, which should have been enough to deal with the situation. However, Ancestor Ilas had forcefully disrupted everything. He had brought in a group of Outerverse experts and even allowed the imprisoned Innerverse cultivators to escape. If not for Ancestor Ilas, the weapon forger would have thought that this person was a spy from the Sixth Mainland. Luin and Ling Ke were discovered, and a group of Sixth Mainland cultivators surrounded them. Luin immediately took action. He had taken off his universal armor when he had entered the Innerverse, but under the suppression of the astronomical phenomenon, it did not matter if he wore it or not. Ling Ke, on the other hand, had a solemn expression. You bunch of slaves with a fixed cultivation system. You have no future. You. Lu Yin's expression turned strange. What are you doing? Ling Ke solemnly replied, I'm trying to see if I can scare them to death. Luin was speechless. This guy must be crazy. Luin had never imagined that when he had fused with a Sixth Mainland cultivator's body and killed himself right in front of Ling Ke, It had shocked Ling Ke greatly. After that, Ling Ke had always wanted to say that his enemies would die, as he felt that this was even more cool. Although he had never succeeded, he never grew tired of it. Luin did not care about Ling Ke anymore. This guy had gone crazy. The monkey also felt strange. Seventh bro, the inner verse has been suppressed so badly? How can one person be so crazy? Not too far away from Luin and Ling Ke was a lake with a strange ore at the bottom that could only be stored in water. Within the ore, a beautiful woman opened her eyes and took out a simple zither from her cosmic ring. She then slowly began to play. The zither's melody was melodious, but it was also filled with killing intent. Along with the zither's melody, a domain gradually spread out, as if it was trying to distinguish between friend and foe. The zither's melody traveled past Luin, which stunned him. This domain was very powerful. When the zither's melody came into contact with the sixth mainland cultivators, many of them felt their brains tremble, and they all fainted. Ling Ke stopped talking and looked excited. It's Great Elder Crimson Moon. Luin was puzzled. Who? Ling Ke replied, the Great Elder of the Soldiering Tribe. She has a power level of over 400,000 and is close to the level of an emissary. The entire Soldiering Tribe was captured by the sixth mainland, and she was the only one who escaped. The Soldiering Tribe was captured? Luin was shocked. He remembered someone saying that some of the stronger tribes of the Innerverse should have escaped. Ling Ke sighed. The Soldiering Tribe is quite unlucky. Who told them to be so beautiful that they attracted the attention of a forging family? They decided to distribute them as spoils of war. Over the past few years, many of the Soldiering Tribe women have been distributed, and some of them have even been sent back to the sixth mainland as spoils of war. Lu Yin's face sank, and he unconsciously clenched his fists. He had some history with the Soldiering Tribe, and he and Xiu could be considered friends. On planet Pyrolite, he had also made a deal with the Soldiering Tribe and even saved them. He had never thought that this tribe would suffer such a calamity, one that was even worse than the Starfall Sea. Ling Ke's eyes dimmed. Actually, he could have chosen not to attack the transport convoy, but when the sixth mainland had attacked the Spirit Seal Flow Zone, the Lingling tribe had abandoned the Soldiering Tribe and fled. He felt guilty, and so he had decided to attack the transport convoy. Not only did these resources belong to the Innerverse, but he also wanted to save the Soldiering Tribe. Although Ling Ke's appearance was exaggerated and he was unreliable, he had his own principles. Let's go find Great Elder Crimson Moon. She's carrying the Moonlight Zither, which is a rare treasure of the Soldiering Tribe. It's too destructive for a large group of people, and there's definitely someone who wants to deal with her. Luin nodded, and the two of them headed towards the lake. They weren't the only ones. All of the Innerverse cultivators who had been preparing to attack the transport convoy rushed towards the lake upon hearing the Zither's music. This was something that they had discussed beforehand. Great Elder Crimson Moon's domain could cover the entire continent, and the Zither's music was too destructive for the sixth mainland. They had to protect her. From a bird's-eye view, one could see that countless people had gathered around the lake. There were Innerverse cultivators, and there were also cultivators from the sixth mainland. They seemed to be surrounding the lake in a battle to the death. In the sky, a giant hammer smashed towards the bottom of the lake. A true expert from the smithing aristocratic family had arrived, and he was at least a fourth-stage blacksmith. Although his power level had been suppressed, he still revealed a valiant aura that caused many Innerverse cultivators to revere him. A figure charged out from the bottom of the lake and viciously collided with the hammer. There was a thump, and a shockwave spread out. The figure spat out a mouthful of blood as he was smashed into the lake. The void tore apart as a hand holding a hammer appeared above the lake. It was an old man with a fourth-stage symbol on his hammer, indicating that he was a fourth-stage blacksmith. Little brat, you're able to block one of my hammers. You have great potential. Come with me to the sixth mainland, and I can let you join the smithing aristocratic family. The old man gripped his hammer tightly as he looked down coldly. The figure on the lake looked up. It was a young man who was only a cruiser. His name was Tsang Mu, and he was a follower of the 10 Arbiters' War. King. He was ranked 9th on the top 100 rankings and had surpassed Xianxia. He was one of the top figures of the Innerverse younger generation. Old man, your hammers aren't that great. Song Mu spat out a mouthful of blood and sneered. The old man snorted. You're courting death. He then swung his hammer down again. At this moment, the sound of a zither reverberated from the bottom of the lake, and it transformed into visible ripples that swept towards the old man. Great Elder Crimson Moon was the Great Elder of the Soldering tribe, and her true power level exceeded 450,000. She was extremely close to being an emissary, and she was the Soldering tribe's #1 expert. She also carried her tribe's treasure, the Moonlight Zither. When they worked together, she did not fear anyone at the same level as her. However, her opponent was a 4th-stage blacksmith from a smithing aristocratic family. The smithing aristocratic families were different from the other powers of the 6th mainland. This was because there were celestial imprinters in the smithing aristocratic families. Every expert from a smithing aristocratic family would forge their own weapons, which were most suitable for them and would allow them to display their full potential. A 4th-stage blacksmith also had a power level of over 400,000, and with his martial imprint, he was able to shatter the rhythmic ripples with a single strike of his hammer. Even though Great Elder Crimson Moon had suppressed her power level to less than 200,000, she was still slightly weaker than the 4th-stage blacksmith, whether it was in terms of destructive power or defensive power. This was the most common situation when comparing the Innerverse to the 6th mainland. The old man shattered the rhythmic ripples with a single strike of his hammer and then charged towards the bottom of the lake. Song Mu roared and tried to use his body to block the attack. The old man sneered. What a mere ant. At that moment, a cold glint flashed in the corner of his eyes. The old man frowned and swung his hammer in a different direction. The K's mighty slash shattered through the void, and in the distance, Ling K spat out a mouthful of blood. His figure, which had been charging towards the lakeside, suddenly stopped as if he had been struck by something. The K's mighty slash changed the direction of the hammer so that it did not hit Song Mu. Song Mu took the opportunity to attack the old man, but his attacks did not harm the old man at all. The old man's star energy alone was enough to suppress Song Mu, and the void was even solidified by his star energy. The old man raised a hand and grabbed at Song Mu's neck. At the bottom of the lake, Great Elder Crimson Moon leapt out. Her zither strings vibrated and transformed into a sonic boom that blasted towards the old man. The old man grabbed at Song Mu with one hand and raised his hammer high into the air with the other before smashing it down. He did not care about Great Elder Crimson Moon at all. To an expert from a smithing aristocratic family, such a gentle attack did not even have the ability to slow them down. Just as his hand was about to grab Song Mu's neck, the void split open and another hand reached out to block Song Mu's attack. The old man's eyes widened, and he clenched his fingers together in an attempt to break Song Mu's hand. However, in the next moment, he realized that some of his strength had disappeared for no apparent reason. After a series of attacks, both hands were pushed back to reveal Lu Yin's figure. Song Mu was also pushed back by the shockwaves from the collision, and he looked at Lu Yin in shock. Lu Yin stared at the old man with a serious expression. In terms of physical strength, he was comparable to an enlighter, but he only had a power level of around 200,000. The old man in front of him had a power level of at least 400,000, and his body was exceptionally strong. If not for the Eon evolution scripture weakening the old man's palm, Lu Yin's hand would have been crippled. He had been too careless and had actually met the old man head-on. He had forgotten that he had taken off his universal armor the moment he had entered the inner verse. However, if he had been in the outer verse, the armor's defense would not have been able to withstand a single attack from this old man. This old man's strength probably surpassed that of the eyeless race expert who had attacked the spacecraft. The old man looked at his own palm in shock, and then at Lu Yin with a blank expression. In that instant, much of the strength in his palm had disappeared. Was this a secret technique? Kid, did you learn a secret technique? The old man stared at Lu Yin with a burning gaze. Lu Yin moved his arm, causing it to crack. He stared at the old man. No. The old man sneered. If it wasn't a secret technique, then how could it have weakened my strength? You're overthinking things. No one weakened your strength, Lu Yin said calmly. The old man's lips curled up. Interesting. In the entire fifth mainland, the only young people who can withstand 1 or 2 moves from me are the general platform kings. There are only a few who can truly fight against me. Kid, are you from the Outerverse? There's actually someone like you in the Outerverse? Come with me. He then leaped towards Luin and raised his hammer to smash it down. Luin felt his scalp go numb. Although he was much stronger than he had been when he had been in the Starfall Sea, it was still difficult for him to fight against this old fogey. Whether it was an enlighter or an imprinter with a power level of over 400,000, Luin could rely on his various methods to survive. However, it would be too difficult for him to win. Up until now, the only enlighter with a power level of over 300,000 that Luin had managed to kill was Elder Song from the Tong family. At that time, Luin had only been able to contend against those at that level. Now that he had broken through to the cruiser realm and had reached the peak of Wen Yang, he might be able to fight against an enlighter with a power level of over 400,000. However, it was still uncertain whether he could win against such an opponent, especially if his opponent was an expert from a smithing family. When he saw the hammer coming down, Luin immediately dodged. He couldn't take it head-on. The hammer smashed into the void, creating ripples of power that swept out in all directions. The sky and the earth were enveloped by this power, and Song Mu was once again sent flying. Great Elder Crimson Moon also stopped playing her zither, and waves appeared on the surface of the lake beneath her feet. In the distance, Ling Ke felt his breathing become sluggish, and he almost choked. Luin also felt his chest tighten, and he looked up to see the old man's hand coming down from above. Luin gritted his teeth and activated his 8-lined battle force and Fate's An. His eyes turned into runes as he used the Aeon Evolution scripture to directly weaken the old man's strength. He then raised a hand and unleashed 100 stacks. The old man's eyes trembled, as he had sensed the moment his strength had been weakened. Sure enough, Luin had been right. There was a loud rumble as the void cracked open, and the crack spread out in all directions. The old man was forced back 100 meters by Lu Yin's attack. Under the suppression of the astronomical phenomenon, the old man's power level could only be maintained at a level that was infinitely close to 200,000. Luin was the same, but Luin could use the Aeon Evolution scripture to instantly weaken the old man's rune lines, which correspondingly weakened the old man's strength. This caused the old man's power level to drop even further, and it was obvious who was stronger. In particular, the number of rune lines that Luin had weakened was much higher than the last time he had entered the inner verse, but he did not have much time to think. Just as he had thought, the rune ancestor had caused the astronomical phenomenon to change, causing the inner verse to become a training ground for the inheritors of the rune technology civilization. Anyone who cultivated the Aeon Evolution scripture to the spiritual realm would have an advantage over others, even if they were facing an imprinter. However, the old man was still a terrifying existence whose power level exceeded 400,000. Even if he had been weakened, it was still impossible for Luin to defeat him. An adult with his bare hands could suppress a child with a blade, and by the same logic, it would be the same even if that adult's arm was chopped off. As expected, kid. You must have cultivated a secret technique. The old man was not injured at all, and he raised his hammer and swung it down again. He did not hit Luin this time, but rather the void. The void acted as a drum, and energy ripples spread out to suppress Luin. At the same time, it also suppressed Elder Crimson Moon, who was trying to use her zither under the moonlight and her domain to affect the entire transportation of the Sixth Mainland's cultivators. Luin punched out, and the day-night fist appeared. Black and white intertwined as spiritual force swept out. However, it only stunned the old man for a moment, as the difference between them was too great. Among the younger generation that I've seen, kid, you're second only to a few people, the old man praised. He then raised his hammer high up in the air, causing his star energy to expand without limit. It took the shape of a hammer high up in the sky and then smashed down. This attack was the strongest attack that the old man could unleash under the suppression of astral phenomenon. It encompassed the sky, the lake, and even the surrounding mountain ranges. Quite a few people rushed over, some from the Sixth Mainland, some from the Innerverse, and some from the Outerverse. They all stared blankly at the giant hammer that covered the sky. This hammer was going to smash them all to death. Even Ling Ke began to pray. Suddenly, the sound of Elder Crimson Moon's zither exploded from the surface of the lake. An unprecedented explosive rhythm filled the void, causing the old man's body to sway as his organs were impacted. He lowered his head and glared at Elder Crimson Moon. "Slut, you've been hiding your true strength." Lu Yin's pupils transformed into runes, and his lips moved a few times. He then directly weakened the rune lines around the old man's heart, causing the old man's expression to change. The next moment, an even more intense rhythm filled the air, transforming into an explosive sound that bombarded the old man's heart. The old man spat out a mouthful of blood. Elder Crimson Moon was on the same level as him, and when she coordinated with Lu Yin's attack, he was finally heavily injured. He had no choice but to give up on the hammer that he had been about to smash down. Lu Yin charged towards the old man and struck out with a palm. "Die, old man." He wanted to force the old man to display a power level that exceeded 200,000 and let Lu Yin witness the power of astral phenomenon obliteration one more time. Elder Crimson Moon suddenly shouted, "Be careful." The old man's lips curled up as blood flowed out, making him look abnormally sinister. "You're courting death." He then bent his right index finger and smashed it towards Lu Yin's palm. Even though he was injured, he had not used any battle techniques up until now. Furthermore, his strength had been weakened several times, which gave him an understanding of Lu Yin's strength. This attack was enough to heavily injure Lu Yin while still being weakened. Anyone who could cultivate to his level was no fool, and they would not be at a disadvantage repeatedly using the same move. However, Lu Yin was no fool either, he still had the Yu secret art. He casually waved his hand and activated the Yu secret art. The old man's attack was forcefully deflected and missed, while Lu Yin's palm struck the old man's chest. The old man's pupils shrank, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His body smashed into the ground like a meteor as the power of 100-fold stacks and 100-fold shockwave palm exploded within his body. The old man's body had not been afraid of Lu Yin's attacks, but he had been heavily injured by Elder Crimson Moon's sonic boom. Now, he had to endure overlaying stacks while his rune lines had been weakened. This attack had seriously injured him. Lu Yin wanted to follow up with another attack, but at some point, snow began to fall from the sky. It was white and beautiful, but also deadly. The surface of the lake instantly froze over. The snow grew heavier and heavier, making it difficult to see into the distance. Lu Yin turned to look to his right, where a man was quietly standing there and looking at him with interest. "Are you one of the Fifth Mainland's 10 arbiters? Or are you from the Neoverse?" Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "And who are you?" The man's lips curled up. "Sixth Mainland, White Rainbow Realm, Seraph Lake, Changbai Gongzi." Lu Yin's expression turned serious. This person's rune lines were also nearing the 200,000 threshold, which meant that his true power level surpassed that of an enlighter. However, he was still only a cruiser. Lu Yin could only think of a realmling with such power at such a young age. "Are you a realmling?" Lu Yin asked. The Changbai Gongzi shook his head. "Not yet." Lu Yin understood. Although the Changbai Gongzi had not reached the level of a realmling, he was still the closest to becoming a realmling among the Sixth Mainland's 9 filaments. He even surpassed Autumn Frost Qing and Hong Ying, which meant that he was about the same level as Xiaobai Silkworm. You can fight against a level 4 blacksmith from a forging family, which means that you're very powerful. You still haven't answered my question. Are you one of the 10 arbiters? Or are you from the Neoverse? The Changbai Gongzi asked. I'm from the Outerverse, Lu Yin answered indifferently. The Changbai Gongzi was shocked. The Fifth Mainland's Outerverse? How could there be an expert like you? At that moment, Elder Crimson Moon's zither rang out once again, and the sound waves transformed into ripples that blasted towards the area where the old man had fallen. The old man coughed up blood, and it was no longer as easy for him to withstand the attacks as it had been before. Great Elder Crimson Moon had been hiding her strength all this time, and she had been preparing to make a move at a critical moment. The Changbai Gongzi's eyes trembled. He had also received a mission to protect resources on this continent. Countless geniuses from the Sixth Mainland's 9 filaments had joined the Innerverse battlefield, and everyone had their own responsibilities. His current mission was to protect the resources, and he was not allowed to cause any damage. As he thought about it, snowflakes danced in the air as the chill dropped even further, freezing the void. Lu Yin leaped down and raised a hand. 8-lined battle force imprint appeared, and an ancient beast roared as the sky beast claw slammed down on the Changbai Gongzi. The Changbai Gongzi was not confident in being able to deal with Lu Yin, as he knew that he was far from being a match for a level 4 blacksmith. Lu Yin had been able to heavily injure a level 4 blacksmith, and although he had teamed up with Great Elder Crimson Moon, he was still not a simple person. The Changbai Gongzi wanted to fight Lu Yin, but he did not plan on fighting him head-on. When he saw Lu Yin charge over, he hurriedly dodged. However, he had underestimated Lu Yin's speed. Lu Yin's physical strength was far from a level 4 blacksmith's, but he was still much stronger than the Changbai Gongzi. Naturally, his speed was also extremely fast, and he caught up to the Changbai Gongzi in an instant. Changbai Gongzi was shocked. Snowflakes condensed in front of him, and an absolutely beautiful image appeared behind him. The sun collided with the snowflakes, and the snowflakes contained a freezing aura that was augmented by the sun's imprint. It was enough to freeze a normal enlighter, but it quickly melted when faced with the sun. Lu Yin had absorbed the cauldron chi from a cauldron, and his single yang had been completed. As a result, his power had increased by several times, and he had condensed star energy with a power level of close to 200,000 rune lines. The Changbai Gongzi was unable to withstand this attack, and he was forced to retreat step by step. As the snowflakes melted, the Changbai Gongzi crossed his palms. Skylake Snow Palm. The icy blue palm print bombarded the sun. Blue and gold alternated, tearing apart the void and spreading in all directions. The surface of the lake was frozen, but it quickly melted and evaporated. Lu Yin exerted some strength in his palm, and with a boom, the sun exploded. It turned into an unstoppable shockwave that sent Prince Changbai flying. Snowflakes condensed behind the Changbai prince's back, and he was forced back 10,000 meters before he was able to completely disperse Lu Yin's yang force. His face was pale, and he was panting heavily. Lu Yin frowned, as this person's power wasn't as terrifying as his rune lines, and he was much weaker than the Xiaobai silkworm. Only the snowy skypond palm had surpassed Autumn Frost Qing's strength, and it had been able to withstand a single sun. However, that was only because the sun had gathered a portion of its star energy. If Lu Yin's star energy had completely gathered into a single sun, then this person's snowy skypond palm wouldn't have been able to delay the attack for even a second. The Changbai Gongzi smiled bitterly. As expected, I'm no match for you in my normal state. Although you haven't reached the level of a realmling yet, you're not far from it. For a cruiser to have your level of strength, even the 10 arbiters of the 5th mainland can't compare to you. I've really hit the jackpot by meeting a freak like you. Lu Yin was surprised. Under normal circumstances? The Changbai prince straightened his back and exhaled. The White Rainbow world comes from the secret ancestor, Fan Domain. Do you know what the secret ancestor is? This is the secret technique, Ancestral Seal. The star energy around Lu Yin's body distorted as if it was burning. His face flushed red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Secret technique, divine bestowment. With a loud shout, the Changbai prince's eyes became bloodshot. Waves of terrifying chi surged and spread out. Songmu hurriedly shouted from below, "Don't let him use it. That's the 6th mainland secret subjugation technique. By burning his essence blood, his power will increase exponentially." Lu Yin was shocked and subconsciously attacked the Changbai prince, but since it was a secret technique, it would not be so easily interrupted. The Changbai prince laughed heartily. The god-summoning technique was developed by the Enigma progenitor, and it can connect to the Enigma progenitor's power. Some people can even request the Enigma progenitor to descend. Although I can't do that, I can at least increase my strength a bit. For example. He then raised his hand. Empyrean Lake, Snow Palm. The giant icy blue palm hovered in the sky before pressing down on Lu Yin. Lu Yin's hands and feet turned cold even before the palm had fully pressed down. Its power had more than doubled from before. Lu Yin himself had mastered a secret technique, but it was rare for him to encounter an enemy who had mastered a secret technique. It wasn't rare, it was practically non-existent. Secret techniques had the ability to turn something rotten into something miraculous, like the Godfall technique. This secret technique had greatly increased the Changbai Gongzi's power, forcing Lu Yin to use the Aeon Evolution True Scripture to weaken his opponent's strength. The Changbai prince experienced the same feeling as a fourth-stage power tool refiner. His icy blue snowy palm was pierced through, and Luyin slapped down. The Changbai prince was sent flying once more, but this time, he was pushed back another 10,000 meters. He stared at Luyin in shock. Was that a secret technique? Haven't you been watching from the side? Luyin shouted and chased after the Changbai prince. His pupils transformed into runes that weakened the Changbai prince's strength once more, and the Changbai prince almost spat out blood. He had relied on the God Fall technique to increase his strength, but Luyin had used the universe evolution true scripture to weaken his strength. Even though the Changbai prince's strength had increased by a lot, Luyin had not weakened his overall strength. This was disgusting. The Changbai prince's overall strength had increased, but a certain part of his body had been weakened, and that part just so happened to be where Luyin had attacked. Even if the Changbai prince's strength increased by several times, it would still be useless. The Changbai prince finally understood how a fourth-stage power tool refiner had been beaten to the point of spitting blood. Even if the God Fall technique could increase one's strength, it would not be of much use to this person. The Changbai prince was very decisive, and he immediately fled. He could not defeat Luyin, and if he did not flee, he would be courting death. Luyin chased after the Changbai prince, and the distance between them and the lake grew larger and larger. At this moment, a new battle situation appeared on the surface of the lake. Two figures appeared in the distance at the same time. One had killed Elder Crimson Moon, and the other had come to her rescue. Fortunately, Elder Crimson Moon was not weak, or else the shockwaves from their attacks would have been enough to kill her. One of them was a fourth-stage power tool refiner from a forging family, while the other was Yin, a super powerhouse whose power level had reached 470,000. He was not from any of the Innerverse great powers, but rather from Shamrock Enterprises. He was the secretary of Shamrock Enterprises' Innerverse CEO, and his appearance was not a coincidence. According to the plan, his innate gift was enough to cooperate with Elder Crimson Moon to kill all of the Sixth Mainland's cultivators. This was because his innate gift was illusory energy. Unfortunately, the plan had been foiled before it could even begin. Although the Tong family and the Eyeless clan had caused a group of people from the Outerverse to participate in the war for resources, they had also disrupted Starsabil's plans. In the distance, the Riemling's toolmaster had been searching for Wendy Yushan, wanting to capture her. He had not been able to find her, but he had mysteriously bumped into Lan Si. The Riemlings and the 10 Arbiters were natural enemies. The battle between the two had shocked everyone. Even further away, countless Innerverse cultivators who had been imprisoned had escaped their cages and were being pursued by the Sixth Mainland's powerhouses. Shiyu's face was pale, and her clothes were tattered. She cut a sorry figure, as she had also been imprisoned and had been lucky enough to escape. However, the Sixth Mainland's imprinter, who had been watching over them all this time, had made a move, and no one had been able to stop him. Even an elder from Chaos God Mountain named Song Song had been severely injured, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Her eyes were filled with fear, and she did not know if she could escape. If she could not, then she would commit suicide. It was better than being distributed as a slave, and Lan Yu had committed suicide. There were too many people who had the same thoughts as her. They had been captured and could not even commit suicide. Now that they had been accidentally released, even if they could not escape, they had obtained the right to commit suicide. Their luck was pretty good. Although Starsabil's group did not have any envoy-level powerhouses who could stop an imprinter, the Outerverse group did. Elder He had appeared and blocked the imprinter's path. Luyin had originally wanted to kill the Changbai Gongzi, as he was an elite genius of the Sixth Mainland. Killing someone like him would be a waste of resources. However, after chasing for a while, the Changbai Gongzi's strength had been boosted by the God Fall technique, and he was incredibly fast. Luyin could not catch up, so he could only helplessly turn back. However, before he could get very far, his attention was drawn to a battle not too far away. It was actually Starsabil, and her opponent was an imprinter. The Sixth Mainland's transport fleet would not only be guarded by a single imprinter, and Starsabil's mission was to delay an imprinter. Although she was not strong enough to win, with the Starsabil sect's mystical divination techniques, she was able to delay the imprinter. Luyin was astonished. He had seen Starsabil's battle before, and it had been during the Astral Combat Academy tournament and the Tournament of the Strongest. She had used divination techniques to avoid attacks in advance and even reserve them for future attacks. During the Tournament of the Strongest, Tianho had relied on attacking the entire arena to force Starsabil to admit defeat. Otherwise, the two would not have been able to determine a victor, and Tianho himself had admitted defeat. This was Starsabil's strength. However, that was the Astral Combat Academy's Starsabil, and there was more than one Starsabil. Now, she was facing an imprinter who was of the same generation as the 10 Arbiters, and her divination attacks were actually effective against an imprinter. According to the classification of blacksmithing families, Starsabil's opponent was not an imprinter, but a 7th-stage blacksmith. At this moment, the 7th-stage blacksmith was very depressed and sullen. The woman in front of him was like a mouse, and she was always able to avoid his attacks by the skin of her teeth. That would have been fine, as he could have enveloped the entire world within his attack, and this woman would have died without a doubt. However, he was depressed because he could not attack this world because there were star essence beneath his feet. Star essence was equivalent to star energy, and as soon as he attacked, the star essence would transform into star energy and give him a power level that could easily exceed 200,000. This was not a natural phenomenon, and if he attacked a star essence and caused his power level to exceed 200,000, he did not know if he would be erased, and he did not dare to take the risk. Starsabil had taken note of this, which was why she was confident in delaying this imprinter. Otherwise, even the 10 Arbiters might not have the ability to delay an imprinter. The 10 Arbiters could fight against an imprinter, but they could only fight. They could not fight, and neither could they defeat an imprinter. "Woman, do you only know how to dodge?" The 7th-stage blacksmith was furious. Starsabil's expression was calm as she stared at the blacksmith in front of her. As the hammer smashed down, she took a step to the side. The hammer crashed to the ground, causing a shockwave to ripple outwards. Strangely, the shockwave was perfectly avoided by her, and it did not even touch her clothes. "I'm sorry, Senior, but you can only stay here," Starsabil said. The 7th-stage blacksmith wanted to leave, but all the star essence he had obtained during this trip had been gathered here, and their value was too great. Who knew if this woman would bring along an oversized cosmic ring and take away all the star essence in one go? After several years of fighting, he had a good understanding of the people of the Fifth Mainland. Many of them liked to play dirty. It would be fine if he lost the star essence, but he did not want to be played and ridiculed by others. Helpless, the 7th-stage blacksmith could only waste time with Starsabil. He had thought that it would take a long time, but suddenly, he saw Luin out of the corner of his eye. He became excited, and he gave up on Starsabil and rushed towards Luin. "Brat, you dare to come here? You're courting death." Starsabil frowned, as someone was obstructing her. She had already informed the others of her plan, and they were not allowed to approach this place. It seemed that this person was from the Outerverse. As she thought about it, she looked over and was astonished. It was actually Luin, that unequaled Lemmeter. Starsabil had a deep impression of Luin because of his answer. He had told her that he had money, and that he could become stronger with money. This answer had left a deep impression on her, and she had tried divining this person before, but she had not been able to find him. Luin had been the one she had paid the most attention to among the Lemmeters. She had not expected to meet him here. Starsabil felt that it was a pity, as Luin was now targeted by a 7th-stage blacksmith. He would definitely die, and even if she could not save him, she could only protect herself. It was a pity, as this person was such a genius. If he had continued to grow, he might have been able to take over the 10 Arbiters' position in the future. A 7th-stage blacksmith was equivalent to an imprinter, and aside from the 10 Arbiters, only someone like Starsabil, who had a divination ability, would be able to survive after being targeted by an imprinter. Luin was just a puny cruiser, and even Starsabil did not think that he could escape. Divination was not omnipotent, as it was based on countless analyses of the current situation and the most likely outcome. However, this situation was not something that ordinary people could see, and there were also things that ordinary people could not see. This involved a mystical realm. However, no matter how mystical it was, divination was not omniscient and omnipotent. It was impossible to predict that the unequaled meter would grow to a level that was close to the 10 arbiters in just a few years. Even Starsabil had not expected this, let alone the 7th stage blacksmith. Starsabil saw Luin standing there in a daze, but she did not even have the desire to remind him. The refiner smiled cruelly and smashed down with his hammer. He had only dealt with Luin to vent his anger, and he did not plan on using Luin as a hostage. Hostages were useless in times of war. Luin watched as the hammer smashed down. Its trajectory and the ceiling of the void far surpassed that of the level 4 blacksmiths that he had faced before. This was the power of an imprinter. All star energy was useless against them, as they were above star energy. There was a boom, and Luin dodged. The hammer smashed into the void, creating ripples of power that spread out in layers and covered an area of thousands of kilometers. Runes flickered in Lu Yin's eyes as the ripples of power spread out. However, the rune lines were weakened, and the moment it touched him, it was not much stronger than the refiner's unweakened attack. It was still within Lu Yin's range of tolerance. Starsabil watched as Luin steadily stood high in the sky and withstood the ripples of power. Both the refiner and Starsabil were shocked. Although the refiner had suppressed his power level to below 200,000, an imprinter was still an imprinter, and his understanding of power was different from that of a normal person. A casual attack was enough to crush an enemy across a realm, and they could release their limited power with boundless destructive power. Otherwise, they would not be invincible against someone with a power level of 200,000. Furthermore, star energy was useless against them. However, Luin had actually withstood it. Starsabil was stunned. Even she had to dodge the attack instead of forcefully enduring it, but this person had actually withstood it? Luin had weakened the ripples of power and not the refiner's rune lines. Thus, the refiner did not know that his power had been weakened and thought that Luin had withstood it. "Brat, who are you?" the refiner barked as he stared at Luin. There were some people who looked young, but had lived for a long time. There were quite a few of these people, but they were easy to distinguish. Their temperament and eyes could be easily seen. However, Luin was truly a young man in the eyes of a 7th phase refiner. It was strange that a young man could block his attack. Luin did not reply and instead looked down with a strange gaze. Many parts of the originally ordinary mountain range had cracked open, most likely due to the battle between Starsabil and the 7th phase artificer. Within the cracked mountain range, star essence could be seen. If someone were to ask him what he wanted to do right now, his answer would definitely not be to defeat a 7th phase artificer, but rather to plunder. Using his domain, he discovered that the mountain range below him stretched on endlessly, and it was actually filled with star essence. How many? A single mountain range would have at least 100 million star essence, and there were dozens of mountain ranges below Luin, but that wasn't even all of them. Lu Yin's breathing quickened. There were too many of them, too many to count. How could he have so much money? Lu Yin's eyes were about to turn red. Seeing Lu Yin's strange appearance, the level 7 weapon refiner went on alert. This person was not simple to be able to block his attack, so his current appearance was rather strange. In the distance, Starsabil did not move. Her mission had originally been to delay the 7th phase artificer and buy time for the others. Now that no one moved, it was very easy for her. At that moment, in a corner of the transport continent, Master Yuan was gradually gaining the upper hand in his battle against Ancestor Eyeless, all because of Progenitor Wushang's hide. A progenitor's item was extremely useful in Master Yuan's hands, but Progenitor Wushang's hide had not been erased by Xianxia because it did not produce any rune lines. If not for the fact that Master Yuan had suppressed his power level to less than 200,000, he would have been able to determine the victor long ago. Ancestor Eyeless was no match for Progenitor Wushang, and the 9th phase artificer who had been escorting the transport team took action. At the same time, the Tong family's patriarch hid in a corner to recover from his injuries. The entire transport continent was thrown into chaos. The group of experts that had been sent to delay the 9th phase artificer could only delay one imprinter. Although the transport team was in chaos, and it seemed like the Innerverse cultivators had the upper hand, this was the Innerverse, and most of it was under the control of the 6th mainland. Master Yuan believed that the transport team had already contacted the 6th mainland's experts, and reinforcements would arrive soon. He did not want to be held back here, as even if he won, the rest of the team would definitely die. With that thought in mind, Master Yuan used progenitor Wushang's hide to repel Ancestor Eyeless and the ninth phase artificer. He then transmitted a message to the entire transport continent, ordering everyone to evacuate. The Outerverse cultivators naturally listened to Master Yuan. The group from the Innerverse had originally come here to destroy resources, and not only had they destroyed many resources, but they had even released the Innerverse cultivators who had been imprisoned. It could be said that they had fulfilled their mission well, so they naturally did not plan on staying for long. However, even if they wanted to leave, it would not be so easy. Ancestor Eyeless also transmitted a message to all the 6th Mainland's cultivators to stop the Innerverse cultivators, as reinforcements would arrive soon. Starsabil looked up at the corner where Master Yuan was fighting. Should they evacuate? It was time. She took out something that looked like an altar and stood in the middle of it, but no one knew what she was going to do. In the distance, Lu Yin and the 7th phase artificer were still staring at each other warily. When they saw Starsabil's actions, their faces changed, and they leaped forward. The 7th phase artificer thought that Lu Yin was going to attack, and he took out a hammer and swung it down. A powerful energy ripple spread out once again, and this time, it covered a radius of 5,000 kilometers. Starsabil frowned and helplessly put away the altar. She avoided the energy ripples and looked at Lu Yin. Stop him. I'll buy some time so we can escape together. Lu Yin weakened the energy ripple's rune lines and blocked another attack. He stared at Starsabil. Escape together? You should be the ones escaping. Starsabil's eyes flashed. What do you mean? Lu Yin barked, since you dared to come here, you must have a backup plan that can allow you to escape. That thing should be able to drag everyone away. If I'm not wrong, everyone who attacked this continent has been marked by you. Starsabil was shocked, this person knew quite a bit. This was a method of the Starsabil sect. Since you know, then help me stop him. I can take you away, Starsabil said. At that moment, the 7th phase artificer realized that the woman was actually trying to escape. He ignored Lu Yin and swung his hammer at Starsabil. You want to escape? Dream on. Starsabil dodged and looked at Lu Yin. Stop him, and you'll be rewarded. I'll guarantee that you'll be crowned a king during the general appointment. Do I need your protection? Lu Yin sneered. His strength was enough to be crowned a king, and only a king could fight against an imprinter. Starsabil's tone was gloomy. What do you mean, Lu Yin? Are you trying to betray the Innerverse? Lu Yin replied, if you escape, then our group from the Outerverse will be finished. Wait for our people to leave first, and then I'll guarantee that I'll help you escape. Starsabil shouted, you accidentally intruded, so there's no way for you to escape. Do you want us to die with you? The cultivators of the Innerverse cannot be compared to those of the Outerverse. Do you know how important the attackers are? They come from various powers. Your lives are important, but are the lives of our Outerverse people worthless? Lu Yin raged. Starsabil frowned. Don't make a mistake, Lu Yin. Otherwise, I can destroy your reputation and banish you from the universe forever. Lu Yin's eyes flashed coldly. You can try. Starsabil was helpless. She had tried all sorts of threats and temptations, but this person was not afraid at all. She had investigated this person before, and he had dared to challenge the Day-Night clan when he was just a melder. Indeed, he was fearless. The 7th phase artificer was enraged, as he felt that this adulterous couple was completely ignoring him. He wanted to unleash a powerful attack to destroy them, but the conditions did not allow him to do so. Once he unleashed his attack, he might not even know if they were dead or alive, and he might be finished. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and his attacks became even fiercer. The disgusting thing was that Starsabil was always able to dodge his attacks. Lu Yin, you have to look at the big picture. Even if you have to give up the entire Outerverse, you can't give up on the Innerverse. The Innerverse is the root of the 5th mainland, Starsabil continued to persuade him. Without Lu Yin delaying the 7th phase artificer, she would not be able to use that item. Lu Yin did not listen to her at all. Right now, the Innerverse and Outerverse cultivators on the transport continent were evenly matched in strength with the 6th mainland. If the Innerverse cultivators escaped, then the outerverse cultivators would be doomed. Wendy Yushan, Aiden, Kai Jianqiang, the Black Masked Assassin, Yu Mu, Astral Nine's Dean, and the elders would all be finished. Luin would rather take a gamble and bet that everyone would be able to escape before the 6th Mainland's reinforcements arrived than give up on the outerverse. What bullshit T big picture? It was not as important as his family and friends. If we die as well, then there will be no one left to deal with the innerverse in the future. No one will be able to hold back the 6th Mainland, and they might even break through the cosmic sea and truly rule over our 5th Mainland. When that happens, you will be a sinner, Starsabelle said sternly as she glanced at Luin. The 7th phase artificer suddenly laughed maniacally. Little girl, don't waste your energy. You're just spouting nonsense. That brat has his own judgment, and he won't be held back by your morals. Starsabelle was truly enraged now, and she glared at Luin. However, she discovered that Luin had actually rushed into the mountain range and disappeared in the blink of an eye. What was this guy trying to do? The 7th phase artificer also discovered this, and he grew nervous. He thought that Luin was trying to destroy the star essence. Brat, don't move recklessly. You'll cause a celestial phenomenon. He then ignored Starsabelle and rushed into the ground as well. Starsabelle's eyes lit up, and she immediately took out an altar to begin working. Luin had originally planned on collecting star essence, as it would be a waste to leave so much money here. However, he had not expected that the 7th phase artificer would actually come down here. He waved his hand, and countless star essence flew into his cosmic ring. When he saw that the 7th phase artificer had followed him down, he grew anxious. What are you doing down here? That woman is trying to escape. Brat, what are you trying to do? Don't move recklessly. If you're not careful, you'll cause a celestial phenomenon. I know. You go up. I'm just taking some and leaving. You go up. You first. You first. The 7th phase artificer stared at Luin as if he were a thief, ready to attack at any moment. Luin had no choice but to collect another wave of energy and jump out of the ground. At this moment, Starsabelle's altar shone brightly, and on the transportation platform, the innerverse cultivators' bodies all glowed with light. Everyone was relieved that they could finally leave. Luin rushed out of the ground and saw that Starsabelle was trying to escape. The altar had already raised a screen of light, and he was not unfamiliar with this scene. Back then, he had been able to escape from the Greyweed continent by relying on the Skyfire Dojo's altar. It's New Year's Eve. Thank you all for your continued support, and I hope that the new year will be just like this chapter's title, earn more money and live better lives. Suifeng was too busy at the end of the year, but no matter how busy he was, he still had to update. Thank you for your support, brothers. Suifeng has done his best. Thank you. Starsabelle's lips curled up when she saw Luin appear. I'll remember all of you. Our departure is a foregone conclusion, so try your best to stall for time. The longer you stall for time, the greater your future contributions. Don't worry, I'll ensure that your contributions will be distributed to your descendants. Remember, stall for time as much as you can. Not only was this woman planning to let the outerverse people die, but she was also using them to stall for time. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. That altar was probably similar to the one in the Skyfire Dojo. Even Madame Red could not catch up to the altar there, and it was also very difficult to destroy. Madame Red was a world imprinter, which was equivalent to a level 9 master. This was Starsabelle's final trump card. They had not come to ambush the transport team to die. Starsabelle had plenty of backup plans. Lu Yin's mind raced. He could not let the innerverse people escape, or else they would definitely die even if Master Yuan was around. There was still hope for them if the innerverse people stayed behind. As he thought about it, a thought flashed through his mind, and he retrieved something from his cosmic ring. It was Starsabelle's invitation letter. Starsabelle's invitation letter was a very mystical item. Luin did not know how the Starsabelle sect had made it, but it could tear through the void and directly reach Starsabelle's side. Bai Shui had once said that her sister, Bai Qian, had discovered Qingyu Day Night on Neptune and had used an item with an invitation letter to open a spatial gate and leave. At the time, Luin had not known what an invitation letter was, but after thinking about it, he realized that it was most likely Starsabil's invitation letter. He had also asked a few people, and the answers he had received were the same. Starsabil's invitation letter could directly reach Starsabil's side, which was very mystical. This was the Starsabil sex method. In the distance, Starsabil saw Luine take out the invitation letter, and her face paled. She had given this invitation letter to Luine back at the Sea King's dome as she had other uses for it. However, when she saw Luine take it out, her expression changed. "Luine, don't be rash," Starsabil shouted. Luine smiled and then disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already beside Starsabil. The originally glowing altar seemed to have encountered an external force, and it actually started to distort. A curtain of light then spread out in all directions, sweeping through the world. Everything that was swept by the curtain of light immediately vanished. "Luine, you're crazy. We'll be torn to shreds by spacetime." This was the first time Starsabil had lost her composure. Those who knew her well knew that she had never lost her composure before. She was always calm and composed, as if everything was under her control. However, at this moment, a rare look of panic appeared on her face. Lu Yin's scalp went numb, and he subconsciously wanted to flee. He had only wanted to destroy the altar, but who knew that the consequences would be so severe? Speaking of which, he hadn't even destroyed the altar yet. Was it because of this invitation? Just as Luine was about to speak, the screen flashed, and the two disappeared. In the distance, Ling Ke, who had been chasing after Luine all the way here, was also struck by a torn screen of light and disappeared as well. Only the 7th phase artificer was left behind. Everything around him was dark. From time to time, there would be flashes of lightning or cracks in the void. Luine felt as if he was about to be torn apart, and intense pain radiated from his body. He suddenly recalled Starsabil's words, he couldn't have really been torn apart, could he? There was a splash as an icy sensation spread throughout his body. Lu Yin's breathing stagnated, and he opened his mouth to find a large amount of water gushing into it. He had fallen into the water, but he wasn't dead. Before he could feel happy, violent thunder rumbled and fell from the sky. It fiercely smashed into his body, causing his entire body to go numb, and smoke almost came out of him. Fortunately, the power of the thunder was not enough to harm him. Luine finally managed to clearly see his surroundings. Was this the sea? There was a boundless blue sky in the distance, and there were even floating clouds. When he looked up, there was a sudden clap of thunder in the void. There were clearly no black clouds, but there was lightning that had appeared out of nowhere and smashed into the ground not too far away. Water was a conductor of electricity, and he had been electrocuted. He felt numb. F***CK. There was a miserable howl as a familiar voice sounded out. Luine turned around and saw Ling Ke jump out of the water like a rabbit. He then stood on the surface of the water and rubbed his butt. That thunderbolt had struck his butt, and it had turned black. Luine leaped out of the water and looked at Ling Ke strangely. "Why are you here?" Ling Ke grimaced in pain. "I was going to ask you the same question. You destroyed the teleportation and dragged me over." Luine looked around. Even Ling Ke was here, which meant that Starsabil should be here as well. Just as he thought of Starsabil, the void above his head split open, and a figure fell down. Luine subconsciously caught her and hugged her. It was Starsabil. Starsabil was so beautiful that even the starry sky paled in comparison. Hugging her felt very comfortable. However, Starsabil's current situation was not optimistic. There were large patches of blood on her body, and her snow-white skin had been torn apart. Luine and Ling Ke were in the same situation, but they had come out earlier than Starsabil, so she was in an even worse state. Starsabil frowned, and a pained expression appeared on her face. Her gaze turned cold as she was hugged by Luine. "How much longer do you want to hug me?" Luine released her, and with a splash, Starsabil fell into the sea. Right after that, a thunderbolt came crashing down from the sky. Luine did not move and allowed the thunderbolt to descend from the sky and land on Starsabil's body. Starsabil was electrocuted. In the distance, Ling Ke was stunned, and he gave Luine a thumbs up. "Bro, you're awesome." Luine lowered his head as Starsabil slowly rose from the sea. She was panting heavily as she took out a pill from her cosmic ring and ate it without saying a word. Because of the teleportation incident, the two of them had become enemies. Luine hated Starsabil for wanting to use them to stall for time without caring about their lives. Starsabil also hated Luine for ruining her plans and nearly causing her to die. However, she was more concerned about the fact that this person could not be divined. Even a level 7 master refiner could be divined, but she could not divine what this person would do. She was the one who had sent out the invitation letter, so it was reasonable to say that it should have been divined as well. This was what Starsabil was most concerned about. Without the suppression of astronomical phenomena, it was normal for her to not be able to divine an envoy-level powerhouse. However, Luine was only a cruiser, so why couldn't he do it? She could not figure it out. Ling Ke looked at the two in admiration. One had calmly tossed a beauty aside and allowed the thunderbolt to strike her, while the other had been tossed aside and not gotten angry even after being struck by lightning. These two fellows must be crazy. Do you know where this is? Luine calmly asked. Starsabil looked around and was astonished. This should be the Cosmic Sea's thunderstorm zone. We're in the Cosmic Sea? Luine was stunned. This was a rather large distance. Starsabil calmly replied, our original destination was the Cosmic Sea. That item was my most precious treasure, but it was destroyed by you. I can't allow my friends and family to be used as scapegoats to stall for time, Luine said. Starsabil's tone was unpleasant. I've already said that everything is for the greater good. It doesn't matter, Luine casually replied. Starsabil was helpless. There's no point in saying that now. The two's conversation was very calm, as if nothing had happened. Ling Ke was stunned, and he walked over. I'm sorry to disturb the two of you. Does anyone know the way? I feel like I'll be struck by lightning again if I stay here any longer. Luine looked at Starsabil. Starsabil looked around and then flew forward. Ling Ke's eyes lit up. You know the way? No. Starsabil indifferently replied. Ling Ke was flabbergasted. Then why are you so confident? Starsabil glanced at Ling Quebec. I can divine it. Alright, there was nothing wrong with that statement. Since someone from the Starsabil sect had said it, Ling Ke felt that it was especially reliable. Luine rolled his eyes. Divine it? It didn't matter where they went. There was a huge battle in the Cosmic Sea, and they could always find someone. Luine just hoped that they wouldn't end up in the 6th Mainland's headquarters. Currently, the most intense battle between the two mainlands was in the Cosmic Sea. Starsabil led the way while Luine and Ling Ke followed behind. Ling Ke moved closer to Luine and whispered, Brother, how does Starsabil feel? Soft, Luine replied with 2 words. Ling Ke was excited and ran over to Starsabil's side. Starsabil, I can see that you're tired and heavily injured. Do you want me to carry you? Starsabil's gaze turned cold. You're courting death. I'm sorry, Ling Ke apologized and then returned to Lu Yin's side with an unwilling expression. Luine ignored him and checked his cosmic ring. There was a mixture of joy and worry in his eyes. He was happy that he had suddenly obtained more than 9 million star essence, which was more than all of his previous wealth. However, he was worried that he had only obtained 9 million star essence, which was an entire mountain range of star essence. It was all that old man's fault. If not for him, Luine would have been able to collect even more star essence. It was a pity that he didn't know if he would have such an opportunity in the future. He couldn't help but look forward to it. If he could collect all of those star essence, he would have struck it rich. His die, which required the most resources, possessed 6 pips, would probably be able to send him to the back of the upper 3 gates. What a pity, what a pity. They flew for 20 minutes without seeing anyone along the way. Ling Ke moved closer to Luine and kept asking him questions. Luine woke up from the joy of obtaining star essence from his cosmic ring, but he was still worried about the battle on the transport continent. He hoped that the cultivators from the innerverse and outerverse would be able to escape. He felt guilty towards the cultivators from the innerverse, but there was nothing he could do. If they stayed, then the people from the outerverse might be able to leave alive. If they escaped, then the people from the outerverse would definitely die. How did you cultivate in the outerverse? You were actually able to exchange blows with a level 7 master, and even Starsabil had to flee. Ling Ke sighed in amazement, as he had wanted to ask this question for a long time. In front of him, Starsabil was also listening, as she also wanted to know the answer. To most people, the Outerverse was a barren land without any cultivation resources, and there were very few star essence. Thus, it was even less likely that there would be any fortuitous encounters. However, Lu Yin's current display of strength was a little exaggerated. To put it bluntly, he was now a 5-cycle cruiser. Even the 10 arbiters might not have been able to surpass Lu Yin when they had been at his level. Starsabil was most curious about how Lu Yin had managed to avoid being divined. Lu Yin did not answer. Ling Ke kept asking, as if he wouldn't give up until Lu Yin answered. Helpless, Lu Yin changed the topic. Actually, I came to the Innerverse once before. I went to the Starfall Sea. When? Ling Ke was astonished. Lu Yin thought about it. About 2 years ago. Starsabil looked at Lu Yin. You went to the Starfall Sea? Lu Yin nodded. The Starfall Sea is completely under the Tong family's control, and the Sea King's dome has been reduced to a mining area. The Boundless Continent's 72 dojos have all been destroyed. How did you escape? It's New Year's Eve. I wish all of you a happy family and a prosperous new year in both love and career. Thank you for your support. Lu Yin smiled when he heard Starsabil's question. The Skyfire Dojo has something similar to the one you just used. The Sea King also has a progenitor item, so we escaped to the Outerverse. No wonder I thought I saw someone from the Starfall Sea. Ling Ke understood. Starsabil did not say anything and continued to lead the way. She now knew where Lu Yin had found out about the altar's use. Is the Sea King still alive? Lu Yin asked as he looked at Starsabil's back. Starsabil calmly answered, I don't know. Lu Yin's eyes dimmed, as the odds were against him. The Sea King had shattered the so-called 3 upper gates, which had led to the 6th mainland's invasion of the Innerverse and Outerverse. He was the main culprit behind this war, and countless people had died because of him. He might have even caused the destruction of the Innerverse and Outerverse. But at the same time, he had restored the 5th mainland sky and given the 5 astral children a chance to become progenitors. He had given the 5th mainland a sliver of hope. If the 5th mainland sky had not been restored, then it might have never been able to give birth to a progenitor, and it would have forever been inferior to the 6th mainland. This was a huge gamble. If they won, then the 5th mainland would not fear the 6th mainland, but if they lost, then everything would be over. Only someone like the Sea King would dare to take such a gamble, as even the Hall of Honor would not dare to do so. The Hall of Honor seemed to be protecting the human race, but in reality, it was more like they were protecting their own interests. The healing pills that they had brought with them were quite effective, and even Starsabil, who had been the most heavily injured, had already disappeared. However, it would still take some time for her to fully recover. Even with Lu Yin's tyrannical physical body, he had only recovered from the superficial wounds. It was clear that Starsabil was not lying when she said that his body had been torn apart. Not long after, Starsabil suddenly stopped and looked at the beautiful scenery in the distance that resembled a curtain of stars. She muttered, "This is Starlight Island." Ling Ke was shocked. "What did you say? Starlight Island?" Lu Yin was confused. "What Starlight Island?" Ling Ke's face turned ashen. It's over. Starlight Island is one of the 6th mainland's attack stations, and there are experts from the 6th mainland here. There are enlighters, imprinters, world imprinters, and even cosmic imprinters. The 6th mainland spent several years exploring the cosmic sea, and Starlight Island is one of the areas they are familiar with. Lu Yin looked at Starsabil. Starsabil calmly replied, "The cosmic sea's astronomical phenomena are unpredictable, and only the 4 pirate lords know about them. Even if someone from the Neoverse wants to cross the cosmic sea, they still need the 4 pirate lords to lead the way. The Innerverse's various great powers have been defeated and have retreated to the cosmic sea, while the 6th mainland chased after them. After several years of trying to figure out the astronomical phenomena, countless people have died, but they still managed to find a few stable regions. Starlight Island is one of them, and many of the 6th mainland's experts are gathered there." Lu Yin was speechless, as this was too much. He had been thinking about not going to the enemy's headquarters, as Starlight Island was one of the Sixth Mainland's main headquarters for their invasion of the Neoverse. Let's run. Otherwise, we'll be finished if we get targeted by those imprinters. There are plenty of imprinters in the Sixth Mainland, and it's not impossible for a freak like the World Imprinters to appear. If we run into a realmling, we'll be finished. Those who are second only to the realmlings aren't that bad either. Let's hurry up and run, Ling Ke hurriedly said. Starsibyl's eyes flashed. We won't be able to escape. We just passed through the inner circle of Starlight Island, which is why there aren't many people here. If we want to leave, we'll definitely pass through the outer circle, which is filled with the Sixth Mainland's experts. It's still better than the front. Starlight Island is right in front of us, Ling Ke whined. Lu Yin's expression suddenly changed. Someone's surrounding us. There are people coming from all directions. He saw countless rune lines converging from all directions. They couldn't have discovered us, right? Ling Ke cried out. Lu Yin shook his head. No. How do you know? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. There weren't many rune lines, and the strongest one was an early hunter. If the enemy had discovered them, they wouldn't have sent so many people over. Of course, he couldn't deny that some of these people were hiding their strength, as there were techniques that could reduce the number of rune lines released. Lu Yin suddenly looked in a certain direction. Let's go to the bottom of the sea. There's someone there. Starsibyl and Ling Ke did not object, as they had both witnessed Lu Yin's strength. Even if Starsibyl was confident that she could remain undefeated, it was unlikely that she could defeat him. Lu Yin was considered one of the top powerhouses below the 10 arbiters, and throughout the entire Outerverse, only the top of the top 100 rankings could match him. Perhaps even the second-ranked Taiyuan Jun might not be able to match him. Only the top of the top 100 rankings, who was publicly acknowledged to be the successor of the 10 arbiters, could match up to him. The three of them hid at the bottom of the sea. Thunder continued to rumble in the sky, occasionally crashing into the sea and causing it to rumble. In the distance, a large ship slowly sailed over without concealing itself. At the bow of the ship, a young man was hugging a beautiful woman as he laughed and spoke loudly. There were dozens of servants following behind him, and a group of cultivators were tied up around the ship. The ship was not moved by oars, nor was it moved by machinery. Instead, it was pulled by the bound cultivators. They were cultivators, boatmen, and slaves. They were all cultivators from the Innerverse. Quite a few cultivators from the Sixth Mainland gathered from all directions and surrounded the ship. Some of the cruisers boarded the ship and respectfully said, "Sir, please reveal your identity and your imprint before you may enter Starlight Island." The young man's face sank, and he walked over. "This isn't my first time on Starlight Island. Are you blind? I bought all these slaves from Starlight Island." The cruiser was put in a difficult position. "Sir, anyone who enters Starlight Island has to show their imprint." Before he could finish speaking, there was a loud slap as the young man slapped the cruiser off the ship. The cultivators from the Sixth Mainland were furious, and they all stepped forward. On the ship, one of the dozens of servants looked up and snorted. Star energy was suppressed, and thunder rumbled in the sky. All of the cultivators from the Sixth Mainland who had gathered around changed. There was an expert here. The cruiser who had been slapped off the ship hurriedly apologized. This subordinate was blind. "Please don't take offense." "Sir, please come in." The young man snorted. "A mere imprinter family dares to block my path? You must be tired of living. Open your mouth." The cruiser's face still had 5 clear fingerprints, and when he heard the young man's words, he could only helplessly raise his hand and open his mouth. He 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 he. At the bow of the ship, the beautiful woman smiled like a flower. The young man laughed and waved his hand. The ship continued forward, heading towards Starlight Island. Only after the ship was far away did the cruiser stop. Behind him, another cultivator hurriedly handed him some medicine. How despicable. These young masters aren't that strong, but they're acting like tyrants. They even dared to treat you like that, General, the cultivator said angrily. The cruiser helplessly shook his head. Forget it. That old man among the servants is at least an enlighter. We can't afford to offend him. They're too brazen. They're openly asking an older powerhouse to protect them, the cultivator raged. In the distance, at the bottom of the sea, Lu Yin and the other two watched this scene unfold. Ling Ke watched enviously as the ship sailed away. Lu Yin looked at Starsabil thoughtfully. Starsabil's eyes narrowed. We can try. Lu Yin nodded. Ling Ke was puzzled. What are you guys talking about? Lu Yin patted him on the shoulder. Have you tried slapping someone before? Ling Ke honestly shook his head. Lu Yin was satisfied. You can try it this time. The closer they got to Starlight Island, the more detection methods the sixth mainland had. Even the bottom of the sea was not safe. The three of them charged out of the water, and Lu Yin took out a collapsible spacecraft and boarded it. Ling Ke's expression turned ugly. Come on, don't be polite. Lu Yin smiled. Ling Ke's mouth twitched, and he lifted the spacecraft and placed it on his shoulder. Starsabil also sat inside. Not long after, the three of them were discovered, and the same group of people surrounded them. The handprint on the cruiser's face had already disappeared. Everyone, please reveal your identities and your imprints, the cruiser said as he looked at the spacecraft that Ling Ke was carrying on his shoulder. He carefully examined it and confirmed that it was indeed a spacecraft. Carrying a spacecraft on one's shoulder was truly a strange move. Who had ever seen someone carry a spacecraft on their shoulder? It wasn't just the cruiser, all of the sixth mainland's cultivators looked at Ling Ke in amazement. They then looked at the spacecraft. What a genius! He really knew how to play around. The door to the spacecraft opened, and Lu Yin held Starsabil with one arm. His eyes were filled with arrogance as he looked at the cruiser with disdain. This isn't my first time on Starlight Island. Are you blind? I bought all of those slaves on Starlight Island. What a familiar scene, and the cruiser was stunned. All of the sixth mainland's cultivators were stunned as well. At this moment, the cruiser hesitated. This scene had left a deep impression on him, and he did not know what to say. However, there was no need for him to say anything. Ling Ke raised his hand and slapped the cruiser across the face. Scram! The cruiser subconsciously retreated to the side, not daring to stop him. The cultivators around them did not react as well, and they just stared blankly at Ling Ke as he carried the spacecraft away. In the sky, there was a sudden clap of thunder that jolted the cruiser awake. His face was burning, and he was still a little dazed. What had happened today? He had run into some ruthless characters. Inside the spacecraft, Lu Yin sighed. Although these people were easy to deal with, all of the experts on Starlight Island would appear as soon as they made a move. The Realmlings should be present as well, so they would not be able to escape. Fortunately, that young man had given them a good start. The spacecraft shook, and Ling Ke tossed it down. All right, come on out. What's with the pretense? Lu Yin leisurely replied, don't be in such a hurry. Let's wait until we enter Starlight Island. Do you think that no one is watching us? Don't forget that there are imprinters, universe imprinters, and cosmic imprinters on Starlight Island. Ling Ke's face twitched again, but he could only helplessly carry the spacecraft forward. Starsabil indifferently said, the sixth mainland's inspection of cultivators is very strict. Even if we successfully enter Starlight Island, we can't walk around openly as we'll be easily discovered. Then let's find a place to hide, Lu Yin said. Ling Ke sullenly carried the spacecraft and walked step by step towards Starlight Island, causing quite a few people to be surprised along the way. On the first day of the new year, I wish my brothers a prosperous new year. Although my congratulations are old, they come from the bottom of my heart. Thank you, brothers, for your support. I'll update at 5 p.m. Suifeng promises to never stop updating. I'll continue to write today. Thank you for your support, brothers. Calm. Wonderful bookhouse. Cultivator slaves from the fifth mainland were very common, and many young masters from aristocratic families liked to play around with them. However, this was the first time they had seen someone carrying a spacecraft. Sui Meng Xiao Hua Ling Ke finally showed his face. Fortunately, he spent most of his time in the Innerverse and did not fight in the Cosmic Sea. Otherwise, he would have been easily recognized. It was even less safe to change one's appearance in a place like this. The war had been going on for several years, and many things had happened. Disguises were not rare, and there had to be ways to deal with them. As soon as they were discovered, they would not even need to be interrogated as a group of experts would surround them. Luine could clearly see Starlight Island and the countless rune lines that soared into the sky. Although they were all suppressed to a power level of 200,000, there were still too many of them. Although it was an island, it was not small and was equivalent to a continent. Suddenly, the sky darkened as countless bolts of lightning rained down and bombarded the surroundings of Starlight Island. The seawater roared, and the sky flickered as if it were a realm of ghosts. This was the cosmic sea, where the weather could change at any time. The power of the lightning was very high, and most Lameters might not be able to withstand it. Some of the bolts of lightning even twined together in the sky, increasing their power to the point where they could rival an explorer or even a cruiser. Luine was speechless. It was no wonder why no one dared to venture into the cosmic sea. If he had done so when he was still a Lameter, he would have been doomed. He suddenly thought of someone, Xianxia, who was known as one of the strongest Lameters and was on par with Mu Rong, Ling Ke, and Luine. This person had formed a battle group and ventured into the cosmic sea. He was not simple, and it was not easy to survive in a place like this. Of course, Luine did not believe that Xianxia had relied on his own abilities to survive. No matter how gifted a Lameter was, he would not be able to do so. There had to be a way. This time, the lightning bombardment lasted for a long time. Ling Ke smoothly carried the spacecraft and landed on Starlight Island. No one on Starlight Island stopped him, which made Luine even more vigilant. This proved that the island definitely had a way to secretly inspect him. At that moment, a bolt of lightning crashed down in the distance, illuminating a corner where a little girl was trembling. The lightning struck the island and splashed in all directions, and one of the bolts just happened to be aimed at the girl. The girl's face was pale, and her frail body was very weak in front of the lightning. The lightning was like a giant beast that swallowed her whole. Luine was just about to act when Starsibyl appeared and picked up the little girl. With a wave of her hand, the lightning disappeared. Luine was astonished, as Starsibyl had rushed out the instant that the thunderbolt had crashed down from the sky. It was clear that she had anticipated that the lightning would strike the little girl. This was the power of divination, and she was able to predict the enemy's movements. The little girl was terrified, and her face was pale. However, she still gratefully said something to Starsibyl. Starsibyl's image was just too good. She was absolutely beautiful, and her temperament was otherworldly. No one would believe that she was a bad person. The little girl was quickly won over by Starsibyl, and she kept calling her elder sister. "Yaya, where is your home?" "I'll send you back," Starsibyl gently asked as she stroked the girl's hair. The girl blinked her big bright eyes and said softly, "Thank you, big sister." Starsibyl smiled, causing Ling Ke to feel intoxicated. Luine looked around him. Most of the people had hidden themselves, and the houses on the island were clearly lightning-proof. Nobody appeared, and only some rune lines could be seen flashing in a distant corner. Clearly, there were cultivators from the 6th mainland observing the situation. However, Lu Yin's group had entered Starlight Island through the outer seal, so the cultivators here wouldn't interrogate them directly. Because Starlight Island had been bombarded by lightning for a long time, the structures of the houses were simple, and there weren't many people on the streets. Even if the sky was clear, it was clear most of the time. Above their heads, the stars were like a curtain. It was a beautiful scene, but if one looked carefully, they would realize that they weren't stars. Luine didn't know exactly what they were, but he didn't ask. He wanted to wait until they had settled down. Although Starlight Island was the 6th mainland's base for invading the cosmic sea, most people were still locals. The 6th mainland ruled over Starlight Island, and only the upper echelons were in charge. Nobody cared about ordinary families like Yaya's. Along the way, cultivators from the 6th mainland would occasionally fly past, but nobody paid them any attention. However, there were always rune lines following behind them. They weren't humans, but rather some sort of machine that was constantly monitoring them. They weren't the only ones, as these machines were everywhere. It was clear that Starlight Island was being monitored everywhere. It seemed that any cultivator who came to Starlight Island would be monitored, even if they were from the 6th mainland. Yaya's house wasn't too far from the edge of the island, and it was a small, square, 5-story building. There was even a lightning-proof installation on the roof that occasionally flashed with electricity. "Sister, we're here." Yaya carefully looked at Starsabil, unable to hide the admiration and shyness in her eyes. Starsabil stroked Yaya's hair and asked with concern, "Where are your parents?" Yaya replied, "They went out to gather goods, and they won't be back for a few days." Ling Ke suddenly moved closer. "Then can I stay behind to protect you?" Yaya jumped in fright and hurriedly retreated. Starsabil grabbed Ling Ke by the shoulder and flung him away. She smiled at Yaya and said, "Don't be afraid, Yaya. This brother isn't a bad person." Yaya blinked her large eyes. "No one who's with sister is a bad person." Starsabil smiled. "Can sister come in and have a seat?" Yaya grunted and then led the three into her house. Luin sweated profusely, as he felt like he was trying to trick a child. He glanced at Starsabil. This woman was really fickle. She had one attitude towards them and another towards this little girl. It was a seamless transition. Over the next 2 days, the three of them stayed in Yaya's house. Outside, the machine with the faint rune lines kept an eye on them. Luin was constantly worried that someone would come to investigate, but fortunately, no one came. Over the past 2 days, he had discovered something strange. Yaya's house was by the sea, and many cultivators from the 6th mainland would pass by here when they went out to sea. He had also discovered that these cultivators were all young, and almost none of them were old. Celestial phenomena only suppressed power levels, not age restrictions. To verify his suspicions, Luin observed for another 2 days, and it was indeed the case. He shared his observations with Starsabil. Ling Ke rolled his eyes. "You must be mistaken." Starsabil replied, "I'm not mistaken. Right now, the cosmic sea is indeed a struggle between the younger generation." Luin and Ling Ke were astonished. "Why?" Starsabil explained, "The celestial phenomena in the cosmic sea are too strange. We have the 4 hegemons leading the way, and they have used the celestial phenomena to kill too many of the 6th mainland's experts. However, the 6th mainland has too many older powerhouses, and they have slaughtered many of our experts. In this regard, both sides cancel each other out, and it can be considered a mutual loss. This loss has been going on for several years, and neither side can bear it anymore. Thus, both sides have taken a step back. We will not use the celestial phenomena, and the 6th mainland will not send out any of their older powerhouses. The cosmic sea is one of the most important battlefields in this war. As long as they won, the 6th mainland would be able to open a path to the Neoverse that was not suppressed by the celestial phenomena. At that time, the 6th mainland would be able to open a path to the Neoverse, which was not suppressed by the celestial phenomena. At that time, the top experts of the 3 regions would be able to appear. They would be able to display their true strength. Before the celestial phenomena had been suppressed, the 6th mainland had been able to sweep through the entire Innerverse. If not for the sudden appearance of the celestial phenomena, they would have already fought their way to the Neoverse. Wait, does that mean that only the 6th mainland's younger generation is left on Starlight Island? Ling Ke exclaimed. Starsabil did not deny it. Ling Ke gritted his teeth. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "To think that I was worried." Starsabil glanced at him. "There are Realmlings on Starlight Island." That one sentence shut Ling Ke up. In his heart, there was no difference between a Realmling and an imprinter, as they were both existences that could not be resisted. Yaya walked in with 3 drinks in her hands. Starsabil hurriedly put on a smile. Ling Ke's smile became even more brilliant, but Yaya was afraid of him, as she always felt that he was a bad person. On the other hand, although Luin did not speak much or smile much, Yaya felt that he was reliable. At the very least, he did not seem like a bad person. A child's point of view was very pure, and thus, Ling Ke was labeled as a bad person. As she watched Yaya leave, Starsabil sighed. Her parents have passed away. Luin and Ling Ke were not surprised, as they were not stupid, and they could tell at a glance. Yaya had lied, but it was also a way for her to protect herself. She had even hung up adults' clothes in her room and pretended that there were adults in the house. This was all for the sake of protecting herself. Although she did not express it, the three of them could tell that their appearance had made Jia very happy, and she was busying herself. If this war ends, I'll bring her to the Starsabel sect, Starsabel said. Luin was astonished. You're quite kind. Starsabel did not reply. I'm also willing to bring her to the Lingling clan, Ling Ke said with a melancholy tone. Luin immediately rejected him. She won't go with you. You look like a bad person. You're the bad person. I have a support group, okay? Go and ask around about my reputation. Which one of them doesn't praise me? Ling Ke angrily retorted. Luin rolled his eyes. They liked Xianxia and Murong more. Ling Ke opened his mouth, but no words came out. He was thinking about the past that he could not bear to think about. Luin also remembered that the support group was truly terrifying. He thought about Big Pao, Little Pao, Lulu Mavis, and the others, and he wondered how they were doing. There were many old friends in the Innerverse, and someone must have died in this war. He hoped that it was not them. Luin recalled the past and looked out the window. Eh? He seemed to see a familiar figure. He took a closer look, and then his mouth fell open. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. At this moment, a group of cultivators from the 6th mainland was leading the way on the street. 8 of them were carrying a large palanquin, and a young man was lying down on it with his legs crossed. He was comfortably eating fruit. The young man had shifty eyes, and it was obvious that he was not a good person. He was only a Lemiter, but the cultivators around him were all extremely respectful to him. Beside the palanquin was a young man who had been slapped outside of Starlight Island. At this moment, the young man no longer had the arrogance of a scion of an aristocratic family. He looked more like a lackey, licking his lips as he spoke. From time to time, he would lower his head and respond as if he was listening to a lecture. The more humble and respectful the young man was, the happier the shifty-eyed young man became. He tried his best to maintain a reserved smile, but he could not hide his delight. He was like a rat that had gained intelligence. The more he smiled, the more pleased he became, and the more vulgar he looked. Windborne has already done his best. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. I've been too busy during this period. I say, old 16, you're already an adult, so why don't you know how to restrain yourself? I heard that you slapped someone again, right? The shifty-eyed youth spoke slowly as he ate some fruit. The young man, old 16, smiled respectfully. Third bro is really well informed. You know 90% of the 6th mainland's matters, and you know everything about the 5th mainland. Ha 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 ha, it's not that exaggerated. It's just that it's hard not to know about those eyes. Ha 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 ha. The shifty-eyed youth laughed heartily. At that moment, a bolt of lightning struck the sky, scaring the youth so much that he dropped his fruit. The fruit landed right next to old 16's mouth, and he hurriedly swallowed it before laughing. Thank you for your reward, third bro. The shifty-eyed youth was stunned for a moment before looking at old 16 with admiration. You have a bright future ahead of you. Don't worry, third bro will remember your good deeds. When third bro meets the ancestor someday, I'll definitely put in a few good words for you. Old 16 was ecstatic. Thank you, third bro. Thank you, third bro. In the distance, in Yaya's home, Lu Yin's mouth fell open as he stared blankly. Was that Susan? Starsabel and Ling Ke both noticed that something was wrong with Luin, and they followed his gaze. It's someone from the Lingtong clan, Starsabel said solemnly. Lingtong clan? Ling Ke raised his brows. Both names started with the word Lingtong, which made him a little unhappy. Starsabel explained, the Lingtong clan is a universe imprinter family in the Blackblood realm. Ancestor Lingtong is said to be a powerhouse second only to Ancestor Ilis in the Blackblood realm, and he's extremely close to becoming a universe imprinter. His status is extremely high, and he's one of the Daosor sect's protectors. This clan has absorbed an ancient bloodline, which allows them to transform their eyes. It's rumored that in recent years, Ancestor Lingtong accepted a disciple with polychoria, and it might be that person. Otherwise, with his strength as a Lemiter, even the direct descendants of the Lingtong clan would not receive such treatment. An enlighter? Didn't they say that the older generation's powerhouses have all withdrawn? Ling Ke was astonished. Starsabil calmly replied, every rule has its loopholes. As long as they aren't discovered, they can continue to exist. Do you think that the sixth mainland would be so stupid as to withdraw all of them? It's impossible that the four hegemons completely do not interfere with the natural phenomenon. They're just doing their best to suppress each other. Ling Ke was jealous. He actually has an enlighter as a bodyguard. If I hadn't left my family, I would have an enlighter protecting me as well. But this guy looks really wretched. Starsabil Talu looked Talu to Taluine to Luine. Ling Ke looked at Luine in astonishment. Luine muttered to himself for a moment before slowly replying, little brother from back then. Both of them widened their eyes, especially Starsabil. She understood how terrifying the Lingtong clan was, and she also understood Ancestor Lingtong. If not for the fact that Ancestor Lingtong was many generations younger than Ancestor Ilis, his strength might not have been any weaker than Ancestor Ilis. Ancestor Ilis was stronger than Ancestor Lingtong because he had been born countless years earlier. However, with Ancestor Lingtong's innate gift, it was easy for him to catch up. In other words, Ancestor Lingtong was a solid half-step cosmic imprinter. And that shifty-eyed fellow was the disciple that Ancestor Lingtong valued highly. His status was extremely high, and he was actually Lu Yin's underling? Your little brother? Isn't that someone from our universe? How did he get accepted as a disciple by Ancestor Lingtong? Lu Yin, don't randomly claim to be relatives. Ling Ke did not believe him. Starsabil frowned and looked into the distance. Her eyes flickered, and no one knew what she was doing. Lu Yin sighed, maybe they just look alike, but it can't be that much of a coincidence. That little brother of mine has the innate gift of polychoria. Ling Ke was speechless. Then it should be true. Speaking of which, how's your relationship with your little brother? Lu Yin thought back and calculated that the two of them had not seen each other for almost 10 years. Ever since he had left the Great Yu Empire to attend the Astral Combat Academy's entrance exam, he had not seen Susan. He had not expected to reunite under such circumstances. Susan had actually come to the Cosmic Sea and even been accepted as a disciple by the Sixth Mainland's Universe Imprinter. This was an extraordinary opportunity. It's time for us to reunite, Starsabil said. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Yes, it's time for us to reunite. The group from the Lingtong clan carried Susan towards the seaside. People passed by them from time to time, and they all looked at them with reverence. Susan was in a good mood. How many years had it been since he had last felt so good? During Earth's apocalypse, he had survived like an ant, and it had not been easy for him to find a boss. He had thought that he would be able to roam the universe freely, but he had only met his boss a few times before he had been kidnapped. It was fine if he had been kidnapped, but he did not know how he had ended up in the Cosmic Sea, where he had lived for several years. He had thought that this would be the end of his life, but who would have thought that the Sixth Mainland would invade, and the Interverse's great powers would all flee to the Cosmic Sea? The place he had been living in had been occupied by the Sixth Mainland in less than 2 years. Fortunately, he was still weak, and as long as he worshipped the statues of the Sixth Mainland's powerhouses every day, nothing would happen to him. Life was full of ups and downs, and he would always remember that sunny day. The sky was clear, and there were no clouds for thousands of kilometers. There were only occasional bolts of lightning, which made him flustered. A statue had appeared on the island that he had been living in. It was the statue of an old man with a mighty appearance. Most importantly, the old man had 2 pupils, which were exactly the same as Susan's. When he saw the old man's statue, Susan was stunned, and his blood began to boil. He did not know where he had gotten the courage to use his ability. Perhaps the years of suppression had made him unable to bear it, or perhaps he had gone crazy. Either way, he had used a power that he had never revealed before, which had led to his current life. Patriarch Lingtong, his master. Lu Yin was his most respected master. Although everyone in the Interverse wanted to exterminate the Sixth Mainland, who cared? Lu Yin's life in this universe was no different from that of an ant's, and he didn't care about his position. Whoever treated him well, he would treat them well. As he thought about it, Susan felt a sudden impulse, and he bowed in the direction of Patriarch Lingtong's statue again with a pious expression. The surrounding Lingtong clan cultivators all looked at him with reverence, and they lifted the palanquin with even more force. They had seen Susan's loyal side. Although he was from the Fifth Mainland, since he had been accepted as a disciple by the Patriarch, he would truly be a member of the Sixth Mainland when he underwent a blood transfusion and cultivated his imprint in the future. He was also the Patriarch's only disciple and their eternal master. Old 16 smiled and handed over some fruits. Susan lay down once again. These days were great. At this moment, the palanquin swayed, and one of the cultivators who had been carrying the palanquin bent his leg, almost causing Susan to fall off. The enlighter who had been following behind to protect Susan suddenly widened his eyes. Just as he took a step forward, the void froze, and a finger seemed to have predicted his actions as it struck his forehead. Dream finger. Enlighters were very powerful, and even in such a situation, they were still able to react and dodge. However, thinking about it was one thing, and not having the ability to dodge was another. The enlighter's rune lines had been weakened, and his movements had been slightly slower. Because of this slight difference in time, the enlighter's forehead was struck by the finger, causing him to faint. At the same time, Susan's K's mighty slash sliced through the void, and the back of the blade flickered as it struck the cultivators who were protecting Susan unconscious. The entire process took less than a second, and the speed was inconceivably fast. In the end, Susan was the only one left sitting in the palanquin in a daze as the palanquin crashed to the ground. This was the Starsabel sex method. He had just accepted the position that Starsabel had given him, and according to her instructions, he had attacked that position. That position had previously been empty, and the moment he had attacked, that enlighter had coincidentally moved and appeared in that position as well. This was a divination attack, and it was truly terrifying. Ling K's attack was the same, and even the trajectory of his K's mighty slash had been determined by Starsabel. Not a single bit of it had been wasted, and all of Susan's protectors had been knocked unconscious. Meanwhile, Starsabel had cleaned up the machines that had been monitoring them. The three of them had walked out from 3 different directions. The moment they had attacked Susan, they had created a loophole in Starlight Island's surveillance system, causing Susan to instantly disappear. Susan was terrified, and just as he was about to shout, Lu Yin's voice reached his ears. "Long time no see, Susan." Susan turned around in a daze and looked at Lu Yin in a daze. "B-boss?" Lu Yin's lips curled up. "You still remember me?" Susan suddenly leapt up and charged towards Lu Yin, shouting as he did so, "Boss, you've finally come to find me." Lu Yin stepped aside and grabbed Susan's back, lifting him up. Susan's expression was one of agony, and he looked as if he was better off dead. "Boss, you're finally here. If you hadn't come, I would have been done for, boss." Lu Yin laughed. "Aren't you doing well? No matter how good it is, it's still not as good as Earth." "Boss, it's great to see you. Please take me away, boss," Susan shouted. Starsabel coldly snorted, "Shut up and stop pretending. Your acting is too fake." Susan blinked and looked at Lu Yin before looking back at Starsabel. He then revealed a wretched smile. "Boss, this must be sister-in-law. She's so pretty, with big breasts and a big butt." Ling K subconsciously glanced at Starsabel. Starsabel's eyes narrowed, and a cold glint flashed through them. Lu Yin hurriedly grabbed Susan and left, afraid that Starsabel would destroy him. No one had ever been so rude to Starsabel before. Big breasts and a big butt? That seemed to be it. "You've destroyed those things that were monitoring us. Is everything all right?" "The island will definitely notice," Ling K whispered to Starsabel as his gaze drifted downwards. Starsabel indifferently replied, "I didn't destroy them, so no one will notice." She then looked around and saw that these ordinary people were fine. They would not get involved, and they did not have the ability to do so. Ling K grunted and took a step forward. However, he tripped over something in his calf, and a burst of star energy impacted his calf, causing him to almost fall. He staggered a few steps before stabilizing himself. Beside him, Starsabel snorted and walked away. Ling K's mouth twitched. This woman was really petty. Wasn't it just a look? Did she really have to attack? However, the Starsabel sex attack methods were truly terrifying. They had actually prepared an attack beforehand. How had they done it? This woman had appeared on the top 100 rankings before, and her ranking had been neither high nor low. After that, she had been removed from the list. Many people had assumed that Star Sibyl was not adept at fighting, and those people were all idiots. This woman's true power was definitely terrifying. Everything else aside, she was confident that she could hold back an imprinter. Even the 10 arbiters would find it difficult to escape unscathed, but she had still managed to do it. Luin did not bring Susan to Yaya's house, as he was afraid of implicating her. "Thank you, brothers, for your support. I wish you all the best in the new year." Suifeng is grateful. "Thank you, brothers, for your support." Luin brought Susan to a secluded area where lightning crackled above his head. Susan shrank back when he saw this. "Boss, I missed you so much." Luin was annoyed when he saw Susan's wretched expression. "Stop pretending. You've been living a comfortable life, and it's many times better than on Earth. That's my hometown. Who can forget it?" Susan's expression was exaggerated, and he looked even more wretched. Luin pursed his lips. "You want to return home in glory?" Susan smiled. "Boss knows me best. Boss is mighty. Enough with the nonsense. We want to know the current situation in the cosmic sea," Star Sibyl said coldly as she walked over from nearby. Susan flashed a flattering smile. "What does sister-in-law want to know?" Star Sibyl's tone was icy. "If you dare speak like that again, I'll cut out your tongue." Susan immediately shut up. Ling Ke walked over while rubbing his calf. "Hurry up and tell us, or else those people will wake up." Luin looked at Susan. "Since you're willing to follow the 6th mainland, I won't force you to come back, but you have to help me." Susan's expression changed. "Boss, you're the one who took me away from Earth. Even if I betray this universe, I will never betray Boss. I'll tell you whatever you want to know." "The current situation in the cosmic sea," Luin said. Susan was vexed. "Boss, I only know about Starlight Island. I'm not sure about the rest." "Just this one," Luin said. Susan grunted and thought for a moment before saying, "Starlight Island is one of the 6th mainland's main bases for attacking the cosmic sea. Ever since the 6th and 5th mainlands reached a tacit agreement to allow the younger generation to compete, many young experts from the 6th mainland have come to Starlight Island. Currently, there are no less than 10 million cultivators from the 6th mainland on Starlight Island, and they can be found all around the island. The strongest among them should be the Riemlings, Nan Yanfei and Shang Rong." The three were shocked when they heard the name Riemlings. Riemlings were experts who could rival the 10 arbiters, and there were actually 2 Riemlings here. Luin carefully thought back. He had heard of Nan Yanfei before, but he had never met him before, so he definitely did not know him. As for Shang Rong, Luin carefully thought about it. With the Riemlings at the helm, Starlight Island has gathered all of the 6th mainland's blood progenitors. Of course, there are also powerhouses from other regions, such as the duo from the Secret Ancestors Fan Realm's Azure Realm, or the War. "Boss, I want to introduce you." Boss, I. At this point, Susan's expression became even more vulgar, and he looked as if he was about to consummate his marriage. This made Ling Ke very unhappy. Continue. "Oh, little Xianxiang's name is Xiang, right?" "Shut up. I wasn't asking you that. I was asking if the Tao Source 3 heavens have appeared," Ling Ke interrupted. Susan was shocked. "K's mighty slash? Your spirit general Ling Ke? TCH, a nobody. You're not even a king-ranked powerhouse. You don't have the right to speak to me. My master is Ancestor Ling Tong, and my fiancé is the young matriarch of the Ling Tong clan." Ling Ke was furious. "What did you say?" Luin was helpless. "All right, stop arguing." He then looked at Susan. "Have the Tao Source 3 skies appeared?" Susan shook his head. "Not yet, but they'll definitely come." "Why?" Luin subconsciously asked. Susan explained, "The war in the Innerverse has been going on for several years, and it's always been said that the Tao Source 3 skies will participate. However, the older powerhouses are actually more powerful than the Tao Source 3 skies. The Tao Source 3 skies haven't made a move yet because it's meaningless. Now that the cosmic sea has been cleared of the older powerhouses, the youths are competing as the sixth mainland's top powerhouses. The three known as the heavens will definitely appear soon. What are the Dao Source 3 skies? Ling Ke asked curiously. It wasn't just him, as Luin wanted to know as well. The Dao Source 3 skies were similar to the 10 arbiters that he had heard about when he had first stepped into the universe. Everyone knew about them, but no one had mentioned them in detail. To the younger generation of the sixth mainland, the Dao Source 3 skies were like the heavens. This was because they were not limited to a single region. They were the inheritors of the sixth mainland's Dao Source sect, and they had each inherited 3 progenitors. They were the true inheritors of the progenitor realm. When the Dao Source 3 skies were mentioned, even Susan's vulgar expression disappeared. Actually, I don't know much about the Dao Source 3 skies. I only have a general idea. Everyone in the sixth mainland is curious about them, but they don't know much about them. They don't interact much with outsiders, and even little Xianxia doesn't know much about them. Susan paused for a moment before continuing. The blood progenitor's descendant is called Zi, and little Xianxia told me about her. Legend has it that she absorbed the blood progenitor's bloodline, and she also possesses an innate gift and a secret technique. However, I don't know the specifics, and I've only heard rumors that someone once challenged her to become one of the Dao Source 3 skies. He was a madman, but she easily defeated him. The martial progenitor's descendant is called Wu Tai Bai, and he has an innate gift and a secret technique. Legend has it that he likes to pretend to be an ordinary person and wander around the sixth mainland. Many people have seen him, but they don't know that he's one of the Dao Source 3 skies. I've heard that he's very easy to get along with. The secret progenitor's descendant is the most mysterious, and there's no information about him at all. No one has ever mentioned him, and even those 2 idiots, the blue heroes, don't know anything about him. Luin muttered to himself. The blood progenitor's descendant, Zi, the martial progenitor's descendant, Wu Tai Bai, and the secret progenitor's descendant made for 3 progenitors. The pressure was immense. Luin was very familiar with Wu Tai Bai, and just as Susan had said, that guy liked to pretend to be an ordinary expert. They had even explored the Dao Source sect's ruins together, and this person was very good at pretending. If they hadn't coincidentally bumped into Knight King Jinwu, then this person might not have been exposed. As someone who had forced Knight King Jinwu to use the arrow progenitor's battle technique, Wu Tai Bai's true strength was unfathomable. The Dao Source 3 skies should all be stronger than the 10 arbiters. Aside from the Dao Source 3 skies, what else is there? Ling Ke asked. Susan was annoyed, but he looked at Luin and then at Starsabil, who was obviously going to attack him. He could only continue. Actually, there are many experts in the sixth mainland. The descendants of imprinter families are strong enough to fight against the top experts of the top 100 rankings. The descendants of the world imprinter and even the cosmic imprinter are all quite powerful. If not for the Neoverse sending experts to participate in this battle, then the cosmic sea would have been occupied long ago. Now that the battle has reached this stage, both sides have come to a tacit understanding, and that is the magnetic pole. The thunderstorm zone has a special characteristic, which is the existence of positive and negative magnetic poles. The positive magnetic pole will attract the thunder in the sky, while the negative magnetic pole will repel the thunder in the sky. Rumor has it that in ancient times, in order to allow people to live in the thunderstorm zone safely, an absolute expert divided the magnetic pole into 5 parts and evenly distributed them in every corner of the thunderstorm zone. Using the positive and negative magnetic forces to attract and repel the thunder in the sky, even an enlighter wouldn't be able to withstand a thunderstorm. Both the sixth mainland and the Innerverse cultivators plan to snatch the magnetic pole and lure the thunderstorm into the other's territory to exterminate the other. This is the simplest method, but the price is that the thunderstorm zone will once again descend into chaos. However, this is what the Innerverse wants. As for the sixth mainland, they are confident that they can defeat the Innerverse with this method. No matter what, once the magnetic pole is moved, the thunderstorm zone will gradually be bombarded by thunder. However, it will still take a long time for the thunderstorm zone to regain its ancient might. Starsabil's tone was indifferent. So you're saying that the sixth mainland is confident that they can obtain the magnetic pole and use it to exterminate all of the fifth mainland's cultivators in the thunderstorm zone? Susan nodded. The fifth mainland is the same. Both sides want to use the magnetic pole to exterminate the other, but the chances of that happening aren't high. Some people speculate that even if the magnetic pole is moved, it will still take a long time for the other side to exterminate the other. This is more like determining the ownership of the thunderstorm zone. Whoever seizes the most magnetic poles wins. The other regions of the cosmic sea should be similar, and there should be corresponding methods to determine the victor. When will they be seizing the magnetic pole? Susan replied, soon. I don't know who made an agreement with the fifth mainland's cultivators, but it should be about seizing the magnetic pole technique. One of the Dowsource 3 skies should appear before then. Interesting. Seizing the magnetic pole? Ling Ke was interested. Susan rolled his eyes. With your strength, you can't even connect to the magnetic pole. Stop dreaming. At most, you'll just be cannon fodder. What did you say? You can't even be considered cannon fodder. Ling Ke was furious. Susan raised his head. I don't need to fight. Someone will protect me. Ling Ke gritted his teeth. Starsabil stared at Susan and suddenly asked, where are you planning to go? Susan's eyes flickered. I'm going out for a walk. I'm tired of staying here. Is that so? I calculated that your trip would be risky, and we can protect you, Starsabil said. Lu Yin's brows rose, and he looked at Susan. Where are you going? Susan looked at Lu Yin pleadingly. Boss, I've already told you everything you want to know. Please let me go. I've never harmed anyone from the Innerverse. Lu Yin sighed and looked at Susan seriously. No matter what, you're from Earth, and we're from the same hometown. Help me as much as you can. Susan hesitated. Ling Ke bent his fingers, and his K's mighty slash spun along his fingertips. Don't waste your breath on him. He looks like a traitor. Cripple his arms first. Susan glared at Ling Quebec. You look like a traitor. Your whole family is traitors. You're courting death. Ling Ke was furious. Lu Yin casually pushed Ling Ke aside and looked at Susan seriously. Help me this one time, and we'll never know each other. You'll be you, and I'll be me. We'll never meet, and I'll do my best not to attack you when we meet on the battlefield. How about it? Susan was helpless. Do I have a choice? He then bitterly said, it wasn't easy for me to find someone to rely on. I hope it won't be ruined. Lu Yin patted Susan's shoulder. The sixth mainland might not be able to win. Our universe isn't that simple. If you help us, you'll have a way out, and you can come back in the future. Susan helplessly nodded. Actually, I was invited by Shang Rong to participate in the pre-battle mobilization meeting. The three were moved. Shang Rong was one of the Rianlings. Pre-battle mobilization meeting? Ling Ke was astonished. Susan replied, Boss, everything I told you is true. Both sides have a tacit understanding and are preparing to use the magnetic poles to determine the victor. The pre-battle mobilization meeting is actually just a matter of assigning tasks to each side. Most importantly, Z of the Dowsource 3 skies might appear. Thank you. Rat's monkey Suifeng is extremely grateful for all of your tips. I've been too busy during the new year, so I'll definitely pay you back. Thank you for your support. Thank you for all of your support and tips, thank you. After hearing Susan's words, Lu Yin and Starsabil looked at each other in shock. Ling Ke was infuriated. You bastard. Didn't you just say that you don't know when the three skies will appear? Susan rolled his eyes. Maybe, he doesn't understand? Lu Yin asked in a low voice, will Shang Rong or Zi be the one to convene this pre-war mobilization meeting? Susan shook his head. I'm not sure, but it's most likely Zi. She's one of the Dowsource 3 skies, and it's said that she's most adept at strategizing rather than fighting. Lil Fragrance said that Zi has been obsessed with military formations ever since she was a child, and that she's fond of strategizing. She's also very talented in strategy, and this magnetic pole battle is very important, so it's not strange for her to appear here. Starsabil's gaze turned cold. You just said that you don't understand the Dowsource 3 skies. Lu Yin glared at Starsabil. Let her speak. Starsabil looked away. Susan swallowed his saliva. There are some things that can't be said too much. You can only understand. Cut the crap. You're saying that one of the Dao Source 3 skies, Zi, will appear and command the battle for the magnetic pole. She'll even personally participate, right? Susan rolled his eyes and carefully looked around. That's what you guessed. I didn't say anything. No one knew how powerful the Dao Source 3 skies were, but what was even more troublesome was that this woman was a strategist. Luine had experienced firsthand how difficult it was to deal with a strategist. The Great Eastern Alliance had an obvious advantage over Armament Weave, and logically speaking, they should have been able to crush Armament Weave. However, Wei Rong had managed to drag things out for 2 years. Wang Wen was overseeing Iron Blood Weave, and he had become the #1 person in the Astral Beast domain who had to be killed. This was the might of a strategist. This kind of person was several times more powerful than those who only cultivated. They were also more difficult to deal with because they were too smart. Why did he run into people like this everywhere he went? Luine felt helpless. Bring us to the pre-battle mobilization meeting, Starsabil said. Susan blinked. I've said everything that needs to be said. Starsabil looked at him. I don't want to repeat myself. We won't be discovered, right? Ling Ke asked uneasily. Starsabil's eyes flickered. Not at all. There will be quite a few people attending this meeting. As long as we don't attract too much attention, we won't be discovered. My divination results are very good. Luine glanced at her from the corner of his eyes. Susan looked at Luine pleadingly, boss. Luine looked at Starsabil, who replied, Starlight Island is surrounded on all sides, and it will be very difficult for us to escape. We'll have to participate in the pre-war mobilization meeting and the battle for the magnetic pole. That made sense. Luine sighed and looked at Susan. One last favor. Help me to the end. Susan wanted to cry. His current life was not easy to come by and he had suffered a lot. If these 3 people were found out that he was the one who brought them in, he reckoned that Ancestor Ling Tong would skin him alive. He did not dare to do so. Ling Ke approached him and threatened him in a low voice. If you don't want to bring us along, we can go there ourselves. We can peel off the skin on your face and make a mask out of it. He. Susan was both angry and scared. Luine had no other choice. The 6th mainland had left the younger generation on Starlight Island, and the older powerhouses would definitely be at the rear. It would be impossible for them to escape, and the front would be the front lines of the battle. Thus, it would be impossible for them to escape. Their only option was to join the battle for the magnetic pole. Besides, he also wanted to see how terrifying the so-called Dao Source 3 skies were. Actually, Luine was not worried about the Dao Source 3 skies or the Realmlings. He could even fight against an imprinter, so no matter how powerful the Dao Source 3 skies were, they would not be able to surpass an imprinter. Faced with this threat, Susan had no other choice but to agree to bring the 3 of them to join the pre-war mobilization meeting. The pre-war mobilization meeting was just a euphemism, as it was actually a gathering of Starlight Island's younger elites. Youths were always competitive and had all sorts of conflicts of interest. Some wanted to show their faces in front of the Dao Source 3 skies, especially since one of the 3 Dao Source 3 skies was a woman. This made many people even more jealous. In order to prevent Susan from betraying them, Starsabil had given him a few tricks to ensure that Susan would not betray them. Susan had already accepted his fate, and even the 6th mainland's cultivators who had been knocked unconscious woke up. Susan easily took care of them and brought the 3 of them to another island outside of Starlight Island. Of the 3, Luine and Ling Ke were nothing special. It was just that Starsabil was too beautiful and easily attracted attention. However, Starsabil's methods were strange. Luine did not know what she had done, but her face was still the same, but it was no longer breathtakingly beautiful. At first glance, she did not seem very beautiful, and the more one looked at her, the more ordinary she seemed. Luine was truly shocked by this woman's methods, and he was suddenly very curious about the Starsabil sect. If he had the time, he would definitely go and take a look. Divination was already very mysterious, and with the addition of all sorts of strange methods, the Starsabil sect was becoming more and more attractive to him. The only thing that worried the three of them was Xianxia. The girl had pretended to be strong and naively lied about waiting for her parents to return. Her naivety was pitiful. Regardless of whether it was Luyin, Ling Ke, or Starsabil, they all decided that if possible, they would come back and take the girl away. Living alone on Starlight Island, even if she had to rely on her parents' wealth to survive, was still very lonely. The difficulties she would face were unimaginable. The surface of the sea was very calm, and cultivators passed by from time to time. When they saw Susan, they bowed respectfully. Up until now, most of the 6th Mainland's cultivators had been in the ruins of the Daosaur sect or at the border warfront. Those who had been able to exchange blows with him had been at Autumnfrost Qing's level. Thus, the cultivators that Luyin had seen were all considered to be in the upper echelons of the 6th Mainland. However, on this mainland, most of the cultivators were still at the bottom. The group walked along the surface of the sea, and every cultivator that they encountered bowed to Susan. These people were all at the bottom of the hierarchy, and there were at least 1,000 of them. None of them were at the level of an aristocratic family's young master, Old 16. The higher one stood, the further one could see. Most of the people that one could see were those who were standing at a higher level. This was a matter of one's level and perspective. Luyin stood behind the palanquin with Ling Ke and Starsabil beside him. The old enlighter who had been protecting Susan glanced at them from time to time, but he did not say anything. Susan had already dealt with the old man. Old 16 was still flattering Susan, but Susan was no longer as happy as he had been before. This made Old 16 very confused. Although Old 16 was ranked 16th in the Lingtong clan, he was definitely not weak. He was not much weaker than the Lingtong clan's young matriarch and could be considered an elite among elites. In terms of strength, he could be ranked at the very top of the Innerverse top 100 rankings. He had his own pride, just like how he had been slapped on the surface of the sea. However, he wanted to improve himself, which was why he had been so humble. Thunder crackled in the sky, and Susan was annoyed by it. Luyin and the other two behind him were also irritating him, so he decided to just bury himself. Old 16 was bewildered, as he did not know what was wrong with this guy. Not too far away from Susan's group, two strange figures slowly walked along the surface of the sea. No matter how one looked at them, one could see how strange they were. One was fat, and the other was thin. The thin one looked like the fat one's arm. Many people around them saw these two, and some were either afraid or amused. However, no one spoke up, and some even showed disgusted expressions. The thunder in the sky is too loud, and it's a little scary. Fat bro, are you scared? No, we're not even afraid of the Riemlings, so why would we be afraid of mere thunder? Skinny bro, are you scared? A little. Actually, I'm a little scared too. Fat bro, you have to protect me. Don't worry, skinny bro. We'll be brothers forever, and fat bro will be your shield. Thank you, fat bro. Right, fat bro, you've gotten fatter recently. Really? Ha 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 ha, thank you, skinny bro. Actually, you've gotten thinner as well. Really? Thank you, fat bro. We're brothers. Brothers forever. As the fat and thin duo approached, Susan's group overheard their conversation. Luyin had a strange look on his face. What was going on? Susan looked up and saw the fat and thin duo. He rolled his eyes. The blue transformation idiots. Ling Ke moved closer to Luyin's ear. These two look like idiots, but I think the thin one looks a lot like Mu Rong. Luyin glanced at him. You have a lot of resentment towards Mu Rong. Ling Ke sneered, but he did not say anything else. He would never forget the grudge he had with the support group. Hey, fat bro, look. Isn't that perverted Sue? The voices in the distance grew louder, as if they were afraid that Susan's group would not hear them. Yeah, perverted Sue is here as well. Susan was furious. Blue transformation idiots, I didn't do anything to offend you. Haha, fat bro, perverted Sue has spoken, and he looks even more perverted. Skinny bro, we can't insult others. They're already so perverted, so let's not add more scars to their hearts. Come, apologize. Oh, okay. Sorry, perverted Sue. We shouldn't have spoken the truth. Yeah, perverted Sue. Speaking the truth is our weakness, and we'll change it. Actually, you don't look that perverted. You're just a little awkward. Fat bro, you're being so reserved. Does he even understand? Maybe he really doesn't understand. He looks like this, but his IQ isn't that high either. The group watched the fat and thin duo leave with a strange look on their faces. The duo had been talking the entire time, and they had not given anyone a chance to interrupt. Even Susan couldn't retort. Ling Ke looked at their backs with admiration, and he thought back to the sixth mainland's cultivator that he had once threatened to kill. That was his glory, but unfortunately, he had never been able to do it again. Susan was so angry that his entire body trembled, but he could not do anything about those two. The fat and thin duo looked foolish, but if he really thought that they were foolish, then he would be the unlucky one. Individually, these two fellows were not very powerful, but when they worked together, even the Riemlings had to be cautious. Tui, how unlucky. Susan glared at the fat and thin duo's backs. Starlight Island was not just a single island, and the thunderstorm zone was boundless. There were dozens of islands around Starlight Island, and the mobilization meeting was being held on one of these islands. The closer they got to the island, the more people there were, and all of them were youths. Many of them greeted Susan, and it was obvious that their statuses were not low. Although it was impossible to determine the strength of these people based on their rune lines, the sixth mainland's cultivators had a clear hierarchy. The stronger a power, the higher their status. Or rather, the higher their status, the more powerful they were. This was because a large portion of these cultivators' strength came from their imprints. The stronger their imprint, the more powerful they were, and the strength of an imprint represented the power they belonged to. Because Susan was leading the way, no one checked their identities, and they were able to smoothly sneak in. As for the people protecting Susan, they remained outside the island. 16th naturally had the right to enter as well, and he looked at the trio strangely. He wanted to ask something, but when he saw Susan's expression, he decided not to speak. The island was bustling with activity. The gathering was organized under Shangrong's name, and it was a pre-war mobilization. All of the young elites around Starlight Island had come, and with so many people present, there were naturally conflicts. For example, the fat and skinny duo had attracted a lot of hate along the way. These two had no filter and said anything they wanted. Even Susan had been disgusted by them, let alone the others. They were lucky to have not been beaten to death. Susan led the trio and 16th to the center of the island, where a towering stone pillar stood. The true leaders of this gathering are at the top of the pillar. Almost everyone who can participate is from an imprinter family. You don't have to worry about the passers-by, Susan announced loudly as he led the way. Many people had been angered by the Blue Hero duo, and now that Susan was here, their faces turned purple with anger. 16th hurriedly flattered him, not forgetting to mock the people around him. Luin was impressed that this guy hadn't been beaten to death yet, and that fat and skinny duo still existed. Little Xianxia. Susan's sudden shout startled the group. Many people around him were startled by his sudden outburst. Further away, a group of people walked out from a corner. The one at the front was a petite girl with a sweet smile. Many youths had gathered around her, and from their auras, they could tell that they were from large families. These people had been walking well, but when Susan shouted, the girl's expression turned ugly. The youths around her all looked over in shock. Susan ran over with a flattering smile on his face. He came to the woman's side and said, "Little Xianxia, where have you been all this time? I've been looking for you." The girl's expression turned ugly, and she gently replied, "I went for a stroll." "A stroll?" Susan shouted again, "Do you know how dangerous it is? There are enemies everywhere, and there's even a bunch of little Xianxia looking to curry favor. It's very dangerous for you to go out like this. Little Xianxia, promise me that you won't leave on your own in the future. You know." Susan's spittle flew everywhere, and many people looked over. The girl's expression turned ugly, but she couldn't do anything. The people around her were helpless as well, but they seemed to be used to it. Luin and the others walked over and stood quietly to the side, watching Susan speak as if they were his lackeys. After a while, Susan finally finished, "Little Xianxia, let's go to the party together." The woman didn't say a word. She silently walked in front of Susan. Susan licked his lips and continued to speak. The surrounding young elites didn't like him, but they were all patient and didn't say anything. As the disciple of ancestor Ling Tong, Susan's position was extremely high, and very few people dared to challenge him. Ling Ke said in a low voice, "A single piece of rat poop spoils the entire pot of soup." Looking from afar, the stone pillar didn't look too big. However, upon closer inspection, one would realize that the stone pillar was very wide, and there was a courtyard at the top. This courtyard had belonged to the previous owner of the island, but after the sixth mainland had taken over the island, that owner had died. However, the courtyard had been perfectly preserved, and it was now occupied by Xianxia. Lu Yin and the rest followed Susan to the top of the stone pillar, but Susan ran off to pester the girl, completely ignoring them. The courtyard was very large and was filled with exquisite delicacies and fine wine. There were also many attendants walking around. The cultivators were all looking for people to talk to. It was just like a cocktail party. The 16th brother was determined to follow Susan and kept following him. No one knew where Starsabil had gone. Ling Ke's eyes were shining, but no one knew what he was doing. Lu Yin had nothing to do, so he simply ate. Actually, he was still very interested in food. He remembered that Silver's dream had been to become a gourmet, but he didn't know where that guy had gone or if he was dead. When he thought about Silver's despicable foxy smile, Lu Yin felt uncomfortable. When he thought of Silver, he also thought of Xiao Luo. Compared to Silver, he didn't know what Xiao Luo was thinking. They had been separated from each other for many years, and he didn't know when they would meet again. Have you heard? The Fifth Mainland's general appointment platform's titled Xiao is now Prince Xiao. He's currently right across from our Starlight Island. Someone was discussing this topic nearby, and the entire gathering was filled with discussion. Lu Yin listened as he ate. Although the Fifth Mainland isn't that great, their kings are still very powerful. This Hua Xiao is rumored to be a true disciple of the Neoverse Sirius sect. He's extremely powerful and has even clashed with a realmling before. It's strange. The Fifth Mainland has always been suppressed by us, but they've always had an endless stream of experts. This is especially true in the Neoverse, where there are too many kings. These fellows all dare to fight against the realmlings, and their strength isn't any weaker than that of the Cosmic Imprinter's descendants. We have more powerhouses, and we can deal with as many of them as they come. Besides, only about half of our peers are actually attacking the Fifth Mainland's innerverse, and there's still a small portion that hasn't arrived yet. It's said that Wu Taibai of the Daosource Three Skies doesn't plan on coming out. It's not just Wu Taibai, many of our Daosource sect's disciples don't plan on coming out either. The main attacking force is still the 9 regions. Lu Yin's eyes flickered, as he recalled that the Sixth Mainland had a Daosource sect. Since there was a Daosource sect, it naturally had its own disciples. The Innerverse was currently facing experts from the 9 regions, and the Daosource sect's experts had indeed yet to appear. However, even if the Daosource sect's disciples did appear, they wouldn't be able to surpass the realmlings. At most, they would be close to the realmlings. However, this was still very terrifying. The 9 region imprinter's descendants and the Daosource sect's disciples definitely outnumbered the Innerverse, which was enough to crush them. The Sixth Mainland far surpassed the Fifth Mainland. Lu Yin heard quite a bit of news from the discussions going on all around him. Most of the discussions were about the Thunderstorm Zone, where the main attacking force against the Sixth Mainland was a group from the Cosmic Sea that had been formed by several smaller groups. There was also a group from the Spiritual Seal Flow Zone that had retreated to the Cosmic Sea, such as the Lingling clan. As for Ling Palace, it was the 10 arbiters who were competing with Xianxia. When Lu Yin heard about Ling Palace, his expression turned strange. These two were really fated. Back in the Daosource sect's ruins, Ling Palace had fought with Xianxia several times. Now, in the Cosmic Sea, these two were fighting again. Could they have developed feelings for each other? Speaking of which, the Fifth Mainland's 10 arbiters are really ruthless. They don't have imprints or bloodlines, but they're still evenly matched with the realmlings. Shoo, don't say that. Xianxia doesn't like it when people say that. He's actually been suppressed the entire time. That can't be. The realmlings are being suppressed? That's what I heard. Someone personally confirmed that Xianxia is being suppressed by one of the Fifth Mainland's 10 arbiters, White Knight. It doesn't look like they're fighting, but more like they're delaying. Xianxia is delaying White Knight. Hiss. That's too ruthless. How did the Fifth Mainland give birth to these 10 monsters? Haven't you heard? The Fifth Mainland's general appointment platform can seal an arbiter, but no one has been able to do so until now. Whoever does so is challenging the 10 arbiters. Even the experts from the Neoverse won't openly challenge the 10 arbiters. Those 10 are monsters. It looks like only the Dao Source 3 skies can suppress them. That's not necessarily true. The 10 arbiters have varying levels of strength, and the same goes for the Realmlings. Xianxia might not be a match for them, but that doesn't mean that the other Realmlings aren't. We'll see. Bro, I heard that you were beaten up by someone from the Fifth Mainland called Avery? Ha 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 ha. Bullshit, I was the one who beat him up. Stop pretending. Many people saw it. If you hadn't used a power vessel to escape, you would have been dead by now. Don't worry. The next time I see him, I'll definitely destroy him. I heard that someone has issued a bounty for the capture of the Mavis clan. Have any of you encountered any Mavis clan members? We met them once. That woman is ridiculously strong, but that's not all. She even managed to tame a sea turtle from the cosmic sea. She almost swallowed my brother whole. The Mavis clan is indeed strange. I heard that no one has ever killed a Mavis clan member. Actually, our thunderstorm area is relatively peaceful. I heard that many strange powerhouses have appeared in other areas. Some call themselves gods, some fly around in spacecraft, and there are also bastards who constantly release smoke. I heard that there are even brothels flying in the sky. I also heard that there are dead people riding skeleton horses in some places. Yes, there are also people who know secret techniques, and it's not just one or two of them. The Fifth Mainland is getting weirder and weirder. It's not weird. Those people basically come from the Fifth Mainland's Neoverse. That's where the Fifth Mainland's strongest powerhouses gather. Back then, the martial ancestor tried to destroy the Neoverse in one fell swoop, someone said. It's a pity that he failed, and he even caused a celestial phenomenon. No matter how powerful the Neoverse is, if all 9 domains worked together, then it would be easily destroyed. Everything else aside, each domain would send out a cosmic imprinter, which means that there are 9 of them. 9 powerhouses with power levels over 1,000,000, plus a celestial imprinter and a progenitor. Anything can be destroyed. What a pity. In my opinion, the Fifth Mainland Starsabil sect should be destroyed the most. It's said that they can even perform divination. They're a bunch of blind people. Just because they can perform divination doesn't mean that they're blind. If they're not blind, then how can they perform divination? That makes sense. Luin took a sip of his drink. The discussions around him had given him a better understanding of many things that had happened in the cosmic sea. Even he found it strange, let alone the people from the Sixth Mainland. There were spacecraft that crashed into people, people who called themselves gods, bastards that released smoke, brothels that could fly, and even blind people who could perform divination. It was a mess. But overall, the situation did not sound too bad. Luin had no idea what exactly existed in the Neoverse. Right, he could ask Starsabil. As he thought about it, Luin searched for Starsabil but did not find her. If she did not want to be discovered, then not many people would be able to find her. Luin did not find Starsabil, but he did find Ling Ke, who was baring his teeth at someone else. Luin felt a headache coming on. Susan hurriedly went over and did his best to drag Ling Ke back. Are you trying to kill me? Susan barked. Ling Ke rolled his eyes. Women? Whoever has the ability can chase them. Who's that guy? He actually dares to steal the woman I'm interested in. His father is an imprinter, Susan said viciously. Ling Ke pursed his lips. An imprinter was an emissary. He helplessly said, it'll probably take a long time before my dream of reorganizing the support group can be realized. Luin casually picked up a plate of food and was about to continue eating when he glanced outside. He quickly turned around and lowered his head. Susan's heart skipped a beat. Boss, did you see someone familiar? Luine coughed. Don't talk to me. Susan's face paled as he looked around. A group of people entered successively from the entrance. Shockingly, the person in the lead was Di Luo, and Autumn Frost Qing and the other cultivators of the younger generation of the Bloodburn realm followed behind him. Luine had never expected that someone from the Bloodburn realm would appear here. The Sixth Mainland was not at peace. The Burning Blood realm and the Black Blood realm were at war all year round, and the hatred between the two sides was extremely deep. Oh, isn't this the Bloodburn realm's stray dog? Why have you come to our Black Blood realm's territory? Someone mocked. They wanted to conquer the entire Outerverse with the power of a single realm, but they failed. Now, they want to come to the Innerverse to gain some military merits. Actually, with the Fifth Mainland's Outerverse strength, it shouldn't have been able to withstand the power of a single realm. If even that failed, then it really is the Bloodburn realm. Di Luo and the others remained calm. They had come from the Sixth Mainland to the Innerverse, and they had already experienced too much ridicule, so they no longer cared. At this moment, the void distorted as Realmling Xiangrong appeared. A Realmling represented the strongest of a region's younger generation, and his appearance silenced everyone. In this war between the continents, we're all united against a common enemy. You're not allowed to speak any more mockery or you'll be expelled, shouted Xiangrong, sweeping his gaze over the crowd. Everyone who was seen by him felt their scalps go numb, not daring to refute. Di Luo's gaze was filled with gratitude, and he slowly bowed. Many thanks, Realmling Xiangrong. Xiangrong nodded. He was a Realmling from the Black Blood realm, and he had fought with the Bloodburn realm for many years. He also loathed the people from the Bloodburn realm, but he could not show it. He needed to have the magnanimity that a Realmling should have. Welcome to Starlight Island. Di Luo and the others hurriedly expressed their gratitude. The arrival of Di Luo and the others caused the surrounding atmosphere to change. Although because of Xiangrong's suppression, no one dared to mock them anymore, but the way they looked at them was not right. He did his best to avoid being recognized by Autumn Frost Qing. Casually holding a plate of delicacies, his other hand also pressed onto it. It was a very fat hand, coming from a big fatty. It was the fatty of the Cyan transformation duo. The fatty looked at Luine, and Luine looked back at him. Then, he subconsciously loosened his grip. The fatty accepted the food and looked at Luine approvingly. You're very polite, fat bro likes it. Luine shuddered. Behind the fat man, the skinny man appeared. Fat bro, this brother is very polite. We should let him have the food. Look at how skinny he is. The fatty sized him up and passed him a plate. Eat, you must have been hungry for a long time. Luine didn't want to get tangled up with him, as the two of them would attract too much attention. He casually took the items and turned to leave. The fatty was dissatisfied. Brother Skinny, look at the quality of people these days. They don't even say thank you. That's right, fat bro. I don't know where the virtues of the ancient legends have gone. We have to learn from this person. We can't be as uncultured as him. Well said, brother Skinny. You seem to have lost weight again. Is that so, fat bro? Actually, you've gotten fatter too. Ha 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 ha, thank you for the compliment. That's the truth. Thank you for your praise. Their unbridled laughter attracted many people's attention. They vaguely heard the word Cyan transformation duo. Luine quickened his pace and left. In the distance, Autumn Frost Qing glanced over at Luine and saw the Cyan transformation duo. He then looked at Luine, but Lu Yin's back was facing him, so he couldn't see him clearly. He only felt that Luine looked familiar, but he didn't pay much attention to him. Luine walked away from the Cyan transformation duo and heaved a sigh of relief. It would have been a shame if he had been exposed by this strange duo. Xiangrong appeared, and countless people surrounded him. He did his best to show off his status as an elite. Susan also moved over, and Luine glanced at him. How wretched. Luine wasn't the only one thinking this. When Xiangrong and the rest saw Susan move over, their expressions turned ugly. He had dragged down the entire group by himself. However, in front of Susan, Xiangrong had to show his magnanimity. Not only was Susan the only disciple of ancestor Ling Tong, but he was also the flag that the Sixth Mainland was using to recruit the Fifth Mainland. From the Sixth Mainland's perspective, if they could accept someone like Susan, who wouldn't they accept? This was the mindset that they wanted to impart to the Fifth Mainland. The more carefree Susan was, the more people from the Fifth Mainland would be willing to surrender. Xianxia forced a smile. Susan, come and get to know everyone. Susan hurriedly flashed a flattering smile and began to frantically flatter Xianxia. Those who could surround Xianxia were not ordinary people, and even the weakest of them were direct descendants of imprinter families. Some of them were even descendants of cosmic imprinter families, so it was not shameful to flatter them. Everyone had their own way of surviving. Luyin sighed inwardly as he watched Susan trying his best to fit into Xianxia's circle. However, he did not look down on Susan. Susan just wanted to live a better life, and if the Fifth Mainland could not give him that, then he would rely on the Sixth Mainland. Others might think that he was a traitor, but who wasn't selfish? As long as he did not think of a way to slaughter the people of the Fifth Mainland, no one had the right to criticize him. He was just trying to live a better life. Luyin avoided Autumnfrost Qing and the others from the Bloodburn realm and walked around the gathering. He saw quite a few people and heard quite a few things. Not long after, Xianxia asked everyone to quiet down, as if he was waiting for something. Soon after, a man with a solemn expression walked in from the entrance, his entire body exuding a powerful aura. His appearance caused quite a few people to cry out in surprise. It's Dachi Nu, Ziyi's servant from the Daosor's Three Skies. Lu Yan's eyes lit up. The Daosor's Three Skies have arrived? When Dachi Nu appeared, Xianxia immediately went to greet him. As a realmling, he was not supposed to greet a servant, but Dachi Nu was different. Although he was a servant in name, he was actually a disciple of the Daosor sect who had followed Ziyi because he admired her. This person was one of the few hunters in the Sixth Mainland's younger generation aside from the Daosor's Three Skies and the Realmlings. Although Xianxia was a realmling, their statuses in the Daosor sect were similar. Brother Qiu, I guessed that you would come, haha. Xianxia laughed as he welcomed the man. The man who had been addressed as Dachi Nu was called Qiu He, and he smiled when he saw Xianxia arrive. I've received orders from the Daosor's Three Skies to assign everyone a mission. Brother Xiang, would you be willing to cooperate? Of course. With Big Sis Ziyi's command, we'll definitely win in the thunderstorm zone. Xianxia smiled. Qiu He was satisfied, and he made an inviting gesture. Xianxia did the same. Everyone looked at the two of them. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. This Dachi Nu was not weak, which showed just how terrifying the Daosor's Three Skies were. They had actually managed to make one of the few hunters in the younger generation into a servant. No matter what the reason was, it was still shocking. Only the 10 arbiters were hunters on the Fifth Mainland, and even Xia Tian, who was ranked first on the top 100 rankings, had not yet become a hunter. This was the difference between them. Xianxia and Qiu He casually exchanged a few words, and then he faced the crowd. The Daosor's order states that Zhitian of the Three Skies has been ordered to supervise and command all participants in the thunderstorm zone. Anyone who participates in the attack on the Fifth Mainland must obey Zhitian's orders. Does anyone have any objections? We pledge our lives to serve Zhitian, the crowd shouted. Ling Ke had a strange look in his eyes, and he moved closer to Luyin and whispered, have these people trained before? They're speaking too neatly. Zhitian is even more pretentious than the 10 arbiters. Qiu He was very satisfied with everyone's attitude. From his point of view, the more they respected Ziyi, the more comfortable he felt. Everyone should be aware of the situation in the thunderstorm zone. The battle for the magnetic pole is about to begin, and if everyone is allowed to fight as they please, it will easily lead to chaos. Zhitian has turned the Daosor sect's raw materials into tokens, and the tokens obtained by the participants in the battle for the magnetic pole are half raw materials. Only the raw materials in Zhitian's hands can give orders, and it will be displayed on all the half raw materials. If you receive any orders, you will be punished for your actions. Xianxia continued, everyone should have heard of Zhitian's abilities. Although military strategy is just a game, there are very few who can reach Zhitian's level. With Zhitian in command, even if he orders you to die, you must follow his orders. This is the only way to show the Sixth Mainland's unity and loyalty. I hope that everyone will not lose face. Luin frowned as he listened to Xianxia's words. Cultivators rarely arranged their battles according to military strategy, but if both sides were equal in strength, then it would be much more advantageous for both sides to arrange their battles according to military strategy. The Sixth Mainland's strength already surpassed the Fifth Mainland's, and with the addition of the Daosor's Three Skies and their military strategy, it would be far too difficult to win in the thunderstorm zone. The only good news from this gathering was that not all of the Daosor's Three Skies had shown up. Only Zi had come, and it was unlikely that Wu Taibai would show up. As for the mysterious secret progenitor's successor, the chances of him appearing were not high either. However, these were all guesses, and no one knew whether they were true or false. Next, it was time to distribute the tokens. Everyone present was a true expert of the thunderstorm zone's younger generation, and Xiao He had brought dozens of half-life origin tokens for Xianxia to distribute. Riemlings would definitely receive tokens, and people like He Xiang, Di Luo, and Autumn Frost Qing also received tokens. Even the Blue Transformation Duo received tokens, and 16th received 2. Almost every direct descendant of an imprinter's family received a token, and these people were the top experts of the thunderstorm zone's younger generation. There were 5 magnetic poles, and there were more than 5 teams competing for them. Some were in the open, while others were in the dark. Luin joined 16th's team under Susan's arrangements. 16th's team was in the open, and they were competing for a magnetic pole. In reality, there was another team supporting them in the dark, and there were experts hidden among them. Susan did not participate in the battle, and no one allowed him to. With his strength, there was nothing else he could do aside from seeking death. Many people maliciously guessed that he could use this opportunity to annoy the Fifth Mainland's people. 16th received 2 tokens, and one of them could be given to an expert second only to himself and his team. At the same time, he could also receive Zi's orders to prevent the token from being lost. As for the second token, Susan asked for it and gave it to Luin. Luin accepted the token and was very surprised. Half-life origin was said to be a material unique to the Sixth Mainland's Daosor sect. No, this material was called half-life origin, and only immature materials were called half-life origin. Hold on, Luin suddenly looked up. Since immature materials were called half-life origin, then if he used his die to upgrade it every 3 days, would he be able to upgrade it to a half-life origin material? Did that mean that he would have the same authority as Zi and would be able to give orders to anyone who held a token made of half-life origin material? This idea tempted him. The rest of the gathering was a complete waste of energy. Everyone went their separate ways, and Luin did his best to avoid the people from the Bloodburn realm. Susan could not fit into Xianxia's circle, so he could only pester He Xiang. 16th followed Susan, as he was determined to curry favor with Susan. Although ancestor Ling Tong was a world imprinter, he had only cultivated for a short period of time. In a few more years, it was very likely that he would become a universe imprinter. Susan was ancestor Ling Tong's only disciple, and his status had risen greatly. No matter how weak he was, his status would not be any lower than a Riemling's. 16th felt that he had to curry favor with such a person. After half a day, the gathering finally ended. Luin impatiently left, but Susan could not bear to leave He Xiang, who quickly ran away in fear. There are at least 10 million cultivators from the Sixth Mainland participating in the struggle for the magnetic pole. The team we joined should have at least a few 100,000 people, or even 1 million. It's a small number in the cosmic sea, but the number is actually quite exaggerated. No matter how strong you are, you can still die if you're not careful, Ling Ke said solemnly as he returned to Susan's residence. Starsabil looked outside. She had barely spoken since entering the gathering. Just follow at the back and find a chance to slip away. There are so many people here, so no one will care about you, Susan said. Ling Ke did not have the time to talk nonsense with Susan. He had always been fighting guerrilla warfare in the Innerverse, and it was rare for him to encounter such a large-scale battle. Elsewhere, Luin was alone in his room. He looked up and saw his die appear. He tapped it, and it slowly spun until it finally stopped at possession. Time-stop space. Entering the time-stop space meant that he would definitely be able to roll enhance. Luin was not in a hurry, as he had plenty of money. If not for the fact that he was afraid of being too lonely, he could even cultivate in the time-stop space until the end of time. Actually, he had only been cultivating for close to 10 years, but if he added in the time-stop space, it would be a different story. It would take him at least 13 or even 14 years. In the time-stop space, he would rest for 10 days after rolling the die. After 30 days, he finally rolled 3 pips. He placed the Half-Life Origin token on the upper screen and casually tossed out tens of thousands of star essence. The Half-Life Origin token immediately fell to the ground, and its color changed as it became darker. It also felt different. He had spent over 1,000 star essence. The material was not bad, as it was equivalent to a piece of Void Thunderbeast flesh. After upgrading the Half-Life Origin token, the next step was to give it a try. However, now that he had obtained 3 days, he could not waste it. There doesn't seem to be anything worth upgrading. Right, Heavenly Flame Stones. He threw the Heavenly Flame Stone onto the upper light screen. This thing should be the source of the Heavenly Flame Dojo's Fire Dragon's power. He wondered if it could be upgraded. Reality proved that the Heaven Flame Stone could be upgraded, as the star essence that had been placed on the upper light screen had disappeared. The disappearance of the star essence meant that it could be upgraded, but it did not seem to have dropped much. He thought about it for a moment and then continued to toss star essence into the upper screen. 10,000, 20,000, 100,000, 200,000. As more and more star essence was consumed, the Heaven Flame Stone's power gradually decreased. Finally, it leveled up once, and the entire stone became different. A faint roar could be heard from it. Luin looked at the upper light screen and smiled bitterly. A single upgrade had cost him 1.2 million star essence, which was too much. However, it was understandable. The Heavenly Flame Dojo's Fire Dragon had not been weak, and even the weakest one had been at least 300,000 to 400,000 in lighters. The Heaven Flame Stone was also an item on that level, so it was normal for it to cost 1 million star essence to upgrade it. The broken universal armor that had been upgraded to the point where it could barely withstand an enlighter with a power level of 400,000 had cost him nearly 900,000 star essence. That was normal, but he could not afford such a consumption. If he did not have a few dozen million star essence on him, then it would be best not to upgrade it. As he thought about it, he took out the Giant Emperor's third eye and tried it out, but it was useless. It was the Giant Emperor's eye, so it could not be upgraded. Then, what about the spring water? He also tried it out, and it was useful. The spring water could allow his eyes to see more clearly, and he continued to toss star essence into it. Now that he had money, he might as well upgrade it to the best of his abilities. After 14 tries, the spring water completely changed. It no longer looked like spring water, but rather a mixture of energy. He had already used up about 560,000 star essence. Could this thing still be used? Luin was not sure, but he decided to find someone to test it out. He still had 7,140,000 star essence on him, which was a lot compared to before. However, when he thought about the dozens of mountain ranges that had been filled with star essence, his heart ached. If he had been given a little more time, even if it was just a few seconds, he would have been able to double his wealth. What a pity! The scene in front of him changed, and Luin appeared in a room. Only a second had passed in the real world. From Starsabil and the others' point of view, Luin had only entered the room for a moment before exiting, so they did not think much of it. "Susan, let me take a look at your command token," Luin said. Before returning, he had asked Susan to bring over 16th's other command token. Susan took it out. Luin tested it, and words suddenly appeared on the token in Susan's hand. "Hello." When they saw this, Starsabil and the others' expressions changed. Susan was shocked. "Zhizhitian gave me an order." Lu Yin's lips curled up, but he did not say anything. He had succeeded. Starsabil immediately looked at Luin. Ling Ke did the same, as they were not stupid. Only Susan stared at the command token in a daze. He felt the token in his hand heat up because Zhitian's words were written on it. Zhitian was actually greeting him. Those were the Dao Source 3 skies. Even with Susan's current status, it was impossible for him to even meet one of them, let alone receive a greeting from one of them. This was something that he could not even dream of. Actually, he could tell that Luine had asked him to take out the command token for no reason, which was very suspicious. However, Susan had been too excited, and deep down, he had hoped that it was Z who had greeted him. He had not considered anything else. Starsabil looked at Luine in astonishment. How did you do that? Luine smiled. I have raw materials. I just need to fuse them into the command token. Don't forget that I'm a lockbreaker. What a coincidence. Ling Ke could not believe it. Luine took out the broken sword that he had unlocked on planet Hydrodink. Raw materials are softer than half-raw materials, so they're easier to fuse into the command token. Raw materials were unique to the 6th Mainland's Dowsource sect, and the outside world did not recognize them. Starsabil's eyes flickered, as she felt that this person was becoming more and more unfathomable. She could not even tell if he was lying or not, which was a very strange thing to her. Even without her divination abilities, she could easily tell if someone was lying or not. However, she could not tell if this person was lying, as he seemed to be shrouded in a layer of fog. If she said that he was lying, then how could he have tampered with the items from the Dowsource 3 skies? If she said that he was not lying, then that would be too much of a coincidence. Ling Ke sighed in admiration. Bro, you're amazing. Quick, tell Z that Brother K is missing a support group. Ask her if she's interested, and the price is negotiable. Luine smiled. Don't worry, I'll pass on your message to her before I leave. Ling Ke was stunned, and then he laughed dryly. Actually, I was just joking. He did not want to be targeted by the Dowsource 3 skies. Thunder rumbled in the sky, occasionally crashing down with loud booms. On the surface of the sea, an endless line of cultivators headed in a certain direction. These cultivators were led by 16, who was a cruiser and a descendant of the Lingtong clan. His status was extremely high, and no one had any objections to him leading a group. There were nearly 800,000 people in the group, and they formed a dense mass. Most of them had not reached the realm of space exploring, but even so, there were still many who had. The cosmic sea's weather was unpredictable, and the thunderstorm zone was not just filled with lightning. Occasionally, spatial cracks would explode, which made many people's scalps go numb. Luine was in the middle of the group, and they headed southeast. The magnetic pole that they were fighting over was in that direction. The closer they got to the magnetic pole, the more complicated the lightning in the sky became. Sometimes, large amounts of lightning would be attracted to bombard the void, and other times, it would be completely silent. It was very strange. 16's face was solemn as he led the way. Most of the people following behind him were cultivators from the Lingtong clan, and almost all of them were explorers or cruisers. There's a reef beach up ahead. There might be natives from the 5th Mainland hiding in ambush. Everyone, be careful, someone shouted. As soon as that person finished speaking, a reef suddenly exploded, and then all the other reefs on the beach exploded as well. Each of the reefs had a power level of over 100,000, and the 5th Mainland's cultivators were attacking from all directions, be it from the bottom of the sea or in the void. However, they were all in the periphery, and no one dared to enter the 6th Mainland's group. Their purpose was to stall for time. Since both sides were fighting over the magnetic pole, it was only natural that some people would fight over it, while others would delay. The 6th Mainland was doing the same. ZE had considered many possibilities, and some of the 800,000 cultivators split up and blocked the 5th Mainland's cultivators from the outside. They did not want to waste any time. Not only that, but there were also tens of thousands of cultivators who spread out to probe the surrounding area and ensure that the hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the center would not be disturbed. The entire process was very orderly. Even Luine felt some admiration, as they could actually control so many cultivators. The Dowsource 3 skies had a very high status. Ling Ke sighed. It would be great if so many people were willing to risk their lives for me. He then looked at Luine. What do you think? Luine ignored him as he continued to observe his surroundings. Ling Ke then looked at Starsabil, but she ignored him as well and continued to observe her surroundings. Ling Ke felt awkward, and he raised a hand to pat the shoulder of an unfamiliar cultivator in front of him. "Brother, what do you think?" The cultivator had a strange expression, but he nodded. "That's right. You're right." Ling Kei's eyes lit up, as this person's attitude reminded him of the Sixth Mainland's cultivator that he had killed. Was that scene about to repeat itself? Ling Kei's interest was immediately piqued, and he hurriedly sped up to the cultivator in front of him. He began to ramble on about all sorts of things, including his life's ideals, his cultivation goals, his future prospects, and so on. He spewed out a whole bunch of nonsense that left the cultivator somewhat dazed. More and more lightning bolts appeared in the sky, and they intertwined with one another. "Thank you, brothers, for your support. I've been too busy these past few days, and I've delayed the chapters that I owe. The Windswept Guild will make up for them. Thank you, brothers, for your support." What made them even more flustered was that these lightning bolts would suddenly disperse as if they were playing a game. Many people felt a chill run down their spines as they were afraid that they would suddenly crash down. There were nearly 800,000 cultivators, and more than 100,000 of them went to obstruct the Fifth Mainland's cultivators while the rest rushed towards the magnetic pole. In this battle, the Sixth Mainland definitely did not have the upper hand in terms of numbers. There were hundreds of thousands of cultivators from the Fifth Mainland delaying the Sixth Mainland's forces, while at least 2 million cultivators were directly facing the Sixth Mainland. In a one-on-one battle, the Fifth Mainland was definitely not a match for the Sixth Mainland, and their advantage in numbers was also an advantage. When Luin saw the black mass of cultivators rushing over, he was shocked. This was a different kind of battlefield from the astral battlefield, one that was crueler and bloodier. The astral battlefield also had millions or even tens of millions of people, but most of them were hidden within spacecraft. If a spacecraft was destroyed, it would be normal for tens of thousands of people to die, and those who died would be turned into ash that could not be seen or sensed. However, this battlefield was a complete grindstone of blood and flesh, and the only thing that could be compared to this was a border war. In reality, this battle was no different from a border war, as both sides had a blood feud that could not be resolved. The magnetic pole was located at the center of the three islands, and the millions of cultivators from the Fifth Mainland and the Sixth Mainland were engaged in a life-and-death battle on these three islands. "Brother, I get along very well with you. Why don't you leave your name?" Ling Kei sent an innerverse cultivator flying with a kick as he spoke to the cultivator from the Sixth Mainland who had been harassing him. The cultivator's face turned ugly, as he had been extremely aggrieved by what had happened along the way. Ling Kei had actually forced himself to talk the entire way, and he had not even repeated himself. The topic had always revolved around the same topic, which was suicide. Where did Ling Kei's confidence come from? "Brother, just say it. Don't be shy. Brother Kei knows that you need to be enlightened." Actually, Ling Kei continued to talk nonsense. Luin felt strange, and he saw that the cultivator Ling Kei was talking to was becoming more and more unsightly. He stepped forward and pulled Ling Kei away. "Stop talking. Let's go." Ling Kei was dissatisfied. "Don't cause trouble. Brother Kei is about to reach the peak of his life." Luin growled, "You're not his opponent." Ling Kei was flabbergasted, and just as he was about to say something, the three islands suddenly shook. Then, a bolt of lightning connected the sky and the magnetic pole appeared. The island was dyed red with blood as countless people wailed in agony. Countless people were reduced to ashes by the lightning. The sight of millions of people slaughtering each other was shocking, and the cultivators of the Sixth Mainland all released their imprints. Anyone who didn't release their imprints could be considered an enemy. This was the Sixth Mainland's method of distinguishing friend from foe. Luin, Starsabil, and Ling Kei did not have imprints. Even though they had always mingled with the cultivators of the Sixth Mainland, they were still treated as enemies. Another cultivator who had not released his imprint was the cultivator who had been entangled by Ling Quebec. Could it be that this person was also from the Fifth Mainland? That person also looked at Lu Yin's group with murderous intent in his eyes. Luin felt a chill run down his spine, as he felt that something was wrong. This person was actually giving him pressure. It was at this moment that the lightning at the center of the three islands completely exploded. Lightning flickered in the sky and fell down with a loud rumble. the sky was about to turn dark. Then, countless thunderbolts were attracted to the center of the island. The magnetic pole had appeared. The magnetic pole that millions of people had been fighting over had finally appeared, and countless people had gone berserk. At this moment, the people closest to the magnetic pole were Old 16's group and the cultivators from the Fifth Mainland who were fighting against them. Old 16 had imprinted ancestor Ling Tong, and he was a cruiser. With the support of his imprint and bloodline, he was not at a disadvantage against two cruisers from the Fifth Mainland. There were quite a few explorers on the top 100 rankings, and aside from the Neoverse experts, most of the younger generation who had reached the cruiser realm were at the top of the top 100 rankings. One of the people fighting against Old 16 was Conan, who was ranked 20th and wielded a pike. The other person was probably from the Neoverse, and the two of them had to work together to suppress Old 16. Old 16 was surrounded by disciples from imprinter clans. Regardless of whether it was their bloodline battle techniques or their imprints, they were not something that ordinary cultivators could compare to. Most of the people fighting against them were disciples from great powers of the Innerverse, such as the Lingling clan, the Dire Barbarian clan, and some people from the Chaos Flow Zone. Even so, their top powers were still suppressed by the Sixth Mainland. If not for the experts from the Neoverse appearing, then the Innerverse younger generation would not have been able to stop the Sixth Mainland's cultivators. Even if the entire top 100 rankings appeared, they might not be able to stop the Sixth Mainland's younger generation. There were simply too many imprinters in the Sixth Mainland. At that moment, a figure tore through the void, and a sky full of palms descended. All of the Sixth Mainland's cultivators within a 100-kilometer radius spat out blood and died. Even Old 16 was affected, and he retreated in shock, not daring to face the attack head-on. Hua Xiao, someone cried out. Hua Xiao was a king-ranked expert who had risen to prominence in the Cosmic Sea's thunderstorm region. He was from the Sirius sect in the Neoverse, and even the Realmlings had to be cautious when mentioning this person. In the distance, Luin looked towards the center of the island and saw the invincible Hua Xiao. His eyes burned with passion, as he recognized that this person was using the Sirius technique. Hundreds of stars revolved around him, and ordinary people would not be able to see them. The more stars there were, the clearer the enemy's attack speed could be seen, and it could even be simulated. Luin had simulated many battle techniques in the past, and he had also used the Sirius technique to secretly learn the Skybeast Claw. If not for the fact that the Sirius technique could not keep up, this technique would have been his main battle technique. Mr. Mu had given him the method to cultivate the Sirius technique up to 99 stars, but he had not given him any further instructions. Now, Luin had seen Hua Xiao and the terrifying might of hundreds of stars revolving around him. Hua Xiao had appeared, and he had suppressed all of the Sixth Mainland's cultivators by himself. Even Old 16 did not dare to step forward. Hua Xiao cleared the area without any obstructions and then reached out to grab the magnetic pole. Suddenly, a furious roar shook the heavens and the earth as a malevolent mouth rose from the ground and expanded endlessly. Finally, it filled the sky and bit towards Hua Xiao. Hua Xiao's expression changed. Tao Tai, Nan Yanfei. He raised both arms and slowly raised his palms, gently waving them about. Finally, he turned into an afterimage as he slapped towards the malevolent mouth. Transforming Star's soft palm. The malevolent mouth was like a terrifying monster that covered the sky above the island. Everyone felt their scalps go numb, as they were afraid that they would be swallowed whole. This was not a real mouth, but rather a vortex. In the distance, Lu Yin and the other two stared blankly at the cultivator who was being held back by Ling Quebec. The malevolent mouth had been released by this person, and this person had instantly displayed a strength that shocked all of them. Star Sibyl immediately recognized him. It's Nan Yanfei. Let's go. Ling Ke blinked, as he had obviously heard of Nan Yanfei before. Nan Yanfei was the Blood Homage Realm's realmling, one of the Sixth Mainland's 9 great powerhouses, second only to the Dowsource 3 skies. Had he just tried to trick Nan Yanfei into committing suicide? If he had succeeded, then he would have reached the pinnacle of his life. What a pity. Lu Yin had not expected Nan Yanfei to be in their group. This meant that the other group that was supposed to be providing support was not the main force that was going to snatch the magnetic pole. This group that seemed to be acting as bait was actually the main force, but in reality, it was a fake. At the center of the island, Hua Zhao's hands danced as the malevolent mouth continuously shrank. He was not using any offensive battle techniques, but rather, he was dissolving star energy. This was a lock-breaking technique. Everyone in the Sirius sect knew how to lock-break, and as one of the Sirius sect's true disciples, Hua Zhao's lock-breaking ability was extremely strong. He had long since reached the level of 5-star perceptive intermediate. The only reason he had not broken through to the boundless advanced level was because of other reasons, not because he was unwilling to do so. He had the power to lockbreak a Realmling's battle technique. Lockbreakers' battle techniques were unique, and they could dispel star energy and fight above their own realms. Thus, lockbreakers were a powerful group, and the Sirius sect was the ruler of this group. Even Nan Yanfei had not expected his battle technique to be unlocked. No matter how powerful it was, his star energy had been dispelled step by step and could not be used. Hua Zhao's lockbreaking of Nan Yanfei's battle technique gave the Fifth Mainland's cultivators great encouragement. Even if a Realmling appeared, they would still be able to resist. On the other hand, the Sixth Mainland's cultivators felt their hearts tremble. Realmlings were experts second only to the Dowsource Three Skies. If even a Realmling was blocked by someone other than one of the 10 arbiters, then this battle would be very dangerous. Hua Xiao, who was at the center of all this, was not feeling relaxed. Lightning flashed past him, illuminating his face. His expression was extremely solemn as he looked into the distance. Through the battlefield, he saw a calm face. It was Nan Yanfei. Nan Yanfei did not seem to be feeling helpless because his battle technique had been dispelled. Instead, his eyes were filled with curiosity and excitement, as well as a desire to battle. If a Realmling could be defeated so easily, then he would not be a Realmling, as he was an existence that could rival the 10 arbiters. Even though Hua Xiao came from the Neoverse, he was still filled with apprehension towards the 10 arbiters. Those 10 monsters could not be differentiated by region. The magnetic pole was at the center of the island, and Hua Xiao was very close to it. With him around, no cultivator from the Sixth Mainland would dare to fight over it. However, Nan Yanfei's existence was a hurdle that he had to overcome. Otherwise, the magnetic pole would have nothing to do with him. Nan Yanfei's lips curled up, and he pulled out the leg of an unknown creature from his cosmic ring. He then took a bite out of it and ate it with relish. Hua Zhao's eyebrows rose, and he suddenly charged towards the magnetic pole. Nan Yanfei casually waved his hand and tore through the void. When he reappeared, he was already not too far away from Hua Xiao. He swallowed the food in one gulp and then raised his right fist to smash at Hua Xiao. Hua Xiao danced with one hand, and afterimages appeared in Nan Yanfei's path of attack. The afterimages were shattered, but Hua Xiao was able to catch Nan Yanfei's fist. Sirius sect. I've long since heard of you, Nan Yanfei said excitedly as he licked his lips. The skin on his fist hardened, and hard spikes appeared on it. Hua Xiao felt a piercing pain in his hand, and he immediately let go. Nan Yanfei took the opportunity to punch out again, this time even more ruthless than before. Stars revolved around Hua Zhao's body, and he raised his palm. Stars appeared as he unleashed the Sirius palm. A violent explosion shook the island, and the stars exploded. Nan Yanfei was pushed back 100 meters by the Sirius palm, and the entire island was split in two. The shockwaves turned into a strong gale that swept out, and all the cultivators within 10,000 meters were pushed back. Some of them were even heavily injured by the exploding stars. In the distance, Lu Yin's eyes burned with passion. The Sirius palm had caused hundreds of stars to explode. It was indeed powerful. After pushing back Nan Yanfei, Hua Xiao did not stop. He raised his right palm again, and it was also the Sirius palm. Stars descended and then exploded. Nan Yanfei snorted, and his figure flickered as he disappeared, attempting to use speed to avoid the Sirius palm. Lu Yin knew that Nan Yanfei was in for a bad time. The Sirius technique was not afraid of speed. It was obvious that Nan Yanfei had never fought with anyone from the Sirius sect before. He was very fast, but in Hua Zhao's eyes, he was no different from an ordinary cultivator. He could even clearly see the expression on Nan Yanfei's face. Bang, bang, bang. Hundreds of stars exploded, turning into powerful palm imprints that landed on Nan Yanfei's body. Nan Yanfei was once again sent flying, and he groaned as fresh blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. On the island, millions of cultivators were fighting, and they were all shocked by this scene. A realmling was actually being suppressed. Nan Yanfei was astonished. He had long heard that the people from the Sirius sect were difficult to deal with. This person was one of the Sirius sect's true disciples and a king-ranked expert. He was indeed powerful and had the strength of a hunter. Coupled with the Sirius sect's battle techniques, even Nan Yanfei was temporarily suppressed. Hua Zhao's expression did not relax. Nan Yanfei had not revealed his true strength, and he did not think that the previous palm strike had caused much damage to him. Is this Sirius sect's way of fighting? It seems like speed is useless against you. Since that's the case, I can only rely on absolute power, Nan Yanfei said calmly. Following that, his entire body began to change. Barbs appeared on his body, and his body gradually enlarged. His entire being seemed to transform into a Tao Tai as he charged towards Hua Xiao. Hua Zhao's heart trembled as he struck out with both palms. Sirius palm. With a bang, the stars exploded, but it did not harm Nan Yanfei at all. The barbs on his body had blocked off the power of Sirius palm, and his fist landed on Hua Xiao. This was the first time he had struck Hua Xiao since the start of the battle, and this strike had almost caused Hua Xiao to collapse. A Tao Tai was already terrifying, and it could devour without end. The more it ate, the stronger its power would become. It could be said that Nan Yanfei's punch far surpassed Hua Zhao's Sirius palm. Hua Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood as his body was smashed into the island's ground. With him as the starting point, the island began to crack in all directions. Nan Yanfei sneered and leaped up. Then, he suddenly charged down. What followed was a weight that even the void could not withstand. Below the island, Hua Zhao's eyes suddenly widened. The hundreds of stars on the surface of his body suddenly expanded, almost doubling in size. Then, the stars exploded. Thousands of stars exploded, and the power was several times stronger than before. What was even more frightening was that he was able to control his fighting strength to below 200,000. This meant that Hua Xiao had not lost his mind from being beaten. The entire island shattered, and countless cultivators on the island flew into the air. Ling Kei's breathing became sluggish, and he almost choked on his own breath. As far as the eye could see, there were spatial cracks everywhere, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder. Ling Kei slowly came back to his senses as he watched the battle in the distance. He was inwardly speechless. Even a casual attack from those two wasn't something that he could withstand. Hua Xiao was indeed very formidable, and he had probably activated 999 stars, which was the pinnacle of a certain aspect. When combined with his lock-breaking techniques, he was more than capable of going head-to-head with a realmling. However, Lu Ying did not believe that Nan Yanfei would lose. On the contrary, Nan Yanfei's eyes showed only traces of surprise and excitement from beginning to end. Transforming the flute was not enough to make his emotions fluctuate. The 999 stars exploded, forcing Nan Yanfei to retreat. Hua Xiao panted heavily, his fingers trembling slightly. It had not been long since he had activated 999 stars, and he had not gotten used to it yet. That attack just now had put him under considerable pressure. He had originally thought that he would be able to injure Nan Yanfei, but at this moment, it was as if Nan Yanfei had donned a layer of invincible armor, and he had merely been pushed back. Then, Nan Yanfei charged forward once more, opened his mouth, and roared loudly. The sky distorted, and the lightning was swallowed up. A Taotia's mouth appeared above the heads of millions of cultivators, looking sinister and terrifying. Hua Zhao's pupils shrank, and he raised his arms. Then, another pair of arms appeared. This was his innate gift, transforming star soft palm. His four arms used an ultimate technique in a futile attempt to unlock Nan Yanfei's Tao Tai Phantom. There was some effect, but it was not obvious. Furthermore, Nan Yanfei himself was still present. He aimed a punch at Hua Xiao from afar, and the wind from the punch distorted the void as it ruthlessly slammed into Hua Zhao's body. Hua Xiao spat out another mouthful of blood as his transforming star soft palm was interrupted. The Tao Tai Phantom ferociously swallowed him whole. Many cultivators from the Fifth Mainland rushed forward. Some blocked the Tao Tai Phantom while others treated Hua Zhao's injuries. However, these people were far too weak compared to Nan Yanfei. Nan Yanfei casually waved his hand and caused their bodies to break apart. Even Nan, who was ranked 20th on the top 100 rankings, could not withstand Nan Yanfei's strength. His long spear was broken by a single palm strike. "All of you, back off!" Hua Xiao shouted. Those who had not reached a certain level of strength would only be courting death. Nan Yanfei was not someone who could be defeated by numbers. The cultivators from the 6th mainland did not even try to stop him. It was clear how much confidence they had in Nan Yanfei. The Taotai Phantom descended, and Hua Xiao roared as he took the blow head-on. The island trembled as the surrounding sea waters churned, forming a tsunami that spread into the distance. Countless people looked at Hua Xiao. He had taken a blow from Nan Yanfei, and his body was covered in blood. He was severely injured, and he looked battered and exhausted. Nan Yanfei approached him step by step, his huge body exerting a huge pressure. "A king-ranked martial artist. You have the right to fight with me. Unfortunately, you're not one of the 10 arbiters." As he spoke, he raised a hand and clenched his fist. Spatial cracks extended from his fingertips, and it was as if he was holding on to a part of the starry sky. He then pressed it towards Hua Xiao. Hua Xiao's eyes narrowed as he stared at Nan Yanfei's palm. 999 stars revolved around his body as he prepared to meet the attack head-on. At that moment, a cold light flashed in front of Nan Yanfei's eyes as his K's mighty slash slashed down. With a bang, sparks flew everywhere. In the distance, Ling Ke felt his scalp go numb. His K's mighty slash had not harmed Nan Yanfei at all. Nan Yanfei looked over and saw Ling Quebec. A cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. He had tolerated this person for a long time. "You're courting death." Ling Ke's mouth fell open. "Sorry, I hit the wrong person." "I'm with you." Nan Yanfei suddenly turned around as if he had sensed something. Behind him, Lu Yin appeared and condensed star energy in his palm. "Single Sunday," Nan Yanfei sneered. He had originally planned to use this palm to kill Hua Xiao, but he could not understand why these ants, who were merely cruisers, would dare to fight against him. Only king-ranked and 10 arbiters were qualified to fight against a realmling. The ants in front of him did not even have the qualifications to make him look at them. The single sun and Nan Yanfei's palms collided. At that moment, Nan Yanfei's expression changed drastically. He could feel that the power in his palm, which had been enough to kill Hua Xiao, had been weakened. Following that, the single sun scorching hot and valiant might exploded, transforming into an indescribable shockwave that swept towards Nan Yanfei. At that moment, Nan Yanfei felt as if the void itself was being suppressed, and his internal organs were being subjected to a powerful force. There was a boom, and shockwaves shot out in all directions. Nan Yanfei was sent flying through the air with a look of disbelief on his face. He had not revealed such an expression even when he had fought against Hua Xiao for so long. Lu Yin's impact had been too great, as Lu Yin was merely a cruiser. Nan Yanfei had never imagined that a cruiser would be able to fight against them, much less suppress his palm. Lu Yin's figure quickly appeared in front of Nan Yanfei and slammed down with his palm. Nan Yanfei's gaze turned cold as he forcefully stopped himself and swept out with his leg. There was a loud bang as the 100 stacks exploded. In addition to Lu Yin's enormous strength, Nan Yanfei was once again sent flying into the sea like a sandbag. Countless people were stunned. Where had this ferocious person come from? He was actually beating up Nan Yanfei. Hua Xiao was stunned as well. The older generation had withdrawn from the battlefield, and the realmlings were the strongest. Nan Yanfei was a realmling, and even Hua Xiao, a true disciple of the Sirius sect, was not his match. This person who had suddenly appeared was actually suppressing Nan Yanfei. Who was this person? Had he changed his appearance? It was not that Lu Yin was suppressing Nan Yanfei, but that Nan Yanfei had never fought against Lu Yin before. He had been stunned by the Aeon Evolution True Scripture and the overlaying stacks technique, just as he had been when he had been injured by Hua Xiao's serious palm. More importantly, Nan Yanfei's Taotai bloodline gave him immense strength, and the more he ate, the more powerful he became. He was very confident in his own strength, but Lu Yin's strength was also indescribable. Regardless of whether it was the Aeon Evolution True Scripture, the overlaying stacks technique, or his physical strength, Nan Yanfei was unable to react in time. Even his right leg was fractured, and he fell to the bottom of the ocean. The ice-cold seawater poured over him, instantly waking him up. What followed was boundless rage, as he had actually been beaten into a daze by a cruiser. There was a whoosh as Nan Yanfei leapt out of the ocean. Lu Yin appeared in front of him once again, and he raised a hand that transformed it into a claw. The sky beast claw was accompanied by an ancient beast's roar as it slammed down at Nan Yanfei. Nan Yanfei casually tore apart the sky beast claw without saying a word. His heart was filled with anger and sullenness. Hua Xiao was a hunter and a king-ranked expert, so he was qualified to fight against Nan Yanfei. This person was just a cruiser, and if Nan Yanfei could not suppress him, then how could Nan Yanfei maintain his standing in the Sixth Mainland? Nan Yanfei punched towards Lu Yin, and this punch was filled with rage and venting. It was even more ferocious than the punch he had used to injure Hua Xiao, and it had reached the critical point of 200,000 power levels. This punch was not much weaker than an Enlighter's attack, as a Realmling's strength already surpassed that of an ordinary Enlighter. Lu Yin watched on helplessly as Nan Yanfei's punch approached him. Suddenly, he pointed a finger at empty space, and a moment later, Hua Xiao appeared. Although he looked to be in a sorry state, he had consumed the Sirius Sex medicinal pills, and his injuries had healed considerably. He then used a serious palm to attack Nan Yanfei, but Nan Yanfei dodged in the same direction as Lu Yin's finger attack. The three of them seemed to have coordinated countless times, but in the end, Nan Yanfei was struck by Lu Yin's dream finger attack, and the tip of Lu Yin's finger caused Nan Yanfei's body to crack open. This was the second time that Nan Yanfei had been beaten into the ocean. Countless people were stunned, as the Realmling Nan Yanfei had been suppressed. In the sky, Lu Yin and Hua Xiao exchanged glances, and then they both looked into the distance. There, Star Sibyl's eyes flickered. Their previous coordination had been under her guidance, and she had been divining Nan Yanfei's attack trajectory. It seemed like Lu Yin and Hua Xiao were working together, but in reality, Star Sibyl was also needed. The three of them were working together to deal with Nan Yanfei. Under astral phenomenon suppression, Lu Yin could even deal with an Enlighter with a power level of 300,000 to 400,000. Nan Yanfei definitely could not reach that level. However, a Realmling represented the pinnacle, and that was the pinnacle for those with power levels below 200,000. On the other hand, those Enlighters with power levels below 200,000 did not represent the pinnacle. Enlighters with power levels below 200,000 might not be a match for a Realmling. In this domain, they were the strongest, the Realmlings, the 10 Arbiters, and the Dowsource 3 Skies. Lu Yin had to be even more cautious when facing a Realmling than when facing those 300,000 to 400,000 Enlighters. After a while, Nan Yanfei still did not appear. Lightning flashed and illuminated the island, as well as the panicked faces of the Sixth Mainland's cultivators. Hua Xiao finally could not help but ask Lu Yin, "Who are you?" Lu Yin. He did not hide anything, as there was no need to. His appearance this time was due to the efforts of the Tong family's patriarch and ancestor Ilis. Lu Yin? Hua Xiao was puzzled, as he had never heard of this name before. To Hua Xiao, outside of the Neo-verse, the only people worthy of his attention were the Day-Night clan and the strongest heirs of the 4 pirate lords. Even if Lu Yin had not gone to the Outerverse, his reputation as an unequaled Lamiter would not have reached Hua Xiao's ears. "That woman should be Star Sibyl," Hua Xiao said. Lu Yin nodded and stared at the bottom of the sea. There, Nan Yanfei's rune lines had not decreased at all. This Realmling had gone through 2 rounds of battle, but he had not been injured at all. "How many Star Sibyls are there in the Star Sibyl sect?" Hua Xiao suddenly asked. Lu Yin growled, "They're here." Hua Xiao stared at the surface of the sea. Nan Yanfei slowly appeared and rose into the air. His face was covered in terrifying barbs, and he stared coldly at Lu Yin. "Who are you?" "Take a guess," Lu Yin casually replied. Nan Yanfei's eyes narrowed as he looked at Lu Yin and then at Hua Xiao. He then stretched his arms and twisted his neck. 2 king-ranked powerhouses. That's quite something. He then took out a giant beast leg and began to chew on it. In the distance, Star Sibyl's lips moved. Lu Yin and Hua Xiao attacked at the same time, one in front and one behind. Hua Xiao circulated his serious art while Lu Yin's eyes turned into runes. On the other side, Nan Yanfei swallowed the beast leg in one gulp and then clenched his fist and punched out at Hua Xiao. Hua Xiao suddenly dodged, and Luyin raised his palm. A blazing sun appeared behind Hua Xiao and collided with Nan Yanfei's attack. The shockwave distorted the void and then shattered it. Nan Yanfei was shocked. It was this feeling again. The power of his fist had been weakened. At this moment, Hua Xiao's palm struck towards Nan Yanfei's back. Nan Yanfei turned around and punched out, but Luyin seized the opportunity. Hua Xiao dodged once again, causing Nan Yanfei's fist to miss. His back was struck by Lu Yin's palm. Although the 100 stacks was unable to break through Nan Yanfei's defenses, it had still shaken up his internal organs, causing him to feel abnormally uncomfortable. If Nan Yanfei wanted to attack someone, that person would retreat while the other person would step forward. With Hua Xiao around, speed was meaningless. Lu Yin wasn't slow either, and he could even reduce Nan Yanfei's speed. After fighting for a full 20 minutes, Nan Yanfei did not manage to deal any damage to either of them at all. Star Sibyl could clearly see his every move, and she was directing them in battle. Lu Yin finally experienced the thrill of teaming up with Star Sibyl in battle. This feeling was too exhilarating, as even the Realmlings could only be toyed with. Star Sibyl could even delay an imprinter, so it was not difficult for her to clearly see the Realmlings' movements. The more Nan Yanfei fought, the more sullen he felt. His Taotai bloodline guaranteed his defense and strength, and even though he had to endure both Lu Yin and Hua Xiao's attacks, he was not injured at all. However, that sullen feeling only grew deeper and deeper, especially when he was being watched by millions of cultivators from both sides. Finally, he could not hold it in any longer. An imprint appeared behind him. It was the image of an old man who was brimming with vitality and seemed very kind. However, the moment this old man appeared, Nan Yanfei actually calmed down. Countless people looked at the imprint on Nan Yanfei's back. That old man made the cultivators of the 6th mainland excited. It was old man Songqiong, the all-heaven imprint. Nan Yanfei's imprint appeared, but it quickly disappeared. To many people from the 6th mainland, the appearance of an imprint was meaningless, as it only existed to increase one's strength. However, under the suppression of a celestial phenomenon, many people had to suppress their strength even if they did not use their imprints. Nan Yanfei was one such person, and his strength was also suppressed, so the appearance of his imprint was unavoidable. However, the appearance of his imprint calmed him down, and he took a few deep breaths. He suddenly looked in Star Sibyl's direction and charged over. He was not stupid, as Star Sibyl had been directing the battle between Lu Yin and Hua Xiao the entire time. Although she had not said it out loud, Nan Yanfei could still tell from the traces of star energy that she had left behind. He had not paid much attention to her before, as he had wanted to crush her with absolute strength. However, he had now changed his mind. As the 6th mainland's realmling, if he could not obtain victory, then it would be a huge blow to this campaign. Star Sibyl was not surprised that Nan Yanfei had attacked her, and she was not afraid. Lu Yin and Hua Xiao hurriedly chased after him. Nan Yanfei sneered and opened his mouth to roar. The phantom Taotai appeared once again and tried to swallow Star Sibyl. However, all that was left of Star Sibyl was an afterimage, she had long since disappeared. Nan Yanfei looked around and followed the traces of star energy. His gaze locked onto the bottom of the sea, where Star Sibyl was hiding. Lu Yin and Hua Xiao rushed over and attacked Nan Yanfei together. The intense battle between the three of them was the key to determining the outcome of this campaign. Star Sibyl looked up from the bottom of the sea, but her gaze was not completely locked onto Nan Yanfei. Instead, she looked at Lu Yin. She still could not divine this person's location. What exactly was going on with him? Millions of people fought fiercely on the island, but none of the 6th mainland's cultivators dared to interfere with Nan Yanfei's battle. However, it was useless even if they wanted to, as the shockwaves from the battle between the three prevented others from approaching. Far away in the center of the island, blood flowed like a river around the magnetic pole. Hua Xiao and Nan Yanfei were not present, so Old 16 and the others had become the main force fighting for the magnetic pole. They were locked in a fierce battle when a shockwave swept over from the distance, and Old 16 and the others were sent flying. Lu Yin rushed over and grabbed the magnetic pole that was as tall as a person. In the distance, Old 16's eyes widened. This person was actually from the fifth mainland? Many thoughts flashed through his mind, especially when he thought about Susan. Could Susan be a spy that the fifth mainland had planted in the sixth mainland? But then, he remembered that he was the one who had brought these three here. Even if it was Susan's orders, he could not escape responsibility. Also, his flattery of Susan was about to bear fruit, and Susan had a good impression of him. Once Xiang married Susan, the position of family head would definitely not be hers. With Susan's support and Xiang's support, it was not impossible for Old 16 to become the head of the Lingtong clan. In that instant, Old 16 thought of many things, but he eventually decided not to say anything. As long as he could become the head of the Lingtong clan, he did not care if Susan was a spy from the fifth mainland. The hundreds of cultivators from the sixth mainland all attacked Lu Yin at the same time. Lu Yin's single attack caused a terrifying shockwave to sweep out in all directions, tearing apart many of the sixth mainland's cultivators. No one was able to get close. Lu Yin had seized the magnetic pole, and in the sky, countless lightning bolts bombarded him. However, there was too little lightning to do anything to him. Nan Yanfei flew over from afar and attacked Lu Yin. Hand it over. Lu Yin seemed to be frightened, and he tossed the magnetic pole over to Nan Yanfei. Nan Yanfei was flabbergasted, and he caught the pole. Behind him, Hua Xiao struck out with both palms, using serious palms. Lu Yin also attacked at the same time, using 8-lined battle force imprints and 100 stacks. Nan Yanfei's gaze turned sinister, and he turned around. There was a thump as he forcefully withstood the two attacks, but his entire body was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood, but he planned to borrow the force of the two's attacks to escape. As long as he could seize the magnetic pole, he would win. After fighting for so long, he finally understood that it would not be easy to defeat these three. The fifth mainland's cultivators would only increase in number, and once the 10 arbiters appeared, things would become troublesome. Nan Yanfei forcefully withstood the attack, and his body split open again as blood flowed out. However, he borrowed the force of the two's attacks to escape far away. He thought that he had seized the magnetic pole, but with a wave of Lu Yin's hand, the magnetic pole disappeared and reappeared in Lu Yin's hand. In the distance, Nan Yanfei suddenly stopped and turned around to look at Lu Yin in disbelief. Secret technique. Lu Yin grabbed the magnetic pole and stood in the void with a cold arrogance. You can't take the magnetic pole away, and you can't leave either. He then tossed the magnetic pole to Starsabil, and then he and Hua Xiao charged out at the same time. He had tossed the magnetic pole to Nan Yanfei because he had gambled on the fact that Nan Yanfei would forcefully withstand the two's attacks for the magnetic pole. This had been Lu Yin's plan, and without the secret art, the magnetic pole would indeed have been snatched away by Nan Yanfei. However, with the secret art, he was not worried at all. Nan Yanfei had endured the two's attacks for no reason and had been injured. He had even lost the magnetic pole. Nan Yanfei's gaze turned sinister as he glared at Lu Yin. Who are you? Lu Yin pointed out, and beside him, Hua Xiao raised a palm. Sirius Palm's 999 stars revolved as they joined forces once more. Blood flowed from the corner of Nan Yanfei's mouth. He had just endured 2 attacks at the same time, and even if his defenses were strong, he could not withstand it. The more they fought, the more disadvantageous it became for him. His existence was a secret, and there were no experts who could support him. He had originally thought that he would be able to easily snatch the magnetic pole, but who knew that Lu Yin and Starsabil would appear? Without reinforcements, he had to admit that he would not be able to defeat the two of them together. How hateful. Nan Yanfei looked up at the sky. Without the suppression from celestial phenomenon, how could these two be his opponents? With a belly full of grievances, Nan Yanfei turned to leave. He would not be able to snatch the magnetic pole here, and he needed to find Zi. He could not be defeated in the thunderstorm zone. As they watched Nan Yanfei's departing figure, Lu Yin and Hua Xiao simultaneously relaxed. The two of them had joined forces and Starsabil had commanded them, but they had been able to suppress Nan Yanfei because of celestial phenomenon suppression, which prevented Nan Yanfei from displaying his full strength. Without the suppression from celestial phenomenon, Nan Yanfei would have been able to display his full power. Even with Starsabil's help, the three of them might not have been his match. Hua Zhao's face paled, and he felt that he had been too arrogant. Right now, he could not truly compare to a realmling, and the same went for the 10 arbiters. He was one of the true disciples of the Sirius sect, but he was the third true disciple. Perhaps the second true disciple would have been able to fight against a realmling. Beside him, Lu Yin retracted his gaze and looked at Hua Xiao with a burning gaze. He had coveted the Sirius technique for a long time, and this person in front of him was from the Sirius sect. Hua Xiao could feel Lu Yin's burning gaze, and he felt a little strange. May I ask where Brother Lu is from? He was very curious about this person, as the Sixth Mainland had invaded for more than 5 years. If this person was from the Innerverse, then it was impossible for him to be unknown. If he was from the Neoverse like them, then Hua Xiao would have recognized him. This person was so young, and he was only a 5-cycle cruiser. However, his strength was comparable to Hua Zhao's, so it was impossible for no one to know of him. Lu Yin smiled. I'm ashamed, but I'm from the Outerverse. Hua Xiao was stunned. The Outerverse? Lu Yin nodded. Hua Xiao was puzzled. Isn't the Outerverse isolated? How did Brother Lu get in? Lu Yin told Hua Xiao about how the Tong family's ancestor and ancestor Eyeless had torn apart the Astral River, which shocked Hua Xiao. He could imagine how desperate the battle in the Outerverse had been. 2 cosmic imprinters had attacked with their full strength, but the Outerverse had actually been able to withstand them. In his mind, the Outerverse was a savage land that did not have any experts. He had never imagined that there would be powerhouses who could withstand cosmic imprinters and even an absolute genius like Lu Yin. Hua Zhao's impression of the Outerverse was refreshed. Starsabil grabbed the magnetic pole and flew out of the sea. Lightning gathered in the sky and suddenly struck down. Starsabil's figure flashed, and the lightning struck the surface of the sea, spreading through the water to the island. Millions of cultivators from both sides were affected by the lightning, and they held in agony. Nan Yen retreated, and Old 16 and the others no longer had any desire to continue fighting. They retreated, but it was not so easy. The cultivators from the Fifth Mainland chased after them, and Hua Xiao also acted. Sirius 999 stars exploded, and all the cultivators from the Sixth Mainland within a 100-kilometer radius were wiped out. Lu Yin's trio did not pursue the cultivators from the Sixth Mainland, especially Lu Yin. He took out his token, which had originally been made of half-life source material, but he had forcefully upgraded it to life source material. He then gave out orders. It was time to show off. The thunderstorm area was very large, and the magnetic poles were placed in 5 different directions: the south, the west, the north, the northeast, and the northwest. The 5 magnetic poles attracted and repelled each other, so the thunderbolts in the thunderstorm area were always fixed in the sky and would not fall completely. This made this area habitable. Starsabil's magnetic pole was in the northeast direction. In the south, there were also millions of cultivators fighting each other. The south was the most common battlefield between the cultivators from the 6th and 5th mainlands in the thunderstorm region. However, none of the 10 arbiters had appeared in the south for this battle for the magnetic pole. Ziyi arrived at the southern battlefield and scanned the area. She saw a black blade wreaking havoc on the battlefield, and any cultivator from the 6th mainland who came into contact with it was unstoppable and easily torn apart. She also saw a man looking down from above, his palms flying everywhere. Even the heirs of a world imprinter family would find it difficult to contend against him. She also saw a man playing a flute, causing countless cultivators from the 6th mainland to howl in pain. It was as if they had heard the voice of the underworld. Although the 10 arbiters were not present in the southern battlefield, these 3 people could all fight against a realmling. These 3 had the strength of a titled king, and this was the southern battlefield. The 5th mainland was very strange. With the addition of a new batch of experts from the Neoverse, their absolute power level was no less than that of the 6th mainland. In particular, there was a group that was infinitely close to being a realmling, which was why the Dowsource 3 skies had appeared. Ji coldly harumphed as she watched the 3 kings slaughter the 6th mainland's cultivators. She took a step forward and appeared in front of the man playing the flute. She raised her hand and grabbed the flute. The man's pupil shrank, and the rhythm suddenly changed. It no longer spread across the battlefield but concentrated within a radius of a few meters. Its power increased by several times, but an invisible light shield appeared on the surface of Ziyi's body. She was completely unaffected by the rhythm, and her hand did not stop at all. The man was shocked, and hastily retreated. As soon as he took a step back, Ziyi's hand grabbed the flute, and with a cracking sound, the flute split open. "Who are you?" The man was shocked. Ziyi's gaze turned cold. "You're Tai Yuanjun, ranked second on the 5th mainland's top 100 rankings. You're quite strong." With that, she exerted force with her right palm, shattering the desolator. Tai Yuanjun's figure flickered as he tried to evade Ziyi, but Ziyi followed him like a shadow. She was even faster than Tai Yuanjun, and she raised her fair palm to press down on his head. Tai Yuanjun gritted his teeth, and his heart was in turmoil. Ever since he had become famous, he had never been in such a humiliating battle. He was ranked second on the top 100 rankings, but he was being bullied like a child. At that moment, a black blade tore through the void and slashed towards Ziyi. Ziyi did not move, and her palm continued to press down on Tai Yuanjun. The black blade ruthlessly slashed at Ziyi's invisible light shield, causing the void to split open. The shockwaves spread across the horizon, and the entire ocean was split in two. The millions of cultivators on the battlefield were shocked as countless people were killed by the blade. Such a terrifying blade did not cause any harm to Ziyi, and it could not even break through the invisible light shield around her body. With a bang, Tai Yuanjun leaned to the side and used a shoulder to take Ziyi's palm strike. His right arm was broken, and his body fell into the sea. Ziyi's gaze swept across the battlefield, and she casually waved her hand. A formless air current swept out and forced the black blade back. The black blade retreated 1,000 meters before reverting to its human form. It was a 5-meter-tall man who looked like a corpse. He stood expressionlessly in the sky, and whether it was his eyes, breathing, or heartbeat, there was nothing. Ziyi's eyes flashed. "Someone from the 5th mainland's burial garden." Just as she finished speaking, the man who had been flying through the sky earlier appeared behind her and struck out with a palm. Sirius palm. His name was Mu Ziying, and he was a direct disciple of the Sirius sect. He had been conferred the title of Heroic Marquis at the general appointing platform. He had not been conferred the title of king not because he was not as strong as Hua Xiao, but rather because he had not encountered a battle where he could be conferred the title of king. He was the second direct disciple, and he surpassed Hua Xiao. On this battlefield, Tai Yuanjun, who was ranked second on the top 100 rankings, Burial Gardens experts, and Sirius Sect's second direct disciple had gathered. Even if they encountered a realmling, they would be able to put up a fight. This was the 5th mainland's gift to the 6th mainland from the southern battlefield, but they had never imagined that they would encounter the Daosor's 3 skies. The Daosor's 3 skies were above the realmlings, and they were the future sky of the 6th mainland. Sky was invincible. Mu Ziying's serious palm descended, but Ziyi still did not move. She had not dodged Tai Yuanjun or the Burial Gardens expert's blade, and now, she was facing Sirius palm. Although these 3 people had the strength to fight against a realmling, they were not qualified for her to dodge. Sirius palm struck the formless barrier around Ziyi's body, but it was useless, and Mu Ziying himself was sent flying back 100 meters. At the bottom of the sea, Tai Yuanjun soared into the air, panting heavily. The 5-meter-tall man from Burial Garden and Mu Ziying had surrounded Ziyi. It seemed like they had the advantage, but only they knew that Ziyi was like a mountain that they could not cross. Tai Yuanjun felt bitter. Who would have thought that the Daosor's 3 skies would appear here? The southern battlefield was the most important battlefield, and the 10 arbiters should have been there. Even if the Daosor's 3 skies had appeared, they should not have come here. They should have gone to other battlefields. Were they not afraid of being entangled by the 10 arbiters? Tai Yuanjun was also speechless. The Daosor's 3 skies had been too confident, and their confidence had caused them to suffer. On the western battlefield, millions of cultivators were slaughtering each other. Although the 5th mainland had far more people than the 6th mainland, they were still being suppressed. In a battle of the same level, 2 5th mainland cultivators might not be a match for a single 6th mainland cultivator. On this battlefield, the most eye-catching battle was naturally the one between the 10 arbiters, White Knight, and realmling Shangrong. White Knight and Shangrong were natural rivals, and the two had fought several life-or-death battles in the Daosor sect's ruins. Now, in the cosmic sea, the two had met again. Xiangrong felt bitter. Every time he fought with White Knight, he realized that he was becoming less and less of an opponent. The more they fought, the more spirited Xiangrong became. Even in the outside world, there were rumors that he was no match for White Knight. This was true, and Xiangrong could not deny it. He could not defeat White Knight, as such a freak had actually appeared in the Fifth Mainland. The Fifth Mainland's cultivators were already suppressed by the Fifth Mainland's cultivators, and even with celestial phenomenon suppressing their power levels, this suppression had not been eliminated. Now, Xiangrong was no match for White Knight. Ziyi knew about this, which was why she had arranged for White Knight and Xiangrong to fight. She wanted Xiangrong to challenge White Knight and join forces with Dachi Yuanjun to defeat White Knight and steal the magnetic pole that the Fifth Mainland believed to be the most secure. On the battlefield where millions of cultivators were slaughtering each other, Dachi Yuanjun watched the distant white sun collide with the Heaven Palace. He believed that it was time for him to take action and help Xiangrong steal the magnetic pole. The northern battlefield did not have any realmlings or 10 arbiters, and it seemed calm. However, Di Luo, Autumn Frost Qing, and the other universe imprinter families had many direct descendants. Almost all of the Bloodburn Realm's younger generation elites had come, and they had the most people on the 5 battlefields. As a result, the Fifth Mainland's cultivators were being routed, and no one could stop them. On the other hand, the northeastern battlefield was the complete opposite of the northern battlefield. All of the Sixth Mainland's powerful cultivators had been killed because one of the 10 arbiters had appeared here. He had closed his eyes and could not open them. He had practically become the ruler of this battlefield. According to Ziyi's plan, she could guarantee that she would steal the southern magnetic pole. Nan Yanfei would hide in the southeastern battlefield and would almost certainly steal one magnetic pole. Xiangrong and Dachi Yuanjun would definitely be able to defeat White Knight and steal one magnetic pole. Even if the Fifth Mainland managed to steal the other 2 magnetic poles, it would be useless. They would still win. Even if Nan Yanfei encountered one of the 10 arbiters, they would definitely win one of the remaining 2 battlefields, and they would still be able to steal 3 magnetic poles. She had set the number of 10 arbiters at 2, rather than just 1 White Knight. This was Ziyi's most reliable plan. If they had followed this plan, the Sixth Mainland would have been able to win in the thunderstorm zone. However, something unexpected had happened. On the western battlefield, White Knight and Xiangrong were locked in an intense battle. The two of them had fought so many times that they were already familiar with each other. They could even guess what the other was thinking based on the intensity of their battle. White Knight and Xiangrong fought for a while, and then her heart sank. Xiangrong was not right today. He was too calm, as if he would definitely win. If he was not her match, then there were still other experts. In the distance, Dachi Yuanjun was eager to give it a try and was ready to attack at any moment. At that moment, the Half-Life Origin token in his hand vibrated, and a line of words appeared: "Support the northwestern battlefield." Dachi Yuanjun was stunned as he looked at the Half-Life Origin token. The northwestern battlefield? Could one of the 10 arbiters have appeared? What should he do here? He was lost, but after thinking about it, he still obeyed Ziyi's orders. He gave up on the western battlefield and rushed towards the northwestern battlefield at full speed. Although the thunderstorm zone in the cosmic sea was huge, with Dachi Yuanjun's speed, it would not take long for him to reach the northwestern battlefield. Dachi Yuanjun had left, but Xiangrong did not know. He was still waiting for Dachi Yuanjun to attack. After waiting for a while, there was still no movement. Xiangrong became anxious. White Knight's attacks were becoming fiercer and fiercer. Perhaps she had guessed it, but he had no choice. He shifted the battlefield in Dachi Yuanjun's direction. When he shifted the battlefield, White Knight felt that something was wrong. Her attacks became fiercer, and so did her attacks. Xiangrong felt aggrieved and had to multitask. He blocked White Knight's attacks while searching for Dachi Yuanjun. He was eventually struck by White Knight and fell into the sea. On the southern battlefield, Tai Yuanjun, the 5-meter-tall man from Burial Garden, and Mu Ziying had all been defeated. The 3 of them could not break through Ziyi's defenses even if they worked together. Ziyi was just about to attack and deal with the three of them when her Dao origin token vibrated. She looked over in surprise and saw a line of words appear, support the northern battlefield. Ziyi was stunned. What was going on? The Dao Source 3 heavens all had a Dao Source token, and the Dao Source token was the Life Source token Ziyi used to command the battle. She could use the Dao Source token to issue orders to all Life Source tokens in the entire Thunderstorm area battlefield. Actually, this was just a precaution. The battle had been decided by her from the very beginning, so there was no need to issue any orders. But what was going on now? She didn't give the order, so who gave the order? It was impossible for the Half-Life Origin token to send orders to her. Only a Dao Source token could send a message to her Dao Source token. Could someone from the Dao Source sect have arrived? But who would give her orders? She was one of the Dao Source 3 skies, and her status was comparable to an elder. At this moment, it wasn't just Ziyi and Dachi Pu who were excited. On the northern battlefield, Di Luo, Autumn Frost Qing, and the others were also excited when they saw the magnetic pole in front of them. The Bloodburn realm had been forced to retreat to the Outerverse, and they had been under a lot of pressure. Now that they had obtained the magnetic pole, they could finally hold their heads high. Being able to show their faces in front of Zhitian was their greatest wish. At this moment, both of their Half-Life tokens received an order at the same time, reinforce the southern battlefield. Di Luo and Autumn Frost Qing are stunned. The southern battlefield? Their reinforcements? What did he mean? The southern battlefield is the Thunderstorm region. The two continents are fighting at the forefront. Could there be more than one 10 arbiter? Di Luo guessed. Autumn Frost Qing said in a low voice, even if that's the case, you shouldn't have asked for our help. We've already obtained the pole of magnetism. Di Luo was put in a difficult position. This is Jitian's order. Autumn Frost Qing frowned. We went through untold hardships to reinforce the Thunderstorm area just to show our faces in front of Gu Jitian. If we ignore Gu Jitian's orders, then seizing the magnetic pole is meaningless, said Di Luo. Autumn Frost Qing said in a low voice, reinforce the southern battlefield. What about magnetic pole? With you? Di Luo shook his head. We can't take them. We've all been asked to provide reinforcements, and the situation on the southern battlefield might be disadvantageous. If we bring them along, they'll be easily robbed. Let's just leave them here. We have the absolute advantage on this battlefield anyway, and the Fifth Mainland won't be able to rob us. That's the only way, said Autumn Frost Qing helplessly. Before long, Di Luo, Autumn Frost Qing, and many of the Bloodburn Realm's experts headed south. In the southeast, Old 16 stared blankly at the orders on the Half-Life Origin medallion. It actually wanted him to support the west. That was far away, and he had already been defeated, so he was still waiting for reinforcements. Nan Yanfei, who was escaping, also received orders to support the southeast side. He wanted to vomit blood. He had just escaped from the southeast side, so how could he go back? Lu Ying continued to use the token to send out messages. He didn't care who he sent them to, as long as he disrupted Ziyi's orders. Every cultivator of the Sixth Mainland who possessed a Half-Life token received Lu Yin's order. On the southern battlefield, Ziyi pondered for a moment before she issued an order. Everyone, stay where you are. Dachi Nu had just flown to the northwest battlefield when he saw the order to stop. Wait for orders? What did he mean? Di Luo, Nan Yanfei, Old 16, and the others from the Sixth Mainland who had half a Life Origin medallion were all confused. When Lu Ying saw Ziyi's order, he sneered and immediately issued another order. Send reinforcements immediately. Ziyi looked at the command token with a cold gaze. Who are you? Lu Ying blinked. I'm Jitian, who are you? How dare you give out orders so carelessly? Ziyi was furious. This person dared to impersonate her. I am Jitian. Who are you? Why do you have a Dao Source token? I am Jitian. How dare you impersonate me? You're courting death. Everyone from the Sixth Mainland who had half a Life Origin medallion was stunned. They looked at the words on the medallion and felt like they had seen a ghost. What was this? Two Zishans? Was this a joke? Dachi Nu was stunned. What should he do now? He wasn't the only one, everyone from the sixth mainland was stunned. Even Xianxia took a look and was stunned. He had been severely injured by White Knight yet again. Who are you? How dare you impersonate me? I, Zi, swear that I will find you. Who are you? How dare you disobey my orders? I, Zi, will kill you. The battle of words on the medallion continued, and Zi's attention was completely focused on it. Tai Yuanjun and the others took this opportunity to slip away. No one could understand Zi's current feelings. She had been gifted since she was young, and she loved military strategies. She was a true genius, and after she had revealed her talent, she had been favored by the blood progenitor and had become one of the Daosource Three Skies. Nobody dared to defy her, and even the other two from the Daosource Three Skies had tolerated her because she was a woman. She had never been wronged like this before. Her plans had been disrupted, and she had even been impersonated. This was the first time she had experienced something like this. I swear that I will find you and kill you. Zi was furious. How dare you impersonate me? I swear that not only will I find you, but my man, Wu Taibai, will also find you and kill you. Lu Yin's message shook the entire thunderstorm region. Many people stared at the Half-Life Origin medallion in a daze. Her man, her man. Wu Taibai was Zi's man? Dachi Nu's face went pale. How was this possible? How was this possible? Countless people's hearts were instantly shattered. Zi's pupils shrank, and a storm raged in her mind. This bastard should be hacked to death. Who are you? I swear that even if I have to use the entire Daosource's resources, I will find you. Lu Yin laughed maniacally and put away the medallion. He looked up and saw Starsibyl's inquisitive gaze. What's wrong? She calmly turned away. Nothing. In the southern battlefield, Zi was no longer in the mood to fight. She did not chase after Tai Yuanjun and the others, and instead, she took the magnetic poles and left. She did not care which battlefield that person was on, and she would head over to one. She would find that bastard no matter the cost. Everyone else was still immersed in the shock brought about by the medallion's words, and they were unable to extricate themselves. Dachi Nu, in particular, was shouting like a madman. Lu Yin's disruptions were completely random, and he did not know what the final outcome of sending out those messages would be. It was better than starting a battle according to Zi's plans. The people from the sixth mainland could not tell whether the command from the medallion was real or fake. Some people decided to stay put and wait for orders, such as Di Luo and Autumnfrost Qing. They had already snatched a magnetic pole, and there was no need for them to take the risk of leaving. Since they could not tell whether the command was real or fake, they simply stayed put. However, there was still someone who acted according to the order, and that person was Dachi Nu. He was not exactly acting according to the order, as he was just like Zi, and his mind was filled with thoughts of finding the impostor. He needed to prove Zi's innocence, not only to others, but also to himself. His rationality told him that Wu Taibai could not possibly have anything going on with Zi, but when he thought of Wu Taibai's face and how gentle he had been with Zi, he could not help but feel jealous. Was there really nothing going on? There was definitely nothing going on, and even if there was something going on, Zi would not have sent it out. But what if she was expressing her love for him? No, that was impossible. Zi was not that kind of person. He had to find the impostor, find him, and kill him so that he could clarify the relationship between Zi and Wu Taibai. He had to prove Zi's innocence. Dachi Nu threw all thoughts of the battlefield and the magnetic poles to the back of his mind. After being provoked, Dachi Nu sped up and quickly arrived at the northern battlefield. He discovered that the magnetic poles had already been seized by Di Luo and the others. It was obvious that the impostor would not be in this battlefield. With that thought in mind, Dachi Nu headed towards the northeastern battlefield. In the western battlefield, Xianxia had still been defeated, and the magnetic poles had been seized by White Knight. In a normal battle, he would not have lost so quickly, but it was all because of Dachi Nu and the medallion's words that had caused him to lose the will to fight. On the other side, Zi headed towards the southeast. She did not know where the impostor was, but it did not matter. She would search for them one by one, and the southern magnetic pole had been brought along by her. She had originally wanted to use battle tactics to obtain victory in the thunderstorm zone, but now that something like this had happened, she did not intend to wait any longer. She decided to personally take action and seize all the magnetic poles. With her strength, she could do it. The moment the magnetic poles moved, the entire thunderstorm zone's weather changed. Some magnetic poles attracted lightning, while others repelled it. Starsibyl's magnetic pole was meant to attract thunder, while Ziyi's magnetic pole was meant to repel thunder. When these two magnetic poles moved, the weather in the southern part of the thunderstorm zone completely changed. The weather in the north also changed. The 10 arbiters did not see the light, and they headed west with the magnetic poles. Their goal was the same as Ziyi's, to take action and seize all the magnetic poles. Their original target was the north, but as the weather in the south changed, the entire thunderstorm zone changed as well. The 10 arbiters looked towards the southeast and then charged in that direction. The 10 arbiters were unparalleled existences that stood at the very peak of the continent. They did not fear anyone, and even if they knew that the Source Origin 3 skies were right in front of them, they would not avoid them. The thunderstorm zone was very large, and it was not considered a strange weather phenomenon. It would take a normal cultivator a long time to cross it, but for the Source 3 skies, the 10 arbiters, and the Realmlings, this area was not that large. This was especially true for the enraged Ziyi. The only thing she wanted to do now was to find the bastard who had impersonated her. Even tearing off his tendons and skinning him would not be enough to quench her hatred. A woman's intuition was terrifying, and she did not choose to head west or north. Instead, she chose to head southeast. Nan Yanfei had fled, and the remaining hundreds of thousands of cultivators from the 6th mainland were forced to retreat. Hua Xiao was invincible, and no one could stop him. Even Old 16 and the others were forced to retreat. Lu Yin and the rest had relaxed, and Ling Ke had even suggested that they go to the other regions to take a look. Perhaps they could seize another magnetic pole and increase their contribution points while also being conferred a title. At the very least, he wanted to be made a marquis. Suddenly, Starsibyl's expression changed. Not good. Let's go. Ling Ke was stunned. What? Starsibyl suddenly turned around and stared towards the west. At the same time, Lu Yin looked over as well, and he saw a wave of rune lines rushing towards them. The number of rune lines was not exaggerated, and under the suppression of the weather phenomenon, they could only reach a power level of 200,000 at most. However, the speed of the rune lines was truly ridiculous. If the void was torn too large, then without a certain level of control, it could easily exceed that power level. Back when they had escaped from the Greyweed continent, only imprinters had been able to catch up to them. Everyone else could tear through the void, and hunters could easily travel to distant places. However, they had not dared to do so. At this moment, Lu Yin saw that the rune lines had not torn through the void. Just the speed alone made his scalp go numb. In the blink of an eye, the rune lines had arrived, and the void was pushed aside by the speed, forming layers of ripples. A girl appeared in front of Lu Yin and the others. Her appearance was ordinary, and she was not particularly stunning. However, this girl had caused Starsibyl's expression to change, which caused Lu Yin to unconsciously become vigilant. This girl was Ziyi, and she had rushed to the battlefield southeast of the magnetic pole as quickly as she could. She saw the hundreds of thousands of 6th mainland cultivators who were in a sorry state, and after a single glance, her gaze locked onto Lu Yin's group of 3. More accurately, she was looking at Starsibyl. Starsibyl had used a strange method to conceal her appearance. Although she was absolutely beautiful, she was still able to cause others to forget her with a single glance. This ability was very peculiar, but the more peculiar it was, the more attention Ziyi paid to her. In Ziyi's eyes, Starsibyl was the brightest light on the entire battlefield, and she would be noticed with a single glance. The two girls were separated by a battlefield, and they stared at each other. Starsibyl had never revealed such an expression before. Even against an imprinter, she was confident that she could delay them. Even against the Realmling Nan Yanfei's attack, she had not panicked. Now, however, her expression was much more solemn, and her eyes constantly flickered. It was obvious that she was divining something. I'm Ziyi, Ziyi said, her tone indifferent. Lu Yin and Ling Ke's expressions changed. The Tao Source 3 Skies, Z. Starsabil unconsciously clenched her fists. Sure enough, only the Tao Source 3 Skies could make her feel this way. Lightning suddenly descended from the sky, crashing into the seabed. Z looked over. The magnetic pole has been snatched by you guys. Where's Nan Yanfei? Across from them, Ling Ke asked in a low voice, do you think that you can escape if you split up? Luin frowned and looked at Z. He did not believe that he could not stop this girl. The rune progenitor had changed the weather, and only those who cultivated the Aeon evolution true scripture were trial takers. Everyone else was just a foil, and the Tao Source 3 Skies were no exception. Why would the dignified Tao Source 3 Skies personally take action? Starsabil asked. Zi's gaze turned cold. I'm asking you, where's Nan Yanfei? As she spoke, Hua Xiao suddenly appeared behind her and struck out with his palm. 999 stars appeared and exploded, enveloping Z. Z frowned. The invisible light shield around her completely blocked the power of Sirius's palm. Hua Xiao was shocked. His palm could not move an inch forward. The Sirius sect is a very powerful sect, but it's a pity that their successor is nothing more than this, Z said indifferently. She casually waved her hand, and a visible shockwave obliterated Hua Xiao's star energy and sent him flying back 1,000 meters. His palms were red and trembling. He had not been able to block the shockwave that his opponent had casually unleashed. That shockwave had not been formed from physical strength or star energy, but rather an indescribable and irresistible power. Attack! Luin barked as he leaped towards Z. Since the Tao Source 3 Skies had appeared, there was no reason for them to escape. Furthermore, with Zi's speed, they might not be able to escape. In truth, he didn't want to face the Tao Source 3 Skies head-on, but he couldn't avoid them now. Z glanced at Luin in astonishment. A 5-cycle cruiser? There was a thump, and Lu Yin's single palm landed on Z's invisible light shield. He erupted with 100 stacks, but it was useless. Just like Hua Xiao, his palm could not move an inch forward. Z was shocked. The overlaying stacks path is a domain that the Divine Fist specializes in. It's a pity that you only have 100 stacks. If you could reach 200 stacks, I'd be impressed. She waved her hand as well, causing a shockwave to surge out and crash into Lu Yin's body. Luin felt his star energy being suppressed, as well as his own strength. However, it only lasted for an instant before he could no longer feel the shockwave. He stepped forward again and gathered star energy in his right palm. Single Sunday Z was shocked. He's actually fine? A resplendent sun slammed into the invisible light shield, causing an intense explosion that tore through the void and tore open a crack. This was the most powerful attack that Luin could use under the suppression of his astronomical phenomenon, but it still could not break through the invisible light shield. This light shield seemed to be invincible. Hua Xiao's 4 arms appeared, and he used soft star palms in an attempt to break through Z's invisible light shield, but it was useless as well. In the distance, Starsabil continued to observe the battle without saying a single word. She had been able to divine and direct the battle against Nan Yanfei, allowing Luin and Hua Xiao to seize the initiative from start to finish, causing Nan Yanfei to feel aggrieved. However, she could not say anything when facing Z. No matter how she divined, she did not think that the two of them would be able to break through Z's defenses. Z stopped staring at Starsabil and instead focused on Luin. She clenched her fingers together, causing a visible shockwave to appear in the void and trap Luin. As she clenched her fist, a formless shockwave condensed and trapped Luin within. Luin was flabbergasted, and he could feel that the shockwave was barely able to suppress him. He looked at Z in confusion. What was this? This shockwave did not have any power at all. Z's expression changed, and the shockwaves in the void changed as well. However, no matter how they changed, they could not harm Luin. Luin could not even be bothered to defend himself as he focused on breaking through that invisible light shield. He had not used the true scripture of Aeon evolution yet, as he was facing the Tao Source 3 Skies. He wanted to use it as a trump card and use it at the most crucial moment. Who are you? Z asked as she stared at Luin. Luin tapped out, and the dream finger struck the invisible light shield. However, it was useless, and his fingertip could not advance even an inch. Hua Xiao panted heavily, and he looked at Zi as if she were a monster. What had this woman cultivated that they could not even hit her? How were they supposed to fight her? Do you only know how to defend? Luin asked. Zi's eyes narrowed. Why are you not affected by the origin energy of life? And why aren't you suppressed? Where are you from? You're not from the fifth mainland. Luin raised a brow. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm from the outerverse. Impossible. No cultivator from the fifth mainland can be unaffected by the origin energy suppression. You can attack without any hindrance or suppression. Where are you from? Speak. Zi barked. Luin clenched his fist and suddenly punched out with the day-night punch. His spiritual force transformed into a devastating storm that swept towards Zi. Ever since he had absorbed Luin Zishan's spiritual force sphere, his spiritual force had risen to a level that was close to that of the 10 arbiters. Furthermore, his spiritual force had always been growing, and it had never stopped growing. The spiritual force that erupted from his punch stunned Zi for a moment. Luin took the opportunity to use the Aeon Evolution scripture to weaken Zi's rune lines. Star energy gathered in his right palm, and he was just about to attack with the first sun when Starsabil shouted from the distance, "Back off." Luin subconsciously retreated. Huaxiao also retreated. Nothing happened, and Zi calmly stood in the sky. Luin looked at Starsabil in confusion. If she had not told him to back off, his first sun would have landed on Zi's body. Although he was not certain that he would be able to break through that invisible shield, he could still try. Zi looked at Starsabil strangely, her eyes filled with curiosity. What do you know? Starsabil looked at Zi. Your defense is not purely defensive, it also has some sort of counterattack ability. If you can't break through it, you'll suffer a backlash, right? Lu Yin's expression changed, and he looked at Zi's invisible shield. Was that even possible? How was he supposed to fight? He could not guarantee that he would be able to break through it in one strike. Zi looked at Starsabil in astonishment. How did you know? Starsabil did not answer. Zi looked at her and then at Luin. I'm curious about both of you, especially you. She fixed her gaze on Luin. Did you do something just now? Like a secret technique? Lu Yin's brows rose. No, you saw wrong. Really? I'm not too sure. Let's try again. If you don't break through my astral origin shield, then you won't be able to hurt me. Luin was speechless. He looked at the invisible shield around Zi's body and felt like he could not attack her. Starsabil's voice rang out beside his ear. Scatter and run. We're not her match. In the distance, Ling Ke had already run away. He still remembered the three's original intentions, which had been to use this battle to return to the Fifth Mainland's camp. They had not wanted to fight to the death with the enemy. He felt like he was loyally carrying out their plan, not running away. Below them, the hundreds of thousands of cultivators from the Sixth Mainland who had been in a sorry state finally saw Zi. The appearance of the Daosor's three skies had roused their spirits, and they were ready to fight back. Zi seemed to be responding to them. She raised her hand, and the invisible current that Luin had seen as useless swept out. It swept past the Sixth Mainland's cultivators and descended upon the Fifth Mainland's cultivators. All of the Fifth Mainland's cultivators who were swept by the current rapidly aged before turning into dirt. Tens of thousands of people had turned into dirt, and the scene shocked everyone. Lu Yin's pupils shrank, and he looked at Zi in disbelief. Zi's lips curled up into a smile. Did you see that? This is vitality energy. It can absorb a person's vitality and turn them into dust. That's why I'm very curious as to how you blocked it. Lu Yin's scalp went numb, and he felt a lingering fear. He had actually allowed this current to attack him, and he felt as if he had walked on the brink of death. How had he blocked it? Lu Yin's first thought was the Stonewall scriptures, but he quickly dismissed them. Although the Stonewall scriptures were mystical, they were not omnipotent. He then thought of a technique, the arcane art of life and death. He had used this technique twice before, both times when he had been on the brink of death. It had greatly increased his strength, and he had thought that this technique would not be of much use in the future. However, during his battle with Xianlong day-night, he had relied on this technique to suppress the day-night restoration technique. Later on, he had used this technique to get involved with the Spectre clan. This time, it might be because of this technique once again. The arcane art of life and death was something that Luin had not understood back then. Only now did he realize how heaven-defying this technique was. It was a technique that could turn a dead person back into a living person. This was something that even a secret technique could not accomplish. Unfortunately, this technique could not be cultivated, and whether or not one could use it depended entirely on one's luck. It seems like you've remembered something. Vitality energy is a mystical technique of my Sixth Mainland's Daosaur sect, and you're not affected by it. I'm very curious, so come with me. Ziyi stepped through the void and appeared in front of Luin. She did not move, but vitality energy condensed and transformed into a sword that she held in her hand. Actually, when I was bored, I practiced some sword techniques. As she spoke, the vitality energy sword stabbed out, and a cold light flickered. At this moment, there was only this sword in the world. This was Ziyi's sword. The Daosaur's three skies were the future sky of the Sixth Mainland, and their innate gifts were unimaginable. Ziyi had indeed practiced some sword techniques when she was bored, but even so, this sword was terrifying enough to make one's scalp go numb. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. He could clearly see the sword, but he couldn't dodge it. The sword's speed had exceeded his body's ability to react. It was too fast, too fast. Or perhaps it was because his movements had slowed down. Either way, he wouldn't have been able to escape under normal circumstances. He waved his right hand and used the secret art when Ziyi's sword pierced towards him. The sword of natural origin energy was diverted, and it pierced through thin air, slicing through the void and splitting the world in half. Luin narrowly avoided the sword and raised his hand to grab the hilt of the sword of natural origin energy. He activated the overlaying stacks technique, and the 100 stacks vibrated through the sword towards Ziyi. Ziyi let go of the sword, but she was still a little too late. The vibrations had traveled along the sword hilt and injured her fingers. Although she didn't bleed, it was obvious that her index and middle fingers had been bent and fractured. Luin quickly retreated, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He had seen hope of defeating Ziyi. This woman was almost unbeatable. Her defense was invincible, her attacks were strange, and she also had a strange sword technique. She truly surpassed Nan Yanfei, and no matter what he did, he couldn't defeat her. He couldn't even injure her. However, no one was perfect. He had taken a risk to test her, and sure enough, her physical strength wasn't that great. As long as he could break through the formless barrier, he could defeat her using the overlaying stacks technique. In the distance, Ziyi looked at her right hand, and then she looked up at Luin. You're quite bold. You didn't even have the confidence to break through Yuan Tiangong's attack, but you still dared to approach me. Ever since I became a Daosaur's Three Skies cultivator, aside from those two, you're the first person to injure me. You also used a secret technique to dodge my sword. You have more than one secret technique. Who exactly are you? Lu Yin's lips curled up. You're not invincible. Ziyi raised her head. Of course not. I can tell you clearly that I'm not good at physical defense. As long as you can break through Origin Dipper, you can use a secret technique to fight me. Unfortunately, you'll never be able to break through Origin Dipper. In the distance, Hua Xiao stared at Ziyi, trying to find a way to break through Origin Dipper, but he couldn't find anything. Star Sibyl was also staring at Ziyi, trying to think of a way to break through Origin Dipper. She could use divination to delay the imprinter, but Ziyi could also use Origin Dipper to become invincible. I've had enough fun. Two secret techniques that have the ability to resist natural genesis chi. You're very interesting. I won't kill you, but I'll take you back to the Daosaur sect. Perhaps we can find a way to improve your natural genesis chi there. As she spoke, the formless barrier around Ziyi's body suddenly expanded, and it instantly enveloped Luin, forming an enormous formless barrier. Luin frowned and tried to tear through the void to leave the barrier's range, but he found that he couldn't. The barrier had enveloped the entire area, and unless he could break through it, he wouldn't be able to leave. The next moment, the invisible barrier suddenly shrank. Luin pressed his hands against the barrier and unleashed the 100 stacks in a futile attempt to break it open, but he failed. You can't break through Origin Dipper. Come with me, said Ziyi coldly. The formless barrier of light continued to shrink. Luyin was squeezed by the shrinking barrier, and he was forced to retreat in Ziyi's direction. If Ziyi didn't have another layer of Origin Dipper, he would have been more than happy to engage in close combat. However, Ziyi's Origin Dipper was unbreakable, and the closer he got to Ziyi, the greater the danger he felt. He was now less than 10 meters away from Ziyi, which was an extremely dangerous distance. Ziyi's strength was enough to heavily injure him. In the distance, Starsabil's eyes flickered. Luyin repeatedly slammed his palm against the formless barrier, but he was still forced back in Ziyi's direction. It was as if Ziyi had caught him in her palm, and he couldn't escape or resist. Hand over everything I want to know, and I won't kill you. I'll even allow you to join the 6th Mainland's Dowsource sect and become a red servant under my command, Ziyi said coldly. Seeing that Luyin was right in front of her, she condensed another sword of natural Genesis Chi. Countless sword lights flashed, shattering the void. Before, it had only been one sword, but now, it was countless. Luyin could use the secret art to divert one sword, but he couldn't divert countless. It was just like how Night King Jinwu had suppressed him in the past. Just as he was about to use the Aeon Evolution True Scripture to weaken Ziyi's sword technique, the sky in the distance suddenly changed. An indescribable pressure suddenly descended, and the sky collapsed. Ziyi's countless swords suddenly changed directions and pierced behind her. At the same time, an invisible force gathered in the void and transformed into the illusory image of a man with closed eyes. His hands slowly spread apart, forming numerous afterimages that paused in the void. Finally, his palms came together and perfectly caught Ziyi's sword of natural Genesis Chi. Ziyi's terrifying sword technique was suppressed just like that. Luyin was stunned. Was this a domain? In the distance, a figure tore through the void and walked out. His eyes were closed as he faced Ziyi. As he appeared, the illusory image of the man with his palms together vanished, and Ziyi's sword of natural Genesis Chi also vanished. Starsabil stared at the newcomer in astonishment. One of the 10 arbiters, invisible light. Among the 10 arbiters, there was one whose eyes were forever closed. Legend had it that he did not need eyes, as his battle technique had blinded him. There were also legends that said that when he opened his eyes, the world would lose all light. In short, there were many legends about invisible light, and many people were curious about his name. Invisible light did not sound like a name, but he was indeed called invisible light. It was as if his eyes were tightly shut, and he would never be able to see the light. One of the 10 arbiters, invisible light, had arrived. None of the 10 arbiters could be underestimated. The Realmlings were on par with the 10 arbiters in terms of status and strength. Ziyi was above the Realmlings, but that did not mean that she was above the 10 arbiters. Invisible light was a mysterious existence even among the 10 arbiters. I've long heard of the Dowsource 3 skies, and I'm honored to meet you today. Invisible light slowly walked through the void and faced Ziyi. Although he could not see, at his level of cultivation, it made no difference whether he could see or not. Ziyi had a strange look in her eyes. Invisible light of the 10 arbiters? I've heard a lot about you. Was that your domain? That's right, invisible light replied. Ziyi sighed in admiration. You're worthy of praise for being able to cultivate your domain to such a level. Invisible light's lips curled up. Is it only worthy of praise? Why don't you ask the Dowsource 3 skies for guidance? Sure, Ziyi happily agreed. She was now almost certain that the person who had impersonated her was invisible light. Aside from the 10 arbiters, who else in the 5th mainland could do such a thing? However, how had this person obtained a life origin token? Their personalities did not resemble each other, but no one else could have done such a thing. Dodge! Starsabil suddenly barked. A cold light exploded in front of Lu Yin's eyes as Ziyi once again condensed a sword of raw energy. She turned around and slashed at him in an attempt to heavily injure him. He hurriedly used the secret art to transfer his sword, and the sword light was deflected. However, he quickly followed up with a second attack. At this moment, a vast domain swept over them, and both Ziyi and Luyin felt as if they were stuck in a quagmire. Invisible Light's force field was a phantom image of himself that had been magnified 100 times. As he raised his hand, the phantom image that was 100 meters tall also raised its hand and pressed down on Ziyi. Even Luyin was caught in the attack. Luyin cursed under his breath and tried to escape, but he was trapped by the invisible barrier. Ziyi raised her hand, and her raw energy transformed into a giant palm that could be seen with the naked eye. It collided with the invisible domain. The void exploded like a sudden clap of thunder. An enormous bolt of lightning flashed past, and the sky was densely filled with countless cracks. As for Luyin, he had been knocked down into the sea by the two of them. The moment that Ziyi's domain had struck him, the formless barrier that had trapped him had been taken away by Ziyi, and he had been caught off guard. He experienced what Nan Yanfei had experienced before, and the sea was icy cold. Fortunately, he had broken through to the cruiser realm and had a powerful physical body, which allowed him to avoid being heavily injured. Otherwise, he would have suffered even if he had been swept by the shockwaves. Luyin looked up and saw two mighty forces colliding on the surface of the sea. The invisible force field was a phantom image that was 100 meters tall, while Ziyi's raw energy could take on any form. It was like two giants clashing against each other. Regardless of whether it was the invisible domain or Ziyi's raw energy, neither was something that ordinary cultivators could withstand. Even the shockwaves that swept across the battlefield caused the millions of cultivators on the battlefield to suffer. The invisible domain's suppression caused them to vomit blood, while Ziyi's raw energy turned them to dust. Each was more terrifying than the last. Starsabil and Huashao had both retreated, as they did not need to interfere in this battle. The 10 arbiters were very powerful, and everyone considered them to be on par with the Realmlings. However, the Daosor's 3 skies had always been above the 10 arbiters. Luyin had been suspicious for a long time. The 10 arbiters usually won more than they lost against the Realmlings, so did that mean that they could challenge the 6th continent's Daosor's 3 skies? Did that mean that they represented an even higher level of power? Back on Earth, there had been 7 Skysoars, and they were known as the 7 Sages. The 7 Sages were also divided into 3 upper sages and 4 lower sages. Although both sides were known as the 7 Sages, there was a huge difference in power. What about the 10 arbiters? Was there a similar division between the 10 arbiters? Was it just that no one else knew about it? Or perhaps they had never truly fought against each other before? Luyin hid at the bottom of the sea and watched as the 2 peak experts of the same generation battled it out. Unfortunately, if not for the suppression from Xianxia, the battle between the two would have been even more exciting. The sea roared, and Ziyi's domain, which did not see any light, clashed with her life energy for more than 10 minutes without showing any signs of weakening. At a glance, the entire sea seemed to be their battlefield. There were no fancy moves in their battle, and they relied solely on their domains and their life energy. As more and more shockwaves rippled out, the millions of cultivators were forced to stop their battle and wait for the final battle between the two. It was extremely rare for someone to cultivate a domain to the point where it could not see light. At the very least, Ziyi had never seen someone like this in her dozens of years of cultivation. The life energy that she cultivated was considered a top-notch technique even in the 6th mainland, and there were very few people in the 6th mainland's Daosor sect who could cultivate it. Anyone who could cultivate it was a top-notch expert, and she had relied on her life energy to stand at the top of the Daosor's 3 skies. Now, however, her life energy was actually being blocked by a domain. No one would believe her if she said this, as she had never thought that there would come a day when her life energy would be blocked by a domain. It was not just this domain that could not see light. She glanced down and saw that the man did not seem to care about life energy at all. There must be something wrong with his constitution. Regardless, it was a fact that her life energy was unable to invade the domain that could not see light. At the very least, due to Tianxiang's suppression, she was unable to do so with a power level below 200,000. Since that was the case, Ziyi suddenly stopped releasing her life energy. Instead, she charged towards the domain that could not see light. She wanted to rely on her Genesis Dipper and her sword techniques to cut down the domain that could not see light. At the bottom of the sea, Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Ziyi's Origin Dipper was too difficult to deal with, and he did not believe that Shadowless could break through it. If he could not break through Origin Dipper, then Ziyi would be invincible. Origin Dipper was derived from natural source energy, and it was a manifestation of one's mastery of natural source energy. the Daosor's three skies were known as the future heavens of the sixth mainland, but that was not just for show. The Daosor's three skies were the inheritors of three progenitor powerhouses, and their positions were coveted by countless people. The same was true for the Realmlings. Any one of the Daosor's three skies had been challenged by a Realmling, but no one had ever succeeded. This was the Daosor's three skies, and this was their reputation for being invincible. Shadowless's domain was powerful, but it could not break through Origin Dipper. No matter how he attacked, he could not even slow down Zi. Zi approached and slashed out with a sword made from natural source energy. This sword technique was even more powerful than the one that had been aimed at Luin. Shadowless's domain clasped its hands together in a futile attempt to block the attack, but it was sliced apart by the sword. The sword light then pierced towards Shadowless. The millions of cultivators from the fifth mainland felt their hearts rise to their throats. Even Starsabil would find it difficult to immediately divine what would happen in a battle between these two. There was only one person on the battlefield who was not worried, and that was Luin. He had fought with Shadowless's war spirit in the space of the Golden Sea, and he knew how monstrous it was to cultivate one's domain to its peak. Once one's domain was cultivated to its peak, they would be able to predict attacks. Shadowless's sword slashed down, but it missed. A giant hole had been torn open above the cosmic sea, and the void had split apart as seawater poured in. Zi had been full of confidence, and her sword had missed. Shadowless had only shifted half an inch to dodge the sword. Zi's sword light swept out, instantly enveloping the entire area. Anything that appeared in this area could not avoid it, but Shadowless was like duckweed. He drifted along with the sword light and was unable to be struck. Luin was shocked. Were the 10 arbiters really weaker than the Daosor's three skies? There were strong and weak Realmlings, and the 10 arbiters also had their own strengths, but no one knew for sure. Shadowless's strength was something that even Mr. Mu could not help but sigh in amazement at the appearance of such a genius. Zi's shock was no less than Lu Yin's. She could tell that this person was actually able to predict her attack. She did not know what the other 10 arbiters were capable of, but this person was definitely the type that no one wanted to encounter. Left with no other choice, Zi's sword covered the entire battlefield. Regardless of whether it was the cultivators from the fifth mainland or the sixth mainland, they were all within range of her sword. In any case, the cultivators from the fifth mainland far outnumbered the cultivators from the sixth mainland. Even if all of them died to her sword, she would not suffer any losses. She wanted to force invisible light to take this attack head-on. Genesis Chi enveloped the entire sky, transforming into an incomparably huge sword. Lu Yin's expression changed. This crazy woman. Starsabil's expression also changed. Everyone, retreat. On the battlefield, Old 16 and the others had their mouths wide open as they stared blankly at the giant sword that covered the sky. The life Genesis Chi wrapped around the sword terrified them. If the sword fell, everyone would die. No one could stop the sword from the Daosor's three skies. The attack had a wide range, but Zi managed to keep it within 200,000 combat power. Her control over her combat power was no weaker than the imprinter's. If this sword truly fell, there would not be many people left alive. Invisible light stood tall in the sky and looked up. The life Genesis Chi had replaced the sky, and it was impossible for his domain to block this attack. Thus, he opened his eyes at that moment. Countless people had said that there was one person among the 10 arbiters whose eyes were tightly shut. Once he opened them, the sun and moon would lose their light. Luin did not know whether invisible light had opened his eyes during battle, but when he had fought invisible light's war spirit within the Golden Sea, he had opened his eyes. At that time, invisible light had bled from his orifices, and he had almost died. He had felt an indescribable pressure. Now, he had finally seen invisible light open his eyes. Invisible light closed his eyes to suppress a domain that had reached its limit. When a cultivator reached the peak of a certain aspect within the same realm, they would have to pay a price to suppress their domain. Luin had once used 3 grains of fate sand to suppress his physical body, and invisible light had closed his eyes to suppress his domain. When he opened his eyes, his domain suddenly erupted. Everyone felt stifled, and they could not help but cough up blood. Across from him, Zi's pupils shrank as she sensed invisible light, who seemed to be the source of a storm. That storm was his domain, and his unbridled domain caused the life Genesis chi in the sky to disperse. Her sword could not slash down. Zi had underestimated invisible light. In the sky, invisible light's illusory figure appeared once more. He opened his eyes and stared at Zi with a strange feeling. Everyone looked at those eyes, as if they had replaced the sky. Everyone was shrouded by the pair of eyes and felt the terrifying pressure. Regardless of whether it was the cultivators from the 5th or 6th mainland, when invisible light opened his eyes, they all felt as if they had been hypnotized. They subconsciously felt that this person was invincible and that no one could stop him. Even Zi, who was one of the Daosor's 3 skies, was ignored. Everyone only saw invisible light. Invisible light was very powerful, so powerful that it was indescribable. When his eyes opened, the sun and moon did indeed lose their light, and even the thunder in the sky stopped rumbling. However, Luin did not let his guard down, as Zi had only used her life Genesis chi. She had not used her innate gift, bloodline, imprint, or even secret technique. As one of the Daosor's 3 skies and the inheritor of the blood progenitor's inheritance, how could she not have a bloodline or secret technique? The Daosor's 3 skies had only revealed a portion of their strength, and it was still unknown whether or not they had even revealed half of their true strength. As invisible light's illusory figure slammed down with a palm, the domain that covered the sky and earth crashed down, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to cave in. Zi exhaled and looked up. Ever since I became one of the Daosor's 3 skies, there have been a total of 9 challengers. Some have come from the 3 regions, some from the Daosor sect, some from the Realmling, and some from the same sect. All of them are known as unparalleled powerhouses in the same realm. However, out of the 9, only one has been able to force me to this point, and you are one of the 10 arbiters. You are the second. Her voice reverberated throughout the land and landed in everyone's ears. At that moment, those from the 6th mainland who had been intimidated by invisible light suddenly remembered that this was Zi, one of the Daosor's 3 skies. No one had ever doubted that she was an unparalleled powerhouse. How could she lose? How could she lose? You should be proud of yourself. 10 arbiters, invisible light. Zi's eyes changed, and her originally ordinary black pupils turned red. Then, her pupils seemed to burn as they transformed into refined pupils. The giant illusory figure formed by invisible light's force field was set ablaze by the flames. The seemingly ordinary red flames were actually able to burn through invisible light's domain. Not only did they burn through the domain, but they also burned through the void without any heat. This was Zi's innate gift, scarlet flame refined pupils, which could burn through anything. The giant illusory figure formed by invisible light's force field was incinerated, and invisible light calmly looked at Zi. What a powerful innate gift. Zi's eyes were covered, and she stared at invisible light. You should be the strongest among the 10 arbiters. Invisible light shook his head. Not necessarily. Zi's eyes narrowed. Everyone underestimated the 10 arbiters. Shangrong's defeat was not unjust. She then looked up and sighed emotionally. It's a pity that astral phenomenon was suppressed, so I couldn't fight with my full strength. Otherwise, you would not have been my opponent. I can tell you that the Daosor's 3 skies are all enlightened. Invisible light was stunned for a moment, but then he nodded. It is indeed a pity. You guys were suppressed too ruthlessly. It was common knowledge that the 10 arbiters were all hunters. Everyone had assumed that the Daosor's 3 skies were all hunters like the 10 arbiters and the Realmlings, but no one had expected that they were all enlighters. Luin heard this and subconsciously relaxed. If not for astral phenomenon suppression, then he had no idea how much power the enlighters from the Daosor's 3 skies could display. But then again, that might not be the case. He had plenty of external items, and even if the Daosor's 3 skies had a power level of 300,000 or even 400,000, he would not be afraid. But even if he had external items, how could the Daosor's 3 skies not have any? Astral phenomenon suppression was still the best option. With invisible light around, it was unlikely that Zi would be able to seize the magnetic pole. She had not forgotten that invisible light had only used his domain from start to finish, and he had not used any of his innate gifts or secret techniques. What she was more afraid of was that invisible light had teamed up with that person from before to deal with her. That person's secret technique could divert attacks and weaken her strength. It could also ignore any source of origin energy. If the two of them worked together, it would be impossible for her to escape unscathed. Of the Dao Source 3 skies, she was the first to appear on the battlefield, and this would also be the first battle. If she was injured, it would be a huge blow to the Sixth Mainland's morale. Ziyi muttered to herself for a moment, and then her eyes flashed as she looked at Invisible Light. Our battle will not end anytime soon. As long as you promise me that you won't impersonate me again, I can leave. Invisible Light was puzzled. Impersonate you? In the distance, Starsabil looked at the bottom of the sea. The word impersonate reminded her of Luine. At the bottom of the sea, Luine felt awkward. Impersonate me? She couldn't have come here just because of that, right? What, you dare to do it but don't dare to admit it? Aside from you and White Knight, who else in the thunderstorm area can do such a thing? Ziyi asked indifferently, her tone cold. Invisible Light remained silent. He did not admit it, but he did not deny it either. If you impersonate me again, I'll make sure that you have no door to heaven or hell, no matter what price you have to pay, Ziyi barked before tearing through the void and leaving. She was certain that Invisible Light was impersonating her, and her anger had dissipated after the battle. Ziyi had acknowledged that Invisible Light was someone on the same level as her, which meant that the impersonation had turned into a ploy. There was nothing to be angry about if the ploy had failed. After Ziyi left, the hundreds of thousands of cultivators from the Sixth Mainland also left. Both sides had separated when Ziyi and Invisible Light had fought, and now that they had retreated, the cultivators from the Fifth Mainland did not pursue them. There was a price to pay if they did, and anyone could die. They were cultivators, not soldiers, and they would not seek death for no reason. Besides, they were also afraid of luring Ziyi back. Regardless of whether it was the source of origin energy or the flames from the scarlet blaze eyes, they were all quite difficult to deal with. Invisible Light closed his eyes once more, and the stifling domain dissipated. Countless people breathed a sigh of relief. The millions of cultivators from the Fifth Mainland were excited, as they had witnessed the power of the 10 Arbiters. The 10 Arbiters, who had once stood at the peak of the universe and had the authority to judge and supervise the younger generation, were indeed invincible. Hua Xiao looked at Invisible Light with a complicated expression. The Neoverse had also heard of the 10 Arbiters, but they had not paid much attention to them. They had not believed that the Innerverse could produce an expert that could match them, just like how the Innerverse looked down on the Outerverse. However, after the Sixth Mainland's invasion, they had joined the battle and gradually understood who the 10 Arbiters were. They were 10 freaks, and they could not understand how the Innerverse had managed to produce 10 freaks. The Neoverse resources, inheritances, and cultivation environment far surpassed the Innerverse, and it also had its own invincible powerhouses. However, even the Neoverse invincible powerhouses might not be able to defeat the 10 Arbiters. It was too strange and did not make sense. Starsabil approached Invisible Light. I didn't expect you to be in the thunderstorm zone. Invisible Light replied, the thunderstorm zone is one of the largest zones in the cosmic sea, so of course I had to come. The Dao Source 3 skies have all appeared, so it's not a loss for me to come. It's not just the Dao Source 3 skies. Realmling Shangrong and Realmling Nan Yanfei are also in the thunderstorm zone. Invisible Light nodded. It's a pity that I didn't meet them. Hua Xiao approached. There are 5 magnetic poles in the thunderstorm zone, and we have one here. You should have snatched one, so you need to snatch another one. Invisible Light replied, White Knight can snatch one. But she met a realmling, Hua Xiao could not help but say. Invisible Light smiled. So what? Hua Xiao's eyes trembled. Invisible Light was so confident. They were both 10 Arbiters, but she trusted her opponent's strength so much. Even if White Knight can snatch one, Ziyi has gone to the west. Won't she attack White Knight? Starsabil asked. Invisible Light frowned. Let's go to the west. I thought you were going to say so what? Hua Xiao could not help but ask. Invisible Light looked at him. You people still haven't lost your arrogance? Starsabil also looked at Hua Xiao. The Sixth Mainland had invaded, and the Innerverse had been defeated and had retreated to the Cosmic Sea. The Neoverse had joined the battle, and those people had been very arrogant when they had first joined the battlefield, even more so than the Sixth Mainland. Although Hua Zhao's character was not bad, his arrogance still existed. But now that invisible light had shattered his arrogance, he snorted and did not say anything else. There was a thump as Luyin charged out from the bottom of the ocean. She looked at Luyin. "You're very powerful. You were able to injure Ziyi. Even I couldn't do that." Invisible light was puzzled. Ming Guang was puzzled. "Who are you?" "Luyin." Invisible light was astonished. "So it's you. You were once an unequaled leader. I never thought that you'd reach this level in just a few years." He had seen the 10 arbiters before, including White Knight Ling Gong, the scholar Wen Sansi, and the divine fist Lan Si. He had seen them all fight, but until now, none of them had been as unfathomable as invisible light. This person made Luyin fear him from the bottom of his heart, and the more he probed, the more unfathomable he felt. He didn't know if it was because he had cultivated his domain or if it was because he had closed his eyes, but his closed eyes gave off a mysterious feeling. Furthermore, his domain had been cultivated to the extreme, allowing him to predict attacks, which made it very strange. If he had to choose one of the 10 arbiters to fight, he would rather choose someone like Lance than fight someone who couldn't see the light. It had been almost 10 years since Luyin had first heard of the 10 arbiters during Earth's trial. During these 10 years, the 10 arbiters were still high and mighty, and they had a godlike status among the younger generation. Luyin did not know when he would be able to challenge the 10 arbiters. Everyone was worried that Ziyi would cause trouble for White Knight, so aside from Hua Xiao, Starsabil, and Luyin all followed invisible light to the west. Starsabil had the ability to divine while invisible light had witnessed Lu Yin's strength. These two were qualified to travel together. Invisible light brought along a magnetic pole while Starsabil brought along a magnetic pole. Together, they attracted the weather in the thunderstorm zone and headed west. Meanwhile, Dachi Nu arrived at the northeast battlefield where the magnetic pole was being contested. He discovered that the magnetic pole had been taken away by invisible light, and they had been defeated. In a fit of rage, he headed southeast and bumped into Nan Yanfei. When Nan Yanfei discovered Dachi Nu, he was pleasantly surprised and turned back. He believed that the two of them would be able to defeat Luyin and the others if they worked together. In the west, White Knight had seized the magnetic pole, and Shang Rong had been forced to retreat with heavy injuries. However, White Knight still did not give up and wanted to destroy Shang Rong. But even if she could defeat Shang Rong, it would not be easy for her to kill him. Shang Rong was a realmling after all, and he had fought with White Knight many times. There was not much of a difference in their strength. The entire thunderstorm zone was filled with chaotic battles, and even though the magnetic pole was gone, many battlefields were still filled with slaughter. Starsabil's guess was not wrong. Ziyi had retreated to the southeast battlefield, but that did not mean that she had given up on the magnetic pole. Instead, she had rushed to the west battlefield. She had seen Lu Yin's order to cause trouble, and she was worried that Shang Rong and Dachi Nu's alliance would result in an accident. There were 5 magnetic poles in the thunderstorm zone, and she already had one in her hands. She needed to obtain 2 more. She had been full of confidence, but those orders had disrupted her plans. Along the way, they passed by the southern battlefield, which gave Tai Yuanjun and the others a fright. However, Ziyi was in a hurry to rush to the western battlefield and ignored them. Not long after, Invisible Light's trio also passed by the southern battlefield and headed west. When Luyin passed by the southern battlefield, he saw a strange person. A black blade had transformed into a human form and was shuttling through the battlefield. Was this person also human? He thought back to Starlight Island, where the people of the Sixth Mainland had discussed that there were many strange cultivators in the Neoverse. Not long after, Invisible Light's trio arrived at the western battlefield and saw that the Sky Palace had collapsed. White Knight was fighting Ziyi head-on, and she had been beaten to the point of spitting blood. She had fought with Shang Rong for a long time, and now that she was facing Ziyi, especially with Ziyi's fully activated Scarlet Blaze Essence eyes, it was difficult for her to resist. Not only had the Sky Palace collapsed, but it was also burning. However, as the bell tolled, a mighty might descended once more and extinguished the flames. White Knight would not be defeated so quickly. Ziyi did not believe that invisible light was one of the 10 arbiters, and she summoned her origin energy to form a large sword that slashed down. At the same time, Xianxia created a white sun that smashed towards White Knight. White Knight coughed up blood and retreated in the face of the 2 attacks. At that moment, invisible light's domain swept out as Luyin activated the secret art and shifted the white sun away. The 2 of them acted together to prevent White Knight from being hit by Ziyi and Xianxia's combined attacks. Ziyi was unwilling to accept this outcome. She had expected these people to come, so she had attacked with all her might and even had been willing to join forces with Xianxia in order to obtain the magnetic pole as quickly as possible. However, she had not expected that this White Knight would not be so simple and would be able to withstand her attacks. Even if she was in a miserable state, being able to withstand her and Xianxia's combined attacks was still impressive. Now that Invisible Light's trio had arrived, there was no use in Ziyi's unwillingness. Under the suppression of the celestial phenomenon, it would be very difficult for her to defeat Invisible Light. With Luyin and White Knight by her side, it would be impossible for her to snatch the magnetic pole. Xianxia's mouth was bleeding as he stood beside Ziyi. When he saw that Invisible Light and Starsabil both had magnetic poles, his expression turned ugly. White Knight had also snatched the magnetic pole here, which meant that she had 3. Zhitian, they have 3 magnetic poles, Xianxia said bitterly. Ziyi glanced over. I know. Across from them, White Knight looked at Luyin in shock. Why are you here? I took the wrong path, Luyin casually replied. White Knight choked on her words. The 2 were old acquaintances. Invisible Light looked at White Knight. Can you still fight? White Knight solemnly replied, it's fine. That woman is one of the Dowsource 3 skies, right? That's right. Her astral origin is indestructible, and her life energy is very powerful. She also has an innate gift, and she hasn't used any of her secret techniques yet. White Knight's eyes narrowed. She'll be difficult. Invisible Light smiled. Not really. I can hold her back. That Xianxia isn't hard to deal with since he's injured. Leave Xianxia to me, Luyin said. He was eager to find a realmling to fight one-on-one, especially one who was heavily injured. This was a rare opportunity. White Knight frowned and glanced at Luyin. You can deal with a realmling? Have you forgotten how miserable you were back then? A day apart feels like 3 autumns. Do you believe that I can beat you up even now? Luyin retorted. His confidence had swelled, and he had been trembling with fear when facing White Knight back then. Now, however, he no longer needed to. This woman had no chance of defeating him, and with the suppression of astral phenomenon, even if he could not win, he could still escape. White Knight raised a brow. You're provoking me. Are you 2 familiar with each other? Invisible Light was puzzled. Luyin was about to speak when he sensed White Knight's threatening gaze. He recalled the cute and elegant face beneath the white armor. Forget it, a gentleman would not fight with a woman. Not really, but we've met a few times. Starsabil was puzzled, as Luyin had met many people before. White Knight rarely showed herself, but he had met her a few times. Across from them, Xianxia looked at Luyin. This person looked familiar, but he could not recall where he had seen him before. Let's go, Ziyi said indifferently. Xianxia was stunned. Go? What about the magnetic poles? No, Ziyi replied. Xianxia did not understand. They have 3 magnetic poles, which is 1 more than us. According to the rules, they'll win the thunderstorm zone. Are we going to give up on it? That will depend on whether or not they can snatch away the remaining 2 magnetic poles, Ziyi coldly replied. She then left without looking back. Xianxia was unwilling to give up. In his impression, the Dowsource 3 skies were invincible, and the people across from them should not be a match for the Dowsource 3 skies. He could not understand why Ziyi had given up. He had been one of the 9 people who had challenged Ziyi, so he had a good understanding of her strength. She had an unfathomable astral origin, terrifying vitality, and scarlet flame eyes that could incinerate the void. When combined with her and Lighter's power level, he was powerless. Even with the suppression of astral phenomenon, she should not have retreated. White Knight sighed in relief as she watched Zi and Shangrong leave, but she also felt that it was a pity. She really wanted to fight against the Dowsource 3 skies. With 3 magnetic poles, we should have one, but the 6th mainland might not leave the thunderstorm zone. Unless we gather all 5 magnetic poles and change the entire thunderstorm zone so that no one can survive, we'll isolate the area and stop the 6th mainland from trying to invade the Neoverse, Starsabel said. Of the remaining 2 magnetic poles, one is in Zi's hands, and the other has been snatched away by the 6th mainland for the time being. The 2 magnetic poles are most likely to appear on Starlight Island. We'll rest for a few days before attacking Starlight Island. White Knight had no objections. They had to snatch all the magnetic poles. Only by gathering all 5 would they be able to completely change the thunderstorm zone and put an end to the 6th mainland's ambitions. Luine could not help but ask, if the thunderstorm zone's weather changes, what will happen to the people living on the islands? White Knight coldly replied, it will take a long time to completely change the weather, and we can use that time to move those people away. If we can't, then we'll leave it to fate, Invisible Light replied. Luine and Starsabel looked at each other, and they both thought of Yaya. If there were any changes in the weather, they would have to bring Yaya out. Although they were not cold-blooded and heartless people, they were able to see the big picture and knew how to give up. The current balance of power in the thunderstorm zone was very strange. Previously, the 6th mainland had held the absolute advantage. They had 2 Realmlings, as well as many Imprinter, World Imprinter, and even Eon Imprinter's descendants. When they had first invaded the Innerverse, these people had displayed terrifying strength. Even with the suppression of celestial phenomena, they had won more battles than they had lost. Later on, the Dowsource 3 skies had joined the 6th mainland, and the 6th mainland had been determined to obtain the thunderstorm zone. However, 10 of the 5th mainland's top powers had arrived, and a few more powerhouses that had not shown themselves before had joined. For example, Sirius Sec's second disciple, Mu Ziying, had surpassed Hua Xiao in strength, but was still a marquis. Another example was the man who had transformed into a black blade. What truly changed the balance of power was the addition of Luine and Starsabel. Luine had cooperated with Hua Xiao and Starsabel to defeat the Realmling, Nan Yanfei. He had also caused Ji of the Dowsource 3 skies to feel apprehensive. It could be said that even without Luine, the 6th mainland would still have been the victor of this battle. Even though the 6th mainland hadn't invested too much power into the thunderstorm region, they were still able to suppress it, even with the addition of the 10 arbiters. Zi thought about it for a long time. She thought about the strength of the thunderstorm zone, and then she thought about the current situation of the 5th mainland. Ever since she had joined this battlefield, she had felt that something was amiss. She had originally thought that the 6th mainland would have far more top-notch experts than the 5th mainland, but the 5th mainland did not seem weak at all. This was especially true for those from the Neoverse. There were many powerhouses who were comparable to the descendants of imprinter families. The 5th mainland's Neoverse was the true representative of the strongest inheritance. If even the 10 arbiters had appeared in the Innerverse, then the Neoverse definitely had existences that could rival them. If that was the case, then the 6th mainland's Dowsource 3 skies and the 9 realms Realmlings might not even surpass the 5th mainland's elite experts. Something was wrong. Something was very wrong. The skies of the 5th mainland had clearly been covered, and it was precisely because the Sea King had restored the skies of the 5th mainland that this war had started. Logically speaking, this war should have been a devastating one, but first, a progenitor had changed the weather, and then they had fallen into the whirlpool that was Cosmic Ocean. Then, the great beings of the Neoverse had joined in one after another. She could not help but feel that the 5th mainland had not been defeated so badly. Up in the sky, Zi hovered in place, her eyes flickering. She lowered her head, and it was as if she could see the entire battlefield of the 5th continent. A battle between the younger generation could often reflect many things. If the younger generation of the 5th mainland was not any weaker than the younger generation of the 6th mainland, then the older generation would not be any weaker. If his guess was correct, then why didn't they break through the 6th mainland's defenses? With the sky covered, it was impossible for the 5th mainland to give birth to a progenitor realm expert. Why didn't they resist? The progenitor realm was the end of the cultivation civilization. Without the birth of a progenitor realm expert, everything would be meaningless. It was not that the fifth mainland did not know this. Could it be that she had guessed wrong? Had the fifth mainland reached its limit? After thinking for a long time, Ziyi's gaze became resolute. Since she didn't know, she might as well test the waters. After returning to Starlight Island, Ziyi ordered all the cultivators of the sixth mainland to gather and protect the magnetic pole. A new order was issued, and through the Dao Source token, it appeared in the eyes of all the sixth mainland's masters who possessed a half-life origin token in the thunderstorm area. Dachi Nu and Nan Yanfei saw the order, but they didn't know if it was real or fake. Everyone else saw the order. Di Luo and Autumn Frost Qing did not hesitate, and they headed towards Starlight Island with the magnetic pole. They might have hesitated if they had been told to go anywhere else, but Starlight Island was one of the sixth mainland's main points of attack. If Starlight Island was a trap, then there was no need to fight in the thunderstorm area. At the various battlefields in the thunderstorm area, all of the sixth mainland's cultivators headed towards Starlight Island. On the western battlefield, Luin looked at the command on his progenitor token and then turned to invisible light. Ziyi is going to defend the magnetic pole on Starlight Island. That's not surprising. The only thing they can do is ensure that they remain undefeated in the thunderstorm area. It's impossible for them to win, Invisible Light replied. Gather everyone and form a group to attack Starlight Island, White Knight said coldly. She then thought for a moment. Leave Ziyi to me. The others all looked at her. Luin could not help but speak up. I think it's better to leave it to Invisible Light. White Knight glared at him. Shut up. Invisible Light replied, leave Ziyi to me. You should deal with Xianxia. After all, he's a realmling, and aside from you, no one else can fight him alone. His bloodline can cause a lot of damage. White Knight was unwilling to give up. You can deal with Xianxia as well. I want to experience the power of the Dao Source 3 skies. Save it. Don't lose the advantage that we've worked so hard to accumulate, Luin said. White Knight was furious. I told you to shut up. This is an order. Luin found it funny, but he did not continue arguing with her. This woman was stubborn. Invisible Light was helpless. Ziyi counters you. Her scarlet flame eyes just so happen to burn your innate gift. Counters? Humph, have you guys really seen my heaven palace in its perfect state? White Knight retorted. Invisible Light was stunned, and Starsibel's eyes flashed. Luin was flabbergasted. Fine. Since you insist, I'll leave Ziyi to you, Invisible Light said. White Knight's gaze turned cold. She had finally defeated Xianxia, but Ziyi had suddenly ambushed her and seriously injured her. If not for Invisible Light and the others arriving in time, she might not have been able to escape unscathed. She would not forget this grudge. She was one of the 10 arbiters and White Knight. So what if the Dao Source 3 skies were here? If Invisible Light could deal with them, then so could she. Leave Xianxia to me. As for Nan Yanfei, Brother Liu, I'll leave him to you and Starsibel. How about that? Invisible Light asked. Luin had no objections. Starsibel agreed as well. The two of us can deal with Nan Yanfei, but if we want to restrain him, we'll need Huaxiao as well. White Knight replied, aside from Huaxiao, our thunderstorm zone has other experts, and we don't have any fewer than the sixth mainland. Rest for a few days. Once everyone has gathered and White Knight's injuries have healed, we'll attack Starlight Island, Invisible Light confirmed. Half a day later, the sixth mainland's experts returned to Starlight Island one after another. Di Luo had brought back the second magnetic pole, which improved Ziyi's mood greatly. However, this good mood had vanished with Nan Yanfei's appearance. She stared coldly at Nan Yanfei. Why did you leave the battlefield without permission? In her plan, the realmlings were very important, as they were the strongest fighting force. If Nan Yanfei had still been at the southeastern battlefield, then the two of them might have been able to seize another magnetic pole, which would have completely changed the situation in the thunderstorm zone. Nan Yanfei knew that he was in the wrong, but the realmlings had their own dignity. They respected the Dao Source 3 skies, but they were not their subordinates. They have someone who can perform divinations. If I stay behind, I'll be in danger. Besides, I didn't know that Jitian would go. Ziyi frowned. With your strength, even if you stay behind, you can't win, but you can't lose either. Nan Yanfei was dissatisfied. Zhitian wants me to gamble with my life? An unknown outcome? Ziyi coldly stared at him. Nan Yanfei showed no signs of fear. Shang Rong hurriedly tried to smooth things over. The Dao Source Three Skies and the Riemlings were both peak experts of the Sixth Mainland. The Riemlings were restricted by the Dao Source Three Skies, but that also depended on the person. Nan Yanfei was the type who did not care about his status as a realmling. At worst, he could just give up his position, but if he did not, then no one in the Blood Homage realm could. Riemlings relied on their strength, not their background. Ziyi could think of a way to strip him of his status, but she would have to find someone to replace him, which would be very troublesome. Thus, even though the Dao Source Three Skies had always been able to suppress the Riemlings, they had always respected each other, as both sides had relied on their own strength to reach this point. The last person the Dao Source Three Skies wanted to encounter was a pain in the ass like Nan Yanfei. Threatening him was useless, killing him was impossible, and ordering him around was even more useless. Ziyi exhaled. After this battle, I'll settle things with you. Nan Yanfei did not care, as he had never cared about the position of Riemlings. If someone wanted to take it away, they would just have to defeat him. He was a very strange person. He was arrogant, but he could also escape at any time. He had an impulsive personality, but he could also be very casual at times. His actions were both righteous and evil, and he was very strange. Ziyi had been annoyed by Nan Yanfei, but the war was very important right now. The Fifth Mainland had 2 10 arbiters, as well as experts from Sirius and Burial Garden. Starlight Island was not safe. Ziyi no longer paid any attention to Nan Yanfei and used her star energy to draw an image of Luyin in the sky. Do any of you know this person? The 10 arbiters were famous throughout the universe, so there was no need to ask. Only Luyin had caught her attention. He did not care about generating origin energy, had 2 secret techniques, and was only a 5-cycle cruiser. This was the person she wanted to understand the most and capture the most. When Nan Yanfei saw Lu Yin's image, he immediately said, "It's him. He's the one who tricked me. He has a secret technique." When the words secret technique were mentioned, countless people were shocked, and at the same time, they looked at Lu Yin's image with envy. Even the Riemlings might not have secret techniques, and at the very least, Nan Yanfei and Shang Rong did not. Anyone who had a secret technique was an absolute genius. Secret techniques could turn something rotten into something magical, and once one grasped a secret technique, challenging those of a higher realm would be child's play. In the crowd, Autumn Frost Qing's eyes widened. "It's him?" Ziyi turned around and looked at Autumn Frost Qing. "You know him?" Autumn Frost Qing stepped forward and respectfully said, "Zhitian, this person's name is Luyin, and he's from the Fifth Mainland's Outerverse. When my Bloodburn realm attacked the Outerverse, we fought with him. He went to the Fifth Mainland's Dao Source sect ruins, and I suspect that the reason why my Bloodburn realm's attack on the Outerverse failed was because the Fifth Mainland had been prepared for it." Ziyi did not care about the rest of his words, as the Bloodburn realm's defeat was a defeat, and there was no reason for it. What she cared about was Lu Yin's experiences. "You said that he went to the Fifth Mainland's Dao Source sect ruins?" Autumn Frost Qing replied, "Yes, I've seen him more than once." Shang Rong suddenly exclaimed, "I remember now. This person was there when the Fifth Mainland's Dao Source sect was fighting over the inheritance in the mountains and seas. He was the one who destroyed the inheritance." Ziyi muttered to herself. Only the 10 arbiters could enter the Fifth Mainland's Dao Source sect ruins, but this person had actually been able to do so, which meant that he was definitely not one of the 10 arbiters. Then, did that mean that the 10 arbiters were not the only ones who could enter the Fifth Mainland's Dao Source sect ruins? When the Fifth Mainland's Dao Source sect ruins were mentioned, Ziyi could not help but think of a certain person, Wu Tai-bai. That guy liked to disguise himself and wander around, and the Fifth Mainland's Dao Source sect ruins were one of the places he frequented. His name is Luyin?" Ziyi asked. Autumn Frost Qing nodded. "Yes. Pass down my orders. Everyone from the Sixth Mainland is to capture Luyin in my name, and they can only capture him alive." I will personally recommend anyone who is captured to the blood ancestor and give them a chance to acknowledge him as their master, Zi announced loudly. Everyone was excited, as acknowledging the blood ancestor as their master was the dream of countless cultivators from the Sixth Mainland. Even Shang Rong and Nan Yanfei were excited. Who would not want to acknowledge the blood ancestor as their master? Even if it was just a 1 in a billionth chance, everyone would fight for it with their lives. The blood ancestor was one of the 3 people with the highest status in the Sixth Mainland. Even just one encounter with him was enough to make one famous. Throughout the Sixth Mainland, everyone's blood rushed to their heads as they stared fixedly at Lu Yin's image. This person was their shortcut to the future. Ziyi's gaze was deep. In her heart, Lu Yin's value far surpassed the 10 arbiters and even the outcome of the battle in the thunderstorm zone. She did not care too much about the 2 secret techniques that he had, as some of them were only passed down to a single person. Besides, she also had her own secret techniques. What she cared about the most was this person's physique. Why did he not care about generating Genesis energy? Generating Genesis energy was a mystical technique of the Sixth Mainland's Daosource sect, and there were very few people who cultivated it. However, anyone who successfully cultivated it could consider themselves invincible. Lu Yin's complete disregard for generating Genesis energy gave Ziyi a glimmer of hope. Unfortunately, the 10 arbiters had not appeared, or else she would definitely have been able to capture this person. However, whether or not she could capture him now depended on luck. Any news that involved a progenitor would definitely spread as quickly as possible. Soon, all of the Sixth Mainland's cultivators in the thunderstorm zone received the news. If they could capture Lu Yin, they would have a chance to meet the blood ancestor. The rumors became more and more exaggerated, and by the time the news left the thunderstorm zone, it had already become about capturing Lu Yin to become the next Daosource 3 skies and acknowledge the blood ancestor as their master. In just a few days, the news had completely shaken the cosmic sea, and all of the Fifth Mainland's cultivators knew about it. Lu Yin's name had spread in the shortest amount of time. There was a strange place in the cosmic sea that had a red color as far as the eye could see. The seawater here was hot, and magma flowed beneath the surface. Countless streaks of sword chi surged and wantonly swept through the area. They were all experts from the sword sect. On the other side, the cultivators of the Sixth Mainland were not weak either. Lu Xiaoqiu gripped his sword's hilt tightly as fresh blood dripped down his wrist. His opponent was a disciple from an imprinter family from the Black Blood realm. His innate gift, bloodline, and battle imprint were all perfect, and he was also an explorer like Lu Xiaoqiu. The two had been fighting for a long time. Your 13 swords is indeed powerful, but it's impossible for you to defeat me. Lu Xiaoqiu gripped his sword hilt tightly, his gaze unwavering. I'll give it a try. The Sixth Mainland had invaded, and the entire sword sect had retreated to the cosmic sea. Over the past few years, Lu Xiaoqiu had been constantly battling the cultivators of the Sixth Mainland. His title was General Qiu, and he had narrowly escaped death numerous times. He had long since become indifferent to life and death. From the moment the sword sect retreated to the universe ocean, he had no intention of returning alive. At that moment, a strange fish swam past his feet. Its body was long and narrow like an arrow, and there was something in its mouth. It was a messenger fish, a specialty of the cosmic ocean. In the cosmic ocean, a gadget's signal was intermittent, and it was not easy to use. Most messages were transmitted by messenger fish, and they had no natural enemies in the cosmic ocean. No creatures ate them, so they were the most suitable for transmitting messages. They were also extremely fast, comparable to an enlighter's. Lu Xiaoqiu and the disciple moved at the same time to grab the messenger fish, but it was too far away from Lu Xiaoqiu and was caught by the disciple. He took the letter out of the fish's mouth and looked at it. His eyes widened, and he could not hide his ecstasy. Lu Xiaoqiu was puzzled. On the other side, the disciple showed the letter to Lu Xiaoqiu. Do you know this person? The letter contained an order that Zi had issued to the cultivators of the Sixth Mainland, and it contained Lu Yin's image. When Lu Xiaoqiu saw Lu Yin's image, he was shocked. More than 5 years had passed, and he had been immersed in the battlefield for so long that he had forgotten about Lu Yin. A day without him felt like 3 autumns, and 5 years on the battlefield felt like a century. The battle from back then had been so distant that he had gradually forgotten about it. But now, this person had appeared in front of him again. It seems like you know him. The Dao Source 3 Skies have issued an order to capture this person, and anyone who can capture him alive will have the opportunity to become the Blood Ancestor's disciple. If you can help me capture this person, I'll guarantee that you will join the 6th mainland, and I'll make sure that you have a meteoric rise in the future, the disciple announced. A cultivator from the 6th mainland said the same thing in front of Lu Xiaoyun. Lu Xiaoyun stared blankly at Lu Yin's image. This person really was like a ghost that refused to leave. He had managed to return even after the innerverse and outerverse had been cut off, and he had even attracted the attention of the Dao Source 3 Skies. They had paid such a huge price to capture him, so he must have done something extremely disgusting. Damn it. The cosmic sea's weather was ever-changing, and there were many strange places. There was one area where meteorites rained down from the sky. No one knew where they came from, but there were countless meteorites crashing down at any given moment. These meteorites were quite powerful, and even hunters did not want to be hit by them. When Xianxia looked at the meteorites raining down from the sky, he then looked into the distance with a messenger fish in his hand. Behind him, Mira was still as seductive as ever. Her long white hair cascaded down to her bare feet, and she looked extremely seductive. When Xianxia and Han Chong stood next to her, one was an elite of the Wen family, and she had even participated in the battle for planet Pyrolite. The other was the student leader of Astral 2 and the realm master of the Azure realm, and he had once drawn a picture of the world. Both Wen Xianxia and Han Chong had experienced several years of war and had narrowly escaped death. Now, they had finally reached Wen Xianxi's side and were qualified to stand here. When Xianxia passed the messenger fish to Mira. Take a look. Mira was puzzled. She took the fish and opened it, and her pupils shrank. How is this possible? When Xianxia and Han Chong were both very curious. Mira showed them the fish, and both of them were shocked. They knew who Lu Yin was, and they all had different thoughts about him. Back when Lu Yin was an unequaled leader, when Xianxia had wanted to challenge him, but her dreams had been shattered by Ling Quebec. The Wen family had invited Ling Ke to help them fight on planet Pyrolite, but Ling Ke's strength had left Wen Xianxia powerless. Mu Rong, who had appeared right after, terrified her. However, both of them had been defeated by Lu Yin. Lu Yin's appearance on planet Pyrolite seemed to have settled everything. That person had unequaled strength, and he was at least an unequaled leader. However, over the past few years, she had been tempered by the battlefield, and she had long since forgotten about this person. Ling Ke, Mu Rong, Lu Xiaoqiu, Han Fei, Night Queen Yanqing, and the others had all revealed their talents and been conferred titles. Lu Yin, who had once suppressed them to the point of suffocation, had already been forgotten. This person was still enjoying life in the outerverse, and they should have long since left him behind. But now, they had actually seen him again, and his appearance was accompanied by the name of the Dao Source 3 Skies. Whether it was in the 6th or 5th mainland, the Dao Source 3 Skies were the pinnacle of power. They had heard too many rumors that the Dao Source 3 Skies were about to appear, but they had all been false alarms. Now, the Dao Source 3 Skies had truly appeared in the cosmic sea, and this person was actually able to attract the attention of the Dao Source 3 Skies. Needless to say, she knew what this meant. This person had not been left behind by them, and he had even grown to the point where even the Dao Source 3 Skies had issued an order to capture him. Han Fei's emotions were complicated, but he did not think too much about it. He had known from the start that this person would not have remained dormant. A person who had dared to challenge the Day-Night clan after just a few years of cultivation was not surprising at all. Myra's emotions were the most complicated, as she was the one who had brought Lu Yin out of Earth. If not for her, this person might have already been killed by someone from the Great Yu Empire who wanted to curry favor with some of the nobles. It could be said that she had single-handedly brought up a freak who had shocked the universe. She had once had high hopes for Lu Yin, but that was only because he had joined the Astral Combat Academy or because he had revealed his talents. That was all. She had felt that even that little bit of hope was impossible, as it was far too difficult. However, as Lu Yin walked step by step towards the peak, she had experienced what it meant to be unstoppable. Her experiences on the battlefield over the past few years had also caused her to forget about this person. How could someone who was content to enjoy life in the outerverse catch up to people like her who had been tempered by life and death situations on the battlefield? But now, she was at a loss. This person was still unstoppable. When Xianxia looked up with a smile on his face. The two people in the thunderstorm region must have seen this person. Interesting, as even when Xianxia himself had almost forgotten about this person. He believed that after so many years of life and death battles, the people who had once competed with this person would have forgotten about him as well. This person was truly destined to appear. Perhaps he would also participate in that competition. The sea roared as hundreds and thousands of cultivators knelt on one knee, facing a man who stood tall in the sky. The man's long black and white hair fluttered in the wind, with a hint of gray in the middle. He had a valiant appearance and was filled with dignity. Just by standing there, the void was unable to bear his presence, and he gave off a feeling that he could not be defied. This man was Knight King Jinwu, one of the 10 arbiters. Bro, this Luin actually appeared. How did he come to the Innerverse? And why did he attract the attention of the Daosource 3 skies? Night Queen Yanqing asked as she stood behind Knight King Jinwu. She could not figure out how this person had appeared. Knight King Jinwu clasped his hands behind his back. If he appears, then so be it. It's even better that he's here. Then we'll settle everything that happened back then. At a certain seabed in the cosmic sea, Grandine Mavis and Lulu Mavis were hiding. Why are these people trying to capture us? Lulu asked with a headache. Grandine Mavis rolled her eyes. You're asking me, but who am I supposed to ask? You must have done something that angered the heavens. Lulu was furious. You're the one who angered the heavens. I'm a beautiful young lady who's loved by everyone. Grandine Mavis immediately mocked her. Above their heads, cultivators from the 6th mainland would occasionally fly past. At this moment, a messenger fish flew past them. Grandine Mavis was extremely fast, and she reached out to grab it, but the fish was even faster. Lulu's eyes suddenly changed, and the messenger fish that had been swimming off into the distance suddenly turned back. Lulu had a smug look on her face as she took out the letter in the fish's mouth and looked at it. She was stunned. There's someone even more ruthless. Grandine Mavis looked at the letter and was shocked. Luin? Wasn't he in the outerverse? Why is he back? He even made the Daosource 3 skies pay such a huge price to capture him alive. Lulu, he's even more troublesome than you are. You're the troublemaker. Your whole family is troublemaker. My whole family is your whole family. We Mavis are all from the same source. Don't spout nonsense. Be careful not to be overheard. Shoo. Back in the cosmic sea, there was a place called the Whitefall region that was completely white. Regardless of whether it was the sky, the sea, or the bottom of the sea, the rocks were all white. Strangely, one could not touch the sea here, as one would be melted. There were battles everywhere in the Whitefall region. In the southernmost region, there was a tall platform. This was the general appointment platform, which was the largest battlefield in the cosmic sea. The best young experts from the 5th and 6th mainlands were all gathered here, and from time to time, someone would fall into the sea and be melted into nothingness. On the surface of the sea, blue mystic ice was frozen, and a woman wearing a veil stood atop it. She wielded a long sword, and with a casual wave of her hand, a sword light flashed. Several 6th mainland cultivators in front of her were sliced in half and fell into the sea. The woman held a messenger fish in her left hand. I'm back. Are the Innerverse and Outerverse connected? After this battle, it's time to go home. Earth. Not too far away from the woman, a group of sylvan dragons roared. Each dragon had a cultivator from the 5th mainland standing on its head. There was a beautiful woman who used serious palms that far exceeded 999 stars. There was also a 3-meter-tall burly man who was the 10 arbiters. There was also a solemn man whose attacks could pierce through the void and attack in a straight line. There was also a phoenix who used flames to burn the sea. It was the 10 undying birds. Each of these people was extremely powerful. As for their opponents, they were also extremely powerful. This was the largest battlefield, and those who could participate in the battle in the sky were at least king-ranked powerhouses. Even so, news from the Dao Source 3 skies could still reach this place because those were the Dao Source 3 skies. The woman put down the messenger fish in her hand and looked up into the sky. There, the 10 arbiters' undying birds were fighting with a sword-wielding man from the 6th mainland. No one knew the man's real name, and they only knew that he was the martial immortal domain's realmling. He was known as the Sword Scholar, and his long sword swept out in all directions. This was the Sword Scholar, and even the 10 undying birds were being suppressed by him. To the 6th mainland, the martial immortal domain was special because it had given birth to many powerhouses. Even the martial progenitor had come from there. Realmlings from other domains might not be able to become realmlings in the martial immortal domain. Of the 6th mainland's 9 realms, even if the martial immortal domain's realmlings were not the strongest. Right below where Jianru and the undying bird were fighting, there were also cultivators from the 6th and 5th mainlands fighting. If Luyin were here, he would definitely recognize one of the girls. It was Miss Qing. The two had met a few times in the ruins of the 5th mainland's Daosource sect, but they had not met again after that. Miss Qing's opponent was a cruiser seedling from Shamrock Enterprises. He was from the same generation as the 10 arbiters, and he was one of the top geniuses who had been suppressed by the 10 arbiters. He had only fought a few times in the Innerverse, but he had already been included in the top 100 rankings. He was ranked 8th, and he was considered an expert among the 5th mainland's younger generation. He had already been conferred the title of general, but he still could not suppress Miss Qing. Miss Qing seemed more like a game than a serious fight. The messenger fish rushed out of the sea, but the seawater of the White Cliff district, which could melt everything, was unable to melt the messenger fish. This was also a miraculous phenomenon. Miss Qing's eyes lit up when she saw Lu Yin's image on the letter. Long time no see. On the other side, the seat of Shamrock Enterprises was sullen. He could feel Miss Qing's disregard, but there was nothing he could do. These peerless experts were not the only ones who appeared in the sky and on the ground. There were also peerless experts fighting in the distance. White smoke drifted and covered the void. Warhorses neighed and black flames spread. There were even huge buildings that looked like brothels flickering. This was the biggest battle in Universe Ocean. This was a battlefield. Further south, at the edge of the Universe Ocean, the celestial phenomena gradually disappeared. When the celestial phenomena completely disappeared, countless older experts from the Innerverse, Universe Ocean, and even the Neoverse were gathered there. The Wen family, Sword Sect, Day-Night Clan, Divine Great Hall, Blaze Realm, and so on. There were also the 4 tyrants of the Universe Ocean, Sirius Sect, Hall of Honor, Home of the Gods, and so on. It was their existence that had suppressed the many imprinters of the 6th mainland's 3 filaments, including the world imprinters, cosmic imprinters, and even the celestial imprinters. They were the ones who determined the situation, and the younger generation was still like a child. Even so, the final outcome of the cosmic ocean was decided by the younger generation, and the Dao Source. 3 skies were the top talents of the younger generation. News of the Dao Source 3 skies had also spread to this place quickly. No one had expected that a junior from the Outerverse would actually return to the Innerverse and attract the attention of the Dao Source 3 skies. More importantly, it even involved the blood progenitor. This was too ridiculous. The Blaze Realm, Day-Night Clan, and other major powers had already forgotten about Lu Yin over the past few years. Now, he had actually reappeared. Night King Yuanjing stared at Lu Yin's image in a daze. His expression was strange and indescribably complicated. At first, he had been able to control this brat, but as time went on, the brat had lost more and more control. Now that he thought about it, it seemed that he had not been the one controlling Lu Yin, but Lu Yin had been the one controlling him. Although they had managed to track down the 3rd Night King, it had been completely useless. Night King Yuanjing had a deep impression of Lu Yin, but after so many years of war, he had long since forgotten about this person. He had even assumed that Lu Yin was dead. He was very clear about the Day-Night Clan's attitude towards Lu Yin, but he had never expected Lu Yin to return alive and even attract the attention of the Dao Source 3 skies. Now that he's back, it'll be troublesome. Night King Yuanjing frowned as Zhou Day-Night's figure appeared in his mind. News of Lu Yin's return had caused such a stir because the Dao Source 3 skies were paying attention to him. They had even paid a huge price to capture him alive, which had even involved a progenitor. Actually, if it had been Luin himself, he would not have been able to cause such a huge commotion. Even if he had become a king-ranked martial artist, there were too many king-ranked experts in the Neoverse. In addition, there were also the 10 arbiters. Lu Yin's return had caused the various major powers to speculate about the Daosaur's 3 skies and the blood progenitor, but some people were truly happy. Above the sea, the warship swayed, and the sky trembled as the laughter traveled further and further. This was Leon's armada, and the one laughing was Heizech Leon, a terrifying powerhouse who had once barged into the technocracy and battled with the Sea King. The loud laughter continued to reverberate throughout the sea, and it gradually affected the surrounding waters. Many people walked out and frowned as they looked in the direction of Leon's armada. The Ross Empire was very close to Leon's armada, and they were greatly affected by the laughter. Many of their technological products were even emitting sparks. Some people wanted to negotiate, but they were stopped. "Are you crazy? That's Heizech Leon. We can't afford to offend him. What's there to be afraid of? Now that we're united against him, do you think he'll dare to attack us? Not necessarily. He's a madman. He controls all the pirates in the universe, and there's nothing he won't do. You expect a pirate to reason with you? Besides, that guy has a bunch of freaks behind him. Offending him is the same as offending those freaks. Even the behemoths in the Neoverse don't want to face them. Humph, a madman. As expected of one of my people. You've got guts, and you're already doing big things as soon as you come out. Ha 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 ha. Heizech Leon gripped his overlord blade and pressed it against the warship, causing invisible ripples to spread out and cover an increasingly large area. The ripples spread to the Ross Empire, as well as the Blaze Realm, which was even further away. The flames burning outside the Blaze Realm were extinguished, which caused a wave of curses. Heizech Leon did not care, as he had long since been annoyed by these people. If not for the fact that he had to use these people as the vanguard in the war against the 6th mainland, these people would not have been able to leave the Cosmic Sea alive. They had actually dared to plot against Little Seven. The members of Leon's Great Legion smiled bitterly, but when they looked at Lu Yin's image that Heizech Leon had posted on the warship, they all felt comforted. The kid from back then had grown up. When the Innerverse and Outerverse had first been separated, they had been worried that this kid would be killed by the huge organizations that had been left behind in the Outerverse. Leon's Great Legion had 7 legions under it, and Big Sis's Great Legion was second only to the 7 legions. It was considered the 8th legion. When she looked at Lu Yin's image in the letter, the depression that had been plaguing her for many years suddenly disappeared. It's good that he's alive. Behind her, Reuben, the Dirty Brothers, Guima Bro, and the others all relaxed. To them, it did not matter what Luin did, as long as he was alive. Big Sis, Little Seven has attracted the attention of the entire 6th mainland. The Daosaur's 3 skies are giving him too good of a reward, and he's in danger, Reuben said. Big Sis's eyes narrowed, and a cold glint flashed through them. I know. Regardless of the commotion in the outside world, the thunderstorm zone remained quiet for only a few days. Soon, Obscured Light, White Knight, Luin, Starsabil, Mu Ziying, Tai Yuanjun, and the others gathered and decided to attack Starlight Island together. With Obscured Light leading the way, a group of top experts from the younger generation followed. They led millions of cultivators from the 5th mainland through the thunderstorm zone and towards Starlight Island. Among them, Luin saw Avery, the strongest member of the Dire Barbarian clan's younger generation. He was known as the Second Battle King and was one of the 10 Battle King's subordinate counselors. Luin had encountered this person during the ported battles and had been crushed. Luin also saw Tai Yuanjun, who was ranked second on the top 100 rankings and 2 places ahead of Avery. This person was infatuated with Starsabil and had almost hugged her the moment he saw her. There was also Mu Ziying, the second disciple of the Sirius sect, as well as the strange man from Burial Garden. Luin had not known about Burial Garden before, but now he did. They were one of the 3 Dark Hands and also one of the most mysterious organizations. The 3 Dark Hands were the Neo-Human Alliance, the 7 Courts, and Burial Garden. Among them, the Neo-Human Alliance was the universe's public enemy. Luin had once thought that the 7 Courts and Burial Garden were also humanity's public enemies, but as he learned more about them, he realized that this was not the case. The Neo-Human Alliance was completely against humanity, and they did not care about factions at all. If the Sixth Mainland invaded, they would cause trouble behind the scenes and ally themselves with the Sixth Mainland. They were a power that had to be killed. The Seven Courts were known as one of the Three Dark Hands because they had competed against the Hall of Honor and the other powers for progenitor Chen's tomb that Kuwei had mentioned, and they had even won. This could be considered a deliberate attempt to tarnish their reputation. Although they had been tarnished, they were not considered public enemies and could only be considered enemies. The Hall of Honor represented humanity and was the true strongest power, which was why the Seven Courts were considered dark. In the end, the Hall of Honor had lost in the battle for progenitor Chen's tomb, and they had lost face. As for Burial Garden, it was the most mysterious of the Three Dark Hands. Who knew what was in that place, and no one knew anything about it. However, the name of the place made Lu Yin's hair stand on end. Xianxia had once said that he had met the gaze of the dead and had written the word burial. Now, Lu Yin knew that the word represented Burial Garden. Xianxia had once said that Burial Garden would send someone to find him. Lu Yin stared at Starlight Island, which was not too far away, as the sounds of battle echoed in his ears. Even under such circumstances, he still took the time to look at the person from the Burial Garden. What was the purpose of this power's existence? The attack on Starlight Island went exceptionally smoothly, and the Sixth Mainland had only managed to defend against a few 100,000 cultivators. Although it seemed like a lot, most of them had already perished. Even a fool would know that something was amiss. What was even stranger was that the magnetic pole was actually on Starlight Island. If the magnetic pole was not there, then White Knight and the others would have relaxed, as that meant that the Sixth Mainland had not given up on the thunderstorm zone. However, the magnetic pole was on Starlight Island, which meant that the Sixth Mainland had given up on the thunderstorm zone. The importance of the thunderstorm zone was self-evident. And the Sixth Mainland had definitely given up on it for something more important. Starsibyl had been constantly divining the moment she stepped onto Starlight Island, and it was only when Obscured Light and the others had obtained the remaining 2 magnetic poles that she paled. We've been tricked. Zi gave up on the thunderstorm zone and went in that direction. Starsibyl then pointed southeast. Many people exchanged glances as they looked southeast, and they saw the shock in each other's eyes. The Whitefall region, White Knight blurted out. Starsibyl's expression turned ugly. Perhaps Zi's appearance in the thunderstorm zone was just to attract attention. Her true goal was the Whitefall region, and there must be more than one person from the Dowsource 3 skies here. The Whitefall region is in danger. The Sixth Mainland doesn't need to conquer the entire cosmic sea. They just need to open up a path to a place without the suppression of astronomical phenomena. At that time, their older powerhouses can act, Obscured Light said. White Knight continued, after paying such a huge price, if they fail, then not only will the Whitefall region have no place for the Sixth Mainland in the entire cosmic sea. They plan to charge out of the cosmic sea in one go, and they must have many powerful imprinters backing them. They might even have celestial imprints. And it's not just one person, Starsibyl said. Everyone's hearts sank as they listened to their conversation. Lu Yin frowned, as he did not know if this had been Zi's plan from the very beginning or if she had only made such a decision after the 3 magnetic poles had been stolen from the thunderstorm zone. Regardless of the reason, she should have left the thunderstorm zone a long time ago. The Dowsource 3 skies were enough to change the situation of the battlefield, and not every 10 arbiters would be able to stop the Dowsource 3 skies. What was even more frightening was that it was possible that more than one of the Dowsource 3 skies would appear. It was even possible that all 3 of them would appear without any light. White Knight had been held back in the thunderstorm region, and the rest of the 10 arbiters had definitely been held back in other regions. The Whitefall region was in danger. At this moment, a short man came to Lu Yin's side and whispered, "Seventh bro, Xianxia." Lu Yin looked at the man in confusion. "You are?" The man smiled. "I'm from Leon's Armada." Lu Yin's eyes lit up. "Really?" Through Uncle Reuben, Lu Yin had learned that he belonged to Leon's Armada. He was grateful to them, curious, and apprehensive, as he did not know what kind of people they were. After all, they were all pirates. Regardless, they were his family, as Big Sis and the others were all from Leon's Armada. Apparently, Lu Yin had been rescued by Xianxia, and he had not appeared in the Innerverse. He had first appeared in the cosmic sea before awakening in the Innerverse. Xianxia was his savior. Seventh bro, take a look. Xinu is a specialty of the cosmic sea, and it's used to transmit news throughout the cosmic sea, the man said. Lu Yin nodded and took out the letter. He glanced at it, and his expression changed. The Whitefall region is in trouble. Everyone looked over. White Knight saw the fish in Lu Yin's hand and immediately took it. The Whitefall region has been defeated, and they've retreated to the edge. They're using this fish to request reinforcements from the four seas. One of the Daosor's three skies, Secret Ancestor's successor Bukong, and the Blood Ancestor's successor, Zi, have both appeared in the Whitefall region. Before anyone could recover from their shock, White Knight continued, the 10 warlords have been defeated. Glory Shujing has also been defeated. The general appointment platform has been stolen by Bukong. In the name of the Daosor's three skies, he has challenged all of the Fifth Mainland's experts of the same generation. Everyone was shocked. Another Daosor's three skies had appeared, and even the general appointment platform had been stolen. Shouldn't the general appointment platform be in the hands of the Hall of Honor? This was a way to motivate all of the Fifth Mainland's youths. The general appointment platform had been stolen, which was a huge blow to the Fifth Mainland's cultivators. Bukong looked up and faced the Whitefall region, feeling a deep pressure. Only those who had fought against the Daosor's three skies would understand this kind of pressure. Even though Bukong had forced Zi into a corner, he could not think of a way to defeat her. Moreover, this was under the suppression of celestial phenomenon. Without it, Zi would be able to display strength that surpassed an Enlighter's, and he would not be able to easily resist her. If Zi was already in such a state, then what about the Secret Ancestor's successor, who was rumored to have the most secret techniques? Secret techniques were a threshold that could never be crossed, and no ordinary person could deal with any secret technique. The Secret Ancestor had the most secret techniques, and the Secret Ancestor's successor was the most mysterious. Now that the Secret Ancestor's successor had stolen the general appointment platform, even Bukong did not know how to take it back. Perhaps the 10 arbiters would be able to do it if they worked together, but they could not leave the Thunderstorm region. To the Sixth Mainland, this was an invasion, and there were many ways to do so. But to the Fifth Mainland, there was only one way, and that was to defend to the death and not give up any territory. Otherwise, they might become the root of the Fifth Mainland's defeat. Everyone fell silent. Lu Yin looked around, and everyone's expressions turned ugly. If the Whitefall region was broken through by the Sixth Mainland, then the older generation of experts from the Sixth Mainland would march straight in. At that time, it would be a battle of absolute power, and even if the Fifth Mainland managed to defend itself, the Cosmic Sea and even the Neoverse would be shattered. No one could imagine how terrifying the celestial imprint was, and no one dared to take the risk. Just the remnant spiritual force of a progenitor was enough to cover the entire Innerverse and half of the Cosmic Sea. No matter how weak the celestial imprint was, it would still be enough to shatter a huge region. The Whitefall region has requested reinforcements, and Bukong and I cannot leave. Otherwise, the Thunderstorm region will be in danger, White Knight said. She then looked at Lu Yin and Starsabil. You two can go. Lu Yin did not refuse. Starsabil replied, I hope that you two can stay behind and restrain the other two Realmlings. White Knight frowned, as this was only a hope. They had no other choice. Once they left the Thunderstorm region, Shangrong and Nan Yanfei would appear, and the 5 magnetic poles would be snatched away. Of course, there was also the possibility that the two Realmlings would head to the Whitefall region, and they would be of no use if they stayed behind. However, they could not take that risk. Do a divination. Lu Yin could not help but ask Starsabil. Starsabil indifferently replied, divination is not omnipotent. It's just finding the one that's closest to the truth. They must stay behind, or else there's a 90% chance that those two Realmlings will cause trouble in the Thunderstorm region. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Why don't you try the Shantian mirror? Starsabil's eyes widened, and she stared at Lu Yin. Where did you hear that? Your grandpa Jiu. Bukong, White Knight, Hua Xiao, and the rest all looked at Lu Yin with strange expressions. Why was he suddenly cursing? Starsibyl's expression turned ugly. I told you not to mention him again. But he knows the Shantian mirror. Why don't you? Luine asked. Starsibyl was dissatisfied. There's no Shantian mirror. He made it up himself. Is that so? Luine did not know who to believe. Xianxia had divined his family's fortune, and he had almost vomited blood. If it had been fake, then his professionalism would have been admirable. However, Xianxia had not asked for money or anything else, so he did not seem like a swindler. Tai Yuanjun walked over and stood beside Starsibyl, glaring at Luine. Don't mention that swindler Xianxia again. That old swindler takes advantage of everyone. When Xianxia was mentioned, Starsibyl became unwell. White Knight glared at Luine. You can leave now. Luine did not want to waste any more time, as Zi had clearly tricked them. If they allowed the Whitestone district to be conquered by the Sixth Mainland, then they would become a joke. It was not just Luine and Starsibyl, Tai Yuanjun wanted to go as well. He wanted to follow them no matter what, and he looked at Luine as if he were a thief. Another person wanted to go as well, and it was the short man from Leon's armada. He wanted to lead the way. Luine was all too familiar with Tai Yuanjun's gaze. Zhu San had always looked at him the same way. Luine was considering whether or not to tell Tai Yuanjun about Zhu San and remind him that the harder he pursued, the faster he would lose her. There were many experts in the Thunderstorm district, but there were only a few who could truly be considered experts. At the very least, they were all sealed generals. Everyone else stayed behind, and Lu Yin's group of 3 headed towards the Whitestone district. Ling Ke was nowhere to be seen. The moment Zi had arrived, he had slipped away at lightning speed. The cosmic sea was vast, and although the Thunderstorm district was not far from the Whitestone district, it was difficult to reach in a short time. The 4 tyrants had traversed the cosmic sea for many years before finding a safe route. Lu Yin's group was only able to reach the Whitestone district as quickly as possible under the short man's guidance. Even with someone leading the way, it would take at least a few days to reach the Whitestone district. At the same time, the battle in the Whitestone district was becoming more and more intense. The giant general roll platform should have been used to host the Fifth Mainland's elites, and having their names engraved on it was a supreme honor. However, at this moment, the platform was being stepped on by Bukong and Zi. Countless cultivators from the Fifth Mainland had bloodshot eyes. Bukong was a man with a jade-like face. At first glance, he looked extraordinarily handsome, but upon closer inspection, he seemed rather immature, as if he had just reached adulthood. His eyes were filled with insufferably arrogance and longing for the future. In reality, he was only 20 years old, which was even younger than Luine. However, his cultivation talent was extremely high, and he had grasped all of the secret techniques that the secret progenitor had passed down, which had shaken the entire Sixth Mainland. Throughout history, he was the only one who had grasped all of the secret techniques at such a young age. In the past, very few from the Daosor's 3 skies had been able to fully grasp the secret progenitor's techniques. Countless praises had gradually made Bukong arrogant, and just like his name, he considered everything beneath him. However, he was worthy of this arrogance, as aside from Wu Taibai and Zi, who were also from the Daosor's 3 skies, no one else was a match for him. Snatching the general roll platform had been a complete accident, as he had not expected that the forces defending it would be so weak. Moreover, Zi's sudden appearance had given him a great deal of glory. The more the general roll platform inspired the Fifth Mainland, the greater the glory he had achieved. He wanted his name to be forever engraved in the history of the Fifth Mainland, becoming a stain on the entire Fifth Mainland. Zi looked at the platform beneath her feet. She did not know what material it was made of, but it was indestructible. It was probably an ancient relic, but it was useless and could only serve as a facade. If we work together, we'll be able to crush the Whitefall district, Bukong said loudly with a proud expression. Zi calmly replied, let's wait a little longer until everything is ready. What do we need to prepare for a mere Fifth Mainland? Bukong said disdainfully. Zi was too lazy to explain to him. This guy was becoming more and more arrogant, and perhaps he no longer cared about her. You came here so quickly because you lost in the Thunderstorm district, right? Bukong suddenly asked. Zi frowned. So what if that's the case? The 10 arbiters aren't easy to deal with, and there are still experts on this battlefield who aren't any weaker than them. Don't be careless. Bukong sneered. 10 arbiters? That's all there is to it. Bastard, put down the general appointment platform, someone shouted. Below the platform, a dozen or so cultivators joined forces and charged towards Bukong. They used a combination battle technique to force back a few of the 6th Mainland's cultivators. They then charged up the general appointment platform and pressed down on Bukong. Bukong narrowed his eyes and took a step forward. You're overestimating yourself. As he spoke, his body disappeared. Then, he swept past the dozen or so cultivators. Immediately after, the dozen or so cultivators were stunned on the spot. Then, their bodies quickly disintegrated until they completely disappeared. Ziyi's expression changed slightly. Every time she saw Bukong fight, she could not help but feel shocked. His innate talent and secret techniques were almost unbeatable, and even Yuan Tiangang might not be able to completely withstand them. Although Bukong was young, he had the qualifications to be arrogant. Just as Ziyi was shocked by Bukong's methods, the void in the distance was sliced apart as an invisible attack descended. She did not move and allowed the attack to descend, directly striking Yuan Tiangang. She had thought that he would be able to completely block the attack, but he was still forced back several steps. She turned around in shock and saw a man with a solemn expression. In this entire battlefield, there are no more than 3 people who dare to take my attack head-on. As expected of the Daosor's 3 skies, the solemn man said in a low voice. Bukong looked over and said to Ziyi, this guy is a glory disciple from the Hall of Honor. His name is Xu Jing, and he's quite strong. He can just barely fight me. Ziyi's eyes narrowed. It wasn't just not bad. There were too few people who could force her back, and only the 10 arbiters and Riemlings could do so. This glory technique might not be any weaker than invisible. As a person, one must be upright, Xu Jing said indifferently. Then, he pointed a finger, and the void was cut open again. This time, the attack caused Ziyi's expression to change. She also raised her hand, and her origin chi transformed into a longsword and slashed out. The 2 attacks collided in the void, and the aftershock slashed towards the White Sea, splitting it in 2. Countless people were shocked and hurriedly dodged. At this moment, a huge figure soared into the sky and charged towards the commander appointment stage. He didn't even have time to look back as he raised his eyebrows. It's you again. The figure was 3 meters tall, had large earlobes, and a square head. It was none other than the 10th Battle King. Fighting with you is very interesting. Come again. The Battle King grinned and slapped out. Amyakong snorted. Loser, you're courting death. In the distance, the undying bird soared while the sword scholar swam through the void. His body moved with his sword, and the scholar's sword surged. Even further away, thick smoke filled the air as arrows were shot out, but they were quickly covered by the smoke. This smoke came from the Neoverse smoke-gulping mountain range's young master, Gu Shower. His opponent was the secret ancestor's eastern region realmling, the Little Arrow Saint. The battle in the Whitefall district had never stopped. The 10 arbiters, Riemlings, and even the Daosor's 3 skies were constantly fighting. The commander appointment stage was the focal point of both sides, but until now, no one had been able to snatch it from under Amyakong and Ziyi's feet. Elsewhere, in the thunderstorm area, a group of 4 flew towards the Whitefall district. Lightning occasionally fell from the sky, illuminating their faces. However, the sky soon cleared up, and the strange and ever-changing weather of the cosmic sea was vividly displayed. Not long after, just as the group was about to leave the thunderstorm area, a white sun rose from the bottom of the sea. Shang Rong's eyes were ferocious as he stared at the 4. I knew you guys were going to support the Whitefall district. Die here. As he spoke, the white sun smashed down, illuminating the 4's terrified faces. The 4 were disintegrated without any resistance. Nan Yanfei flew up from the bottom of the sea and looked at where the 4 had been disintegrated. No, they're not that weak. Shang Rong's eyes flashed. We've been tricked. These 4 are fake. The real support for the Whitefall district has already left. Forget it. We don't have any hope of dealing with them anyway. Let's just stay here and delay those two arbiters, Nan Yanfei said. Lu Yin's group of 4 was not too far away from the Whitefall district. Starsabil had already divined what had just happened. She had captured 4 cultivators from the 6th mainland and had used some unknown method to make them unable to say a single word. They could only fly towards the Whitefall district. Lu Yin did not know what had happened to the 4, but they had successfully left the thunderstorm area. 7th bro, it's rather dangerous to travel from here to the Whitefall district. I suggest that we ask Starsabil to perform a divination every once in a while, the short man from Leon's armada said. Lu Yin did not reply, but Tai Yuanjun became unhappy. You think you can command Starsabil? Why are you spouting so much nonsense? The short man stared at Tai Yuanjun. Tai Yuanjun raised his brows. What? You're not convinced? He knew that this person was from Leon's armada, which was a group of pirates that Tai Yuanjun looked down on. Brat, this is the Cosmic Sea. Put away your arrogance as the second on the top 100 rankings, the short man said sinisterly, his eyes filled with iciness. Tai Yuanjun sneered. What arrogance? You're just an explorer. Lu Yin raised his brows. Please be more polite with your words. Otherwise, I don't mind teaching you a lesson. Tai Yuanjun stared at Lu Yin. Teach me a lesson? You? Lu Yin raised a hand. Speak if it hurts. I'll be gentler. Tai Yuanjun was about to attack when Starsabil shouted, Enough. Why are you still fighting at a time like this? Tai Yuanjun's expression immediately changed, and he licked his lips and smiled at Starsabil. Yes, yes, yes. This is the time to unite against outsiders. I won't bicker with these trash. The short man pulled out his knife and was about to attack, but Lu Yin pressed a hand on his shoulder. Forget it. Forgive him. Unrequited love is scary. It was unknown if Tai Yuanjun had hurt him, but he just stared at Starsabil and smiled. Starsabil was helpless, as she had long since grown tired of being pestered by Tai Yuanjun. She could only lower her head and continue flying forward. One day later, a huge storm swept through the area. Even with Lu Yin's strength, they were almost blown away, but that was not all. After the storm, hailstones began to fall from the sky. Lu Yin had never seen such mountain-sized hailstones before, and they covered the entire sky. He did not know where the hailstones had come from. The hailstones fell from the sky, and the sea was not stable either. From time to time, pillars of water would shoot up into the sky, bringing with them strange creatures. Some of these creatures were not weak at all, and some even surpassed in lighters. Lu Yin did not know why they had not been erased by the celestial phenomenon. It seemed that the talisman progenitor's celestial phenomenon only targeted humans, which meant that the beast tamer's flow zone had the advantage. Regardless of whether it was the talisman progenitor's celestial phenomenon or the cosmic sea, both were filled with strangeness. Along the way, Tai Yuanjun only cared about currying favor with Starsabil and did not pay any attention to Lu Yin. Lu Yin also saved himself from unnecessary chatter. Every once in a while, Starsabil would perform a divination, but Lu Yin did not know if it was useful. In any case, they would often take detours. A few days later, they saw a vast expanse of white in the distance. That was the Whitefall district. When they saw the Whitefall district, they became excited, as they had finally arrived. They had forgotten that they were not here for sightseeing, but rather to provide support. It was only when the sky was torn apart by Sword Chi that they remembered. The short man from Leon's armada instantly paled. Seventh bro, you guys go. I'm not going. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. That Sword Chi had nearly reached the critical point of 200,000 rune lines. Not only that, but even though the battle force had been controlled, it was still extraordinarily powerful. It also contained an unfathomable strength, and it was definitely a Riemling's attack. Even further away, rune lines filled the sky and covered the sea, covering everything that could be seen with the naked eye. This was the battlefield in the Whitefall district, the most intense battlefield in the cosmic sea. Seventh bro, don't fall into the sea. The seawater here has a very strong corrosive ability, and even your corpse will be gone if you fall in. The short man then ran away, as he did not dare to approach the battlefield in the Whitefall district. Tai Yuanjun did not have the time to curry favor with Star Sibyl, as the battlefield was approaching. Soon, Lu Yin's group of 3 approached the battlefield. Lu Yin had originally planned to be a normal support and see if he could use the Yu secret art to snatch back Point General Station. However, he had underestimated his own influence. Zi had announced his arrival to the entire Cosmic Sea, and regardless of whether it was the 5th or 6th mainland, everyone recognized him. The moment Lu Yin appeared, a group of 6th mainland cultivators' eyes turned red. They did not announce anything and just charged over. Lu Yin dealt with them one after another. When he had learned that Zi had placed a bounty on his head, he had known that he would be in big trouble. However, he did not want to disguise himself. Since he had come to the Innerverse, he did not want to let go of the Star Tower's inheritance. His status as a glory child was enough for him to compete for the Star Tower, but he needed more opportunities to make a name for himself and greater contributions. When he had been weak, he had been able to contend with Night King Yuanjing and the Blaze Realm's other powers because he had joined the Lockbreaker Society and was a student of Astral 10. He had always understood the importance of having a strong background, and he had tried to find a powerful backer while also creating his own power. Now, it was the same. Contributions meant fame, and fame meant background. No one would dare to recklessly attack those who had made contributions. Lu Yin needed to be conferred a title at Point General Station, or at least a king. However, it was too dangerous. He could still hold on for now, but once he was targeted by a realmling, he would have no choice but to disguise himself and hide. Lu Yin was like a whirlpool that constantly sucked in the 6th mainland's cultivators. When the 6th mainland's cultivators came over, many of the 5th mainland's cultivators would naturally follow. Wherever he went, the battles would become more intense. Above his head, sword chi descended, and Lu Yin hurriedly dodged. He looked up and saw a quiet man staring at him. "He's Jian Ru, the realmling of the martial immortal realm." A woman's voice came from beside him. Lu Yin looked over, and his expression changed. "Miss Qing?" Miss Qing smiled at Lu Yin. "Long time no see, deaf-mute brother." Lu Yin laughed when he saw another familiar face. "I didn't expect you to come to this battlefield as well." Miss Qing suddenly attacked Lu Yin. "You're in high demand right now. Don't let others take advantage of you. After all, we know each other." Lu Yin dodged Miss Qing's attack and asked, "Do you know who Mr. Bai is?" Miss Qing shook her head and sent a palm strike towards Lu Yin. It seemed powerful, but in reality, it was not at all. "He's Wu Tai Bai," Lu Yin said. Miss Qing was shocked. "Wu Tai Bai of the Dao Source 3 Skies? No wonder he's so powerful. What about you? What's your true identity?" Lu Yin asked with a probing gaze. Miss Qing retreated 100 meters. "I'm just an ordinary 6th mainland cultivator." Lu Yin laughed. "You're not any weaker than a realmling." Miss Qing was shocked. "Don't spout nonsense. It won't be good if others hear you." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He was not spouting nonsense, as he had fought many Innerverse battlefields, whether it was against realmlings, enlighters, imprinters, or even world imprinters. The moment he had exchanged blows with Miss Qing, he had sensed that her strength was not bad, and she was not any weaker than Nan Yanfei. She was hiding her true strength. "Forget it, there's no point in fighting you. I can't win. I'm leaving." Miss Qing turned to leave. As soon as she left, many of the 6th mainland's cultivators surrounded Lu Yin once again. In the sky, the sword scholar slashed down once again. Lu Yin did not know whether the attack was aimed at the sea or at Lu Yin, but he was always within range of the attack. Lu Yin raised his brows and looked up at the sky again. The sword scholar was fighting against the undying bird, and the only person who could fight against the scholar was definitely Sarati Phoenix. Flames filled the sky. Lu Yin casually waved his palm, causing 100 stacks to erupt. Dozens of 6th mainland's cultivators were sent flying, and quite a few of them died on the spot. Lu Yin was annoyed beyond endurance, and he just happened to see a fog in the distance. He leapt into the fog. After charging in, Lu Yin discovered that it was not fog, but rather smoke, and it was somewhat choking. He entered, and at the same time, he lured in a group of 6th mainland's cultivators. Countless arrows shot out in all directions, and many of the 6th Mainland's cultivators fled. Run! It's the Junior Arrow Saint. This is the Junior Arrow Saint's battlefield. An arrow shot towards Luin, and he raised his hand to catch it. The arrow was extremely powerful, and even more frightening was the fact that it was imprinted with 9-lined battle force. There were very few people in the younger generation who could cultivate to 9 lines of battle force. Luin had encountered very few experts with 9 lines of battle force, and he had not expected to encounter one here. The white smoke was torn apart, and a young man walked out with a bow and arrow strapped to his back. He stared at Luin in shock. "It's you?" Luin did not recognize this person, but anyone in the cosmic sea with even a little bit of strength would recognize him. If he could cultivate his battle force to 9 lines, then he was most likely a realmling. The man did not waste any more words. He raised his bow and released an arrow that was imprinted with 9-lined battle force. The arrow tore through the void and directly arrived in front of Luin. This arrow was extraordinarily powerful, and it was not inferior to the sword chi that Luin had seen when he had first arrived in the Whitestone district. However, it was still not enough to cause any harm to Luin, and he was confident that he could withstand it. However, the man quickly followed up with a second, third, fourth, and so on. Each arrow was faster than the last, and they all arrived in front of Luin at the same time. Every arrow had reached the critical point of celestial phenomenon suppression with a power level of 200,000. With so many arrows arriving at the same time, the explosive power was definitely not something that an ordinary cultivator with a power level of 200,000 could achieve. It was almost equivalent to the destructive power of an imprinter's suppressed power level. Lu Yin's scalp went numb. He had encountered such a powerful attack the moment he had arrived, and he had not been prepared for it at all. Fortunately, these arrows were very destructive, but they were not enough to completely seal his movements. He dodged them, and the void exploded where he had been standing. A giant black crack spread out in all directions, and the white smoke was directly swallowed up by the void. Luin had thought that the white smoke would be swallowed up, but strangely, the white smoke actually sealed the void crack. A gust of wind blew past his ears, and Luin suddenly turned around. Behind him, a young man's hand was in the air. It looked like he had wanted to pat Lu Yin's shoulder, but he had missed. The young man looked at Luin in surprise. "Bro, pretty good reflexes." Luin looked at the man. "Who are you?" The man grinned. "Let's get to know each other. I'm Xianxia from the Smokescreen Mountain Range." Luin was puzzled. "Smokescreen Mountain Range?" Xianxia replied, "You're from the Neoverse. Bro, your name is Luin, right? I've heard about you, and you're valued by the Dao Source 3 skies. Even the 10 arbiters and the rest of us can't do such a thing. You were once an unequaled limiter, hee." At that moment, arrow after arrow descended, shooting towards Luin and Xianxia. Xianxia was displeased. "Little slut, can't you see that I'm talking to a new friend? We'll fight later." The white smoke appeared in front of Luin, and the seemingly ethereal smoke actually blocked the arrows. Luin looked at Xianxia seriously. This person should be a top descendant of a powerful organization in the Neoverse, someone who could rival the 10 arbiters. "Don't worry, that little slut has been trapped in my smoke for a long time, and he can't even find his way out. If you hadn't happened to come in, then he wouldn't even have a target to attack," Xianxia said smugly. Luin was puzzled. "He can't leave?" "He can, but he's very stubborn and wants to defeat me. He can't even see my shadow, so he wants to defeat me. I might not be his match in a direct fight, but when it comes to hiding, I've never been afraid of anyone. Those disciples from Sirius have been searching for me for years, but they haven't been able to find me." "Hee," Xianxia said smugly. Luin looked around and saw that the archer's rune lines were constantly moving. "He's getting close to us." Xianxia looked at Luin in shock. "How did you know?" Luin blinked. "I saw it." "Impossible, the smoke of our Smokescreen Mountain Range can block vision, domains, and all other methods. Aside from those charlatans from the home of the gods, no one can see through it." "Hold on, you're not related to those charlatans, are you?" Xianxia muttered as he sized Luin up. Luin wanted to tell him that he was, as the home of the gods had always been searching for the ruins of the Rune Technology Corporation. They must have cultivated the Aeon Evolution True Scripture and were able to see rune lines. Luin also cultivated the Aeon Evolution True Scripture, so they must have come from the same source. However, he did not say, "My eyes are very powerful, and I can see what others cannot." Is that so? Gu Shaoer was seriously skeptical. No matter how many people entered Gu Shaoer's white smoke, they would all lose their sense of direction unless they used a large-scale attack. However, the white smoke was very unique, and the larger the attack range, the faster its power would weaken. Furthermore, Gu Shaoer should be able to use the white smoke to control the direction of an enemy's attack, so even the Realmlings could not do anything to him. In the distance, atop the general appointment platform, Ziyi looked at the white smoke. She had received news of Lu Yin's appearance the moment he had entered the white smoke, and her eyes flashed with a cold light. She had to obtain this person, but that white smoke was somewhat troublesome. The Fifth Mainland's Neoverse was filled with strange things, and a single white smoke had been able to hold back a powerful realmling. No matter how mysterious the white smoke was, she did not believe that it could defeat life origin energy. With that thought in mind, Ziyi left the general appointment platform and tore through the void under countless gazes. She appeared outside of the white smoke and raised both hands, causing an endless amount of life origin energy to enter the white smoke. Gu Shaoer had been happily chatting with Luin when the white smoke suddenly surged. His expression changed, and he looked in the same direction as Luin. There, Ziyi had used her life origin energy to tear through the white smoke, and she had seen them. Gu Shaoer was shocked. "Woman, don't be rash. It wasn't easy for me to get this white smoke." Ziyi's expression turned grave, as she had underestimated this white smoke. She had originally thought that she would be able to tear through the white smoke with the same amount of life origin energy, but in the end, she had paid several times the price. This white smoke was very strange, and it could even block life origin energy. "You won't be able to escape this time." Ziyi stared at Luin and suddenly sped up, her life origin energy transforming into a long sword that slashed down. At the same time, the junior arrow saint appeared from another direction and shot out arrows that were aimed at Luin. The Daosaur's three skies and the realmling attacked at the same time, causing Luin and Gu Shaoer's expressions to change, and they hurriedly tried to escape. They could dodge the junior arrow saint's arrows, but Ziyi's attacks were difficult to dodge. She was extremely fast, and her sword slashed through the void. What followed was a sky-shattering amount of life origin energy and a strange flame that burned through the void. The desperate situation only lasted for an instant, and Ziyi attacked, treating Luin as if he were a white knight. At the same time, she also included Gu Shaoer in her attack. Gu Shaoer screamed, "I'm innocent." Luin gritted his teeth and waved his hand, activating the Yu secret art. One of the junior arrow saint's arrows was redirected towards Ziyi, but Gu Shaoer did not stay idle either. White smoke continuously wrapped around his body in a futile attempt to block the flame. The junior arrow saint's arrows could not break through the origin astral shield, and Ziyi was too lazy to even try to block them. She slashed out with her sword, causing sword chi to tear through the sky and land on the surface of the sea. Perhaps she was too arrogant, or perhaps she was too eager to capture Luin, but Ziyi did not even notice that there was another girl besides Luin and Gu Shaoer within the range of her attack. She was from the Sixth Mainland, and she treated Luin very well. Xian Nu had not been on the battlefield for long, and she had only arrived a day before Luin. She had sensed Lu Yin's arrival the moment he had arrived at the Whitefall district. She was not interested in the war between the two mainlands, but she was very concerned about Lu Yin's safety and was prepared to help at any moment. However, Luin had not been in any danger until now. Now that Ziyi had made a move, she could no longer hold herself back. She did not know why, but even though she clearly belonged to the Sixth Mainland, she instinctively wanted to help Luin. Ziyi's sword slashed down, but it was blocked by a spotlessly white palm. Immediately after, the star energy that had been attached to the sword of natural origin energy visibly dissipated until only the sword of natural origin energy remained. This was a lock-breaking technique, as Xian Nu had unlocked Ziyi's star energy. Ziyi's gaze turned cold, and she looked at Xian Nu. "What's the meaning of this?" Xian Nu's tone was icy. "You want to kill me?" Ziyi frowned. "That's none of your business." Go away. Xianxia's gaze turned cold. I won't let anyone who wants to kill me off. Ziyi's eyes widened. How dare you? She recognized Xianxia. This girl was from the stone realm, and she had strength comparable to a realmling. However, Ziyi did not even place a realmling in her eyes, let alone one who was not even a realmling. She raised her hand, and the sword of natural origin energy swept out. This time, her target was Xianxia. Xianxia asked, "Why do you want to kill me?" She raised her hand and continuously tried to dissolve Ziyi's star energy, but she could not do anything to the sword of natural origin energy and was suppressed. Although Maiden could not deal with the origin energy and could not harm Ziyi, she was still able to block Ziyi for the time being. The pride of the Tao Source Three Skies was not enough to explain this situation to Maiden, and Maiden wanted to help Luin, so there was no need for her to explain. She had already achieved her goal. In the sky above the Whitefall district, Ziyi was held back by Maiden. Countless people from the Sixth Mainland were stunned. Women really could not understand why they would even fight their own people. Luin was astonished. Maiden had come as well, and she was helping him so brazenly. Was she all right? They were not that close. This sister is amazing. She even dares to block the Tao Source Three Skies, and she's from the Sixth Mainland. Bro, she's mine, Gu Shower said seriously to Luin. Luin was speechless. Why did he keep running into people like this? Seventh bro, did she fall in love with you? The monkey asked. He had not spoken in a long time, and Luin had almost forgotten about him. Now that the monkey spoke, Luin suddenly remembered that the monkey had been speaking less and less recently, which was very abnormal. Monkey, are you all right? Luin asked. The monkey was confused. What's wrong? Nothing, Luin casually replied. There was definitely something wrong with that damn monkey. Ziyi was held back by Maiden, but the young arrow saint was not. This man was very stubborn, and he did not waste words. He only wanted to get rid of Gu Shower and capture Luin alive. He attacked and filled the sky with arrows that pressed down on Luin and Gu Shower. Gu Shower hurriedly used the white smoke as a blanket to block the arrows, but the white smoke was torn apart by the origin energy, and he could not gather it back together in a short period of time. He could only shrink it a little, and his entire body was smashed into the sea by the arrows. Star energy gathered in Lu Yin's right hand, and he unleashed a scorching sun that collided with the arrows. However, he was only able to cancel out one of the arrows, and the young arrow saint shot out dozens of arrows that Luin could only dodge. The little arrow saint's method was to make up for the combat power suppressed by celestial phenomenon. Although it was simple and crude, it was very effective. Luin did not want to passively take a beating, so he dodged the arrows while approaching the young arrow saint. The junior arrow saint wasn't stupid, and he could tell what Luin was trying to do. However, he didn't try to stop Luin. As Luin approached, the junior arrow saint struck out with a palm. The junior arrow saint gripped his longbow and covered it with 9-lined battle force. He grabbed the longbow and smashed it towards Luin, using it as a weapon. The might of 9-lined battle force far surpassed that of 8-lined battle force. The moment they clashed, Lu Yin's 8-lined battle force collapsed. However, he relied on the 100 stacks and his powerful physical body to make up for the lack of battle force. Both he and the junior arrow saint retreated. The junior arrow saint was astonished by Lu Yin's physical strength, and he raised his longbow to shoot another arrow. The junior arrow saint was a typical person who did not speak much. He fired a volley of arrows, and even if Luin dodged them all, the sea would still be covered. The attacks were indiscriminate, and even the cultivators from the Sixth Mainland would be affected, let alone the Fifth Mainland. The little arrow saint was cold and emotionless as he continued to shoot. On the surface of the sea, two figures charged over and glared at the junior arrow saint. Luin pushed out with his palm and deflected the arrows. Two figures flitted past him, and one of them was easily killed by the junior arrow saint's arrow. The other person was terrifyingly powerful, and just like Luin, he deflected the arrows and used the star energy in his palm to form a strange weapon. The junior arrow saint's longbow collided with the strange weapon, and the bowstring bent as an invisible arrow shot out and forced the other person back. That person retreated 100 meters and arrived at Lu Yin's side, panting slightly. As expected of a realmling. Luin looked at this person and felt that he looked familiar, but he was also certain that he had never seen this person before. The person glanced at Luin, and his eyes flashed with astonishment. He then looked back at the junior arrow saint. Suddenly, the junior arrow saint looked up. Giant meteors were crashing down from the sky, one after another. They were attacking in the same manner as the junior arrow saint. Unfortunately, the number of rune lines on these meteors was far less than the junior arrow saints, and they did not reach the critical point of a power level of 200,000. Even so, the numerous meteors still distracted the junior arrow saint. Luin looked at the surface of the sea and saw that the rune lines on these meteors were being controlled by a man. The meteors were the man's attack method, and Luin felt like he had heard of it before. Meteors fell from the sky and the stars fell. Right, Xianxia was one of the 4 unequaled meters. Luin had encountered Mu Rong and Ling Ke, but he had never seen Xianxia before. This person should be Xianxia. An explorer who could display power comparable to a hunter's was definitely Xianxia. This strength was enough to be bestowed with the title of general. Then, who was this person beside him? He had the power to directly contend with a realmling, but he was still slightly inferior. This person should be able to be bestowed the title of king. The meteors falling from the sky were shattered by the junior arrow saint's arrows. Xianxia's attacks could only distract the junior arrow saint for a moment, but they were not enough to pose a threat. While Luin and the others were working together to deal with the junior arrow saint and Ziyi was being held back by Maiden Xian, a man in the distance tore through the void and stepped onto the battlefield in the Whitecliff district. He stepped onto the commander-appointing platform and faced Bukong directly. There were 2 10 arbiters, the Glory Prince, and Sirius Sect's #1 disciple on the Whitecliff district's battlefield, but all of them were being held back by the 6th Mainland's realmlings. In a one-on-one battle, no one was confident that they could snatch the commander-appointing platform from Bukong. The Dowsor's 3 skies were more famous than the realmlings, and the 10 arbiters were on par with the realmlings. Trying to snatch something from Bukong was as difficult as ascending to the heavens, not to mention that there was also Ziyi. Although there were people who could not stand the provocation and stepped onto the commander-appointing platform to challenge Bukong, they all died. Even the warlord Xing Kai's challenge to Bukong had ended in failure. At this moment, the man stepped onto the commander-appointing platform, which immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Bukong turned to look at the man, and the more he looked, the more serious his expression became. Interesting. Tell me your name. The man clasped his hands behind his back, and his gaze was even more arrogant than Bukong's. It was as if he had been born to rule over all living beings. Taishan. Bukong raised an eyebrow. What arrogance. In the distance, the Glory Prince, Xu Jing, Sirius Sect's #1 disciple, Qiushi, warlord Xing Kai, Sarati Phoenix, and the others all revealed strange expressions when they saw the man. In reality, the man's name was indeed Supreme God, but he had not given it to himself. Instead, he had been given this name the moment he was born because he came from the Neoverse home of the gods. Regardless of whether it was the Neoverse, the Cosmic Sea, or the Innerverse, no one really wanted to interact with the home of the gods. This group of people was like a bunch of madmen who had proclaimed themselves gods and viewed everyone as superior. They were terrifyingly powerful and possessed all sorts of strange techniques that were impossible to guard against. Even the Hall of Honor did not want to interact with them. Although this group of people was arrogant to the point of madness, they were truly powerful. Supreme God's strength was comparable to the 10 arbiters and the realmlings. If not for this battle, he would definitely have had a place in the Neoverse struggle for the Star Tower. Leave the commander-appointing platform and get out of the Cosmic Sea, and I can spare your life. Supreme God's voice was not loud, but his tone was so arrogant that even Bukong could not stand it. Bukong had always been arrogant, and now that he had met Supreme God, who was even more arrogant, he immediately became unhappy. You're crazy. Many people from the Neoverse heard Bukong's words. Although they were on opposing sides, they all felt that he was right. The people from the home of the gods were crazy, otherwise, why would they proclaim themselves gods? Supreme God's lips curled up. Mortal ants. He slowly bent his right hand, and a small crystal bottle appeared in his palm. He aimed it at Bukong, and a formless attack appeared from the bottle that tore through the void and slashed at Bukong. Bukong was shocked, as countless people who saw this scene were shocked. What was this? In the distance, Xiaoshir's eyes trembled. This was the battle method of the home of the gods. That bottle had not been retrieved from a cosmic ring, but had been directly created. They had studied the home of the gods for many years, and all they knew was that it was related to a strange ancient civilization. As for the specifics, they still did not know. Even someone like Xiaoshir, who had come from the Neoverse, was shocked, let alone Bukong. Although Supreme God's attack was not very powerful, this attack method was too strange. It was so strange that Bukong found it hard to believe. Creation? Was this a domain that they could dabble in? Even further away, Luin also saw the scene. Indeed, the people from the Rune Technology Corporation could create anything out of thin air, but how did they do it? Supreme God's success attracted the attention of countless people, and they all looked at him with fear. Creation was a mighty force, and it was called a god. Was he really a god? It should be a secret technique, Bukong growled. He raised his hand and disintegrated Supreme God's attack with the bottle. His figure flickered as he approached Supreme God and struck out with a palm. Great reincarnation technique. Supreme God's eyes narrowed as he felt an extreme sense of danger. Although he was arrogant, he was no fool, and he did not dare to be careless against the Daosor's three skies. He did not dare to let Bukong hit him, so he hurriedly retreated. The void where he had been standing trembled, but there was no reaction. Supreme God was puzzled, and Bukong pressed forward again, pressing down with his palm. Don't let that guy touch you, you lunatic. He can beat you back into your mother's womb. Xianxia roared, his voice echoing throughout the Whitefall district. Supreme God was furious and looked at Xianxia. You're insulting me. Xianxia grinned. No, it's the truth. It's his secret technique. Supreme God looked at Bukong strangely. Beat him back into his mother's womb? What kind of secret technique was that? Bukong sneered. Try it, he said as he sped up. Supreme God was furious. He was arrogant, even when facing Xiaoshir. However, he knew that these people were on the same level as him, including the 10 arbiters. Now that even the 10 arbiters had said something like that, he did not know what was going on. He was a little confused and could only keep dodging. People continued to arrive at the Whitefall district from all directions. Not only were there reinforcements from the 5th mainland, but there were also cultivators from the 6th mainland. Although the heirs of the imprinter families were not at the level of a realmling, they were not weak either, especially the heirs of the cosmic imprinter families. If they worked together, they would be able to contend against the 10 arbiters, just like how Luin and the others had fought against the junior Arrow Saint. The battlefield in the Whitefall district was filled with millions of cultivators fighting to the death. The most glorious battlefield was naturally the commander appointment stage. Supreme God's attacks were strange, but Bukong's secret technique was even stranger. In the end, he could not escape the fate of being struck by the secret technique. He was struck in the abdomen by Bukong's palm, but he was not injured. However, his body inexplicably shrank until he was the size of a child. He looked at Bukong, who was a head taller than him, in confusion. Bukong sneered and pressed down with a palm. Die. Supreme God was stunned. When he had been struck by Bukong's palm, he had raised his hand against Bukong's attack. A long blade had appeared in his hand and slashed out, but it had been easily shattered by Bukong. At that moment, an arrow pierced through the void and shot towards Bukong. Bukong frowned and flicked his finger, breaking the arrow. Tai Yishan took advantage of this moment to hastily retreat, panting heavily. He had almost died. Bukong looked in another direction. That arrow had come from the junior Arrow Saint. Only a realmling's attack would be worth his attention, but that arrow had definitely not been fired by the junior Arrow Saint. Bukong's mind repeatedly replayed the scene of the battlefield, and his gaze finally landed on Luin and the man beside him. What had they done to cause the junior Arrow Saint's arrow to shoot at him? A secret technique? The junior Arrow Saint's gaze grew even more fervent as he looked at Luin. This person was extremely valuable, and capturing him alive would not only allow him to obtain Ziyi's promise and meet the blood ancestor, but this person also had a secret technique. Did Ziyi want to capture him because of that secret technique as well? Lu Yin had no other choice, as he could not just watch Taishan die. He still wanted to interact with the home of the gods, and it would be best if he could learn from it. Perhaps he would be able to improve the Ian evolution true scripture in the future. Although the secret technique could turn something rotten into something magical, it was not invincible. Wukong's great reincarnation technique had been enough to take Taishan's life, but he had been saved by Lu Yin. In just a few seconds, Taishan had recovered and looked at Lu Yin gratefully. He then stared at Wukong. That's your secret technique? The same trick won't work on me. Wukong looked away from Lu Yin and ignored Taishan, instead looking at Ziyi. Ziyi's expression changed, and she stopped. On the other side, Maiden's face was pale. She was having a difficult time dealing with the Dao Source 3 skies. After this battle, I'll settle this debt with you, Ziyi said to Maiden before returning to the platform. Taishan immediately retreated when Ziyi arrived. He dared to deal with one of the Dao Source 3 skies, but he could not deal with two. He was not stupid. Time's up. It's time to end this battle in the cosmic sea, Ziyi said. Wukong raised his head. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. I've played with these trash for so long, so it's time to end it. Ziyi took a deep breath, and then a vast amount of life origin energy descended, spreading out like a mist that gradually pressed down. The majestic Genesis Chi attack was like a signal to all the 5th mainland cultivators. The 6th mainland sword scholar, the little arrow saint, the sword in the stone, who had been fighting Xianxia, and DFA, who had been holding back Battle King Xianxia, all leaped up and stepped onto the general appointment platform. Under the gazes of millions of people, Wukong shouted, "Step on the right foot. Break through the White Cliff District. Go." The general appointment platform trembled as the two Dao Source 3 skies led the 4 Realmlings towards the south. They wanted to directly break through the Whitefall district and reach a place where celestial phenomenon could no longer suppress their strength. The faces of Xianxia and the others changed, and they all rushed to the platform. Lu Yin's expression changed. This group of people had suddenly attacked, which meant that they had definitely made ample preparations. The 5th mainland's older powerhouses were no fools. If the 6th mainland had truly been allowed to break through the Whitestone district, then the 6th mainland's group of imprinters would have been able to unleash their full power. The 5th mainland's older powerhouses would definitely have made a move at the last moment. Under such circumstances, these people still wanted to break through the Whitestone district. Could it be that the older generation powerhouses of the 6th mainland were hiding somewhere? Lu Yin was not the only one who had thought of this, as everyone had thought of the same thing. Right now, everyone's goal was to prevent Wukong and the others from breaking through the Whitestone district. Xianxia, Sarati Phoenix, Xu Jing, Qiushi, and the others all rushed to the platform. Ziyi's astral nova suddenly expanded, and Lu Yin shouted, "Be careful. Don't get caught in it." Xianxia roared, and his body suddenly expanded to 10 meters, 100 meters, and then 1,000 meters. He turned into a giant that soared into the sky and slammed down with a palm. Ziyi's astral nova was not enough to completely envelop him, so she had no choice but to withdraw it. She then used the sword in the stone, and the sky-splitter sword slashed through the void from below towards Xianxia. Xu Jing tapped out with a finger, and the attack descended in a straight line. Ziyi's astral nova blocked the attack while Jianru and DFA attacked at the same time. Sarati Phoenix and Qiushi stepped forward as well. The sky was torn apart as the most powerful powerhouses gathered high up in the sky, displaying a glorious battle. This was the best battlefield for the younger generation. Wukong snorted and suddenly walked off the platform, charging towards Xianxia, who was the closest to him. Xianxia was too large, making him an obvious target, and it would be easy for Wukong to hit him. However, Xianxia had fought with Wukong several times, so he understood the methods of the Dao Source 3 skies very well. The moment Wukong stepped off the platform, his body returned to its original state. He opened his mouth and roared, causing sound waves to sweep out in all directions. Wukong's gaze turned cold. It's useless to talk. The sound waves that had almost materialized in front of him were instantly disintegrated, and countless arrows shot towards Xianxia from above. Taishan appeared, and his eyes flickered with runes. The arrows were all weakened, and in the end they were all shattered by Xianxia's fist. This was a chaotic battle, and those who had not reached a certain level would not be able to participate. Aside from the Dao Source 3 skies, everyone else was a hunter, and the Dao Source 3 skies were enlighters. The battle did not last long, but the millions of people below could feel the danger. Any single shockwave was enough to kill many people. Luin watched in shock, and Gu Shower soared into the sky from the surface of the sea. Although I'm confident that I can pin down a realmling, I'm not confident that I can participate in such a large battle. You can release some white smoke to cover yourself, the man beside Luin said. Gu Shower looked over. So it's Xia Tian. You're pretty smart. Alright, I'll cover you. He then took out a bag of loose items from his cosmic ring and fiddled with it. White smoke was released from the bag, and it slowly floated towards the platform. Xia Tian? Luin was astonished, as he had heard of this name before. Xia Tian was number 1 on the top 100 rankings. It was no wonder why he could fight against a realmling alone. In the Outerverse, Xia Tian was the number 1 person below the 10 arbiters, and he was strong enough to be conferred the title of king. Through this battle, he would qualify to compete for the Star Tower. Xia Tian and Xiao Luo both had primeval surnames. Could these two be related? Hold on. Lu Yin suddenly remembered why Xia Tian looked so familiar. His facial features were very similar to Xiao Luo's. Xia Tian looked at Lu Yin and smiled. I've heard Xiao Luo mention you before. Brother Lu, we finally meet. Lu Yin suddenly understood. You and Xiao Luo are relatives, Xia Tian replied. Lu Yin thought of someone else. Then you and Xiaoya are as well? Relatives, Xia Tian continued. Lu Yin had a deep impression of Xia Yi. At first, he had thought that Xia Tian was just an area master, but he had displayed astonishing strength during the Astral Combat Tournament, defeating Chaos God Mountain's Xianxia, and even using 4-lined battle force. Even Kuang Wang might not have been a match for him. Xiao Luo, Xia Yi, and Xia Tian all had the same primeval surname. Brother Lu, you entered Astral 10 at the same time as Xiao Luo, but you've already reached such heights. I'm impressed, Xia Tian praised. Lu Yin exhaled, his thoughts complicated. Although the person in front of him was not one of the 10 arbiters, he was number 1 on the top 100 rankings. Among the countless youths in the Outerverse and Innerverse, he was ranked 11th, which was very terrifying. Once one of the 10 arbiters abdicated, this person would almost certainly inherit the position and could be considered one of the future 10 arbiters. More importantly, this person was not much older than them. He was younger than Tai Yuanjun and younger than the 10 arbiters, and he had an extremely terrifying innate gift. Brother Xia, you flatter me. How is Xiao Luo? Lu Yin asked. Xia Tian sighed and shook his head. Lu Yin's heart sank. Could it be? I don't know, Xia Tian replied. Lu Yin was speechless. If you don't know, then don't know. Why are you sighing? He had thought that Xiao Luo was dead. The white smoke drifted across the sky and then turned into wisps that wrapped around Xingkai, Sarati, Phoenix, and the others. This white smoke could even block the little arrow saint's attack. It was very mysterious, and it could be considered as an additional layer of protection for them. Gu Shower's action of releasing the white smoke attracted the attention of Bukong and the others. A figure soared from the surface of the sea and attacked Gu Shower. It was Dachi Pu, Chiu He. As a powerhouse from the Dao Source sect who had once challenged the Dao Source 3 skies, Chiu He was no weaker than a realmling. His arrival greatly increased the pressure on Gu Shower. I didn't do it on purpose. Chiu He snorted. He had been suppressing a bellyful of anger for a long time. After the battle in the thunderstorm zone, he had been brooding over the words on the Half-Life token, and now, he wanted to kill Gu Shower to vent his anger. Chiu He was stubborn. Lu Yin and Xia Tian were not too far away, so he did not attack. Instead, he targeted Gu Shower. As they watched Gu Shower being chased around by Chiu He, Lu Yin and Xia Tian exchanged glances. This had nothing to do with them. Lu Yin was thinking about how to restrain the 6th mainland. The general appointment platform flew south under the control of Bukong and the others. Luin did not doubt that once Bukong and the others passed through the region where the astronomical phenomenon was suppressed, they would attract the attention of those old monsters from the sixth mainland. Those old monsters would definitely be hiding somewhere, ready to act at any moment. The same was true for the fifth mainland as well. The Hall of Honor and the other powers' old monsters were ready to act at any moment. The location where the older generation powerhouses from both sides would definitely be extremely close to the edge of the astronomical phenomenon suppression. In other words, Luin needed to keep Bukong and the others away from the edge of the astronomical phenomenon suppression. Otherwise, those old monsters could act at any moment. Even though Xianxia and the others tried their best to resist and delay Bukong and the others, they were up against two Dowsource 3 skies. Regardless of whether it was Xianxia or Sarati Phoenix, it would be very difficult for them to resist. Zi's vitality energy made everyone wary, and Yuantiangang's primal chaos made everyone feel even more helpless. What they lacked now was an opportunity. The general appointment platform was surrounded by vitality energy, and Xianxia and the others could not break through it. They could only passively defend. If anyone could break through the vitality energy barrier, then they would be able to lure Xianxia and the others in for a decisive battle with Bukong and the others. Luin was conflicted about whether or not he should act. He had exchanged blows with Zi before, and vitality energy was useless against him. In reality, Zi was also occasionally glancing at Luin from atop the general appointment platform. She was certain that only Luin could break through the vitality energy barrier, and this was the opportunity that she had left for Luin. It seemed to be disadvantageous to them, but it was actually part of her plan. She needed someone to lure the fifth mainland's experts into the general appointment platform. This person could not be from the sixth mainland, but rather from the fifth mainland. They were not afraid of a decisive battle, but she wanted a decisive battle that would completely annihilate the fifth mainland's younger generation. It all depended on whether or not Luin dared to act. The situation had to tilt in the fifth mainland's favor, and only then would they be able to wipe out this group of people in one fell swoop. Luin was still conflicted. That battlefield was too terrifying, and any mistake would mean certain death. He had all sorts of tricks up his sleeve, and he could even escape from an imprinter's attack. However, forcefully joining the 10 Arbiters' battlefield was still very dangerous. While Luin was conflicted, the general appointment platform suddenly changed due to the white smoke. The Smoke Gulp Mountain Range was a very strange organization, and it was like a giant cigarette that lay in space. The battle techniques used by its cultivators, their life-saving abilities, and everything that they came into contact with during cultivation were all related to smoke. This smoke could not be produced in the outside world, and it could only be produced in the Smoke Gulp Mountain Range. The Smoke Gulp Mountain Range's foundation was this white smoke. The white smoke was very mysterious, and no one could say exactly how mysterious it was. In short, even if the Smoke Gulp Mountain Range could not compare to behemoths like the Home of the Gods or the Sirius sect, it was still a power that could not be provoked. This was because the white smoke was truly mysterious. Previously, Zi had tried to rely on life energy to tear through the white smoke, but she had ended up having to expend several times more life energy to do so. At the time, she had not paid much attention to it, as she had only thought that the white smoke had a very strong defensive ability. Now, however, as she watched the life energy being dispersed by the white smoke, she was at a loss. It was not just her, as even Bukong and the other Realmlings who understood life energy were at a loss. Life energy had actually been dispersed by the white smoke. That was life energy, an ultimate technique of the sixth mainland's Dowsource sect, but it had been dispersed just like that? As the life energy was dispersed, Xianxia and the others stepped onto the stage and began the most intense battle of the younger generation so far. Only those at the level of the 10 Arbiters could participate in this battle, and there were more than a dozen participants. Zi's plan had been disrupted, but that did not stop her. Regardless of whether it was because of Luin or the white smoke, the fifth mainland's people still charged over. She waved her hands, and Genesis Tiangang rose from the stage and enveloped everyone. Xianxia, Sarati, and Phoenix simultaneously attacked Genesis Tiangang, as they could not be trapped inside. However, they could not break through Genesis Tiangang, as Zi's invincible defense was not that easy to deal with. Even if Xingkai wanted to grow larger, it would be useless, as he was already trapped within Genesis Tiangang. The battle on the stage had been sealed, as whoever won would be able to determine the power structure of the cosmic sea. At this moment, even if Luin wanted to join the battle on the stage, he could not. He could only participate in the battle below, and it just so happened that Gu Shower had asked him for help. "Where's your smoke?" Luin asked. Gu Shower could even block the little arrow saint, so he should not have been scared off by a crimson servant. Gu Shower was sullen. "It's gone. It's all gone. I only brought that much. Do you think that you can get some just by lighting up a fire?" Dachi Pu, Qiuhe, chased after them as Luin and Xia Tian attacked at the same time. Qiuhe was shocked. He could still deal with one lone small fool, but 3 king-ranked martial artists caused him to panic as he hurriedly tried to escape. A day later, Xingkai's body cracked open on the general appointment platform. He was severely injured and retreated to the rear of the south side. Xu Jing, Qiu Shi, and the others went forward to meet Bukong and the others. Not long after, the sword scholar's long sword shattered and he retreated to the back of the north. 2 days later, Tai Yishan used the scripture of eternity to weaken Sword in the Stone's defenses. Xu Jing pierced Sword in the Stone's heart in a straight line, almost killing him. However, Sword in the Stone used a secret technique to survive. The secret progenitor domain had many secret techniques. Apart from the god-vanquishing technique, which many people knew, there was also the resurrection technique, which could heal one's injuries in a short period of time. 3 days later, Sarati Phoenix was struck by Bukong's great reincarnation technique and turned into a child. He was then ambushed by DFA and was severely injured. However, the Phoenix family's nirvanic rebirth allowed him to survive, but he had almost lost his ability to fight. The general appointment platform slowly flew south. The battle on it was exceptionally intense, and even Bukong had been injured by Qiu Shi and Tai Yishan. Ziyi had already focused her attacks on Qiu Shi, as she felt that this woman was hiding her strength very deeply. On the surface of the Whitefall region, Starsabil looked at the general appointment platform with a twinkle in her eyes. She then looked around and found Luin, who was cooperating with Gu Shower to kill Qiuhe. Luin was stunned, and then he leaped up and rushed towards the general appointment platform. Starsabil's eyes were deep. This battle had to be won, and it all depended on this person. However, she suddenly turned to look in a certain direction. There, Miss Qing was fighting someone. This woman was a variable. On the battlefield, those who could participate in the general appointment platform were not limited to just a few people. Xian knew, Miss Qing, Starsabil, Summer, and Luin could all participate, but both sides had their own misgivings. Starsabil said something to Luin, and he arrived outside the Origin Celestial Star platform. He looked at the battlefield and waved his hand. Within the general appointment platform, the junior arrow saint fired a volley of arrows at the heavily injured Sarati Phoenix. He did not believe that nirvanic rebirth could be used infinitely. Even the Eyeless clan's cocoon rebirth could not do it. The Eyeless clan had a cosmic imprinter, so where did this Phoenix family find a powerhouse with a power level of 1,000,000? The junior arrow saint's arrows were extremely powerful, and although they could not seal the void, Sarati Phoenix would definitely die if he was hit. The void descended in a straight line and sliced apart the arrows. One of the arrows mysteriously changed direction and shot towards Bukong, who was attacking Tai Yishan. Bukong tapped out with a finger and broke the arrow. It was a familiar scene. Tai Yishan turned to look at the junior arrow saint, and then both of them turned to look at Luin, who was outside the general appointment platform. "It's you?" Lu Yin's eyes turned into runes that flashed, and the rune lines on Bukong's body suddenly weakened. At the same time, Tai Yishan also used the true scripture of Aeon evolution to weaken Bukong's rune lines. Bukong was weakened by the overlapping true scripture of Aeon evolution, and he could feel it very clearly. Tai Yishan took advantage of this opportunity to form a long blade in his hand and slashed out. At their level, they were no longer restricted by weapons, and any weapon in their hands could display unimaginable power. The blade cut through the void and descended in front of Bukong. Bukong snorted and raised his hand to grab the blade, causing it to dissipate at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was both Bukong's innate gift and his lock-breaking technique. Bukong was not only a cultivator, but also a lockbreaker. He was one of the few lockbreakers who had reached the boundless advanced level at such a young age. Tai Yishan's expression changed, and he gritted his teeth. If not for the suppression of celestial phenomenon and Bukong's full strength, he would not even have thought of fighting. As expected of the Tao Source Three Skies, Bukong's strength was unbeatable, and Ziyi was unbeatable as well. Her astral nova could not be broken, and no one could injure her, not even Xianxia. Lu Ying used the secret art and the true scripture of Aeon evolution to cooperate with the people inside the general appointment platform to fight against the Sixth Mainland, which infuriated the Sixth Mainland's cultivators. Some of them tried to attack Lu Ying, but they were all blocked by Starsabil, Xia Tian, and the others. Even with Lu Yin's cooperation, the situation on the general appointment platform was still in the Sixth Mainland's favor. Bukong, the Sword in the Stone, and the Junior Arrow Saint all had secret techniques, and they also knew the secret progenitor's resurrection technique. No matter how they fought, it was useless. On the other hand, the Fifth Mainland's Xing Kai was heavily injured, Sarati Phoenix was still recovering, and Tai Yishan had also been injured by Bukong once and was bleeding from his abdomen. The longer things went on, the more likely the Fifth Mainland would lose. This was the reason why Ziyi wanted to lure the Fifth Mainland's group to the final battle. They were from the Tao Source Three Skies, and they were unbeatable existences. The general appointment platform continued flying south. Millions of people were fighting to the death in the Whitestone district, and even the White Sea was turning red. Lu Ying was very anxious, as he could not find a way to break out of this situation. No matter how useful his secret techniques and the true scripture of Aeon evolution were, they would not be able to change the entire situation. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind as he thought of something. It was a mysterious item, but he did not know if it would be useful. Girls were supposed to love cleanliness, and even if they were not, they would definitely be affected by something so smelly. Lu Ying decided to give it a try and took out the stench. In an instant, the atmosphere on the battlefield in the Whitestone district changed. Countless people sniffed and then vomited. What was that smell? Even Mr. E, an imprinter with a power level of nearly 700,000, could not withstand the stench of the stench, let alone these youths. The entire battlefield was instantly enveloped in a terrifying stench. On the general appointment platform, Bukong and the others suddenly stopped fighting and looked at Lu Ying. What was that smell? Ziyi, Xianxia, and the other girls paled. This stench made them feel like they had fallen into hell. They hurriedly tried to isolate themselves from the smell, but they found that they could not. Countless people looked at Lu Ying with strange expressions. Lu Ying almost vomited. Why did it feel like the stench was getting stronger? This thing couldn't be getting more mature, could it? He could not take it any longer, and with a wave of his hand, he activated the secret art. The stench disappeared and reappeared in Ziyi's arms. A secret technique was not something that could be blocked by source energy. Lu Ying could use it to influence the battles on the general appointment platform, so he could naturally send the stench into it as well. If not for the fact that his attacks were not very effective, he would have already started fighting outside of the platform. Ziyi stared blankly at the stench that was tightly pressed against her skin, and her pupils shrank. She immediately flung it away and glared at Lu Ying. "You're courting death." Lu Ying grinned and pointed behind her. Ziyi turned around, and the stench appeared again. This time, it was aimed directly at her face. Ziyi was furious, and a sword of source energy appeared in her hand. She slashed out, but it was useless. The stench was sent flying far away, and it almost hit Bukong along the way. Bukong was startled and hurriedly dodged. He did not dare to touch this thing, as who knew if the smell could be washed away? "Sorry, the longer you touch this thing, the longer the smell stays," Lu Ying shouted from outside the platform. He then waved his hand, and the stench disappeared and reappeared in Ziyi's arms. Ziyi was completely stunned. Ever since she had been born, she had experienced countless life-or-death battles and had successfully become one of the Tao Source Three Skies. She cultivated source energy and became a genius of the Tao Source sect. Everyone looked at her with reverence, and everyone had presented her with precious items. She had never imagined that she would one day be stuck with such a stinky thing that she could not throw away. "Lu Ying, you're courting death." Ziyi cursed at Lu Ying, and her sword of source energy continuously slashed at the stench. The stench was constantly sent flying, but it could not be destroyed, and it continued to fly towards Zi. The Whitestone District's battlefield had originally been filled with a desperate battle, but at this moment, the smell had truly changed. Many people no longer had the stench of blood in their nostrils, and it was replaced by a foul stench. Even normal people who did not have mysophobia could not stand this stench. It affected their senses too much, and they could not block it out. A single stench had caused the entire battlefield to stop fighting, which was a testament to its power. On the general appointment platform, the crowd distanced themselves from Zi, and they all looked at the stench as if they were looking at a ghost. Jianru and the rest looked at Luyin apprehensively. This guy had actually rendered Zi helpless. That secret technique was very troublesome. Even the fifth mainland Xianxia, Sarati Phoenix, and the others looked at Luyin strangely. On the surface of the sea, Starsabil's face was pale. This stench was just too unpleasant. Miss Jean kept moving away as she blinked at Luyin. What an interesting person. She kept her distance from the general appointment platform and could not get close to it. This stench was unbearable. Gu Shaoer looked at Luyin as if he was a god. This was a god, a true god. He even had something like this, and it was strong enough. However, it was just too smelly, and Luyin could not stand it. The Sixth Mainland's originally advantageous situation changed the moment Luyin took out the stench. Zi alone was enough to tire out Xiaoshi and the others, but one person might not necessarily be able to hold her back. They might even need two people to work together. Now, Zi was stuck to the stench and could not break free. The Sixth Mainland had lost one of the Dowsour's three skies, and things were different now. Xiaoshi freed up her hands to deal with DFA. That guy did not fight head-on, and instead, he kept attacking from behind. His blood allowed his attacks to penetrate everything, so the injuries of Xianxia and Sarati Phoenix were definitely related to him. Although DFA was not afraid of being targeted by Xiaoshi, he had no choice but to face her head-on. He looked at Zi. Don't worry about that thing. It doesn't have any killing power. Hurry up and deal with this woman. Zi ignored him as she was focused on how to break free from the stench. Origin energy was useless, and neither was origin astral gas. Even the scarlet flame eyes were useless. What was this thing? Luyin was pleased with himself. This thing had forced Mystery to escape multiple times, allowing him to reach the pinnacle of his life. It had a mystical characteristic, and even origin astral gas could not stop it. Why had he not thought of it earlier? He had to remember it in the future, as this was a powerful weapon that was far more useful than any other power vessel. Mystery could not destroy it, and neither could these people. Luyin did not know what the upper limit of this thing was. Zi was disgusted. She tried everything she could think of to deal with the stench, but it didn't matter whether she destroyed it or stored it in her cosmic ring. She didn't want to care, but Lu Yin's methods were very despicable. The Yu secret art caused the stench to continuously smash at her face and even appear in her bosom from time to time. It was hard for her not to notice it, as the stench was just too terrifying. It was enough to cause nightmares. He flitted past the crowd and appeared beside Zi. He raised his hand and slapped the stinky object. He activated his secret technique, the Great Reincarnation Art. The Great Reincarnation spell could send the target back to their childhood, which was equivalent to reversing the time of a person or object. He wanted to send the object back to its birth or make it disappear, but strangely, his palm had no effect. Luyin sneered. The stench had been unlocked from a source box, and no one knew how many years had passed since it had been unlocked. No matter how miraculous Baseless' secret technique was, it would still be useless. Since the secret technique didn't work, he didn't have time to attack again. He activated his talent, Decomposition, and slapped it on the stinky object, but it was still useless. Out of desperation, Spaceless grabbed the stinky object and tried to take it away by force, but Luyin activated his secret technique and flung the object into Zi's arms. Zi's entire body trembled with rage, and the stench almost made her faint. She looked at Luyin and saw that his smile was truly hateful. She was actually a very rational person. She had been angered to such an extent during the battle in the thunderstorm zone, but she had still managed to turn defeat into victory. She had given up on the thunderstorm zone in order to forcefully suppress the Whitestone district. Her many years of military strategy had allowed her to develop a very good temperament. However, at this moment, all of her temperament and strategy had disappeared. Her instinctive anger surged forth, and she raised a hand, causing the life energy that enveloped the general appointment platform to sweep towards Luin. At the same time, she leapt off the platform. DFA was shocked. Don't fall for it. Spaceless was also anxious, as he was not afraid of falling for a trap. They were from the Dowsource 3 skies, and there was no one in the younger generation who could defeat them. There was no way to deal with them, but Spaceless needed a great victory. Just breaking through the Whitestone district would not be considered a great victory, and he needed to deal with this group from the Fifth Mainland. Once Ze left, the astral helix would no longer be able to cover them, and this group would likely flee. This was not an outcome that Spaceless wanted. However, Ze had already lost her mind due to anger. She gripped the life energy sword in her hand and slashed at Luin. At the same time, the life energy pressure that filled the sky seemed to want to drown the entire Whitestone district. Ze displayed the terrifying might of the Dowsource 3 skies, and the life energy was covered by the flames of her scarlet blaze eyes. This attack not only shocked Luin, but also Xianxia and the others. It seemed like this attack encompassed the entire Whitestone district, but all of the life energy suddenly converged and transformed into a single slash that pressed down on Luin. Her power level was still controlled to be within 200,000, but this attack gave Luin an intense sense of danger. He could clearly see that within the slash, the rune lines had been completely severed. Each rune line had a power level of nearly 200,000, and when they finally converged together, it was exactly the same as the Little Arrow Saint's attack. Not everyone could separate all of their attacks like Ze, shielding them from the astral suppression, and then completely fusing them together. This move was many times more brilliant than the Little Arrow Saint's attack. Luin seemed to have expected this attack, and he fled towards the east in advance. However, he was still caught in the attack. Ze hated Luin to the core, as she had never suffered such humiliation before. Even now, that stinky thing was still in her arms, and that stench had become the driving force for her attack. She no longer cared about anything else and only wanted to kill Luin. Luin turned around, and his expression changed drastically. The true scripture of Aeon evolution had weakened the attack, and at the same time, Xianxia had also used the same technique to weaken Ze's battle technique. He had already discovered that Luin also knew the true scripture of Aeon evolution. In the universe, outside of the home of the gods, there were occasionally people who obtained the legacy of rune technology and learned the true scripture of Aeon evolution. Xianxia was not surprised, as this person had saved his life before. Ze's attack had been weakened by Luin and Xianxia's joint efforts, but after exchanging blows with Luin several times, how could Ze not be prepared? While Luin and Xianxia could weaken the attack's power, Ze could also increase it. Her power level had already exceeded 200,000, so it was not difficult for her to increase it in an instant. Luin still had to face an earth-shattering attack. Just as everyone thought that Luin would definitely be hit, a sword light flashed in the distance, and the world turned into a world of swords. The air, the sea, and everything else that could be seen with the naked eye turned into swords. The first to react was Jianru, and the long sword in his hand started to tremble uncontrollably. Following that, the sword and the stone, Xianxia, and the rest all felt a terrifying sharpness. Ze's attack suddenly changed direction and slashed towards the sword light. The sword light came from the void and collided with Ze's attack. A formless sharpness swept out in all directions, covering the entire Whitestone district. The seawater boiled as it was torn apart by the sword chi, and cracks in the void rained down. Countless people were affected by the aftershocks of the collision between the sword light and the attack, and many were immediately torn in half without being able to resist at all. Starsabil kept moving around, her expression solemn. Dachi Puchio he raised his hand and used a battle technique, but it was torn apart by the sword light's aftershocks. His entire arm was drenched in blood. Xia Tian quickly retreated as a gust of wind swept past, slicing through the void. If he had been a step too slow, he would have been struck. Gu Shaoer cried out in alarm as he narrowly avoided the aftershocks. On the surface of the sea, a giant meteor that Xianxia had been guiding was sliced into pieces and reduced to dust. Luin felt a gust of wind sweep past him, accompanied by an unparalleled sharpness. He hurriedly used his Fatesand to block the attack. Fortunately, his physical body was tough, or else he would have been severely injured if not killed at such close range. On the stage, everyone stopped fighting and looked into the distance in disbelief. Who was this? How could this attack be so terrifying? Wukong's expression was solemn. Before he had joined the battle, someone had told him that the Fifth Mainland could not be underestimated. This was not just the Fifth Mainland, as there were many shattered remnant clans from the previous 4 mainlands. These remnant clans had been passed down since ancient times, and they could not be underestimated. At first, he had not paid much attention to this, but he had felt threatened when he had encountered Xianxia in the Whitefall region. Although Xianxia had been defeated, Wukong had not been able to eliminate him. Xianxia had the strength of a realmling, and he had even surpassed the average realmling. Coupled with Sarati, Phoenix, Xiaoshi, and the others, Wukong had experienced the Fifth Mainland's strength. Now, the appearance of that sword light had shocked him once again, as he had not been able to clearly see the Fifth Mainland's true strength. Ziyi stood high in the sky with a solemn expression as she looked to the east. There, a girl was slowly walking over. Her long black hair fluttered in the wind, and she held a white long sword in her hand. She wore a pair of large spectacles, and she looked both gentle and adorable. This was the girl who had blocked her attack. That had not been an ordinary attack, but rather the strongest attack that could be unleashed when one was enraged and under the suppression of celestial phenomenon. Ziyi had thought that no one would be able to block it, and even the 10 arbiters in the thunderstorm region might not have been able to completely block it. However, this attack had been blocked. Although it had been weakened, it had still exceeded her expectations. Countless people looked to the east at the girl who was slowly walking over. It's her? One of the 10 arbiters, Lu Tianmu of the Sword Sect. One of the 10 arbiters of the Sword Sect. She has inherited the 13 swords and is known as the most talented disciple in the history of the Sword Sect. Legend has it that everyone in the Sword Sect believes that she can create the 14th sword and allow the Sword Sect to reign supreme over the entire universe. She doesn't seem to be one of the 10 arbiters of the Sword Sect. She seems to have other identities as well. Luin listened to all sorts of discussions as he looked at the girl who was slowly walking over. Lu Tianmu of the Sword Sect, Mu Ju of the 10 arbiters, and the successor of the 13 swords. Her appearance caused countless people to pale in comparison. Even among the 10 arbiters, she was one of the most powerful. Neither Xianxia nor Sarati Phoenix had her influence. The Sword Sect itself was one of the most powerful sects in the Innerverse. In fact, there was no such thing as one of the most powerful sections. Even the Day-Night clan would not directly confront the Sword Sect. It was precisely because of the Sword Sect's existence that the flow zone that it resided in was known as the First Flow Zone. This was the Sword Sect. Lu Tianmu was the most elite disciple in the history of the Sword Sect, and if the 10 arbiters were to be ranked, she would undoubtedly be at the very top. Luin had met quite a few of the 10 arbiters before, but regardless of whether it was Lan Si, White Knight, or Ming Guang, none of them had shocked him as much as Lu Tianmu. Lu Tianmu merely stood there, but she gave off an unparalleled feeling. "Seventh bro, this girl is really domineering," the monkey exclaimed. Luin felt the same way. Even though Lu Tianmu had not said a single word, the sword light from earlier had made him feel her domineering aura. "I've heard of you. You're Lu Tianmu of the Sword Sect, one of the 10 arbiters. Was that the 13 swords?" Ziyi asked. Lu Tian and Mumu looked up at Ziyi. "The 11th sword." Ziyi was shocked. "You can stop me with just the 11th sword? Show me your strongest 13th sword." Lu Tianmu raised the white sword in his right hand. "No." Ziyi's eyes narrowed. On the stage, Xianxia looked at Lu Tianmu, who was far away, and then looked at Ziyi. She probably didn't believe that Lu Tianmu couldn't do it. In fact, Lu Tianmu really couldn't do the 13th move. She had only learned the 11th move, and it might be the 12th. Before joining this battle, Ziyi had never thought that anyone in the younger generation would be able to stop her. Shadowless appearance had been an accident, as that person was very mysterious. his domain was terrifyingly powerful, and he could even predict attacks. However, Ziyi had been certain that he would not be able to break through her defenses, as Yuantian's astral vault ensured that she was invincible. However, Lu Tianmu was different. The sword was a killing weapon, and she had no idea what kind of destructive power he could unleash when paired with the 13 swords. Ziyi's gaze turned cold. No matter how strong Lu Tianmu was, she did not believe that there was anyone in the same generation who could defeat her. Impossible. She was one of the Daosor's 3 skies, and she was invincible. Just as she was about to speak, a stinking object appeared in front of her and smashed towards her face. Luin had made his move. He did not care about anything else, he just wanted to disgust Ziyi. Ziyi had been distracted by Lu Tianmu, and she had temporarily ignored the stinking object. Now that her nightmare had returned, she was unable to extricate herself from the stench. She angrily glared at Luin. Qiu He, kill him. On the surface of the sea, Qiu He, who had been chasing after Gu Shao'er, heard Ziyi's command and immediately charged towards Luin. Xianxia leaped in front of Qiu He and cooperated with Gu Shao'er in an intense battle. Ziyi's body flickered as she tried to break free from the stinking object. Her voice reverberated in the sky. I, Ziyi, swear on the name of the Daosor's 3 skies that I will grant an audience with the blood ancestor and obtain the chance to inherit his bloodline. Even if he fails, he may become a disciple of the celestial imprint. On the surface of the sea, more than 1 million cultivators from the 6th mainland were agitated. Countless people's blood essence surged as they stared at Luin with fervent gazes. Ziyi's promise was too great. Even if they could not become the blood progenitor's disciple, they could at least become an all-heaven imprinter's disciple. Every realmling was an all-heaven imprinter's disciple, so Ziyi's promise had opened up a shortcut to becoming a realmling. Suddenly, numerous figures soared into the sky and charged towards Luin. There were at least tens of thousands of cultivators in all directions, including many descendants of imprinter clans. There were even descendants of space imprinter clans and Aeon imprinter clans. Every major family clan had at least a few 100,000 people, and this was just the direct descendants. If the collateral descendants were included, the population could reach a few 100 million. Those who could become the heirs of a major family clan had to stand out from the hundreds of thousands of elite disciples who had access to vast amounts of cultivation resources. These people were not weak, and they could easily crush the cultivators of the 5th mainland in a one-on-one battle. But now, tens of thousands of people had suddenly appeared and surrounded Luin, causing him to feel a chill run down his spine. Countless attacks filled the sky, blocking everyone's line of sight and shattering the void. Luin hurriedly dodged, but there were some attacks that he could not avoid, so he could only block them head-on. Fortunately, he was not weak. The strongest cultivators attacking him were only comparable to Autumnfrost Qing, and they were not even at the level of a realmling. Otherwise, he would have been in trouble. Even so, there were just too many people attacking him, and Lu Yin's scalp felt numb. The 6th mainland's cultivators surrounded Luin, and the 5th mainland's cultivators could not take it anymore. Luin was clearly able to annoy the Daosor's 3 skies, and he had played a huge role in this. All of the cultivators had spontaneously organized themselves to protect him, and there were also cultivators who wanted to be friendly with Luin. The Whitefall district immediately erupted into a battle with Luin at the center. Ziyi heaved a sigh of relief. Down below, Lu Tianmu watched Luin flee with a strange expression. She knew this person, Lu Xiaoyun, Long Yun, Lu Xiaoqiu, and the others had all mentioned him before. Her aunt, Lu Fuxue, who had married into the Nailan family, had also mentioned this person. She had also watched a recording of this person's performance in the Tournament of the Strongest, and she had been amazed by his cultivation talent. Someone who had joined the Astral Combat Academy from the Outerverse did not have an enormous amount of cultivation resources or exquisite battle techniques, but he had still been able to comprehend battle force and resist the 13 swords. Back then, she had known that this person would one day shock the universe, but she had never imagined that he would become an unequaled leader so quickly. Now, he was even able to participate in such a battle. This was a genius, and although she had never interacted with him before, she had always been paying attention to him. In the past few years that the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, the Innerverse had been embroiled in war, and there had been constant battles. Everyone had been improving, and everyone had thought that this person would remain dormant. However, not only had he not remained dormant, but he had also become even more active. He had already left Lu Xiaoqiu and the others in the dust. Luyin was now like a rope that was tied to all the cultivators in the White Rock district. All of the cultivators from the 6th mainland wanted to capture him alive, and the cultivators from the 5th mainland could not just stand by and watch. As a result, the battlefield was becoming more and more chaotic. Ziyi did not expect that these people would be able to capture Luyin alive, as numbers could not make up for the difference in strength at their level. She only wanted to prevent Luyin from controlling the stench so that she could fight Lu Tianmu. There were too few people from the 5th mainland who could face the Dao Source 3 skies head-on, and such people had to be exterminated if they encountered them. Ziyi raised her hand, and a sword formed from Genesis Qi appeared in her hand. She leapt forward and slashed at Lu Tianmu. Lu Tianmu had a strange look in his eyes. It was common knowledge in the innerverse and outerverse that one should not casually use their sword when facing someone from the sword sect. However, this common knowledge was obviously useless against the Dao Source 3 skies. Even if Ziyi was not proficient in sword techniques, with some casual cultivation, her sword techniques would not be any weaker than an ordinary elite from the sword sect. In fact, they might even be stronger. Ziyi's strength lay in her Genesis Qi and her invincible origin dipper. Aside from Luyin, no one else could truly ignore Genesis Qi. Even if one could not see the light, they would still need to rely on their domains to isolate Genesis Qi. Lu Tianmu could not ignore this ultimate technique from the 6th mainland's Dao Source sect. He did not care about Ziyi's sword techniques, all he cared about was her Genesis Qi. Ziyi's sword descended, but Lu Tianmu raised his sword and rotated it horizontally in front of him. The 6th sword was used to defend against sword force. The Genesis Qi sword slammed into Lu Tianmu's 6th sword, but it was completely isolated. Ziyi was astonished, as Lu Tianmu had actually used a killing sword technique to block her attack. The 13 swords included both offense and defense. The 6th sword was a defensive sword that defended against sword force. Following the 6th sword was Lu Tianmu's close-range attack. Man and sword as one, sword and domain as one, man and domain as one. This was the 5th sword. Back when Lu Xiaoqiu was fighting on Mount E, he had just comprehended the 5th sword. Using it would not only hurt the enemy, but also hurt himself. Lu Tianmu had already comprehended this sword. In the distance, although Luyin was surrounded by countless 6th mainland cultivators, he was still paying attention to the battle between Ziyi and Lu Tianmu. He saw Lu Tianmu's defensive sword force, the 5th sword, and the other sword techniques that followed. They were completely different from Lu Xiaoqiu's, as if they were two completely different sword techniques. The same battle technique would have completely different effects when used by different people. Lu Tianmu's 13 swords was the true 13 swords, and even Ziyi had to be careful when dealing with it. Even the confident origin dipper did not dare to casually take it head-on, as this sword technique was too murderous. Although this was only a battle between two people, the battle between Lu Tianmu and Ziyi had a greater impact than the battle on the general appointment stage. On the general appointment stage, Bukong looked at Lu Tianmu with a burning gaze. This sword technique was truly unrivaled in the 5th mainland, and the sword sect's reputation was well-deserved. He also wanted to experience the 13 swords. Ziyi's shock grew greater and greater. Although Origin Dipper could still withstand the attacks and was still unrivaled, if Lu Tianmu had been on the same level as her and had suppressed her power level, then Origin Dipper might not have been able to withstand the attacks of the 13 swords. Killing intent filled Ziyi's eyes. She had to deal with this woman, or else she would definitely become a great enemy of the 6th mainland in the future. Ziyi had not only learned how to generate Genesis energy, but she had also been able to become one of the Dao Source 3 skies not just because she had reached the Enlighter realm. She was invincible in the same realm as herself. Just as she was about to do something, the stench suddenly appeared in front of her, causing her to be stunned. Lu Tianmu had stabbed out. It was only the 1st sword, but any sword technique in Lu Tianmu's hands would be incomparably powerful. Her 1st sword was enough to crush Lu Xiaoqiu's strongest sword technique in the same realm. The 1st sword stabbed into Origin Dipper, but it did not break through, and Ziyi was forced back. Ziyi was furious, and she looked into the distance and just so happened to meet Lu Yin's gaze. Lu Yin gave her a provocative look, but countless attacks were coming at him from above, so he quickly fled. Even Lu Tianmu could fight Ziyi without being exposed. It seemed like the two of them were fighting the Daosaur's three skies head-on, but if one thought about it carefully, even if the two of them teamed up to fight Ziyi, the result would still be the same. They would not be able to break through Origin Dipper. Everything was fake. He was worried about Ziyi's hidden techniques. Although he had confidence in Lu Tianmu, this battle was too important, and he could not be careless. Ziyi wanted to fight Lu Tianmu, but Lu Yin had used the stench to disrupt her plans. Not only was Ziyi furious, but Lu Tianmu was also displeased. He glanced at Lu Yin. "Don't interfere." Lu Yin pursed his lips. If the other party did not appreciate his help, then so be it. He would not interfere. Lu Yin waved his hand, and the stench vanished. When it reappeared, it was right in front of Bukong. Bukong was a man, and no matter how disgusting the stench was, he could endure it and just ignore it. However, Lu Yin did not simply throw the stench into Bukong's arms like he had with Ziyi. He directly smashed the stench into Bukong's face. Bukong was disgusted, as not everything could block his secret technique. Not only did the stench not affect his secret technique, but it also emitted such a strong stench that even the most determined person would be affected. On the other side, Taishan was bewildered. He had never fought an enemy like this before, and he was suspected of being despicable. However, this was all he could do against Bukong, as he was not a match for him in a one-on-one fight. If the Sixth Mainland's cultivators were asked who they hated the most, it would definitely be Lu Yin. He had disgusted the Daosaur's three skies, and even the entire battlefield. Lu Yin himself had to endure the stench. He had sacrificed a lot, but he was still being hunted down. This farce of a battle continued for more than a day. In the distance, the color of the sea gradually faded, and the general appointment platform gradually left the Whitefall region. Lu Yin looked into the distance, where he could see the end of the symbol progenitor's celestial phenomenon. His expression turned ugly, as if the Sixth Mainland was allowed to break through the symbol progenitor's celestial phenomenon, the consequences would be disastrous. Fortunately, there were countless rune lines at the end of the celestial phenomenon, which belonged to the Fifth Mainland's older generation. Not only were the elders of the Innerverse Sword sect there, but there were also the rulers and elders of the Neoverse's great powers. They were the final barrier. Both sides had tacitly divided the cosmic sea into a battlefield for the younger generation, but if it really came down to it, how could they still abide by this tacit agreement? Lu Yin looked back. He did not know where the older powerhouses of the Sixth Mainland were hiding, but they were actually able to completely conceal their rune lines. This reminded him of Aegis Aura Concealment Stone. Although there were few similar items, they still existed. As they approached the edge of the Whitefall district, Bukong and the rest of the Sixth Mainland's cultivators suddenly adjusted their expressions, and they all retreated. Bukong in particular pointed out, and this command made Taishan feel an extreme sense of danger. Xiaoshi and the others were astonished, as Bukong had suddenly changed. Source boxes were tossed out one after another, and as he continued to unlock them, their murderous aura pervaded the air. Lu Yin was shocked. "Be careful of the sourcebox array." Amidst the millions of cultivators fighting, Maiden Xian looked up with a serious expression. Sourcebox arrays were something that only boundless advanced lockbreakers could grasp. Bukong was one of the Daosaur's three skies, and he was already very powerful, but he had also comprehended a sourcebox array. The moment Bukong used his sourcebox array, Lu Yin's fear of him increased exponentially. This person had already reached such a level at such a young age, and once he grasped the sourcebox array, his future would be immeasurable. Ziyi also looked over in shock, as she did not know that Bukong had grasped a sourcebox array. No matter how confident she was in herself, she did not think that she could defeat a powerhouse who had grasped a sourcebox array. Sourcebox arrays could not compare to secret techniques, but as long as they were set up properly, their destructive power would be limitless. Bukong used his sourcebox array in a futile attempt to trap Xiaoshi, Xing Kai, and the others, but someone else also made a move, Xiaoshi. Everyone in the Sirius sect was a lockbreaker, and the Sirius technique was a technique that all lockbreakers yearned for, as it was extremely helpful when it came to lockbreaking. Back then, Lu Yin had used the Sirius technique to flatten the starburst orb, which had attracted Master Wu Xing's attention and allowed him to join the Lockbreaker Society. Xiaoshi was the #1 disciple of the Sirius sect, and she was known as the Four Ultimates. Bukong's technique was fast, but Xiaoshi's technique was not slow either. Bukong relied on his natural talent of decomposition, while Xiaoshi relied on her serious technique. Both of them had an advantage. Bukong had not expected that the other party would also be hiding a boundless advanced lockbreaker. It was no wonder why Z had always felt that this woman was hiding her strength so deeply. However, no matter how deeply he tried to hide it, it was useless. This sourcebox array did not require too much time to set up, and it also contained dozens of variations. Lu Ying used one technique to cover another technique while using another technique to hide another technique. Xiaoshi continuously unlocked the sourceboxes and changed the paths of the sourcebox's danger, attempting to disrupt the activation of the array. However, in the end, she still fell short. She had been scheming against the unsuspecting, and she was always one step ahead. The sourcebox's danger enveloped the entire platform, transforming into a boulder that trapped everyone within. His figure then flickered as he sent a palm strike towards Xiaoshi. The sourcebox array instantly bound her, and she was unable to resist this palm strike. She could only allow the palm strike to land on her. There was a thump as Xiaoshi was struck, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Her body fell onto the platform, and Bukong did not stop there. The sourcebox array was similarly suppressed by the astronomical phenomenon, and its power could only trap her for an instant. Bukong struck out 5 times as quickly as he could, hitting all 5 of his opponents. Xing Kai, Sarati, Phoenix, Xu Jing, Taishan, and Xiaoshi were all sent flying off the platform. The shockwave shook the void, and it accentuated his godlike figure. He had defeated 5 top-tier experts in an instant. The millions of cultivators were stunned as they watched in disbelief. What followed was an earth-shattering cheer as everyone chanted Bukong's name. This was the Dao Source 3 Skies, a synonym for invincibility that no one could resist. Bukong was like a god as Xing Kai and the other 4 fell off the platform. This scene would be remembered by everyone for the rest of their lives, as it was the true symbol of the Dao Source 3 Skies' strength. DFA, Jianru, Sword in the Stone, and the Junior Arrow Saint all attacked at the same time, attacking the 5 people who had fallen off the platform. Bukong had used the Great Reincarnation technique, and once one was hit, time would be reversed and they would return to their childhood state. At that time everyone would be at their weakest, and they definitely would not be able to withstand a single attack from a realmling. This was Bukong's plan, and he had succeeded. Everyone had been hit, but they had not returned to their childhood state. DFA and the other 3's attacks had all been blocked, and they had only been sent flying into the ocean. However, none of them had been injured. What had truly injured them was Bukong's palm strike, but the impact had only caused them to cough up blood. Bukong was shocked. How was this possible? Xiaoshi glanced into the distance, and Gu Shaoer's face paled. Gu Shaoer's white smoke had wrapped around everyone's bodies from the very beginning of the battle on the platform. As more and more of the white smoke had been consumed during the battle, especially after a day of intense fighting, it was no longer obvious. However, the moment Bukong took out his source box, Gu Shaoer gathered the white smoke around everyone's bodies and blocked it at a fixed location. That location was where Bukong's palm strike had landed. Xiaoshi had been struck in the abdomen, and the white smoke had coincidentally blocked her abdomen. Xing Kai had been struck in the head, and the white smoke had coincidentally blocked his head. Sarati, Phoenix, Xu Jing, and Taishan had all suffered the same fate. It was the white smoke's obstruction that had isolated them from Bukong's palm strike. The white smoke was mystical, and it could even tear apart life's origin energy. With the white smoke as the foundation, it had formed the powerful force that was the smoke-gulping mountain range. Today, it had blocked a secret technique and saved 5 people. It could be said that if it had not been for the white smoke, Bukong's palm strike would have sent the 5 of them back to their childhood state, and they would have been in real danger. Bukong had schemed for a long time and had been entangled with Taishan and the others. He had been waiting for this moment, the moment when he could have instantly killed 5 absolute experts, but it had been ruined by Gu Shaoer. Gu Shaoer naturally could not have calculated the location of Bukong's attack, and he looked at Starsabil in the distance. She had been the one to tell him the location, and Bukong's attack had been clearly seen by her. Bukong had spent a long time scheming against everyone, but his plans had been instantly destroyed by Star Sibyl. This was the Star Sibyl sex method, and this was divination. Bukong stood on the platform and looked down in disbelief. How could this be? How could the secret technique have been blocked? No matter how hard he tried, he could not figure it out. Only Zi seemed to have thought of something and retreated 1,000 meters before looking around. She had almost forgotten about Star Sibyl, but at the most critical moment, that woman had played the greatest role. Her divination was formless yet fatal. There were too many strange inheritances in the fifth mainland, as it was an amalgamation of the 5 mainlands. Bukong once again recalled what someone had said to him before he had participated in this battle. Below, Xianxia and the others had withstood Bukong's palm strike, and they looked up at the platform with ugly expressions. Even though they had not been heavily injured, Bukong's terrifying strength had been fully displayed. With the addition of the unfathomable Zi and the 4 Realmlings, they had no chance of victory. Luin put away the stench, as there was no need for it anymore. The older generation powerhouses had arrived, and countless rune lines were approaching. The 2 old fellows at the very front had merely glanced at him, and it had caused his scalp to go numb. They were definitely terrifying old freaks with power levels in the millions. The 5th mainland's older generation powerhouses had joined the battle, and the hidden old freaks from the 6th mainland had also appeared. They were hidden in the battlefield where millions of cultivators were fighting. A cultivator from the 5th mainland and a cultivator from the 6th mainland had been fighting for several days without a clear victor. At this moment, the 6th mainland cultivator suddenly displayed an unimaginable strength and wiped out his opponent with a wave of his hand. He then looked into the distance. It's time to decide the victor. A similar scene played out on the surface of the ocean as the 6th mainland's older generation powerhouses appeared one after another and displayed their terrifying might. They all rushed out and headed towards the edge of the astral phenomenon suppression. They wanted to penetrate the region suppressed by the phenomenon and decide the victor with the 5th mainland. Bukong was helpless. That had been his last attack, and he had not been able to kill those 5. Now that the older powerhouses had joined the battle, he no longer had a chance. Although the 5th mainland was much weaker than the 6th mainland, they still had powerhouses with power levels above 500,000, and their attacks were enough to make Bukong feel apprehensive. This was no longer a battle between the younger generation. At the edge of the astral phenomenon suppression, a group of powerhouses from the 5th mainland charged out. They were led by a long-time elder from the Sirius sect and a long-time elder from the Hall of Honor whose power level had exceeded 1 million. They were followed by several envoy-level powerhouses, some from the Innerverse and some from the Neoverse. In the 5th mainland, only the Neoverse still had powerhouses with power levels above 1 million. Perhaps the Sword Sect or the Day-Night clan existed in the Innerverse, but there was also a chance that they did not exist. A power level of 1 million was a threshold that determined the strength of a powerhouse. On the other side, the 6th mainland's older generation cultivators were led by 2 old fellows. They were definitely cosmic imprinter, and there was a group of old fellows following behind them. This was the ultimate battlefield. Just as the 2 sides were about to collide, the astral phenomenon in the sky churned. Luin, Supreme Immortal, and those who cultivated the Aeon evolution true scripture were the first to notice it, and when they looked up, their expressions changed. The simple progenitor's astral phenomenon moved as if it had a mind of its own, and it suddenly pressed down. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked up in fear. The sky was collapsing. The progenitor realm was an indescribable realm. The progenitor realm was the origin of everything. The universe had been around for countless years, and humans had been around for countless years as well. Since ancient times, the number of progenitors that had been born could be counted. Progenitors were not born out of a large number of people, but rather, it took many years for one to be born. Progenitors were on a completely different level. The simple progenitor was a cultivator who had created a mystical civilization, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was a god. He had been able to injure the martial progenitor with just the remnants of his spiritual force, and his strength had covered the Innerverse and even half of the cosmic sea. Although he had died, he had still been able to influence the intercontinental war that would take place countless years later. This was the power of a progenitor. No matter who it was, as long as they had not reached the progenitor realm, they would not be able to pry into the mysteries of this power. The celestial imprint was the same. The simple progenitor's astral phenomenon pressed down, and rune lines enveloped everyone. Everyone was filled with fear and despair, including Luin. He did not know what the symbol progenitor's astral phenomenon was trying to do, but the sixth mainland was about to break through the astral phenomenon's suppression. This action was like a key that had unlocked another hidden power of the symbol progenitor's astral phenomenon. When this power was activated, it immediately illuminated an unremarkable elder in the sixth mainland's camp. Everything in the world was enveloped by the symbol progenitor's celestial phenomenon, and the entire area fell into darkness. The only source of light was an elder among the sixth mainland's cultivators. He suddenly looked up with a ferocious expression as a giant hammer appeared in his hand. "You want to kill me? So what if you're a progenitor? I'll step into the progenitor realm one day, and I'll lead the smithing branch to slaughter the fifth mainland. The fifth mainland will forever." The elder's body suddenly cracked open. The elder roared, and an indescribably boundless power swept out, shaking the entire Whitestone district. The entire cosmic sea trembled, and then it spread to the innerverse in an attempt to overturn the heavens. This power was rarely seen, and even Luin had seen Master Yuan and the others use their full strength in the outerverse, but they had not been able to reach this terrifying level. This elder was not a cosmic imprinter, as he was on a completely different level. He should be one of the few celestial imprinters in the sixth mainland, and he was second only to the three progenitors. He held a hammer, and he should be the weaponsmithing ancestor, one of the sixth mainland's Daosaur sect's four sovereigns. The weaponsmithing ancestor was a celestial imprinter, and his might was unparalleled. The sixth mainland was divided into 9 regions, but the celestial imprinter was similar to the 3 progenitors in that they were not restricted by regions, and they were existences that surpassed all living beings. Luin had participated in 2 innerverse wars and 3 border wars in the outerverse, and this was the first time he had witnessed the terror of a celestial imprinter. It was not a power that he could even comprehend, and even a single glance could cause his mind to collapse. This powerhouse, who could be considered the foundation of the entire universe, had his rune lines gradually erased by the celestial phenomenon. The others could not see it, and they could only see the weaponsmithing ancestor's body cracking open. Only people like Luin and Taishan, who cultivated the Aeon Evolution true scripture, could see the weaponsmithing ancestor's rune lines dissipating. He was being forcefully erased. It was not surprising that the weaponsmithing ancestor had participated in this battle, as no matter how weak the fifth mainland was, there would definitely be terrifying powerhouses like the celestial imprinters, and the weaponsmithing ancestor existed to deal with such powerhouses. After the weaponsmithing ancestor was erased, another beam of light illuminated a middle-aged man within the sixth mainland's camp. The man was shocked, and he hurriedly rushed towards the south. He wanted to escape the celestial phenomenon's suppression. He was also a celestial imprinter. Everyone from the fifth mainland felt a chill run down their spines. They hadn't expected the sixth mainland to have a heavenly imprint hidden within. This person should be the true battle prowess that the sixth mainland relied on to break through the suppression of the celestial phenomenon. With the weapon-wielding Grand Elder as the lead and this person as the support, they were able to completely break through the suppression of the celestial phenomenon. With 2 heavenly imprinters participating in the battle, there was a high chance of success. Moreover, the sixth mainland had a hidden cosmic imprinter with a battle power level of over 1 million. How many powerhouses from the fifth mainland could resist him? Only behemoths like the Hall of Honor and the Sirius sect had cosmic imprinters. As for celestial imprinters, even the Sirius sect might not have one. It seemed like a war that could be won, but no one expected the collapse of the astronomical phenomenon. The weapon-wielding ancestor wanted to resist, but as long as he hadn't stepped into the ancestor realm, he wouldn't be able to resist the power of the ancestor realm. Under everyone's horrified gazes, the tool-wielding Grand Ancestor was erased just like that, leaving behind an iron hammer that fell from the sky and smashed into the bottom of the sea. The other celestial imprinter was similarly erased the moment he approached the edge of the astronomical phenomenon's suppression, leaving behind a fearful and ferocious face that shocked everyone. In the end, he disappeared from the world without leaving behind even a trace of his aura. Everyone stared blankly at this scene. At this moment, regardless of whether it was the cultivators from the fifth mainland or the sixth mainland, they all felt that this was absurd. Two invincible powerhouses had disappeared just like that, and the power that had erased them had only been astronomical. The Ancestor Realm powerhouse hadn't even shown his face. No, the Ancestor Realm powerhouse had already died. The remnant power left behind by a dead person had easily erased two celestial imprinters. Everyone was shocked by the terror of the Ancestor Realm, but at the same time, a desire to step into the Ancestor Realm welled up within them. He finally understood why the Sea King was willing to gamble with the entire fifth mainland. Even if there was a 90% chance of losing, he still had to gamble. He wanted to split open the skies for the fifth mainland, and a progenitor was a must. No amount of numbers could make up for the lack of a progenitor. He wanted the fifth mainland to give birth to a progenitor so that they could resist the sixth mainland. The sixth mainland's 3 domains had joined forces to attack the human domain, and at the same time, 3 other domains had joined forces to attack the astral beast domain. This was equivalent to using half of their forces to attack the fifth mainland. Seizing resources was just one aspect, but more importantly, they wanted to exterminate the fifth mainland's cultivation civilization and eliminate any possibility of a progenitor being born there. Luin had once thought that seizing resources and exterminating the cultivation civilization were equally important. The more important thing was the distribution of benefits, which would drive this war. But at this moment, he changed his mind. Perhaps the sixth mainland wanted to exterminate the fifth mainland's cultivation civilization. A progenitor was too terrifying and unimaginable. There were millions of cultivators on both sides, and their determination to fight to the death vanished at this moment. Everyone was immersed in the power of the progenitor realm. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and he looked up. The astronomical phenomenon that had originally covered this region had disappeared. He didn't know if the astronomical phenomenon in the entire Innerverse, including the cosmic sea, had disappeared, or if it was just this one area. No, it couldn't be considered to have disappeared. There were still some remnants. The sky was still dusky, and everyone was still immersed in the shock of seeing the celestial imprint being erased by the astronomical phenomenon. Several beams of light appeared once again, and everyone's hearts trembled. This light was like the hand of a death god, and anyone who was illuminated by it would die. This time, 4 people were illuminated by the light. 2 were from the sixth mainland's camp, and the other 2 were from the fifth mainland's camp. These were the powerhouses with power levels in the million. The same scene occurred once again, and 4 powerhouses with power levels in the million were forcibly erased by the astronomical phenomenon. If the celestial imprint could still roar, then these 4 powerhouses with power levels in the million couldn't even speak before they disappeared. The next moment, the older cultivators from the fifth mainland all rushed out of the area where the astronomical phenomenon was suppressed. They didn't dare to stay any longer, as the astronomical phenomenon didn't differentiate between targets. It only looked at power levels. First, it was the celestial imprint, and then it was the powerhouses with power levels in the million. Would the powerhouses with power levels in the 800,000 be next? The sixth mainland's world imprinters were instantly terrified, and they also rushed out of the area where the astronomical phenomenon was suppressed. The fifth mainland's cultivators wanted to stop them, but they didn't. If they tried to stop them now, they would definitely go all out, and no one wanted to die. It wasn't just them, as everyone wanted to escape from the area where the astronomical phenomenon was suppressed. Who knew how many people would be erased this time? Some of the explorers were panicking. Only people like Luin, who could clearly see the rune lines, weren't nervous. This was because the rune lines that had covered the entire region had disappeared. Lu Yin's heart sank. The disappearance of the rune lines meant that the astronomical phenomenon suppression was no longer present, and it also meant that the sixth mainland could attack with all their might. The sky above the cosmic sea was still filled with an atmosphere of despair and panic. Regardless of whether it was the sixth mainland or the fifth mainland, all the cultivators rushed out of the area where the astronomical phenomenon was suppressed. They couldn't see the rune lines, so they didn't know that the astronomical phenomenon had disappeared. A chaotic battle was unavoidable, but everyone was doing their best to suppress it. They wished that they could suppress their power levels to the level of a normal person, as they were afraid that the astronomical phenomenon would wipe them out. Lu Yin wanted to transmit a message to the Fifth Mainland's older powerhouses so that they could prepare in advance so that they could go all out. However, at that moment, an endless amount of rune lines appeared in the distance once again. Lu Yin's eyes widened. This was an astronomical phenomenon. What had just disappeared was only a portion of the astronomical phenomenon. The astronomical phenomenon that hadn't appeared in the other regions was now spreading out. How was this possible? Could the celestial imprint be the switch that triggered the astronomical phenomenon? Or could it be that, as long as the celestial imprint appeared in the border regions of the astronomical phenomenon suppression, the astronomical phenomenon would erupt? Lu Yin wasn't sure what exactly was going on, but he knew that the sky was once again covered by rune lines. Everyone rushed out of the area where the astronomical phenomenon was suppressed. Lu Yin and the others who didn't move would easily attract attention, so he also moved towards the south. Tai Yishan did the same. Aside from Tai Yishan, there were a few other people on the battlefield who had come from the home of the gods. They didn't say anything and just headed south. The astronomical phenomenon had completely crushed everyone's will to fight. The Sixth Mainland was no longer considering how to attack the Neoverse, but rather how to protect themselves. What would they do if the astronomical phenomenon descended again? On the general appointment platform, Bukong and the others were trembling all over. They were the absolute top experts of the younger generation, but they were still only part of the younger generation. Even if they had come into contact with progenitors before, the power of the astronomical phenomenon that had just been erased still terrified them. The little arrow saint, Jianru, and the others had never come into contact with a progenitor before, but at this moment, they were deeply affected. They finally understood what it meant to be an ant. The Fifth Mainland that they had thought to be easy to bully was actually an unimaginable powerhouse. Even if the Fifth Mainland was dead, its power was still boundlessly terrifying. Ziyi panted heavily, and her life origin energy completely retracted. She was like a quail that had been stepped on, shrinking back and not daring to show her face. What astral nova? It was as weak as a piece of paper in the face of the astronomical phenomenon suppression. The few world imprinters from the Sixth Mainland who had not been erased by the astronomical phenomenon felt their scalps go numb as they stared fixedly at the sky. They did not know if they would be able to enter the range of the astronomical phenomenon suppression, nor did they know how to pass through it. However, they did not have to think about it for long. In the south, where the Neoverse was located, a vast amount of rune lines descended. Everyone felt an astonishing power, and they all looked over. Lu Yin looked towards the south, and his pupils shrank. What's that? A blood-red bell? Lu Yin's impression of the blood-red bell was too deep. It was a power vessel that was second only to a progenitor's treasure that he had stolen. It had come from the Hall of Honor's Interstellar Arbitration's head inquisitor, and it was the head inquisitor's personal command that contained the inquisitor's power. A single blood-red bell had allowed Master Yuan to block the D-Ancestor and change the outcome of the border war in the Endless Weaves. It had allowed the Outerverse to protect itself from the Bloodburn Realm's invasion. At this moment, everyone was still panicking about whether or not the astronomical phenomenon would continue to erase anything. The blood-red bell reappeared, and the one holding it was a black shadow. It did not have a physical appearance, and it did not have any physical characteristics. It was as if a black shadow had torn through the void and descended from the distance, accompanied by the soft ringing of the bell. At that moment, everyone's minds buzzed, and it was as if they could see a large hand pressing down from the distance. Regardless of whether it was an imprinter or a world imprinter, they all froze at that moment. The black shadow swept past, and the color of blood churned as it dyed the heavens red. In just one move, one world imprinter and two imprinters from the Sixth Mainland had died. By the time everyone reacted, they saw that the sky was growing darker and darker. A black shadow had enveloped everyone. It's the Interstellar Arbitration's head inquisitor, Death's Shadow. Lord Shadow, someone cried out. The two remaining world imprinters from the Sixth Mainland were furious, but they did not dare to go all out because of the celestial phenomenon. Death's Shadow had a power level of over 800,000. Although it was not a million, he was invincible with the help of the blood-colored bell. He was also unafraid of death, and the celestial phenomenon had just wiped out two imprinters and four powerhouses whose power levels were in the millions. Lu Yin's gaze was filled with admiration, but he quickly thought of something. Did this inquisitor know something? Was that why he dared to act so recklessly? Perhaps the people from the home of the gods knew that the celestial phenomenon had disappeared? That was not right either. The celestial phenomenon had spread over and filled up the area that had just disappeared. No one knew if the celestial phenomenon would descend again. This inquisitor was truly not afraid of death. The sixth mainland had made ample preparations for this attack. 2 imprinters, 2 universal imprinters, 3 world imprinters, and 5 world imprinters had joined forces. This force was enough to sweep through the inner-verse, and entering the neo-verse would not be a problem. Even if the Hall of Honor went all out, they might not have so many experts. However, the celestial phenomenon had caused the sixth mainland to suffer heavy losses. The Judgment Elder, Death's Shadow, made things even worse. The remaining 2 world imprinter immediately attacked Death's Shadow. Their movements shook the heavens and earth, but under the sound of the blood-colored bell, their attacks were restrained. Death's Shadow was not the only expert with a power level of over 800,000 on the fifth mainland side. Moreover, this place was close to the Neoverse, and no one knew whether or not even stronger experts would appear. The celestial phenomenon had caused the sixth mainland to not dare to send any more reinforcements. The imprinters definitely would not dare to appear, and the same went for the universal imprinters. In other words, they had already lost. Unless the celestial phenomenon disappeared, what they had just experienced would forever be a nightmare for the sixth mainland. At this moment, the cosmic sea was like a small boat that could capsize at any moment. The heavens were collapsing, and Luin and the others were being suppressed by the battle between the older powerhouses. They had no choice but to retreat to the area where the celestial phenomenon had been suppressed. Otherwise, a single shockwave would have been enough to wipe them all out. Luin had his universal armor, but there were close to 10 powerhouses with power levels above 500,000 gathered on the battlefield. His universal armor was no different from paper. It was not just him. Star Sibyl, Xing Kai, Lu Tianmu, Bukong, Zi, and the junior arrow saint all retreated to the area where the celestial phenomenon had been suppressed. Universe Ocean was divided into 2 battlefields. One was outside the celestial suppression area, where Death's Shadow and the others were fighting. The other was inside the celestial suppression area, where those with combat power levels below 200,000 were fighting. Luin took the opportunity to use the secret art in an attempt to snatch back the general appointing platform, but the platform was too big. The secret art could only move it by a tiny bit, which led to attacks from Bukong and the others. Lu Tianmu's sword light swept past his side and slashed at Bukong. Bukong's eyes went wide. Good timing. He raised his hand, and the sword light was disintegrated. At the same time, he took out his source box and activated his array. Anyone who entered the general appointment platform could be trapped by this array. They had originally thought that there would be a fierce battle, but the remaining 2 world imprints of the sixth mainland began to flee. They were no longer a match for the fifth mainland, and the reinforcements from the fifth mainland could appear at any moment to wipe them out. They didn't want to die. If he stayed, he would definitely die. If he wanted to live, he could only cross the sky and there would be a sliver of hope. The sixth mainland began to retreat, but the older experts from the fifth mainland didn't give chase. Those from the sixth mainland had to take the risk of crossing the sky, but the fifth mainland didn't want to take the risk. The celestial suppression didn't differentiate between friend and foe, only power levels. No one wanted to die. Luin and the others hurriedly retreated. Even if the sixth mainland's world imprints suppressed their power levels, they still wouldn't be able to contend against them. The sixth mainland retreated, but they took the general appointment platform with them. Without the support of the older powerhouses, even the arrogant Lu Tianmu and the others didn't dare to give chase. Luin stood high in the sky and looked north. Gradually, the cultivators from the sixth mainland could no longer be seen. In the south, the older powerhouses from the Innerverse and the Neoverse watched as well. Even Death's Shadow didn't give chase, as they didn't dare to enter the celestial suppression area. Xia Tian wasn't too far away from Luin, and she sighed as she watched the sixth mainland retreat. The general appointment platform is a symbol that inspires the younger generation. Now that it's been snatched away, even if we manage to repel them, we've lost. Luin was moved. A symbol represented glory and meaning. It was like a battlefield flag. If the flag was snatched away by the enemy, how could one claim victory? How could one explain this to the others? There didn't seem to be any actual losses, but it was a blow to the Fifth Mainland's confidence. If there was another battle, and the other side brought out the general appointment platform, the blow to their confidence would be unparalleled. Killing the general and seizing the commander's flag was the best way to deal a blow to the enemy's confidence on the battlefield. The more determined the Fifth Mainland was to use the general appointment platform to boost the morale of the younger generation, the greater the blow to the Fifth Mainland's younger generation would be. Luin had unified half of the Outerverse, and he knew that such a blow would be fatal. He wanted to take back the general appointment platform, but he couldn't do it alone. Even if he had Xia Tian, Lu Tianmu, and the others, he still wouldn't be able to do it. The general appointment platform was still snatched away. We tried our best. Gu Shaoer also came over, dejected. The general appointment platform shouldn't have been snatched away, Luin said resolutely as he stared north and clenched his fists. In the distance, Xing Kai clenched his fists. Who has the guts to snatch the general appointment platform back from me? I'll go. Sarati Phoenix shouted. Xu Jing raised his head. A person must be upright. Even if I die, I'll die standing. I'll die on the general appointment platform. His tone was bleak, as the elder from the Hall of Honor who had been erased by Tian Xiang was his master. Xiaoshi didn't say anything, but she stepped forward. I can break open a sourcebox array that isn't empty. Lu Tianmu's gaze was cold. Leave Ziyi to me. Tian Xiang is very safe. Don't worry about it, Taishan said loudly. He was very arrogant, and he looked around as if he was the one who had created Tian Xiang. More and more youths stepped forward to take back the general appointment platform. Their voices grew louder and louder until they reached the area where Tian Xiang was suppressed. The older generation shook their heads and sighed. The youths don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Only 3 of the Sixth Mainland's experts have appeared, and the inner verse has been occupied. There are even more experts out there. How can we take back the general appointment platform? It's good that the youths are so driven. Let them go. They'll come back when they've suffered. This war should be over soon. If the Sixth Mainland's progenitors don't appear, no one below celestial phenomenon will dare to act recklessly. Let the youths cause trouble. The general appointment platform isn't a power vessel, so there's no need to fight to the death for it. Of course, there were also some experts from the older generation who agreed. Since we started with the naming of the general platform, we should end with the naming of the general platform. If even the general platform was taken away by the enemy, wouldn't that be the biggest joke? Youths should have the hot-bloodedness of youths. Dying standing is better than dying lying down. While the older generation was discussing this, many of the younger generation's elites were already rushing north. They were unwilling to be humiliated, and they didn't want to use the general appointment platform to challenge the Fifth Mainland's experts. No one wanted to be a coward. If the general appointment platform was really taken away, then their generation would forever be a joke. Lu Tianmu's gaze was resolute. His generation was known as the 10 Arbiters, and they were invincible in the universe. They would leave their names in history, but if the general appointment platform was taken away, then they would not be famous anymore. Whether it was for glory or for other reasons, the general appointment platform had to be taken back. At that moment, a voice sounded in everyone's ears. Even if we of the Fifth Mainland lose this war, we cannot lose our integrity. The Hall of Honor has ordered everyone to take back the general appointment platform. Anyone of the younger generation who can take it back will obtain the right to inherit the Star Tower. Luin and the rest, who were about to rush north, turned around and saw a blurry figure looking at them from the south. The voice had come from that figure. Pre-Head Inquisitor? Xu Jing was shocked. Luin and the rest were shocked. Could this person be the head inquisitor of the Interstellar Court? That was an existence that surpassed Master Yuan. The blood-colored bell had turned the tides of the battle twice. Master Yuan was a powerhouse with a power level of 1,000,000, while the head inquisitor might be at the level of a celestial imprint. In reality, the appearance of the head inquisitor was not unexpected. Even if the fifth mainland did not have as many powerhouses as the sixth mainland, it was impossible that they did not have one. They still had to be wary of the sixth mainland's celestial imprint. With a loud roar, Xianxia rushed north as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Sarati, Phoenix, Shu Jing, and the rest also rushed north. They had heard the head inquisitors promise that they would obtain the right to inherit the Star Tower alone. This meant that whoever could take back the general appointing platform would become one of the 5 astral children. That person was a progenitor who had inherited the mountains and seas. Coincidentally, the heavens had changed, and they would definitely be able to reach the progenitor realm in the future. The might of a progenitor was boundless. Becoming a progenitor would leave one's name in history, and it would not decline for billions of years. It was the peak of humanity and the peak of the universe. The end of cultivation was the progenitor realm. Everyone wanted to become a progenitor, and the opportunity was right in front of them. The head inquisitor's promise was countless times more important than the promise that Zi had made to the sixth mainland's cultivators, and it immediately boosted everyone's confidence. Even the cultivators who had been hesitant to give chase now rushed north. Luin was naturally no exception. No matter what the reason was, he was very excited at this moment. The Star Tower and the progenitor's inheritance were things that he wanted as well. The older powerhouses who had been hesitant also rushed into the region where the weather had been suppressed and chased north. No one dared to disobey the head inquisitor's orders. "Brother, let's attack together. I still have a bit of white smoke left, and it can protect you," Gu Shower whispered to Luin. Luin did not reply. On the other side, Xia Tian had also arrived. He had a good impression of Luin, and perhaps it was because of Xiao Luo. 3 people together is safer. Gu Shower's eyes lit up. That makes sense. There were hundreds of millions of cultivators from the sixth mainland who were fighting in the cosmic sea. This was not a large number in the sixth mainland, but the cultivators who were truly participating in the battles were all explorers and above who could explore the universe. There were not many of these cultivators, and the remaining cultivators were only responsible for cleaning up the battlefield and taking care of miscellaneous matters such as patrolling and investigating. Since so many cultivators had come from the sixth mainland, they naturally did not use spacecraft. Instead, they used a flying power vessel created by the sixth mainland's Daosor sect, a miniature continent. As the name implied, it was a continent that could fly. The continent used to transport resources at the edge of the Astral River was a type of miniature continent, and it was also a miniature continent that transported cultivators to the cosmic sea. There was a miniature continent in the Whitefall district that was specifically used to transport cultivators to and from the Whitefall district. The sixth mainland retreated and returned to the miniature continent. They then activated the continent and flew towards the inner verse. After the astronomical changes, everyone knew that the sixth mainland could not defeat the fifth mainland unless a progenitor intervened. The Universal Imprinter and the Universal Imprinter did not dare to attack again, so how could they possibly win? The sixth mainland's Universe Imprinter was very decisive and led everyone away. It would be best if they could get a progenitor to intervene again, but if they could not, it would have nothing to do with them. Even the Universal Imprinter had died, so it was not their fault. The general appointment platform crashed to the ground, causing the ground to shatter. Atop the platform, Bukong looked towards the south, his eyes filled with unwillingness. The battle had clearly reached the edge, and they were only one step away from sending the Universal Imprinter to an area without the suppression of astronomical phenomena. They would have a decisive battle with the fifth mainland, but in the end, things had turned out this way. He was unwilling, and so were all the sixth mainland's cultivators, but there was nothing they could do. Zi looked up. She did not know which progenitor had managed to injure the martial progenitor with his remaining spiritual force and protect the entire fifth mainland. In the distance, a universe imprinter kept looking up, afraid that the astronomical phenomena would fall and destroy him. The miniature continent trembled and then flew towards the inner verse. If nothing unexpected happened, the battle would soon stop, and not just in the cosmic sea, but also in the entire fifth mainland. The sixth mainland could not risk sacrificing the Universal Imprinter to start another war. Although the Universal Imprinter was not as powerful as a progenitor, the progenitors still had to respect them. If they did not want to participate in the war, no one could force them to. If they did not want to participate in the war, they would not be able to win. He came up behind Zi and said unwillingly, if we don't destroy the fifth mainland, they will only become more difficult to deal with in the future. What are the third progenitor thinking? What are you waiting for? Zi turned around and waved her hand, blasting He with Genesis Chi and sending him flying back 100 meters. His face was flushed, and his organs were shaken. He almost vomited blood. How dare you speak ill of the third progenitor? If you continue to be so disrespectful, I'll destroy you on her behalf. He hurriedly apologized. Zi was in a bad mood. They had just joined the battle, and everyone thought that they would definitely win. They also thought so. What was going on now? What? Retreat? Most importantly, Wu Taibai hadn't arrived yet. Just thinking about that guy's smiling face made Zi loathe him. Right, there was also that Luin. Zi's entire body turned solemn at the thought of Luin. She was more concerned about his disregard for Genesis Chi than her secret technique. Even after the war ended, she would think of a way to capture him if possible. Z's. Angry arguments could be heard from afar. Many people were not in a good mood. Although they had not been defeated, they had not won either. They had sacrificed 2 celestial imprints. Judging from the results, they had lost. Zi turned to look at the general appointment platform. Fortunately, they had obtained this. The name of the general appointment platform had spread throughout the 6th mainland, so they would be able to take this back with them. As long as they had the general appointment platform, the 5th mainland would have to endure this humiliation forever. The cosmic sea's weather was ever-changing. The miniature continent flew high up in the sky, and the sea churned. Soon, the entire surface of the sea rolled up like a reverse waterfall. The sea's churning seemed horrifying, but in reality, it did not contain much power. Furthermore, it had smashed into the bottom of the miniature continent, and when the water splashed onto the continent, it would just rain. Fortunately, this phenomenon did not occur in the Whitefall region. Otherwise, the white seawater would have corroded the miniature continent. The seawater dripped down, and many cultivators were already in a bad mood. Now that they were drenched by the seawater, they became even more upset. They cursed out loud, but they suddenly stopped and stared towards the south. A group of black dots had appeared, and then an alarm sounded. Zi suddenly looked towards the south and saw a group of cultivators from the 5th mainland chasing after them. Her eyes went wide, as these people actually dared to chase after them. Although they no longer had the All-Heaven Imprinter or Cosmic Imprinter, the 5th mainland's powerhouses with power levels in the millions did not dare to appear due to the suppression of the weather. Both sides had about the same number of experts, and the further north they went, the more experts there were from the 6th mainland. This was especially true since the Innerverse had long since been occupied by the 6th mainland. Were these people from the 5th mainland not afraid of death? The battle started once again, and the 5th mainland's older generation powerhouses faced off against the 6th mainland's experts. The 10 arbiters faced off against the Realmlings. Lu Tianmu found Zi, and just as she had said, he would leave Zi to her. Luin did not care about the others, as his current opponent was the Sword in the Stone. The Sword in the Stone realm was a realmling of the Stone realm, and he had been present when Luin had fought over the Jade Stone in the Daosaur Sect's ruins. The Sword in the Stone had used his sword chi multiple times, and if not for when Xianxia and White Knight, Luin might have been killed by this realmling. The Sword in the Stone did not speak much, and he simply carried a stone sword and swept through the void. Sword chi covered everything that could be seen with the naked eye, and no matter how fast Luin was, he could not outrun the sword chi. Fortunately, the Sword in the Stone had suppressed his power level, so Luin could barely dodge. Even so, he had no way of resisting the sword chi suppression. They had originally planned to chase after the 6th mainland together, but the seawater had split them up. Luin had encountered the Sword in the Stone alone, and the Sword in the Stone had only targeted him. Anyone who could wield a sword well was very powerful. As one of the 10 arbiters, Lu Tianmu had challenged the Daosaur's 3 skies by himself, which had made Zi apprehensive. Although the Sword in the Stone did not have a peerless sword technique like the 13 swords, his sword chi was extremely destructive, and it also had a strange tearing power. If only there was white smoke. Luin couldn't help but look around, but he couldn't find Gu Shower. I remember you. The sword in the stone suddenly spoke, and the stone sword's edge tore through the void as it descended. Lu Yin's palm was imprinted with 8-lined battle force, and he tapped out with a finger. The dream finger froze the void and caused the sword in the stone to pause for a moment. The sword's edge was then struck by Lu Yin's finger, but it did not manage to knock the sword in the stone down. The sword in the stone took advantage of the momentum to turn around and sweep its edge horizontally towards Lu Yin's head. Star energy gathered in Lu Yin's palm, and a scorching light shot out from one sun to collide with the sword's edge. There was a cracking sound as the ground split open, and the two retreated at the same time. One sun's explosive power caused the void to distort, and cracks spread out in all directions. Lu Yin had successfully repelled the sword in the stone, but the sword in the stone had used its edge to cut open Lu Yin's palm, causing a trace of blood to drip onto the ground. Lu Yin stared at the sword in the stone warily, as his current strength was still a bit weaker than this person's. This person was as famous as the 10 arbiters, and his stone sword was very difficult to withstand. I admire you for having the courage to crush an item of the mountains and sea's inheritance, and I admire you even more for having the Dowsource 3 skies place a bounty on you, the sword in the stone said in a low voice as he stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin frowned. I thought you didn't talk much. There's no need to talk to someone of no value. The sword in the stone slowly raised his stone sword and suddenly pointed it downwards. Actually, a sword doesn't have to be sharp. It's fine if it's heavy. The sword in the stone then slapped out, but it did not slash out. Instead, the sword in the stone's body crossed the void and directly appeared in front of Lu Yin. Lu Yin's expression changed. The sword in the stone was not large, but this slap caused his hair to stand on end, and he felt as if he could not withstand the weight. He hurriedly used the secret art to shift the sword in the stone's direction. The sword in the stone's direction, causing the void to distort slightly. Following that, the entire ground was crushed into dust as an indescribable weight was born from the void. The ground disappeared, and strong winds blew in all directions. Even the cultivators who were far away from the battlefield were affected by the shockwaves. A group of people was swept away, and those with lower cultivations nearly died from the impact of the shockwaves. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched. That slap had not contained any strength, but rather a sword force that he could not understand. It was the force of a heavy sword. The sword in the stone was just as shocked. A secret technique? Lu Yin glanced at the sword in the stone and then struck out with his palm. The 100 stacks exploded, and the sword in the stone raised his sword to block the attack. There was a thump, and his entire body was sent flying back 10,000 meters. The shockwaves formed a ring that dispersed outwards. Each shockwave contained the overlaying stack's path, and the further the shockwaves spread out, the greater the force. In the distance, many cultivators hurriedly shifted their battlefields. In their eyes, this was the battlefield of the Realmlings. The sword in the stone looked at Lu Yin in astonishment, but then, his eyes lit up with battle intent. No wonder the Dowsource 3 skies care so much about you. Secret technique, overlaying stack's path. You're qualified. The sword in the stone then swung his sword downwards, causing the formless heavy sword's force to sweep out once again and cover an enormous area. Lu Yin's pupils transformed into runes, and the instant that the sword in the stone struck out, the rune lines on the sword in the stone's arms were weakened, which affected the heavy sword's force. This attack was not enough for the sword in the stone to dodge. The sword in the stone looked at his hands with a strange expression, and then he stared at Lu Yin. Another secret technique. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. Against a realmling, aside from his secret technique and the 100 stacks path, there was nothing else that he could do. Even the 100 stacks path was not enough to injure the sword in the stone unless it struck the sword in the stone's body directly. However, the stone sword's existence made him invulnerable. Even so, it would not be easy for the sword in the stone to defeat Lu Yin. At this moment, a middle-aged man tore through the void and appeared in a sorry state. He turned around to look at the sword in the stone's direction, and there was fear in his eyes. He had coincidentally appeared less than 100 meters away from the sword in the stone, and the sword in the stone raised his sword and swatted it down. The middle-aged man was shocked, as he had already been injured, and he was powerless against the heavy sword's force. He felt extremely sullen, as he was an enlighter with a power level in the hundreds of thousands, but he had actually been suppressed by a junior. Lu Yin's pupils transformed into runes that flickered once again as he weakened the strength of the sword in the stone's arms and affected the heavy sword's force. This time, the sword in the stone seemed to be prepared, and even though it was still affected, the heavy sword's force was still unleashed, and it pressed the middle-aged man to the ground. Lu Yin's figure flashed, and he pushed out with a palm from the side. A gentle force transformed into the 100 stacks path that pushed the middle-aged man away from the heavy sword's force. The formless heavy sword's force once again slammed into the ground, shattering it. Suddenly, the sword in the stone appeared behind Lu Yin. He had attacked the middle-aged man in the hopes that Lu Yin would save him so that he could find an opening in the man's defenses. However, Lu Yin had also intentionally tried to save the middle-aged man, and he had intentionally exposed an opening. Thank you. The Mountain Breeze Rats Monkey Charlot 99 Game of Life. Thanks for the Peggy Brothers tip. Updated at 3 p.m. Thanks for your support. The sword in the stone slapped out, and what greeted him was the day-night punch, the only battle technique that he could use to attack with his spiritual force. Lu Yin believed that his spiritual force was comparable to that of the 10 arbiters, and even if it was slightly weaker, it would still be limited. He had always been reluctant to use his spiritual force to fight against the 6th Mainland's Realmlings, as the 6th Mainland was proficient in imprints. It was said that imprints tempered one's spiritual force, and Lu Yin was afraid that his spiritual force would not be enough to pose a threat to such a powerhouse. But now, he also wanted to take a gamble. Even if he couldn't pose a threat, he wanted to see if he could bring out a glimmer of hope. Lu Yin's mind trembled for a moment as the day-night fist blasted out, and the sword in the stone slammed down. Following that, the stone sword left Lu Yin's hand uncontrollably. He activated the secret art and moved the sword away. His left hand struck out with 100 stacks 150x shockwave palm. Lu Yin's palm struck Shi Zhongjian's abdomen, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. However, Shi Zhongjian didn't even take half a step back as he raised his left hand and slashed down. Skysplitter sword force. Even though the stone sword had left his hand, the sword in the stone was still able to unleash its most powerful astral sword technique. Lu Yin had already prepared himself for this by using his Fate Sand and his 8-lined battle force to defend himself. However, his Fate Sand's range was limited, and the Skysplitter astral sword still managed to bypass his Fate Sand and tear through his 8-lined battle force, leaving a huge wound on his back. The two of them retreated at the same time and were both injured. Lu Yin wanted to plot against the sword in the stone, but the sword in the stone wanted to plot against him as well. Lu Yin had forgotten that the sword in the stone came from the stone realm. The stone realm was the home of the progenitor of mystery, and the sword in the stone possessed a secret resurrection technique. He watched as Jian Zhongshi's injuries rapidly healed. The stone sword tore through the void and returned to his hand. You're one of the few people who can injure me. Even if you're not on the same level as the 10 arbiters, you're close. At the very least, under the suppression of celestial phenomenon, the difference between us isn't that great. But it's still over. After saying that, Jian Zhongshi's figure flashed and disappeared. The Skysplitter sword energy had not only caused a lacerating wound, but there was also a sword energy within his body that was constantly wreaking havoc. It was just like when White Knight had been continuously damaged by Shengrong's power, and it had only been because of Lu Yin's help that she had been able to recover so quickly. At this moment, there were still remnants of the Skysplitter sword energy's destructive power on his back. As expected, Lu Yin was still a bit weaker than the Realmlings and the 10 arbiters. Even if the suppression of the heavenly phenomenon reduced the difference in their realms, there was still a gap between them. Without a second thought, Lu Yin hurriedly fled while taking out Shamrock Enterprises' special medicine to heal himself. A black shadow appeared behind him. It was the ghost monkey. Lu Yin had asked the monkey to take care of the remnant sword force on his back. The monkey held, "7th bro, how could I possibly have the ability to remove the astral sword left behind by a realmling? Jiayu, don't you know how to do it?" Lu Yin gritted his teeth as he endured the pain. The sword in the stone appeared behind him, and he slammed it down on Jiayu's head. The monkey was so frightened that it immediately disappeared. Lu Yin activated the secret art and the true scripture of Eon evolution at the same time, changing the direction of the stone sword while simultaneously weakening its power. In the end, the attack still managed to land on the right side of Lu Yin's body, causing him to crash into the ground. The secret resurrection technique was too unreasonable. How could anyone recover from their injuries so quickly? Zhongjian glanced down and then raised his stone sword once more. This time, a gigantic sky-splitter sword slashed down. At the same time, several arrows tore through the void from another direction and shot towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. Not good, little archer saint. Two Riemling's attacks had arrived at the same time, and Lu Yin's heart raced as he hurriedly dodged. How could there be two Riemlings? Were the others all dead? He could dodge the arrows and astral swords, but he could not dodge Zhongjian's attack. Zhongjian quickly charged towards Lu Yin with his sword pointed downwards. It was at this moment that the void tore apart as Xianxia appeared and slammed her palm towards Zhongjian. Zhongjian was shocked, and he hurriedly shifted his stone sword to block. There was a thump as his body was sent flying backwards. Zhongjian was stunned as he looked at Xianxia, who had a calm expression on her face. What are you doing? Xianxia raised her brows. I want to challenge you for the position of Realmling. Zhongjian was stunned. Lu Yin was stunned as well. Even the little archer saint, who was rapidly approaching from the distance, was stunned when he heard this. She wanted to challenge him for the position of Realmling? Zhongjian's eyes narrowed. You want to save this person? Lu Yin looked at Xianxia. She had already saved him once when he had been attacked by Zi and the little archer saint. If she saved him again in public, the consequences would be severe, and it would be tantamount to betrayal. What was she trying to do? Xianxia replied, whoever is the Realmling can capture him alive. I want to offer him to Zhiqian so that I can have a chance to meet the blood ancestor. Zhongjian's eyes flashed. Although this reason was far-fetched, it still made sense. Not too far away, the little archer saint spoke up. You blocked Zi for this person, so he must be related to you somehow. Xianxia ignored the little archer saint and instead stared at Zhongjian. You and I are both from the stone realm, so make your decision. Either you give up the position of Realmling, or we fight. Zhongjian's tone was gloomy. What's your relationship with this person? Why are you helping him? I already said that I only want to meet the blood ancestor. Lu Yin raised his brows and looked at Xianxia woman, as long as you defeat him, I won't resist and will leave with you. Zhongjian swept the sword and the stone towards Lu Yin, but Xianxia leaped in front of Lu Yin. He's mine. She then struck out with a palm. It seemed like an ordinary palm, but it caused Zhongjian to feel apprehensive. In the stone realm, although Zhongjian was a realmling, he was not invincible amongst the younger generation. Xianxia was no weaker than him, but they had never competed for the position of realmling. Now, he did not dare to be careless against Xianxia. Although he did not believe her words, he could not find any evidence that she was helping Lu Yin. Everyone wanted to meet the blood ancestor, so it was normal for them to do something irrational. The little archer saint raised his bow and shot an arrow at Lu Yin. He was familiar with this scene, as Zi had been blocked by Xianxia before. Now, it was the sword and the stone's turn. Lu Yin had been injured in his battle with Zhongjian, and he knew that these Riemlings were extremely powerful. He did not dare to underestimate them, and this was even more so for the little archer saint. The sharpness of an arrow was different from that of a sword, and its killing power was also different. On the battlefield, an arrow was a killing weapon. Lu Yin did not want to meet force with force, as these people were not stupid and would not be so easily tricked. Furthermore, the little archer saint was also from the eastern region of the secret progenitor's land, and he hated fighting with people from the secret progenitor realm. Their resurrection techniques were too disgusting. Lu Yin wanted to avoid them, but the little archer saint did not plan on letting him go. He really wanted to meet the blood ancestor and become a progenitor's disciple. The center of the miniature continent was where the older generation's powerhouses were fighting. The world imprinters, and enlighters were all in the center, while the general appointment stage was in the southeast corner. On the stage, Lu Yin was fighting Xu Jing and Xiaoshi by himself. Outside the stage, Lu Tianmu was fighting Zi alone. Although she could not break through Origin Astral Nova, it would not be easy for Zi to defeat her either. Zi was especially wary of the 13 swords, as the 11th sword had cancelled out her strongest attack under the suppression of celestial phenomenon. If Lu Tianmu used the 12th sword, she might be able to break through Origin Astral Nova, but once she used it, she might be able to surpass Celestial Nova suppression. Ziyi did not want to gamble, as her defenses were not high. Once Origin Astral Nova was broken, she might be heavily injured even if she did not lose. This battle had already ended, and she did not want to be defeated and injured as soon as she stepped onto the battlefield. That would damage the reputation of the Dao Source 3 skies. Not everyone had the qualifications to make the Dao Source 3 skies fear them. Battles were happening everywhere on the miniature continent, but the continent itself was still flying towards the inner verse. News of the Cosmic Sea's celestial phenomenon spread throughout the inner verse and the Cosmic Sea in just a few days. 2 universal imprinters and 2 universal imprinters had been erased, which was a huge blow to the 6th mainland. Even now, the celestial phenomenon still existed. None of the 6th mainland's cultivators felt safe, as their once lofty aspirations had crumbled under this grievous news. This was especially true for the world imprinters, as they might be the next to be erased. Now, they felt that the celestial phenomenon might fall at any moment. The consequence of this mentality was that almost all of the world imprinters had left, and no one dared to stay behind. After the world imprinters came the imprinters, and in the end, even the enlighters felt unsafe. Generally speaking, if the sky fell, the taller people would hold it up, but now, the taller people had all run away, and they did not want to hold it up. All of the 6th mainland's cultivators were in a mess, and the more they looked at the celestial phenomenon, the more terrifying it became. Over the next 10 days, the cultivators from outside the 3 regions all headed towards Mara River. They did not intend to invade until the celestial phenomenon disappeared. Among the cultivators from the 3 regions, all of the imprinters and above had left, and the enlighters had left as well. With the older generation's powerhouses leaving, the remaining cultivators from the 6th mainland could not stop the 5th mainland's powerhouses. With no other choice, the invasion was temporarily postponed, and all of the 6th mainland's cultivators headed towards Mara River, intending to retreat to the 6th mainland. From their point of view, if they could invade once, then they could invade again. They did not believe that another celestial phenomenon would appear after the celestial phenomenon disappeared. They also did not believe that the 5th mainland could rise to the level where it could resist them before the celestial phenomenon disappeared. It should be known that only 3 regions had attacked the human domain, and they also had progenitors. The 6th mainland's powerhouses retreated one after another, and the 5th mainland's powerhouses emerged. The entire Innerverse launched a counterattack. The battle on the miniature continent continued for more than 10 days, but it still did not end. From time to time, people from the 6th mainland would join in, and the 5th mainland would also join in. The most obvious example was the addition of many day-night clan cultivators. Luin was still being chased by the Little Arrow Saint, but he had made up his mind not to clash head-on with the Realmlings. He focused on evading, and the Little Arrow Saint could not do anything to him. Lu Yin's secret technique combined with the Aeon Evolution scripture made it so that not even the imprinters could do anything to him, let alone the Little Arrow Saint. During this time, Lu Yin took some time to approach the general appointment stage, but he discovered that it was not an empty battlefield. The 10 Arbiters and the Realmlings were fighting fiercely nearby, and there was also Lu Tianmu's sword Qi and Ziyi's life energy. Lu Yin did not want to get any closer. During this time, he also saw Gu Shower. Gu Shower probably did not have enough white smoke, so he only used it to cover himself. He also took some time to ambush the 6th mainland's cultivators and did not fight head-on. For some reason, Gu Shower reminded Lu Yin of Ling Quebec. He did not know where Ling Ke had gone, but that guy had disappeared after escaping from the thunderstorm zone. One day later, the miniature continent crossed the Cosmic Sea and arrived in the Innerverse. /6. Looking up, they were surrounded by the starry sky. The miniature continent was heading west, and even if it encountered a planet along the way, it would not stop and would just directly ram through it. It was much larger than a planet, and its defenses were reinforced. It was not something a planet could shake. On the miniature continent, Lu Yin dodged yet another arrow. In the distance, the Junior Arrow Saint's expression turned ugly. He had chased after Lu Yin for more than 10 days, but he still hadn't been able to catch up. You dare to fight the sword and the stone, but you don't dare to fight me? The junior arrow saint asked. He rarely spoke during battles, but Luin had forced him to. Luin looked back, as he had no other choice. With his current strength, he could stall a realmling, but it would be far too difficult for him to win. Still, it would be fine as long as he could stall a realmling. The junior arrow saint was stubborn, or rather, he was too eager to meet the blood ancestor. Even though he knew that Luin was intentionally delaying him, he refused to give up. The two traversed region after region, and they had almost crossed the entire miniature continent. They were seen by countless people, and the shockwaves from their fierce battle had implicated many people. However, no one intervened from beginning to end. Even Summer and the others, who had the qualifications to intervene, did not step forward. Luin had single-handedly held back a realmling, and he had made a great contribution. As for the sword and the stone, it was still entangled by the maidens. In a corner of the continent, Night Queen Xianxia was panting heavily as her innate gift of purple eyes stared at a cultivator from the sixth mainland. This person was from an imprinter family, and although he wasn't an heir, he was still an elite disciple whose strength could rival the top of the top 100 rankings. Over the past few years, Night Queen Xianxia had made great progress and had broken through to the explorer realm, but at most, she could only rival around 80th on the top 100 rankings, which was still somewhat lacking compared to this elite disciple. Woman, you must be from the Day-Night royal family. What an interesting family. Come with me, and I can let you join our sixth mainland to cultivate your imprint. It's better than slowly cultivating in the fifth mainland. The man who was fighting with Night Queen Xianxia looked at her with a burning gaze. It had to be said that Night Queen Xianxia had the capital to be proud of. Her appearance was alluring, and her clothes were revealing. Coupled with her cold expression and exquisite purple eyes, she was extremely attractive to men. Furthermore, she was from the Day-Night royal family, and she was a woman that every man dreamed of having. Night Queen Xianxia's eyes flashed, and her opponent's body began to petrify. This was Night Queen Xianxia's innate gift, her purple eyes could petrify all living things. However, the man on the other side laughed loudly. An imprint appeared on his back and strange blood-red stripes appeared on his body, forcefully stopping the petrification. It's useless. Your innate gift is useless against my bloodline. Your fifth mainland is too weak. If it weren't for the fact that a progenitor had appeared and changed the weather, the entire fifth mainland would have been reduced to a farm for my sixth mainland. You'd all be our slaves. However, this weather won't last for long. It'll eventually dissipate, and you'll all become slaves again, the man said arrogantly. Night Queen Xianxia retorted, you talk too much. The man's gaze turned cold. I've already been very courteous to you, but you don't know how to appreciate my kindness. Become my slave. He then charged towards Night Queen Xianxia. Night Queen Xianxia felt the pressure suddenly increase. At that moment, a figure flashed past her, stirring up a strong gale that forced Night Queen Xianxia to retreat. Night Queen Xianxia had only retreated a few steps, but the cultivator from the sixth mainland who had been fighting with her had already died. His chest had caved in with a palm imprint, which then exploded. This was the result of the overlaying stacks technique. Night Queen Xianxia turned around in shock. Luin turned around as well, and the two stared at each other. Night Queen Xianxia's expression changed, as it was actually him. Luin was astonished, as he had only been focused on avoiding the junior arrow saint. When he had seen the cultivator from the sixth mainland close by, he had casually taken action. He had never expected that he would actually save Night Queen Xianxia. His enmity with this woman was as deep as the ocean, but he had actually saved her. This was too much. Night Queen Xianxia had also not expected Luin to save her. This person was already being very courteous by not killing her. However, before she could think any further, an arrow streaked across the sky and tore through the void, causing her scalp to go numb. Night Queen Xianxia turned around in shock and saw the junior arrow saint soaring through the void to chase after Luin. Night Queen Xianxia looked at Lu Yin's fleeing figure with a complicated expression. She had not seen him for a few years, but this person had already grown to the point where he could fight against a realmling. When she had first seen Zi's bounty, she had not believed it and had only thought that Luin had something that was worth the attention of the Dowsource 3. Skies. She had never imagined that his strength would grow to such an extent. Although she did not want to believe it, she had no choice but to accept it. Perhaps even her elder brother would not be able to defeat this person so easily. The junior arrow saint was chasing after Luyin, and Night Queen Yanqing was just a passerby. Along the way, Night Queen Yanqing had encountered many people who had encountered similar situations, but none of them had a deep friendship with Luyin. Another 2 days passed, and Luyin saw the general appointment platform once again. This time, there were not only the people fighting there, but also someone else. This person was someone who should have shown up the moment the Day-Night clan cultivators appeared, Night King Jinwu. Luyin glanced at the platform, but he did not approach it. Instead, he took a detour and left. Luyin believed that most people would abandon their grudges and fight against their enemies during the war between the 5th and 6th mainlands, but he did not believe that Night King Jinwu would do the same. Back when they had fought over the Jade Stone in the Daosor sect's ruins, Night King Jinwu had not cared about Lu Yin's life and death, and he would do the same now. Luyin did not notice that there was another familiar figure fighting on the other side of the platform. Although she was small, she was someone he cared about, Xue Day-Night. Xue Day-Night had also broken through to the Explorer realm, and she was fighting against 2 Lemeters from the 6th mainland. A Lemeter against an Explorer was a battle between realms, and it was not an ordinary battle between realms. If this had happened before the war between the 2 mainlands, it would have attracted a lot of attention. However, ever since the war between the 2 mainlands had begun, battles between realms were no longer strange. Usually, it was the 6th mainland's cultivators who crossed realms to challenge the 5th mainland's cultivators, as they had the ability to do so. Xue Day-Night and the 2 Lemeters from the 6th mainland were locked in a stalemate. Luyin brought the little arrow saint along as he circled around the miniature continent. More and more Day-Night clan members saw them, including his old acquaintance, Xianlong Day-Night, as well as Qilian Day-Night and Tiankong Day-Night, who had once studied in the Astral Combat Academy. These Day-Night clan members, who had once been all-powerful and had some fame amongst the younger generation, had now been reduced to the level of ordinary cultivators from the 6th mainland. They had all been annihilated in the chaotic battle between millions of cultivators. Even among the Day-Night clan members, there were not many who could stand out. Even Xianlong Day-Night could only deal with ordinary descendants of imprinter families, and he might not even be able to win. Although no one dared to interfere in the battle between the Realmlings, that did not mean that everyone was afraid. Luyin felt that the person not too far away from him should be able to intervene, or at least block a few moves. Not too far away, a 6th mainland cultivator had been smashed to death by a skinny man. This person was also from the Day-Night clan, and his body was abnormally tough. Even though he was as thin as a skeleton and did not have much flesh, he was still abnormally tough. This person was Night King Gu. During the battle on planet Pyrolite, Night King Gu had single-handedly fought against Luyin and Wendy Yushan. If Luyin had not shot him through the heart, he would not have left. Now, Luyin was seeing him again. He was still as strong as ever, and his appearance was still as frightening. When Luyin passed by Night King Gu's side, the latter was stunned. When he saw that it was Luyin, he did not even have a chance to speak before an arrow shot out from behind him. Night King Gu's hair stood on end, and he immediately activated his Night King's body. Using his innate gift, he grabbed out with his hand, causing sparks to fly as the arrow pierced through his palm and nailed him to the ground. "I'm sorry to have implicated you," Luyin said before disappearing. The little arrow saint did not even look at Night King Gu as he continued to chase after Luyin. Night King Gu trembled in pain, as the little arrow saint's arrow had not only damaged his palm, but also caused a destructive force to seep into his wound. He glared at Lu Yin's departing figure with hatred, but he did not know what to say. This was a battlefield. Luyin did not know whether to feel joy or sorrow when he saw a powerful enemy that he had not been able to defeat being heavily injured by the little arrow saint's arrow. Night King Gu was not weak, as he had been ranked 15th in the top 100 rankings. Back then, he had beaten Luyin and Wendy Yushan to the point where they had not been able to retaliate. A few years had passed since then, and Night King Gu should have left the younger generation. Even so, he had still been heavily injured by a single arrow. Over the past 10 days, Luyin had been shot countless times. He had truly become much stronger, but seeing the 5th mainland's cultivators being suppressed by the little arrow saint still made him feel uncomfortable. Seventh bro, it's over, the monkey said tiredly as his shadow merged back into Lu Yin's right arm. Lu Yin moved his arm and heaved a sigh of relief. The sword in the stone's power had been unlocked by the monkey, which had allowed him to relax a lot. Another arrow descended. Lu Yin was starting to admire the little arrow saint, as he had not given up even after chasing him for more than 10 days. They were about to reach the Astral River tributary, and once they crossed it, they would reach Chaos Flow Zone. With the speed of the miniature continent, it would not take long for them to reach Mara River. Although the Astral River tributaries in the Innerverse were not as vast as the Astral River tributaries, each tributary had an Astral River arc that traveled back and forth at a fixed location to transport people from the two flow zones. The Innerverse and Outerverse had undergone great changes, and the Astral River arc had been pushed out of the tributaries. At this moment, the Astral River tributary in the Innerverse did not have an Astral River arc to transport it. The tributary's energy surged like the Astral River tributaries, but a huge gap had been torn open. This was the Innerverse, and there was no lack of experts. The miniature continent followed the gap that had been torn open and charged towards Chaos Flow Zone. The Astral River tributary was not very wide, and Lu Yin looked up as he fled. He saw the boundless tributary's energy above his head, as well as the occasional giant fish that swam past. The miniature continent quickly passed through the tributary and reached Chaos Flow Zone. The main power that occupied Chaos Flow Zone was the blacksmithing family, but they had all retreated to the 6th mainland after the death of their ancestor. The cultivators from the 5th mainland were still hiding and fighting guerrilla warfare, so the miniature continent's appearance did not cause much of a stir. The miniature continent was getting closer and closer to Mara River. Once it flowed up the river, it would enter the 6th mainland and leave the region where the astronomical phenomenon had been suppressed. At that time, no one would be able to snatch back the general appointing platform. The battle around the general appointing platform was becoming more and more intense. Lu Yin wanted to shake off the little arrow saint and participate in the battle for the general appointing platform. He knew that his chances of obtaining it were not high, but he still wanted to try. If he could obtain the qualifications to enter the Star Tower trial alone, then he would not have to compete with others, and his chances of becoming one of the 5 astral children would be much higher. Thank you. The Mountain Breeze Rats Monkey Charlot 99 Game of Life Brother Peggy's tip, I'll give it to you with an extra chapter. Windborn will do his best to update in the future. Thank you for your support. The 5 astral children did not seem to be limited to a single power, but rather represented all of the 5th mainland's humans. Unknowingly, Lu Yin had brought the little arrow saint to the central region of the miniature continent, where many older experts were fighting. As Lu Yin approached the battlefield, he saw a familiar face, Night King Yuanjing. Lu Yin had originally thought that the old man was an enlighter with a power level of over 200,000. After all, the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, and Lu Yin had only been a Lemmeter back then. An enlighter was already very powerful to him, but now, he could see that the old man's strength far exceeded his expectations. Back then, Lu Yin had known that Night King Yuanjing was not at Northgate Taisui's level, but now, he realized that he had underestimated the old man. Even if his power level had not reached 400,000 before being suppressed, he was still close to it. Before the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, Lu Yin had sought out Night King Yuanjing for help on many occasions. Although he had paid a price in a battle of wits and courage with the old man, he had always succeeded in the end. This time, hope was no exception. As he thought about it, he shouted, "Grandpa Yuanjing!" This time, the weather had changed, and the 6th mainland had slowly retreated. Lu Yin had known that the war was about to end, but he had not expected another miniature continent to appear. He had not planned to intervene, and neither had the Day-Night clan. However, he had received orders from the Hall of Honor's head inquisitor that he had to take back the general appointing platform. Actually, the cultivators from the 6th mainland who had been fighting against him were also very strong, and he estimated that their power levels were close to 300,000. Suppressing their power levels to below 200,000 was impressive, but it was still within Lu Yin's range of tolerance. However, plans could not keep up with changes. When that person shouted "Grandpa Yuanjing," Lu Yin's entire body trembled, and he was almost hit by the enemy. He quickly repelled the enemy and turned around to see a familiar figure that he had not seen in many years rushing towards him. He blinked and felt a little dazed. Night King Yuanjing was stunned, but before he could react, an arrow pierced through the air from afar. Night King Yuanjing sensed danger, and he raised his hand to forcefully change the direction of the arrow. After all, he was an enlighter with a powerful power level, and a Realmling's attack was not something that he could withstand. Night King Yuanjing also saw the young arrow saint, who was very young. Furthermore, the power of the arrow that had just shot out made Night King Yuanjing realize that this person might be a powerhouse on the level of a realmling from the 6th mainland. This was not the first time that Luyin had used Night King Yuanjing to block a calamity. If it had been in the past, Night King Yuanjing would not have cared, as the Day-Night clan's reputation had shaken the universe, and everyone would have to give them face. However, this was a war between two mainlands, and at such a critical moment, this brat actually wanted to use Night King Yuanjing to block a calamity. At the same time, the experts from the 6th mainland who had been fighting with Night King Yuanjing also attacked. Night King Yuanjing glared fiercely at Luyin. This bastard. He would definitely settle this once this war was over, but Luyin had actually chosen to use Night King Yuanjing as a shield at such a critical moment. Very soon, the four of them were embroiled in a chaotic battle. Luyin had already become adept at dodging the Junior Arrow Saint's attacks, and when the Junior Arrow Saint and another expert from the 6th mainland attacked him and Night King Yuanjing, Luyin was able to evade their attacks without being hit at all. Night King Yuanjing, on the other hand, was at a disadvantage as he was hit multiple times. In a fit of rage, he directly suppressed his power level and unleashed his full strength. A giant face appeared in the sky, and it opened its mouth and roared, Night King Roar. Luyin was also shaken by the Night King Roar, but fortunately, the roar had not been directed at him, and his spiritual force was not weak. Otherwise, he would have been forced back like the Junior Arrow Saint. Luyin immediately smiled. The 6th mainland tore through the Astral River and wanted to invade the Outerverse. Senior Master Yuan from the Hall of Honor forced the enemy to retreat, and he sent me to the Cosmic Sea battlefield to scout out the situation. Luyin nodded and respectfully said, That's right. Senior Master Yuan is very amiable, and he treats me very well. Not only did he give me many life-saving items, but he also personally sent me to the Cosmic Sea battlefield to perform meritorious deeds. He's truly a respectable elder. What's your relationship with Master Yuan? Night King Yuanjing asked curiously. Night King Yuanjing opened his mouth, but no words came out. He did not know if Luyin was telling the truth or not. If Luyin was lying, then how had he come from the Outerverse to the Innerverse? And how had he come to the Cosmic Sea? The difference between the two was too great, and only a powerhouse like Master Yuan could accomplish this. But then again, why would Master Yuan give this brat a mission? Without giving Night King Yuanjing any time to think, the Junior Arrow Saint suddenly charged forward to chase after Luyin. Night King Yuanjing subconsciously attacked the Junior Arrow Saint with a punch that swept out with his spiritual force. Night King Yuanjing gritted his teeth and looked at Luyin, who was quickly disappearing from sight. He did not know if Luyin was telling the truth or not, but blocking the Junior Arrow Saint was as easy as lifting a finger. If Luyin was lying, then at most, he would have to deal with that brat in the future. But if Luyin was telling the truth, then Night King Yuanjing would be rich. Of all the top powerhouses in the Hall of Honor, Master Yuan's reputation was second to none. He had taught countless disciples throughout his life, and the outside world had a very high opinion of him. History had recorded that Master Yuan liked to guide the younger generation, which was why he was called Master Yuan. For the sake of this sliver of a chance, there was no need to mention such a trivial matter. In the distance, Luyin heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had run into Night King Yuanjing. Luyin looked back. Was he stupid? Not at all. If not for the fact that Master Yuan's reputation was too intimidating, then this old man would not have taken action. Luyin understood Night King Yuanjing all too well. If there were no benefits to be had, then Night King Yuanjing would treat Luyin like trash. But if there were benefits, then Night King Yuanjing would pounce on Luyin like a hungry wolf. Luyin found a place to rest. The miniature continent was very large, and although it was spread throughout the battlefield, there were still many places that had not been affected. Luyin suddenly remembered something and took out his gadget from his cosmic ring. He wondered if there was any signal here. There was no signal, and he did not know how to determine his position. However, judging from the direction, his destination was definitely the furthest west, which was in the direction of the Starfall Sea. There was the border of the Astral River, and there was also a tear in the Astral River that led to the Outerverse. There was also the Mara River, which meant that the Sixth Mainland's retreat had to have originated from the Mara River, and they were not far from it. Baidu search Xing 81 Chinese Network O. No advertisement. Luin let out a long sigh. Whether or not he would be able to snatch back the general appointing platform would depend on this final battle. He did not have any confidence in himself, as the existence of the Dowsource 3 skies was unsolvable. Even so, he still had to snatch it back even if it meant risking his life. The miniature continent continued to fly westward, and a few more days passed quickly. Over the next few days, Luin continued to recover. He would occasionally be caught up in the shockwaves of battle, but he didn't get too close to the center of the battlefield. The little archer saint did not appear again. He had already escaped from the little archer saint's line of sight. Unless he took the initiative to show himself, it would be very difficult for this person to find him. He looked up at the sky once more. Yesterday, the miniature continent had passed through Chaos Flow Zone and arrived at a familiar region of space. It was the same region that he and Hai Chi-Chi had crossed the Astral River and arrived at. This region of space was also the same region where the transport continent had been embroiled in a chaotic battle. He hadn't expected the Starsabil sex methods to be so strange that they could traverse half of the Innerverse, just like Mr. Mu. They were already here, not far from the Starfall Sea, where the source of the Mara River was. With the speed of the miniature continent, it wouldn't take long for them to reach the Mara River. This should be the final battlefield. Otherwise, once they reached the Mara River and went against the current, they would pass through the region where the astronomical phenomenon was suppressed. At that time, they would definitely be in trouble. Luin wasn't the only one who recognized this region of space. Everyone else recognized it as well, and they all knew that this was the final battlefield. On the stage, Knight King Jinwu teamed up with Tai Yishan to fight against Fukong, while Qiushi had disappeared. Bukong's strength was truly terrifying. Knight King Jinwu's expression turned solemn, while Tai Yishan panted heavily. They had been fighting for more than 10 days, and the Dowsource 3 skies were simply too abnormal. Bukong's gaze swept past Tai Yishan and then landed on Knight King Jinwu. He then glanced at the distant battlefield. He did not care about Knight King Jinwu, as this 10 Arbiter's reputation was undeserved. Bukong had already been hit by Bukong's attacks multiple times, so he should have been heavily injured. What Bukong cared about was Qiushi. He did not know what that woman was planning, but she was definitely thinking of a way to snatch away the general appointment platform. The general appointment platform could not be snatched away. Bukong's gaze turned cold, and he attacked once again. His great reincarnation technique caused Tai Yishan and Knight King Jinwu to feel apprehensive. Further away, Ziyi was still fighting with Lu Tianmu. No one could intervene in the battle between these two women. One had an unbreakable defense, while the other had a sharp attack. Few people could approach their battle. Lu Tianmu could clearly see that Ziyi wanted to hold back several of the Fifth Mainland's experts by herself. Her defenses were strong enough to do so, and Lu Tianmu was able to separate himself from the battlefield so that Ziyi couldn't pull anyone else into the fray. This allowed him to hold back the Dowsource 3 skies for the Fifth Mainland. Ziyi was also helpless. Although Lu Tianmu couldn't defeat her or even hurt her, this woman's swordsmanship was too sharp. Once she wanted to change the battlefield, this woman would show the 11th sword. Even she didn't dare to underestimate that sword. More importantly, she had been guarding against the 12th sword. She always felt that this woman might want to use the 12th sword to launch a sneak attack. DFA, Jianru, Qiuhi, Xing Kai, Xia Tian, Xu Jing, Sarati, Phoenix, and the others from the Fifth Mainland were all fighting fiercely around the general appointment stage. Even Yi Xingchen, Gu Shaoer, and Zi Jun, who had participated in the Tournament of the Strongest, were not far from the general appointment stage. Even though they couldn't join the 10 Arbiters battle, who wouldn't want to give it a try? If they succeeded, they might be able to leap through the Dragon's Gate and surpass everyone else in one fell swoop. Even a seemingly heartless person like Gu Shaoer thought so, let alone others. However, based on the current situation, it was unlikely that they would be able to take back the general appointment stage since no one could defeat Bukong. Gu Xiao'er saw Lu Yin arrive, and he managed to shake off the others with great difficulty. "Bro, take that thing out and disgust them a little." Lu Yin was puzzled. "What thing?" Gu Xiao'er's eyes burned with passion. "That stinky thing." Lu Yin pursed his lips. "It's useless. Ziyi is already being held back by Lu Tianmu. No matter how much you disgust her, Lu Tianmu won't be able to break through her defenses. Bukong's people are also dealing with them. There's no other way. Bro, I've already used up all of my white smoke, so I can't help. You don't want to go to the general appointment stage to fight Bukong, right?" Gu Xiao'er helplessly said, "If there's really no other way, then we can only retreat. It won't be long before this mainland flies to the Mara River. At that time, we'll all be finished once we leave the region where the astronomical phenomenon is suppressed." Lu Yin frowned, as the battle was about to end. He looked at the general appointment stage. He had not gone there before because he was worried about Knight King Jinwu, but now, he could only guard against Knight King Jinwu while thinking of a way to knock Bukong off the stage and snatch it away. With that thought in mind, Lu Yin leaped towards the stage. He did not plan on fighting head-on, but with his own strength, he could still interfere with Bukong, even if he was helping Knight King Jinwu. With so many people fighting around him, even Knight King Jinwu would not dare to act so brazenly against Lu Yin. Furthermore, Lu Yin was not a pushover. With his power level suppressed, even an imprinter would not be able to defeat him in a short period of time. Lu Yin could fight against the Sword in the Stone and the Junior Arrow Saint, so he was not afraid of Knight King Jinwu. The battle on the stage was the most intense, as Taishan teamed up with Knight King Jinwu to fight against Bukong. It was difficult to tell who would win. Bukong had a secret technique, as Taishan had the true scripture of Ian evolution while Knight King Jinwu had his spiritual force attacks. Lu Yin's arrival surprised the three. Knight King Jinwu's eyes flashed, as he had not expected Lu Yin to show up. This person's strength had improved too quickly, and Lu Yin had even dared to join his battle. Knight King Jinwu gathered star energy at his fingertip and pointed out. Knight King Finger. The Knight King Finger caused the void to explode as a terrifying spiritual force swept out in all directions. Bukong was as immovable as a mountain, and he was using a spiritual force attack against someone from the 6th mainland. This 10 arbiters must be crazy. The 6th mainland's cultivators valued imprints the most, and if they wanted to imprint a powerhouse, they had to strengthen their spiritual force. Even if they did not know how to use it properly, their spiritual force resistance would still be very strong. Furthermore, Bukong was one of the Daosource 3 skies, so how could he not know how to use spiritual force? The Knight King Finger was completely useless, and Knight King Jinwu knew that his attack was not aimed at Bukong, but rather at Lu Yin. Anyone who wanted to join his battle would have to be qualified to do so. Lu Yin's body trembled, and he stepped onto the stage. He glanced at Knight King Jinwu, and his pupils turned into runes as he looked at Bukong, directly weakening his rune lines. Bukong frowned. One Tai Yixing had already made him very uncomfortable, and now, there was another person who could weaken his strength. Bukong shifted his attack and sent a palm strike towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin had no intention of meeting Bukong's palm strike, as this person's innate gift and secret technique made Lu Yin's hair stand on end. Be careful of his great reincarnation technique. Tai Yixing shouted. Lu Yin retreated again and again, but how could Bukong let him leave just like that? Boundless palm images descended, and even the 10 arbiters did not know what kind of power these palm images contained. Perhaps some palm images contained the power of an innate gift, which could kill anyone who touched them. Or perhaps some palm images contained the power of a secret technique, which could send anyone who touched them back to their original state. This was how terrifying Bukong was. Lu Yin had the strength to directly face off against the 10 arbiters. His physical body, reflexes, usage of star energy, and even spiritual force were all on par with anyone else. However, the most troublesome aspect was his innate gift and secret technique. Knight King Jinwu had originally planned to attack Bukong, but he suddenly paused and allowed Bukong to attack Lu Yin. Night King Zhenwu hated this person, regardless of whether it was the grudge between this person and Yanqing in the Astral Combat Academy or the various events that had occurred after that. This was especially true when they had fought over the Jade Stone in the ruins of the Daosource sect. This person had not only dared to not hand it over to Night King Zhenwu, but he had even destroyed it. This made Night King Zhenwu want to kill this person. Others could not see Bukong's attack, but Lu Yin and Tai Yixing could, as they were looking at the number of rune lines. Lu Yin could not avoid all of the palm images, but he chose the one with the fewest rune lines. He raised his arms, and with a thump, he was sent flying back 100 meters. He then looked up and stared at Bukong. Bukong frowned, as his attack had been dodged. Just like Tai Yixing, Bukong's attack had been seen through. At this moment, Night King Zhenwu's attack descended, and Tai Yixing took the opportunity to weaken Bukong's rune lines. Bukong had been mentally prepared for this, as even though his rune lines had been weakened twice, he could still make up for it in an instant. Even though Bukong's rune lines had been weakened twice, it did not mean that Bukong's power would be reduced by several folds. Otherwise, he would have been invincible in the home of the gods. Lu Yin and Tai Yixing had joined forces to use the true scripture of Yin evolution, but they had only weakened Bukong's rune lines by a little bit. Night King Zhenwu's attack was not very effective against Bukong, as Bukong did not care much about Night King Zhenwu. However, defeating Night King Zhenwu would not be easy, as Bukong was too cunning. With Lu Yin's addition, the three of them were not able to fight against Bukong. The result was the same as before, as Lu Yin's addition did not help the situation much. Fortunately, there were no disadvantages either. At the very least, Tai Yixing and Night King Zhenwu did not have to divert their attention to take care of Bukong, and Bukong could help them share some of the pressure. Gu Shaoer watched the battle from afar, and he felt a little envious. If there was anyone who could snatch away the platform in the end, it would be none other than the person on the platform. If Lu Yin could join in, then Gu Shaoer felt that he could do the same. At worst, he could just stand aside and watch. Gu Shaoer consoled himself as he rushed over. There were a few others who had the same thoughts as him, and they were all elite disciples from the Fifth Mainland. Among them were the top of the top 100 rankings, as well as some of the Neoverse experts who were second only to Tai Yixing and the others. A total of 5 cultivators rushed onto the platform, including Gu Shaoer. However, one of them was affected by Bukong's great reincarnation technique, and he was sent flying back to his original state. Then, he was turned to dust by the shockwaves from the others' battle. Another person was swept by Jianru's sword qi and was cut in two. 2 of them were swept by Night King Zhenwu's spiritual force, and they fell down like idiots. No one knew if they were dead or alive. In the end, only Gu Shaoer was left to successfully rush onto the platform. He was greeted by the shockwaves from the battle between Bukong and the others. The terrifying destructive power was accompanied by spiritual force, and he was given a fright. He hurriedly fled, but fortunately, the white smoke had blocked the shockwaves from the attacks. Otherwise, he would have ended up like the other 4. Bukong and the others did not care about them at all, as they were just a bunch of trash. Lu Yin was speechless. These fellows must have come here to be a joke. Without the strength of a titled king, it was impossible for them to join this battle. If Gu Shaoer had enough white smoke, then he would have had the ability to do so, but right now, he only had a little bit of white smoke, and it was not even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Gu Shaoer felt a lingering fear, and he looked back at the platform. That scared me to death, and I almost died. Let's stay away. Actually, it's possible to fake a fake general appointment platform. As long as we don't talk about it, who knows if it really was snatched away. It had been a casual remark, but the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it made sense. Gu Shaoer became excited, as he felt that he had opened up a new train of thought. If the general appointment platform was taken away, then he only needed to forge a new one. Would those hypocrites from the Hall of Honor expose him? That was impossible, as they also wanted to save face. If they did not expose him, then everyone would be able to save face. Even if they were exposed in the end, they could still say that they did not know anything since they would not take the initiative to expose him. After thinking about it, Gu Shaoer left. He did not want to fight anymore since the war was over, and he needed to forge something else. Gu Xiao's group of 5 had suffered such a fate that no one dared to casually approach the general appointment platform. Lu Yin's example was not something that could be imitated by just anyone. Without the strength of a titled king, it was impossible for anyone to charge onto the platform. It should be known that the battles between the Realmlings and the 10 arbiters were not only on the general appointment platform, but also around it. A day passed, and the situation remained unchanged. At this moment, the miniature continent had already passed through the entrance of the Starfall Sea and was heading towards the Mara River. That direction was not only the Mara River, but also the intersection between the Innerverse and the technocracy. The people from the 5th mainland grew anxious, and many of them were already planning to leave. This was because more and more cultivators from the 6th mainland were arriving, and many of the 6th mainland's cultivators who wanted to leave the 5th mainland were now gathered here. On the general appointment platform, Bukong, who was currently entangled with Night King Zhenwu and the others, felt like he had forgotten something. He looked around and saw Sword Qi soaring into the sky in the distance. It was Lu Tianmu, who was currently fighting Ziyi. He saw Xingkai suddenly grow and shrink, and he heard the cry of the undying bird. He also saw a straight line tearing through the void. That was Xu Jing. Right, his expression suddenly changed. Where's that woman? In the Whitefall district, Bukong had relied on his sourcebox array to instantly change the situation. However, his usage of the array had not been smooth, as that woman was also a boundless advanced lockbreaker. When the battle on the miniature continent had begun, she had been the one to stop him from using his sourcebox array and had tried to lockbreak it. Now, however, that woman had disappeared. Bukong forced Night King Zhenwu and the others back and arrived at the edge of the general appointment platform. He saw Xiaoshi, and she coincidentally looked over. The two of them looked at each other, and Bukong's gaze became extremely sharp. 7 sourceboxes had appeared around them, and they were scattered around the general appointment platform. Amukong's expression changed. Not good. It's a sourcebox array. He immediately charged towards Xiaoshi. The next moment, a formless killing intent spread out in all directions. The killing intent from one sourcebox overlapped with the killing intent from another sourcebox, creating a strange scene. The general appointment platform trembled, but it wasn't really the platform trembling. Rather, it was the continent that was supporting the platform that started to tremble. Then, as the killing intent from the sourceboxes overlapped, it slowly floated into the air. At the same time, the killing intent from the sourceboxes tore through the void and affected everything within 100 kilometers. Regardless of whether it was Bukong, Taishan, Lu Yin, or Xingkai and the others who were a little further away, they were all within range of the sourcebox's danger. Xingkai and the others immediately retreated, as sourcebox arrays were still quite frightening. The sourcebox's murderous aura erupted, and Amako's figure flickered as he occasionally raised his hand to disperse the formless murderous aura. Lu Yin was also enveloped by the sourcebox's killing intent, and he could clearly see the number of rune lines. The killing intent's power level was just around 200,000. It did not exceed that level, but it was not too far off either. It was enough to threaten anyone. Taishan cursed, "Crazy woman, she's at it again." He then looked at Lu Yin. "Let's go. That crazy woman is capable of anything." At that moment, a small piece of land completely floated up and left the miniature continent. It was then propelled towards outer space by the sourcebox's killing intent. Countless people saw this scene, and many leaped up, wanting to snatch the general appointment platform. However, they were torn to shreds the moment they entered the range of the sourcebox array. Amukong tossed out his sourcebox in a futile attempt to resist with the sourcebox array. Xiaoshi's face paled. She did not know what would happen if sourcebox arrays overlapped with one another. Night King Zhenwu pressed down on the general appointment platform and flew towards outer space. He wanted to snatch it away. The might of the sourcebox's killing intent was not something that an average person could withstand. Any cultivator who had not reached the king-ranked realm within range of the sourcebox array was torn to shreds. The power of 2 sourcebox arrays overlapping was too terrifying. A small piece of land flew towards outer space. Xiaoshi's goal was to throw the general appointment platform out of the miniature continent and keep it in the Innerverse. At the very least, it could not be brought to the 6th mainland. Amukong's gaze turned cold. He wanted to directly attack Xianxia, but he had to resolve the sourcebox's killing intent. First, this small piece of land covered a large area. Aside from Taishan, Xingkai, and the others who had fled due to their fear of the sourcebox array, the others, including Knight King Jinwu, Lu Yin, Amyakong, and Xiaoshi, were all present. There was also a group of people further away who had tried to avoid the sourcebox's killing intent, but they all died quickly. Those below the king-ranked realm would not be able to survive the sourcebox array. They would not even be able to escape. Lu Yin watched the rune lines as he dodged, but Knight King Jinwu relied solely on his own strength. He had not expected that even Taishan had fled, but this person still dared to stay behind. Lu Yin did not want to stay behind. More and more rune lines covered this small piece of land, and they all came from the sourcebox array. The general appointment platform had already left the miniature continent, and with Xiaoshi and Knight King Jinwu around, Amyakong would not be able to snatch it away. Lu Yin wanted to retreat. Aside from being wary of the sourcebox array, he was also wary of Knight King Jinwu. Knight King Jinwu did not mind killing Lu Yin while he was at it, but Lu Yin was not confident that he could protect himself from the sourcebox array's killing intent. Lu Yin wanted to leave, but Knight King Jinwu did not want him to. The group of people in the distance was gradually being slaughtered by the sourcebox array, and Knight King Jinwu was not afraid of being seen. Knight King Jinwu's gaze suddenly turned incomparably cold as he looked at Lu Yin. Knight King Jinwu loathed Lu Yin, as this person had dared to provoke the Day-Night clan in the Astral Combat Academy, used Knight King Yuanjing to protect himself, humiliated Knight Queen Yanqing, and even challenged Knight King Jinwu's authority. Knight King Jinwu had been forced to use Lu Xiaoge to restrain Lu Yin, and Knight King Jinwu had even ignored Knight King Jinwu's existence in the ruins of the Daosource sect by crushing a piece of jade. In fact, before the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, when Knight King Jinwu had found out that Lu Yin had appeared on planet Pyrolite, he had already wanted to go there. This person had to be eliminated, but after the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, this matter had been put on hold. Now, this person had appeared once again, and he had become so powerful. This caused Knight King Jinwu's killing intent to soar, and he wanted to eliminate this person more than ever. Even if the two continents were at war right now, Knight King Jinwu still wanted to eliminate this person. Lu Yin felt a chill run down his back, and he exchanged glances with Knight King Jinwu. He could see Knight King Jinwu's bone-deep killing intent, and his face changed. He hurriedly tried to escape from the sourcebox array. Although he could escape from the sourcebox array, he needed time. Knight King Jinwu immediately approached Lu Yin. Fortunately, Lu Yin could clearly see the rune lines, and he was also a lockbreaker. This allowed him to escape the sourcebox array before Knight King Jinwu did. Knight King Jinwu also noticed Lu Yin's actions, and he immediately took action. His spiritual force swept across the general appointment platform and extended outwards. Lu Yin's brain trembled, but it did not affect him, as his spiritual force was still very strong. At this moment, Xiaoshi and Bukong's sourcebox array suddenly went berserk for some unknown reason. Previously, the array had been stacked, but now, its power had multiplied. Lu Yin saw a vast amount of rune lines cover the entire continent, and he sped up once more. He had a bad feeling about this. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. The sourcebox array's killing intent had completely erupted, and it swept out in all directions without any pattern. Xiaoshi had originally been standing outside the sourcebox array, and she only needed to take a step back to escape. Bukong was not too far away from Xiaoshi, and when he saw that the sourcebox array had gone out of control, he did not dare to stay any longer and also fled. Lu Yin and Knight King Jinwu did the same. Sourcebox arrays were mystical to begin with, and no one wanted to face a berserk sourcebox array. The continent cracked open, and the sourcebox array's killing intent tore through space without any pattern, destroying everything it touched. Knight King Jinwu was no longer in the mood to chase after Lu Yin. Even Bukong and Xiaoshi had fled, so he wanted to stay far away from them. Just as he was about to leave the continent, a familiar figure appeared not too far away. The figure was struggling with great difficulty. Her long black and white hair fluttered in the wind, and blood dripped down from the strands. Her body was bent over, and she leaned on a red longsword. Her entire person was extremely weak. It was Day-Night. Lu Yin had not expected to run into her here. Scenes from the past replayed in his mind, and all he could see was a sky full of rune lines crushing towards her. He immediately took action, using the sky beast claw to grab her. Xuedanite was shocked, and she instinctively resisted. However, against Luin, she did not even have the strength to resist. Faced with such a desperate situation, she was about to use Night's End, Daybreak, when she saw that it was Luin. Luin grabbed Xuedanite and leapt out of the continent. The next moment, a berserk killing intent transformed into indiscernible streaks that destroyed the entire continent. The general appointing platform was flung away by an enormous, invisible force in the direction that Luin had fled with Xuedanite. Luin watched as the general appointing platform came crashing towards him, and he was rather speechless. Everyone had been fighting over this thing, but in the end, it had taken the initiative to throw itself at him. He hurriedly dodged and grabbed the platform with one hand, allowing it to drag him into the distance. His right hand was still holding onto Xuedanite. Xuedanite was truly too weak, and this battlefield was very cruel for her. Even though she was an explorer, even an explorer would not be able to protect herself in this battlefield. Whether or not she could survive depended on luck. She was considered an elite among the elites of the Day-Night clan, but the Day-Night clan was only comparable to the 6th Mainland's Imprinter family or the World Imprinter family. In this battlefield, there were too many descendants of these families. Luin held onto the platform tightly and avoided the force of the sourcebox's killing intent as he hugged Xuedanite with his right hand. Xuedanite coughed, and when she looked up and saw that it was Luin, her pale face regained some color. She looked down and saw that Lu Yin's hand was completely covering her chest. She pursed her lips, but did not say anything. After half an hour, the general appointing platform finally slowed down, and the sourcebox's killing intent gradually dissipated. Luin heaved a sigh of relief and carried Xuedanite onto the platform. When he looked down, he saw that Xuedanite had already fainted. His right hand twitched, and Luin blinked before silently retracting his hand. He had touched a place that he should not have touched. "Seventh bro, I've discovered that there's something wrong with your character," the monkey said. Luin unhappily replied, "Don't spout nonsense. You've always been able to accurately grab a girl's private part. Teach me, how do you do it? You must have specially trained." The monkey laughed strangely. Luin ignored him, as he was in a good mood. He had managed to snatch the general appointing platform. He slowly placed Xuedanite down and muttered to himself, "I've always been able to save you. This is fate. Thank you." Xuedanite opened her eyes and calmly looked at Luin. Luin was stunned when he heard her voice, and he lowered his head. "You're awake?" Xuedanite stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. "Thank you." "You're welcome." Xuedanite looked around and then lowered her head. "Is this the general role platform?" Luin nodded. "Not bad. I was lucky. It's mine now." Xuedanite looked at him. "Be careful of Night King Jinwu." Luin was about to reply when more than 10 cultivators flew towards them. There were explorers and lemeters among them, and they all carried strange tools. Luin immediately attacked when he saw them. It was impossible to tell the difference between the 5th and 6th mainlands just by looking at them. The only way to do so was to use an imprint. No one from the 5th mainland had ever used an imprint, so this was the best way to distinguish them. Luin attacked, and the sky beast claw slammed down. An ancient beast's roar pierced through time and space, bringing an intense sense of danger to these people. They immediately used their imprints to attack Luin, but there were also some who turned to flee. There were only a dozen cultivators from the 6th mainland in this group, and the strongest was just an explorer. Luin easily dealt with them and even caught the one who tried to escape. "You know me?" The 6th mainland cultivator shook his head in horror. "No, I don't." Luin was confused. "If you don't know me, then why are you running?" "Because you're a cruiser, and we're just explorers," the 6th mainland cultivator quickly answered. Luin sneered. "It's common for your 6th mainland to challenge those of a higher realm, and there are so many of you here. You won't run when you see me. You only have one chance to answer." The 6th mainland cultivator was terrified when he sensed Lu Yin's killing intent. He hurriedly said, I recognize the general role platform." Luin was astonished, but he quickly understood. The general role platform was where the younger generation of the Fifth Mainland's titled powerhouses gathered, and it was a symbol of honor. It had always been in the cosmic sea, but now, it had appeared here. Those who could participate in the battles here were all titled powerhouses, and none of them could be dealt with by this group. This person was quite smart. Luin directly knocked him out. He didn't want to kill someone who couldn't resist, so he tossed him into a corner and treated him as his spoils of war. The general appointment platform flew towards the northwest, but Luin didn't know where it was headed. He simply controlled the platform to fly towards the gap that led to the outerverse. The outerverse would be his domain, and he wouldn't be afraid of any cosmic imprinter. Suddenly, Xianxia Knight raised her head and stared into the distance. Luin turned around and looked into the distance as well. He was looking in the same direction as Xianxia Knight. There, a figure was streaking through the void and charging towards them. His black and white hair was particularly eye-catching, and it was Night King Xianwu. Luin had not expected Night King Xianwu to chase after him. Xianxia Knight hurriedly said, "Run. He'll definitely kill you." Luin clenched his fists. Luin did not want to, nor was he willing to. If he ran away, then the general appointment platform would belong to Night King Xianwu, and Luin would obtain the qualifications to receive the Star Tower's inheritance on his own. Lu Yin's chances of becoming one of the 5 astral children were extremely high. Running away would not only mean that he had given up on this opportunity, but it would also mean that he had strengthened Night King Xianwu's strength. The current Night King Xianwu was already unfathomable, and if he were to receive a progenitor's inheritance as well, Luin did not dare to imagine what he would become. Even if Luin was confident that he could surpass Night King Xianwu, it would not be possible in a short period of time. "Run! You're not his match." Xianxia Knight shouted at Luin, her face pale. Luin was not willing to give up on the general appointment platform. While he was hesitating, Night King Xianwu tore through the void and stepped onto the platform. He clasped his hands behind his back and looked at Luin. "You're very brave to stay behind." Luin clenched his fists and took a deep breath. During the Innerverse War, he had encountered the Realmlings and the Daosor's 3 skies, and he had encountered more than one of them. Logically speaking, with his strength, he should be able to fight Night King Xianwu, at least under the suppression of celestial phenomenon. However, for some reason, Night King Xianwu gave him an unprecedented pressure that made him feel stifled. He was clearly also one of the 10 Arbiters, and he had even fought against the Realmlings, who were comparable to the 10 Arbiters. So why did Luin feel especially pressured by Night King Xianwu? Luin did not understand, as the young man in front of him was giving him too much pressure. "You want to kill each other?" Lu Yin's tone was cold as he stared at Night King Xianwu warily. Night King Xianwu raised his head. "So what? No one knows. Besides, the war is already over. Even if someone finds out, I, Night King Xianwu, can bear the consequences." Lu Yin's eyes widened. "Did you really think that you could protect yourself after joining the Lockbreaker Society? If Night King Yuanjing didn't need you to save Senior Third Night King, then you would have died a long time ago. Today, I'll fulfill your wish." Night King Xianwu then attacked with a finger. Black and white became the only colors in the air. This was the Night King finger. Back in the Daosor sect's ruins, Night King Xianwu had used a single finger to severely injure Lu Yin, and even his secret art had not been able to divert Lu Yin's attack. Lu Yin had not been able to do it back then, and now, it was even more impossible for him to use the secret art to divert Night King Xianwu's attack. Night King Xianwu's attack was very strange. It was clearly just a single finger, but dozens of afterimages had instantly appeared, making it impossible to divert Night King Xianwu's attack. Lu Yin's pupils shrank, and he stared at the descending Night King finger. Just as the finger was about to hit him, he raised his own finger and used the dream finger. Lu Yin was not afraid of a head-on collision. His physical body had undergone several transformations, and it was no longer the same as when he had been in the Daosor sect's ruins. Back then, he had been able to block the Night King finger in his dream finger, and now, his strength had greatly increased. With a bang, a ripple appeared in the void, which then spread out in all directions. A terrifying gale swept through the surroundings, and Xianxia Knight's breathing stagnated as she was sent flying. She almost fell off the stage, and the unconscious sixth mainland cultivator immediately died. It was impossible for him to survive the aftershocks. Thud. 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 Night King Zhenwu retreated several steps and looked at Lu Yin in shock. You. Lu Yin retracted his finger, which was trembling slightly. He had used too much strength, but he was still excited. He had managed to force Night King Zhenwu back. Earth had changed greatly, and ever since Lu Yin had stepped onto the path of cultivation, the 10 arbiters had been like suns in the sky. Every single one of them was unreachable, especially Arbiter Zhenwu. The first time Lu Yin had seen this name was in the Day-Night clan's inheritance corridor, and he had seen Night King Zhenwu's name at the very top. At that time, Lu Yin had felt that this person was like a blazing sun. Arbiter Zhenwu was the king of the Day-Night clan's younger generation, and he was also the king of the entire Day-Night flow zone's younger generation. He was someone who could strip Lu Yin of his right to participate in the Astral Combat Academy's Council of Astral Academy with a single sentence, and he was someone who could make Lu Yin do everything he could to save his own life. It had been 11 years since Lu Yin had started cultivating for 11 years, and now, Lu Yin was finally able to face this person head-on. At this moment, Night King Zhenwu's killing intent grew even stronger. Lu Yin's participation in the battle on the stage was proof of his strength. However, in Night King Zhenwu's opinion, this person relied on secret techniques at most, and he did not have the ability to face them head-on. Furthermore, Night King Zhenwu had been holding back all this time, as he did not want to be targeted by Voidless. However, Night King Zhenwu had not held back in his previous attack, and Lu Yin had managed to block it head-on. The situation was the same as when they had been in the Daosor Sect's ruins, but the outcome was different. At that time, Night King Zhenwu could have easily crushed this person without any effort, and even if this person had used a secret technique, he would not have been able to dodge his finger. But now, this person actually dared to face Night King Zhenwu head-on. How long had it been? Night King Zhenwu did not waste any more words, and his eyes began to emit an intense killing intent. His body flickered as he appeared in front of Lu Yin and pointed out with his Night King's finger. The only difference was that this time, there were red streaks imprinted on his finger. That was 9-lined battle force. Lu Yin was shocked, and he hurriedly dodged, but how could the Night King's finger be so easy to dodge? His spiritual force swept out and filled the entire stage. It was as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him, and no matter where Lu Yin dodged, he would still be struck by the finger. This finger did not use the body to track him, but rather, it used spiritual force to guide him. Left with no other choice, Lu Yin's eyes flashed with runes that weakened the power of his finger. He then raised his right hand and gathered a sun before blasting it out. There was a loud boom as the sun exploded, transforming into a shockwave that spread out in all directions. Zhuo Day Night had already retreated to the edge of the stage, and her weak body could barely stand. All she could see was a blurry distorted void, and by the time she could see it clearly, Lu Yin and Night King Zhenwu had already exchanged more than 10 blows. Night King Zhenwu had wanted to rely on his 9-lined battle force and the Day-Night clan's battle techniques to crush Lu Yin. However, Lu Yin had relied on his physical strength and the true scripture of Yin evolution to forcefully endure. An intense battle had broken out between the two atop the stage. Zhuo Day Night frowned as she worriedly watched the battle. She knew that Lu Yin had improved greatly, but she did not believe that he could catch up to Arbiter Zhenwu. She could only hope that the suppression from the astral phenomenon would allow the gap between the two to shrink. Night King Zhenwu's storm-like attacks did not give Lu Yin any time to catch his breath. Fortunately, Lu Yin himself was not weak, and he treated Night King Zhenwu like an imprinter. Every step he took was cautious, and he managed to hold on. Lu Yin only hoped that someone else would come, and it would be best if it was one of the 10 arbiters or a powerhouse from the Neoverse. He knew that he might not be able to protect the stage, and he only hoped that it would not fall into Night King Zhenwu's hands. Night King Zhenwu had not expected Lu Yin to be able to hold on for so long. Throughout the entire Outerverse, and even including the Neoverse, there are less than 20 people who can fight me to this extent. You should be proud. Lu Yin did not reply, as Night King Zhenwu's spiritual force was giving him a lot of pressure. The Day-Night clan's spiritual force battle techniques were definitely not limited to this. I can give you a chance. Join my Day-Night clan and follow me. I can help you stand at the peak of the universe, and in the future, when I become a progenitor, you might have a chance to become a powerhouse with a power level of 1,000,000. Your glory will shine through the ages, Night King Jinwu said. Lu Ying sneered, is this also the promise you made to Lu Xiaoge? Night King Jinwu's gaze turned cold. I didn't make any promises to him. He's the one who wants to follow me. When Lu Ying did not reply, Night King Jinwu raised his brows. I'll ask you one more time. Are you willing to follow me? Lu Ying struck out with his palm, as his actions represented his answer. Night King Jinwu's eyes narrowed. It seems like you don't understand the true difference between the two of us. Let me show you. He then suddenly retreated and raised his right hand. At that moment, the entire region of space seemed to turn into a painting, and Night King Jinwu was at the center of this painting. Lu Ying, run. It's the Night King heaven-splitting technique. Zhude Knight suddenly shouted. Lu Yin's scalp went numb, and the monkey's terrified voice rang out in his mind. The Night King heaven-splitting technique? Someone actually managed to learn that? Run, 7th bro. This is one of the Day-Night clan's 2 unparalleled battle techniques, and it's as famous as Night's End and Daybreak. It can silence an entire era, and you won't be able to stop it. Lu Ying stared fixedly at Night King Jinwu's right palm, as it was too late for him to escape. If an invincible battle technique could be so easily evaded, then it would not be an invincible battle technique. Night King Jinwu's gaze was calm, and he looked at Lu Ying as if he was looking at a dead man. No one could survive the Night King heaven-splitting technique, and Night King Jinwu was confident that he could even defeat the other Night Arbiters with this technique, let alone Lu Ying. Some people like to hide their true abilities, and Night King Jinwu was one such person. Against Wukong, Night King Jinwu had always prioritized self-preservation. Forget about the Night King heaven-splitting technique, he had not even used his 9-lined battle force. Of course, that did not mean that he would be able to defeat Wukong just by using it. At the very least, he would be able to force Wukong to treat him with caution. This was especially true for the Night King heaven-cleaving technique, as Night King Jinwu really wanted to use it to test out the Dao Source 3 skies. He hadn't expected that the first time he used it in front of others would be against Lu Ying. He treated it as an experiment since he had only recently mastered it. Lu Yin's right palm slowly chopped downwards, but the void did not change at all. This palm seemed like an ordinary palm strike, but in Lu Yin's eyes, Night King Jinwu's rune lines, which had originally filled the entire area, suddenly converged into a single point and attacked. At this moment, Lu Yin's entire body turned ice-cold, and an extreme sense of crisis enveloped him. He watched as the rune lines traversed the void and descended upon him. Lu Yin's eyes widened, and he decided to take a gamble. To be good at communicating with people, the heavenly Tao does not allow. To leap into the starry sky and lie down. To be given by the heavenly Tao, to leap into the vast expanse and lie down. To be condensed into qi, to swallow and spit out 100 rivers. He recited the Stonewall scriptures. The Day-Night clan was famous throughout the universe, and every single one of their battle techniques was related to one spiritual force. Lu Ying was betting that the Day-Night clan's unrivaled battle technique was the same. Night's End, Daybreak used spiritual force to forcefully pull a person into an illusion, causing them to fall into an eternal trance. Lu Ying did not know how the Night King heaven-splitting technique worked, but since it was a battle technique from the Day-Night clan, then it might be able to display the full potential of spiritual force. Since it was a spiritual attack, his greatest guarantee was the Stonewall scriptures. Night King Jinwu chopped down with a single palm, and the Night King heaven-splitting technique swept past Lu Ying. Nothing happened for a moment, but in the next moment, the space far away from the commander appointment platform cracked open. Although Night King Jinwu's power level had been suppressed to less than 200,000, he was still able to display an unimaginably terrifying attack. Night King Jinwu's gaze turned cold, as there was no one who could withstand the Night King heaven-splitting technique. Although this person's body did not suffer any external injuries, his spiritual force had already died. In the distance, Zhude Knight's face was deathly pale. She was well aware of how terrifying the Night King's heaven-opening technique was. The Night King's heaven-opening technique was as terrifying as the Night King's heaven-opening technique. It was as famous as the Night King's heaven-opening technique, and she similarly did not believe that Lu Ying would be able to withstand it. Night King Jinwu no longer cared about Luyin, and he turned to look at Shuade Knight with a cold gaze. Who gave you the guts to participate in my battle? Kneel. Ever since the inner verse and outer verse had been separated, Shuade Knight had been abandoned by Night King Yuanjing, and she had become a caged bird once again. Shuade Knight's body trembled, and she looked at Night King Jinwu with a gaze that was filled with fear, hatred, helplessness, and various other emotions. In the end, they all transformed into one emotion, despair. She had thought that the White King's bloodline would have a chance of resisting the Night King's bloodline once she learned the Night's End, daybreak. However, Night King Jinwu had also successfully cultivated the Night King heaven-splitting technique, which no one had successfully cultivated for countless years. She had not known about this before, but now that she knew about it, she could only despair. I said, kneel. Night King Jinwu shouted as he stared at Shuade Knight. Shuade Knight's body trembled, and her red longsword fell to the ground with a clatter. Her legs slowly bent as she closed her eyes. Who are you asking to kneel? It can't be me, right? A mocking voice rang out. Shuade Knight was overjoyed to see that Luyin was still alive. Night King Jinwu's expression changed, and he slowly turned around. When he saw Lu Yin's beaming face, he asked in disbelief, how is this possible? Lu Yin secretly relaxed, as he had made the right bet. The Night King heaven-splitting technique allowed one to materialize their spiritual force, allowing them to break through with a single strike. Its power would increase by several times, and even the Tao source. Three Skies, the strongest cultivators in the Sixth Mainland, might not be able to escape unscathed from this technique. In order to cultivate their imprints, the cultivators of the Sixth Mainland had never slacked off on improving their spiritual force, and the Tao Source Three Skies were even more so. Even the Tao Source Three Skies might not be able to escape unscathed from the Night King heaven-splitting technique, which showed just how terrifying this technique was. In the entire inner verse and outer verse, there were very few people who could escape unscathed from this technique. It was still unknown how many of the 10 arbiters would be able to withstand it. Unfortunately, this technique was not very useful to Luyin. The Stonewall scriptures guaranteed that he could withstand a certain degree of spiritual force attacks, and the true scripture of Aeon evolution could weaken the power of his opponent's attacks by reducing the number of rune lines. No matter what the opponent's attack method was, it could be weakened. The combination of the true scripture of Aeon evolution and the Stonewall scriptures had become Lu Yin's bargaining chip to block the Night King heaven-splitting technique. No one could understand Night King Jinwu's current state of mind. He had thought that his technique was invincible, but it had actually been blocked, and his opponent had not been injured at all. This was completely different from what he had expected. Shuade Knight relaxed, as it was good that Luyin wasn't dead. How did you do that? Night King Jinwu's tone was sharp, and he had completely forgotten about Shuade Knight. The Night King heaven-splitting technique should be invincible, and it should not have been blocked. Luyin sneered, what's there to do? It's not like it's some powerful attack. Night King Jinwu stared at Luyin. I'll give you one last chance. Tell me, how did you block the Night King heaven-splitting technique? Lu Yin's lips curled up. Arrogant. Night King Jinwu clenched his fists. You're courting death. He then disappeared and reappeared at Lu Yin's side. He lashed out with his leg, and there was a thump as the shockwave shook the arena once more. Shuade Knight watched the intense battle between the two, and she slowly crouched down. She could no longer stand. Luyin appeared to be unharmed, but the Night King heaven-splitting technique had actually injured him. His head was dizzy, and he could only try his best to delay Night King Jinwu. If he could survive the Night King Jinwu's frenzied attacks, he would definitely be able to stall for time until the others arrived. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed. 5 minutes passed. Luyin relied on various methods to hold on. Night King Jinwu shouted again, do you really want to die? The inner verse and outer verse will soon be connected. You're from the outer verse, and I can make you the #1 person in the Outerverse Youth Council. You'll be able to command the younger generation of the Outerverse, and it won't be difficult for you to unify a weave or even several weaves. I, Night King Jinwu, can represent the Day-Night clan and give you the greatest protection. Luyin had a strange expression. Unify several weaves in the Outerverse? It seemed like Night King Jinwu was already half a king in the Outerverse, and he could command the younger generation? Wrong, he could even command the experts of the older generation. Are you going to tell me or not? Night King Zhenwu was very concerned about how Lu Yin had blocked the Night King Heaven opening technique. He had paid a great price to successfully cultivate this technique, and the fact that his first opponent had been able to block it so easily was a huge blow to him. In reality, Night King Zhenwu did not know that Ziyi was thinking the same thing as him. Lu Yin had also ignored natural origin energy, which had been a huge blow to Ziyi as well. Does your Day-Night clan like to come up with disgusting names for your techniques? Night King Fist, Night King Finger, Night King Body, Night King Restoration Technique, and now the Night King Heaven Opening Technique? I feel ashamed for you, Lu Yin mocked. Night King Zhenwu's gaze turned cold. You're really not going to tell me? Ask a few more times, and I might tell you, Lu Yin said. Night King Zhenwu felt that it was a pity. If that's the case, then you can die. But then, he suddenly paused. Wherever your heart desires, you can turn it into an arrow. Have you heard of the arrow progenitor's secret technique? Lu Yin's pupils shrank, and his scalp felt like it was about to explode. He retreated 100 meters, as he had forgotten that Night King Zhenwu had learned the 6th Mainland's arrow progenitor's battle technique. Night King Zhenwu might have obtained the arrow progenitor's inheritance, as progenitors could create their own secret techniques. Secret techniques were mystical methods. Some secret techniques could be used, but no one could understand how they were done. The Yu secret art was one such technique. Lu Yin had learned it, but he did not know the principles behind it. He rarely encountered enemies who used secret techniques, and the ones who did so were the 6th Mainland secret progenitors. Resurrection, Great Reincarnation, God's Descent, and so on were all secret techniques that could not be understood. However, those secret techniques could be traced, while the one that Night King Zhenwu had just used was untraceable. Lu Yin stared at Night King Zhenwu warily. If this person had not mentioned it, he would have forgotten about it. Night King Zhenwu was one of the 10 arbiters, the future king of the Day-Night clan. How could he not have a secret technique? A single secret technique was enough to change everything. Night King Zhenwu looked at Lu Yin. You're guarding against my secret technique? Lu Yin did not deny it. You learned the arrow progenitor's secret technique? Night King Zhenwu slowly replied, actually, I admire you. Regardless of our standpoints, your future won't be any worse than ours. 2 of the 10 arbiters are already over 40 years old, and they're no longer part of the younger generation. With your strength, you'll be able to make up for it in a few more years. I can make up for it right now, Lu Yin said. Night King Zhenwu shook his head. Celestial phenomenon suppression. Our power levels are restrained, and without it, our power levels would increase greatly. Don't think that just because the 10 arbiters have withdrawn, you can make up for it. We are the 10 arbiters, and that's a synonym for invincibility, not a title. The 10 arbiters are members of the Universe Youth Council, but they are not members of the Universe Youth Council. The 10 arbiters only appeared in our generation, and I don't know if there will be any in the future. At least for now, you, Xia Tian, and Tai Yuanjun do not have the qualifications to fill in for the 10 arbiters. Lu Yin listened quietly. If you want to become one of the 10 arbiters, then the previous 10 arbiters must abdicate. There's also another condition, which is that we, as fellow 10 arbiters, must agree. If we don't agree, then we can challenge each other to the death, Night King Zhenwu slowly said. Lu Yin raised his brows. You want to use the position of one of the 10 arbiters to tempt me? Night King Zhenwu nodded. That's right. As long as you tell me how you blocked my Night King heaven-splitting technique, then not only can I guarantee that you will become one of the 10 arbiters, but I can also help you obtain everything you want in the Outerverse. You don't want me to follow you? Lu Yin asked. Night King Zhenwu frowned. No need. Lu Yin nodded. Alright, then I'll state my conditions. As long as you can fulfill them, I'll tell you. Night King Zhenwu's eyes flashed. Speak. Lu Yin's tone was firm. I want you to help me unify the Outerverse and make me the king of the Outerverse. Night King Zhenwu's eyes narrowed. Are you joking? You can't do it? No one can. The 72 weaves of the Outerverse have existed for countless years, but no one has ever been able to do it. The Hall of Honor won't allow anyone to do it, and even the various great powers of the Innerverse won't allow anyone to do it. Anyone who dares to do it will become everyone's enemy. End of chapter 1001. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.